Yi Chun found himself transmigrated as the scion of a wealthy family, only to be expelled on the very day the true heir returned. Fortunately, he activated a system that promised rewards for task completion. Without hesitation, he departed to reunite with his biological parents and, leveraging the system, rose to become an all-capable tycoon. Chapter 001. Naturally, a challenge awaits. Lin Chun, gather your belongings and vacate the Lin family estate. By the way, you are no longer permitted to bear the name Lin Chun. You shall assume your biological parent's surname. Yi. At the entrance of the Lin family villa, Yi Chun regarded the luggage that had been unceremoniously discarded. His gaze traversed his adoptive parents and his 3 elder sisters, along with 1 younger sister, finally settling on the audacious Lin Xiao. This true heir of the Lin family had made his first order of business to expel him upon his return home. 18 years prior, they had been swapped at birth, a truth that had only recently come to light. As he surveyed the family he had known for over a decade, Yi Chun chose not to elaborate further, lowering his head to silently gather his clothing. Hold on, Lin Xiao suddenly called out. Those clothes were purchased with Lin family funds. You, an imposter, should leave without a stitch to cover you. Yi Chun's hand hesitated momentarily. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System activation successful. Current situation detected. You may select one option to receive a reward. Option 1. Endure in silence and leave. Reward. Stamina 1. Option 2. Sever ties on the spot, vowing never to set foot in the Lin family again. Reward. 500 cash. Option 3. Display delight and inform them that you can now openly pursue your eldest, second, and third sisters. Reward. Permanent passive skill wealth alert. Upon witnessing the virtual interface before him, Yi Chun quickly grasped the implications. Had he truly acquired a system? The first 2 rewards were rather paltry, true to his nature. He was inclined to embrace the most formidable challenge. The wealth alert ability was a permanent boon, far superior to a mere 500 in cash. Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, esteemed sisters. He lingered his gaze on Lin Ruobing, Lin Ruoqing, and Lin Ruyu, his tone tinged with playful irony. Since we are no longer nominally family, does this imply I can now pursue you openly? Silence enveloped the air, thick and palpable. Lin Zhao's face twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Tianxiang and Qin Xiaorong stood agape, as though encountering this child they had raised for the first time. Lin Ruobing's typically composed demeanor faltered. Lin Ruoqing finally lifted her head. Her brows knitted. Lin Ryu and Lin Rujia were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom Yi Chun's audacity. Yi Chun, you, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Lin Xiao was the first to regain his composure, jabbing a finger at Yi Chun and shouting, I warn you to abandon this foolish notion. Even if my sisters were to marry, not a single cent of the Lin family's wealth will be yours. The entire Lin estate belongs to me. You have already usurped the fortune that was rightfully mine for 18 years. Now, and in the future, everything belonging to the Lin family has no connection to you. You deserve to return to your impoverished existence. Such brazen declarations of monopolizing the family fortune elicited a visible change in the expressions of the 4 Lin sisters. Lin Tianxiang furrowed his brow, noticing his daughter's discontent, and barked sharply. Ah Chun, from now on, bridges will be bridges and roads will be roads. Suppress those inappropriate thoughts. If you dare to lay a hand on my daughters, do not expect any remnants of our former kindness. Qin Xiaorong's fury ignited in an instant, unleashing a torrent of invective. Yi Chun, you ungrateful wretch, dare to covet my daughter's affections? My beloved son has returned you. A mere blot should distance yourself as far as possible from the Lin family. Do not expect to bask in our glory any longer. Yi Chun paid them no heed, for the clear chime of the system had already sounded. Ding! Successfully completed option 3. Taunted and provoked the Lin family, asserting your right to pursue. Reward. Permanent passive skill wealth alert activated. An enigmatic sensation surged deep within his consciousness, as though an invisible antenna had sprouted. While he could not yet discern its exact application, he knew the reward was secured. Gazing upon the once beloved figures he had considered parental, now contorted with malevolence, alongside the smug true heir, Yi Chun's final remnant of attachment extinguished, leaving only a pang of hurt. Was the mix-up truly his fault? 18 years of camaraderie paled in comparison to mere blood ties. Indifferent, he shrugged, a smile still gracing his lips, though his tone exuded a resolute finality. Rest assured, the mountains of gold and silver belonging to the Lin family hold no allure for me. I possess hands and feet. I shall forge my own future. He paused deliberately, allowing his gaze to sweep over the livid Lin couple and Lin Xiao, adding with a hint of amusement, as for my previous remarks, consider them a parting gift. Life is unpredictable, who knows? One day, fate may unite us as a family once more. You. Lin Tianxiang and Qin Xiaorong trembled with rage, breath caught in their throats. Yi Chun, however, offered them no further chance for vitriol. Resolutely turning and striding away as he departed, Lin Xiao spat vehemently, declaring to his four sisters, "Did you see that? He is an unashamed, shameless leech. He has taken my position as the heir for over a decade and dares to aspire to greater heights. Dream on. I, Lin Xiao, declare here and now, any of you who dares to associate with him or give him a single coin shall face my wrath. If he truly wins my sister's heart, I, Lin Xiao, will eat my own words live on stream." Lin Ruobing's frosty visage flickered with irritation. She despised being patronized, particularly by this so-called brother who had just returned. She retorted without hesitation, "Huh, since when did it become your prerogative to dictate? Even our parents lack the authority to govern my affairs." Without a backward glance at Lin Zhao's scowling face, she pivoted and strode directly into the villa. Lin Ruoqing tucked her phone away, casting a dispassionate glance at Lin Xiao. "Finished? I have a schedule to attend to. I must take my leave." The sound of her high heels echoed crisply against the pavement as she departed, distant and detached. Lin Ryu and Lin Rujia exchanged glances, their expressions equally grim, yet ultimately said nothing, silently following their elder sister back inside. Incensed by his sister's disregard and rebuttals, Lin Zhao's face flushed crimson as he turned to his parents, petulantly complaining, "Dad, Mom, look at them. They completely disregard me. If I have no place here, I might as well leave." Qin Xiaorong, distressed, grasped her son's arm. "Oh, my dear son, do not speak such nonsense. This is your home. Everything in this house will belong to you." That ungrateful Yi Chun left just in time. His words were merely intended to provoke Yudo not take them to heart. While she consoled him, her gaze bore daggers toward the direction Yi Chun had vanished. Lin Tianxiang's expression darkened as he stared after Yi Chun, his eyes a tempest of conflicting emotions, momentarily lost in thought. Ultimately, he remained silent, turning to enter the villa. Having exited the Lin family estate, Yi Chun had not wandered far when he encountered three figures waiting anxiously by the roadside. It was his biological parents, Yi Yong and Wang Hui, along with their daughter, Yi Zixuan. These were his true family. Chapter 002. Residing in the largest room, Father Yi Yong, sturdy in stature with a sun-kissed complexion, donned a faded, worn jacket, his hands nervously rubbing the seams of his trousers. Mother Wang Hui appeared somewhat haggard, her eyes brimming with concern. Younger sister Yi Zixuan, with her hair tied in a simple ponytail and dressed in a pristine school uniform, wore a delicate face etched with anxiety and hope. Noticing that Yi Chun arrived empty-handed, without even a single piece of luggage, Yi Yong felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. His voice quivered with cautious inquiry, tinged with a hint of humility. Ah Chun, do you wish to return home with your parents?" The three pairs of eyes locked onto Yi Chun's face, filled with unease. They were acutely aware of the Lin family's affluence, fearful that their son, who had grown up in such opulence, might look down upon their modest means. Yi Chun halted, gazing at these unfamiliar yet blood-related parents and his timid sister. The chill emanating from the Lin family was instantaneously dispelled by a wave of warmth. He broke into a genuine smile, replying with unwavering resolve, "Of course, I want to go home." His voice was soft yet extraordinarily firm. "Dad, Mom, you are my biological parents, and Zixuan is my dear sister. Unless you consider me a burden and wish to cast me aside, how could we?" exclaimed Wang Hui, her eyes instantly glistening with tears. Her voice trembled as she stepped forward, seemingly worried he might change his mind. "We are overjoyed to have you back. Tonight, when we return home, I will prepare a feast for you. We are finally a reunited family." As she uttered the words reunited family, tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. "All right." Yi Chun nodded vigorously, his heart swelling with this simple yet profound expectation. His gaze turned to sister Yi Zixuan, and with a gentle apology, he said, "Zixuan, I'm sorry for rushing today without bringing you a gift." Yi Zixuan quickly waved her hand, her face flushed with excitement. "Brother, no need for that. Your return home is the best gift." Her smile radiated purity and unreserved joy. Wang Hui hastily wiped her eyes and concurred, "Indeed. Family doesn't concern itself with such trivialities. Zixuan is quite sensible, She has taken up part-time work to earn some pocket money. Part-time work? Yi Chen paused, taken aback, observing his sister's youthful face. But Zishuan, aren't you still in your first year of high school? Why are you working? Yi Yong's smile faded. A heavy sigh escaping his lips, his dark visage shadowed by helplessness and guilt. Ah Chun, since we are family, I will not conceal anything from you. Lin Xiao is the child who was mistakenly taken to your home. He has squandered his years at home, accumulating considerable gambling debts. We had to sell our ancestral home just to barely pay off these debts. Now we are renting, and Zishuan, being understanding, insists on earning her own tuition and living expenses, blaming us for our inadequacy. His voice grew somber, laden with self-reproach. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a tightening in his chest. The adopted son, Lin Xiao, had been a parasite in his biological parents' home. While they had sacrificed everything to pay off his debts, forcing his sister to work at such a tender age. No wonder they had looked at him with such trepidation and anxiety, fearing he might follow in Lin Xiao's footsteps. A surge of guilt and anger roiled within him. But more so was an overwhelming sense of compassion and protectiveness for these three relatives before him. Taking a deep breath to quell his tumultuous emotions, he stepped forward, placing his hands gently on the slightly stooped shoulders of Yi Yong and Wang Hui, his gaze bright and resolute. Dad, Mom, Zishuan, the past is behind us. From this moment forth, you need not worry anymore. He observed the astonished expressions on his parents' faces, tousling his sister's soft hair, his tone unequivocal. From now on, this family will have me. Yi Yong's lips moved as he quickly responded. Ah Chun, focus on your studies. Your tuition and living expenses, your father can manage. Yes, yes. Wang Hui added eagerly. We only wish for your success. We can support you through graduate studies as well. Yi Zishuan raised her face, her eyes pure and earnest. Brother, I can work extra jobs. If we run out of money, I can forego my studies to help you, to support your education and future marriage. Don't say such foolish things. Yi Chen's heart warmed, a rush of emotions flooding through him, shattering the final barriers he had erected against the Lin family. In stark contrast to the Lin family's cold indifference, the unreserved love and sacrifice emanating from these humble surroundings made his eyes misty. He firmly grasped his sister's shoulders, his gaze sweeping over his parents' eager yet humble faces, each word imbued with solemn promise. Zishuan, you focus on your studies. I will support you all the way to your doctorate. Leave the earning to me. Dad, Mom, trust me. From this day forward, I will not let this family suffer for want of money. His voice, though not loud, resonated with a profound determination. The once unfamiliar term family now bore a weighty significance and warmth in his heart. All right, let us take the bus home. The family squeezed onto a bus, swaying for nearly an hour before finally disembarking at an old station in the northern part of the city. The streets were lined with low-rise buildings and antiquated shops, the air infused with the essence of everyday life. The Yi family's new home was located on the third floor of an old residential building, a modest three-bedroom apartment. The stairwell was narrow, with peeling walls. Yi arrived. This is it, Yi Yong declared, extracting a key to unlock the iron door, his voice somewhat hesitant. The house is a bit old, and the location is somewhat off. There are no buses after 6:30 in the evening, but it's affordable, only $1,500 a month. The space was small yet exceptionally tidy, reflecting the diligent care of its female occupant. The furnishings, though aged, were spotless. The only drawback was the poor lighting, casting a somewhat dim atmosphere. Yi Yong and Wang Hui led Yi Chun into the largest room, originally the master bedroom. Ah Chun, you will live in this room from now on. Yi Yong rubbed his hands together, an eager smile on his face. Let us know if there is anything you need. We will buy it for you right away. Wang Hui quickly added, yes, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to say so. Yi Chun surveyed the room, clearly the best in the house, then glanced at his parents' faded clothing and his sister's youthful countenance, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over him. He hastily waved his hands. Dad, Mom, you should take the master bedroom. I can stay in the smaller room next door. No. Wang Hui shook her head vigorously, her anxiety palpable. That small room faces the wind. It gets very cold in winter. You are a university student. You need a quiet place to study. Listen to your mother. Yi Yong insisted. You should comfortably reside here. Do you find the furnishings too old? Perhaps we can buy you new bed linens tomorrow. His tone grew increasingly cautious, his eyes reflecting a trace of humility. Yi Chen felt a lump in his throat, observing the worry etched on his parents' faces, fearing he might find them unworthy. The words of refusal faltered on his lips. He understood that further insistence would only heighten their anxiety. Suppressing the pang in his heart, he mustered a smile, surveying the simple yet warm room. No. This room is wonderful, very clean. The window is quite bright. I will stay here. Thank you, Dad and Mom. Chapter 003. Seeking financial assistance from a wealthy woman. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Yi Yong and Wang Hui finally exhibited relieved smiles, as if a monumental task had been accomplished. That is splendid. You rest for a while. Your father and I will prepare dinner. Zishuan, keep your brother company. See if he needs anything. Wang Hui's tone was considerably lighter as she hurriedly pulled Yi Yong toward the cramped kitchen. Hom. Yi Zishuan nodded obediently. As the door closed, the room was left with only Yi Chun and his sister. Yi Chun surveyed this small space that belonged to him, an old desk, a single bed, and a simple wardrobe. On the windowsill sat a small pot of greenery, lending the room a touch of vitality. Although modest and far removed from the opulence of the Lin family, it brimmed with the authentic essence of life and a profound sense of belonging. An unprecedented feeling of tranquility enveloped him. Here was where his true roots lay. With a silent awareness, Yi Chun began to grasp the newly acquired ability within his mind. It was ethereal, yet undeniably real. He vowed to himself that he would soon learn how to harness it. Father, mother, Zishuan, I will ensure you lead a good life, he swore inwardly, determined to make the Lin family aware of who the true dragon was and who the mere mud was. Yi Zishuan quietly returned to her room, but soon dashed back, cradling a modestly packaged transparent plastic box containing several plain-colored cookies. Brother, she presented the box to Yi Chun with a sense of pride, her cheeks slightly flushed with shyness. These are for you. The owner of the convenience store where I work gave them as a perk, saying they are samples of new snacks. They are delicious, but I couldn't bear to eat them. Yi Chun regarded the cookies, which appeared somewhat coarse and even a bit hard, and then looked at his sister's cautious gaze, feeling a profound tug at the softest corner of his heart. Although he wasn't particularly fond of such dry snacks, these were treasures that his sister had saved just for him. With a smile, he accepted the box without hesitation, taking a generous bite. The cookies were indeed somewhat rough, infused with a cheap artificial flavor, yet Yi Chun found them extraordinarily sweet. Delicious. Zishuan, you should try some too, he said, chewing as he handed the box back to her, urging her to partake. Yi Zishuan's eyes brightened as she eagerly picked up the smallest piece, cherishing it as she took dainty bites. In the evening, Wang Hui prepared 7 or 8 dishes. While they were not particularly exquisite, Yi Chun relished every bite. This unrestricted warmth was an experience he had never encountered before. By the end of the meal, he felt a significant closeness to his family. After dinner, while Yi Zishuan and Wang Hui cleared the table, Yi Chun found an excuse to retreat to his room to scroll through his phone. Just as he opened a financial news app, an inexplicable thrill surged through him, causing his heart to race as if struck by an invisible current. Suddenly, a vivid image appeared before him, not a system option interface, but an exceptionally clear stock information chart. Shanghai Technology, SH600XXX, current price, 672 yuan per share. Wealth alert. Within 72 hours, 3 days, a significant positive development will trigger, with the potential for a meteoric rise in stock price. Expected increase, 800-1200. Risk warning. Volatility is severe. Exercise caution with leverage. The information flashed before him, but every character was indelibly etched into Yi Chun's mind. Shanghai Technology at 672 for tenfold growth in 3 days? Yi Chun bolted upright on his bed, his breath quickening. Was this the power of the wealth alert? A passive trigger, foretelling the eye of a financial storm? Tenfold. This meant that an investment of 10,000 could become 100,000 in 3 days. An investment of 100,000 would yield 1,000,000. The key to overnight wealth had suddenly fallen into his hands. But then, the cold reality pulled him back. Money. Capital. What he lacked most was the principal. Leaving the Lin family had meant departing with nothing, and his family's situation was dire. His parents had sold their home to cover Lin Zhao's gambling debts, and were now renting a cramped old apartment in the dilapidated part of town. His sister, Yi Zishuan, had prematurely taken on the burdens of life, even refraining from eating a cookie given by the convenience store. The opportunity to turn their fortunes around was right before him. But where could he find the startup capital? Yi Chun forced himself to calm down. 3 days. He had only 3 days. He needed to acquire as much money as possible to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It seemed he could not rely on his family for financial support. He would have to seek help elsewhere. It was summer break, with a month remaining before school commenced. Just as he contemplated whether to consider online loans, his phone suddenly received a message. Lin Chen, I heard you left the Lin family. Are you okay? The message was from the class monitor, Su Qianyi, who was not only the school belle, but also cared for every student. Yi Chun pondered briefly before responding. I've changed my name to Yi Chun now. I'm fine. The reply came swiftly. Glad to hear you're okay. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. I'll help in any way I can. Seeing the monitor's enthusiasm, Yi Chun hesitated for a moment, but then decided to ask. Class monitor, you must be quite wealthy. Would it be possible to lend me some money? I can return it with interest in no more than half a month. Su Qianyi was the daughter of the Su family, It was said she recharged her cafeteria card with amounts of 10,000 at a time. They had been somewhat close in the past. But he wondered how she would react now that he had fallen on hard times. The response arrived promptly. No problem. How much do you need? Truly. She spoke with the ease of a wealthy individual. However, he wasn't seeking living expenses, but rather funds for stock trading. After hesitating for a few seconds, he decided to be forthright. The more, the better. To be honest, I have insider information about a stock. It could multiply tenfold in half a month. If you trust me, you could buy in as well. This time, Su Qianni hesitated for several seconds before transferring 200,000, accompanied by a message. Yi Chun, it's not that I don't trust you, but stock trading carries risks. If I give you 200,000 and you incur losses, you don't have to repay me. If you make a profit, just return the principal. The class monitor was indeed generous. Yi Chun felt a surge of gratitude. He hadn't expected that the first person to express concern and support after his departure from the Lin family would be Su Qianni, who unhesitatingly sent him 200,000, with no obligation to repay if he lost it. He accepted the money and sent another message. Thank you, class monitor. I wasn't lying earlier. Shanghai Technology, SH600XXX, is currently priced at 672 yuan per share, and it will surge in 3 days, at least tenfold. You could buy some as well. If you're worried about the risks, you can sell if it increases fivefold. Alright. I'll have my dad help me buy 200,000 worth tomorrow. Su Qianni might not truly follow through, but Yi Chun felt he had done his part. Even if she didn't buy, it was of little consequence. The class monitor was not in need of the money. He hadn't anticipated acquiring the capital so easily. All that remained was to wait until tomorrow to open an account. Chapter 4. The tasks grew ever more unusual. The next morning, Yi Chun rose and left home, heading straight for the securities firm. Open an account. Purchase. Time was of the essence. Every second was invaluable. After completing the necessary procedures, he opened the brokerage app he had downloaded on his phone, accessed the trading interface, and entered the stock code that was already etched in his memory. SH600XXX. Current price, 675 yuan per share. Slightly higher than the alert from the previous night, but this fluctuation was within expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, he set the order price at 680 yuan and input 400 shares, betting all available funds, not leaving a single share behind. A few minutes later, his phone vibrated. A succinct message read, "The shares you entrusted to purchase of Shanghai Technology 600XXX have been completely executed, with an average transaction price of 679 yuan. It was done. An investment of 200,000 had yielded nearly 30,000 shares. Now, all he could do was wait for 3 days. Before noon, Yi Chun, with his hands tucked into his pockets, strolled slowly towards home, attempting to calm the tumultuous beating of his heart. As he traversed a dark alley cluttered with discarded building materials, he was suddenly met with the muffled sounds of a deliberately lowered argument accompanied by a girl's pleading, tinged with tears. "Let go of me. I've already given you the money. I truly have nothing left. Little sister, is this meager sum sufficient? Let your brothers have some fun with you. Consider it interest, shall we?" Came the lewd voice of a man. "Get away. Don't touch me." The girl's voice was laden with fear and fury. Yi Chun halted, frowning as he peered into the depths of the dim alley. There, 3 hoodlums with dyed yellow hair, clad in tight vests and adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, were encircling a girl dressed in an ordinary high school uniform from a nearby school. The ringleader, a bald thug, grasped the girl's backpack strap with one hand while the other attempted to touch her face, while the other 2 blocked her escape, grinning lewdly. The girl struggled desperately, tears welling in her eyes, her uniform jacket torn, revealing a pristine shirt beneath. Notably, her uniform matched that of his younger sister. Almost simultaneously, familiar translucent golden text materialized before Yi Chun. Emergency detected. Encountering a weak individual being humiliated. Please select an option. Option 1. None of my business. Hastily depart. Reward. Agility 1. Option 2. Quietly alert the authorities and wait for support. Reward. Charismatic voice 1. Option 3. Strike unexpectedly. Delivering a fierce kick to the bald thug's rear, creating chaos. Reward. Master-level combat skills. Yi Chun's gaze instantly fixated on option 3. Master-level combat skills. This was precisely what he required at this moment. In this brutal world, particularly within the chaotic old city, possessing the power to defend oneself, or even retaliate, was far more pragmatic than a mere increment in agility or a charming voice. Moreover, the sordid scene before him evoked memories of Lin Zhao's arrogant face, igniting an uncontainable anger within him. Damn it, I choose 3. With his mind made up, Yi Chun approached swiftly from the shadows cast by the stacked cement bags at the alley's entrance. The bald thug, oblivious, was entirely focused on his struggling prey. Yi Chun held his breath, his gaze sharp, body slightly lowered, and then he surged forward with might. A shrill, distorted scream shattered the tranquility of the old city night. Yi Chun's kick landed squarely on the bald thug's ample backside. The thug soared into the air, propelled forward in a comically painful manner, crashing face first onto the dusty, debris-laden ground with a thud. He barely had time to utter a curse before the searing pain curled him up like a shrimp, only hissing in agony. Success. Option 3 completed. Struck unexpectedly, delivering a fierce kick to the bald thug's rear. Reward, master-level combat skills awarded. An immense and intricate instinct for battle surged through Yi Chun's limbs. Countless techniques regarding exertion, relaxation, evasion, grappling, and vital strikes coalesced within him in an instant. As if he had been immersed in this discipline since childhood, honing his craft for decades. Bald brother. The remaining two thugs stood dumbfounded, staring at their leader convulsing on the ground like a broken puppet, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. But Yi Chen's figure had already emerged from the shadows. Who the hell is this punk? Seeking death, shouted a mohawked thug, regaining his wits as he brandished a broken wooden stick and charged at Yi Chen, aiming to strike him down. Had this been the former Yi Chen, he would have either clumsily dodged or braced himself for the blow. However, empowered by master-level combat skills, the thug's movements appeared to him as if in slow motion, rife with vulnerabilities. Instead of retreating, he advanced, impossibly slipping beneath the descending stick, his right hand darting out like lightning to seize the mohawk thug's wrist, twisting sharply. Crack! A chilling sound of bones fracturing rang out, accompanied by a scream more pitiful than that of the bald thug. The mohawk thug's wrist contorted at an unnatural angle as the stick flew from his grasp. Without missing a beat, Yi Chen seized the thug's shoulder, executing a clean, textbook shoulder throw. Thud! The mohawk thug was slammed to the ground like refuse, dust swirling around him as he instantly lost his will to fight, merely groaning in pain. The last thug, with green-dyed hair, whose face had been a mask of mockery moments ago, now turned as pale as a ghost. He gazed into Yi Chun's cold eyes, then glanced at his two incapacitated companions, fear gripping his heart. Big brother. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The green-haired thug fell to his knees, his voice trembling as he begged for mercy. We were wrong. We won't dare again. He pounded his forehead against the ground in desperation. Yi Chen chose not to look at them any longer, his gaze shifting to the girl who was now huddled in the corner, tears streaking her face, trembling in fear. Her uniform was disheveled, her hair tousled, and her arms clutched tightly around her backpack, still quivering as she stared at Yi Chen, as if he were a far more terrifying figure. It's all right. Yi Chen attempted to soften his voice, though the ferocity of his earlier actions and the residual aura of menace surrounding him rendered his attempt somewhat stiff. Pointing towards the alley's mouth, he urged, "You should leave quickly." The girl, as if awakening from a dream, bowed in a fluster, her voice quaking. Thank you, big brother." Clutching her backpack, she carefully edged along the wall, ready to flee. At that moment, the mischievous golden text reappeared before Yi Chen's eyes, unrelenting. Target detected. Chen Xiaoyu, female, 17 years old, second-year student at City No. 3 High School, is in a heightened state of gratitude. Please select an option. Option 1. Offer gentle comfort, advising her to return home early. Reward, affability 1. Option 2. Inquire for contact information, suggesting future escort. Reward, short-term increase in romantic prospects 1, effective for 3 days. Option 3. Request a sock, either foot. Reward, permanent passive skill, immunity to toxins. Yi Chen, Chapter 005. Surely, a considerable profit awaits. A powerful impulse surged within him, compelling him to drag this intangible system from its hiding place and deliver a sound thrashing. Requesting a sock? From a high school girl who had just been harassed by thugs and was still trembling in fear? What kind of perverse task was this? The image of the formidable figure he had just crafted threatened to collapse into that of a lecherous deviant. He watched helplessly as Chen Xiaoyu stood up, his heart waging war within him, tumultuous and chaotic. Immunity to toxins. The temptation was overwhelming. This meant he would be immune to the vast majority of toxins in the world henceforth. In modern society, especially in an environment where the marketplace resembled a battlefield, and human hearts were inscrutable, this would undoubtedly serve as one of the ultimate trump cards for survival. Who knows whether the Lin family or any adversaries encountered in the future would resort to underhanded tactics or poison. However, the price of such actions would be utterly mortifying. Am I truly the kind of person with no moral boundaries? Indeed I am. As Chen Xiaoyu was on the verge of vanishing into the dim light of the alley, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. For the sake of becoming immune to all poisons, he was willing to risk it all. What is the value of face? Can it be consumed as sustenance or shield against bullets? Hey, that classmate. Wait a moment. Yi Chen called out. forcing himself to speak despite the overwhelming embarrassment that altered his tone. Chen Xiaoyu abruptly halted, her body visibly stiffening as she turned around in sheer terror. She watched Yi Chen approach, her complexion ashen, and her body began to tremble slightly. The echoes of 3 moaning thugs in the alley served to amplify her fear. Is there something else, big brother? Her voice was as faint as a whisper, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Yi Chen felt his cheeks burning. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to muster what he believed to be the most innocuous smile. Ahem. His gaze darted away, unwilling to meet her terrified eyes. Finally, summoning his courage, he mumbled, "Could you possibly lend me one of the socks you're wearing?" His voice was soft, yet in the now silent alley, it rang out with startling clarity. The air seemed to freeze. Chen Xiaoyu stood petrified, her large eyes filled with profound shock and incomprehensible fear. She doubted the reliability of her hearing. A sock? Just one sock? Even the bald thug on the ground, still groaning, appeared momentarily stunned, his moans stifled. The kneeling green-haired thug gaped, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. What kind of bizarre turn of events was this? Did this audacious individual have a peculiar penchant for collecting girls' socks? After a few seconds of deathly silence, pervert, Chen Xiaoyu erupted into a scream that was tenfold more harrowing than when she had been harassed by the thugs, like she had seen a ghost. She clutched her backpack and fled towards the alley's exit, as if a demon were pursuing her. Ding. Successfully completed option 3, requested a sock from the target. Chen Xiaoyu. Though the item was not obtained, the action itself aligns with the request for something perverse. Reward. The passive skill immunity to all poisons has been activated. Current level. Beginner. Can immunize against most common toxins and some potent poisons. A refreshing surge coursed through Yi Chen's entire being, as if every cell had been cleansed, becoming more resilient and transparent. He could distinctly feel a subtle, vibrant energy infused within his blood. It worked, though the process had been excruciatingly mortifying. The outcome was immensely rewarding. However, in that moment, Yi Chen felt no joy at having acquired such a divine skill. He stood there, hearing the faint cries of Chen Xiaoyu in distress, while grappling with the bewildered gazes of the thugs on the ground, as if they had encountered a ghost. He felt like a fool, stripped bare and exposed at a crossroads. Damn it, Yi Chen muttered under his breath, his face flushed with embarrassment. Wishing he could find a hole to hide in, he shot a fierce glare at the 3 thugs on the ground, the murderous intent in his eyes causing the bald thug, who had just attempted to rise, to cower back down. What are you staring at? Keep looking. And I'll take your socks too. Yi Chen shouted in a fit of anger, then decisively turned, sprinting away at a speed even greater than that of Chen Xiaoyu's retreat. Covering his face as he dashed towards the opposite end of the alley, a picture of disarray. His back was filled with a tragic sense of urgency, as though a flood of beasts were in pursuit. He ran until he was far removed from that mortifying place, finally stopping to lean against a wall, gasping for breath. This cursed system is truly a pain. He sighed helplessly, adjusting his disheveled clothing and mood, slowly making his way home. Regardless, the significant matter had been resolved. He had invested all his money and was now simply waiting to reap the rewards. Upon opening the door to his home, a wave of warmth from the lingering aroma of cooked meals enveloped him. Under the soft glow of the lights, Yi Yong was clumsily tidying up the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Wang Hui was washing dishes by the sink, and Yi Zixuan was quietly engrossed in her homework at the desk. As soon as she saw him return, Wang Hui wiped her hands on her apron and approached with concern. "Ah Chun, you're back? Everything all right outside? Your face looks a bit odd." Yi Yong also paused to look over. Yi Zixuan turned her head, her large eyes filled with inquiry. Seeing the worry etched on the faces of his parents and younger sister, warmth flooded Yi Chen's heart. He shook his head, forcing a relaxed smile. "I'm fine, Mom. Just ran a short distance outside, and my face is a bit warm. By the way, Dad, Mom, Zixuan, I have something to tell you." He walked over to the small table, pulled out a stool to sit, and his expression grew serious. "Today, I invested all the money I had. After all, money would come in half a month. It was better to give his parents a heads up to avoid startling them with an unexpected windfall." "Invested?" Yi Yong and Wang Hui exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, their faces clouded with concern. Yi Zixuan also put down her pen, anxiously watching her brother. A very reliable message from a formidable friend, Yi Chen stated with conviction, his eyes bright. "In no more than half a month, I will surely make a substantial profit. And then I will buy a big house for you to live in." Yi Yong furrowed his brow, his dark face etched with worry. "Ah Chun, we don't really understand investments, but just don't let anyone deceive you." He rubbed his hands together, his tone urgent. "If there's any risk, withdraw the funds. Just keep the money for yourself." Wang Hui chimed in, her voice laced with anxiety. "Yes, Ah Chun, listen to your father. Let us take it steady. If it doesn't work out, I'll find extra work tomorrow." A little effort is better than wasting money. Yi Zixuan said nothing, merely gazing at her brother, her small hand quietly clutching the hem of her clothing. Yi Chun understood their concerns, a shadow of the past, cast by a previous unfilial child. Chapter 006, The Quest for Recognition. He rose to his feet, walking over to his parents, placing one hand on his father's rough palm and gently patting his mother's shoulder. His gaze swept over his sister, his tone resolute yet gentle. Dad, Mom, Zixuan, I understand your worries. Trust me just this once. I am no longer a child, nor am I like Lin Xiao, the prodigal son. I have absolute confidence in this investment. If it fails in half a month, I will earn an honest living from now on and never again take any risks. He observed the furrowed brow of his father, continuing, Dad, think about it. If we remain here, relying on your odd jobs, on Mom's handiwork, and on Zixuan's part-time work, how much can we save in a year? Is it enough for Zixuan's college tuition? Is it enough for us to move to a brighter, quieter home? The barrage of questions left Yi Yong opening his mouth to retort, but finding himself at a loss for words. Wang Hui's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The opportunity is right before us. Yi Chen's voice softened. I don't want to see Zixuan working part-time at such a young age. Nor do I want to witness you both toil so hard. In half a month, I will ensure this family undergoes a complete transformation. His eyes sparkled with a fierce desire for the future and a deep sense of responsibility towards his family. This conviction was profoundly infectious. The room fell into a brief silence. Yi Yong gazed upon his son's youthful yet resolute visage, ultimately nodding in satisfaction as he spoke. Very well. While we may not be well-versed in investments, my son, do not hesitate to express your financial needs. Your mother and I shall devise a solution. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Yi Chen exhaled with relief, finally securing his parents' acceptance. With the impending stock sale in half a month, they would not be caught unprepared when the time came to withdraw the funds. Having finished their meal, it was still midday when Yi Chen's phone chimed. He picked it up to find a message from Su Qianyi. Yi Chun, as you suggested, I purchased 200,000 today. If I incur losses, you must accompany me to the cafeteria for a month of steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Upon reading this message, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, Su Qianyi did not regard the substantial sum with much seriousness. Her jest about needing his company likely stemmed from her concern over his financial situation. Warmth enveloped his heart, prompting him to respond. Rest assured, Miss Su, should there be losses, I shall work in your company post-graduation to repay my debts. Hee. Are you offering to sell yourself to me, Yi School hunk? In that case, I stand to gain immensely this time. Yi Chun, taken aback by Su Qianyi's playful banter, quickly shifted the topic. In 2 days, please await the grand reveal, while I take my sister out shopping to strengthen our bond. Setting down his phone, he turned to his younger sister, Yi Zixuan, and inquired, Aren't you working this afternoon? Brother, I start work at 4 and finish at midnight, Yi Zixuan replied, adding, I have a part-time job at a milk tea shop. If it were morning, I'd be done by 4 in the afternoon, as I'm on the evening shift. I'll drive you there and pick you up later, Yi Chen offered, noticing his sister's hesitation. He added, Regardless, I have plans today and will return late anyway. Thank you, brother, Yi Zixuan said, touched. Recalling a time when she had been anxious about her evening shifts and had sought Lin Zhao's help, only to be turned away. Now, her brother had transformed for the better. Most importantly, Yi Chen refrained from gambling, sparing their parents from worry. Yi Yong and Wang Hui observed with contentment. Their daughter working late had previously been a source of concern, as Yi Yong had always been the one to pick her up. After all, working was exhausting, and having to leave early to fetch her meant returning home past 1 in the morning. They were delighted that Yi Chun had proactively thought of alleviating their burdens. Soon, Yi Yong and Wang Hui departed for work, while Yi Chen returned to his room to continue browsing on his phone. He believed that the wealth alert would undoubtedly trigger again. Though he lacked capital at present, he could monitor the situation at any time. When the clock struck 3, he rode his electric bike to drop his sister off at work. After ensuring he remembered the address, he made an excuse to take his leave. With Yi Zixuan working until midnight, he felt a headache coming on, unsure of how to pass the time. Wandering aimlessly down the street, he unexpectedly found himself in front of a young girl strumming a guitar and singing. Her voice was quite charming, and her guitar skills impressive, drawing in a crowd. With nothing else to do, Yi Chen decided to stop and listen. Suddenly, golden subtitles materialized before him. Triggering random task, you may choose an option to receive rewards. Option 1. Walk away, receive a bottle of milk. Option 2. Listen to a complete song, gain proficiency in guitar skills. Option 3. Infuriate the singer. Receive rewards of all instrument skills at maximum level and 3,000 golden songs from another realm. Yi Chen blinked in disbelief. Was there even a choice? Naturally, he would select option 3. However, to infuriate the singer, He suddenly recalled a previous task about socks that had led to an embarrassing situation, and this one seemed equally troublesome. The girl was singing beautifully. Provoking her for no reason could lead to him being drowned in the crowd's disdain if she refrained from retaliating. Yet, he could not forfeit a system task, especially one offering such bountiful rewards. System, I choose 3. Yi Chun gritted his teeth, determined to secure the reward. He could always apologize later. After all, he had faced embarrassment before. Just then, the girl finished her song, and applause erupted around her, with some individuals even tossing small change into a box at her feet as a token of appreciation. Stepping forward, Yi Chun grit his teeth and declared, "Miss, your guitar playing is mediocre, and your singing is average at best." His words were met with a barrage of incredulous glares. The girl's previously serene smile froze in place. Struggling to suppress her rising anger in front of the gathered crowd, she responded with forced humility, "You are right, my guitar skills and singing are quite ordinary." Yi Chun remained silent, and after a few seconds of no system reward, he understood that his previous comments had not been harsh enough. Internally apologizing, he feigned disdain on his face and added, "Knowing your own limitations, yet still performing? If I were you, I certainly wouldn't subject myself to such embarrassment." The girl's expression darkened considerably, and the crowd began to murmur in outrage. "Hey, are you here to cause trouble? This girl is a bona fide music academy student and has participated in singing competitions. She's not as hopeless as you claim. Indeed, we found her performance delightful. Are you merely seeking attention? Just listen or leave, kid." Finally, Yi Chun heard the system notification in his mind. Successfully completed option 3, rewards granted. All instrument skills maxed. 3,000 golden songs from another realm. An influx of information flooded his consciousness, rich with experience, techniques, and even methods for crafting various instruments, alongside countless classic songs that illuminated every detail of lyrics and melodies in his mind. What a remarkable reward! A vast torrent of musical knowledge surged within him, embedding countless instrumental techniques, fingerings, and music theory in the depths of his soul. Every melody, lyric, and arrangement detail sparkled in his thoughts, each a classic, distinct in style, yet resonating with a profound emotional impact. At that moment, he felt like a walking encyclopedia of music and a deity of instruments. "Hey you." Su Qianni inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her swirling emotions of indignation and frustration. "You claim my skills are lacking and that I bring shame upon myself. Fine. I want to argue with you. But since you're so confident, how about you sing a song in front of everyone? Let us see if you can impress us. If you genuinely possess talent, I, Su Qianni, shall bow in apology. If you can only boast and seek attention." She left the sentence hanging, but the defiance in her gaze spoke volumes. The crowd's anger ignited. "Yes. Let him sing. Come on, kid. If you can't sing, kneel and apologize to Qianni. Sing now. Don't chicken out." Realizing that he could not escape the circle without showcasing his abilities, Yi Chun felt a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Although the system tasks were indeed vexing, the rewards were undeniably substantial. "All right," Yi Chun said, glancing at Su Qianni, "may I borrow your guitar for a moment?" Su Qianni was taken aback, surprised that he dared to accept the challenge. She bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before finally handing over the rustic wooden folk guitar cradled in her arms, her gaze brimming with suspicion and caution. As Yi Chun accepted the guitar, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him, as if this instrument were an extension of his very being. He casually strummed the strings, and a cascade of notes flowed forth, resonant and perfectly tuned, the timbre rich and round to an astonishing degree. Merely this act of tuning caused a few musically inclined onlookers to narrow their eyes. His technique was remarkably seasoned. Yi Chun paid no heed to the surrounding shouts or the flashes of mobile phones. He closed his eyes, diving deep into the vast repository of golden melodies within his mind, swiftly sifting through potential options. Soon, a melody both simple and irresistibly catchy, accompanied by lyrics that were earnest, sincere, and brimming with power, emerged. It was a golden song from another world, titled "I Once." Clearing his throat, he directed his voice toward the camera, his fingers gently resting on the strings. There was no extravagant, flashy prelude. A single, clear chord rang out, imbued with a hint of aged texture, instantly calming the surrounding clamor. Yi Chun lowered his head slightly, leaning closer to the microphone, his deep, magnetic voice flowing forth. "I once shattered a complete mirror. The pillows of night were soaked with tears. How I longed for the past to return. Grant me one more chance." With just the first line of lyrics, he captivated everyone's attention. Whether it was Yi Chun's guitar skills, his vocal prowess, or even the lyrics of this original composition, it became abundantly clear to all present that he was far from mere bravado. This young man possessed genuine talent. "I wish to speak of the passage of time. I owe no one. Besides empty talk, just endless disputes." His voice, though not loud, bore an extraordinary charm. Low and magnetic, laced with a gritty texture born of worldly experience. The regret, struggle, loneliness, and self-reproach woven into the lyrics were portrayed with stunning intensity. I once felt lost, disappointed, devoid of direction, until I realized that the ordinary is the only answer. As the chorus erupted, the pent-up energy exploded forth. It was no longer a mere display of technical skill. It transformed into a soul-stirring cry from the depths of his being. Yichen's voice, imbued with a raw sincerity and boundless vitality, expressed the essence of struggling through adversity and seeking strength in the mundane, leaving the audience utterly spellbound. The crowd fell into a profound silence. Everyone, including those who had raised their phones in anticipation of a spectacle, now stood with mouths agape. Their eyes glazed over as they gazed at the young man in the center, eyes closed, lost in the reverie of his own song. The grandmother shopping for groceries forgot the plastic bag in her hand. The young man walking his dog neglected the leash at his feet. Even Su Qingqing, who had been fuming with anger just moments before, had completely forgotten her grievances, covering her mouth with one hand and staring wide-eyed, as if seeing this person for the first time. His guitar accompaniment was simple yet fluid, the chord transitions seamless, each note perfectly accentuating the emotional weight of the song. Devoid of ostentation, yet impeccable in its execution. I once resembled you, him, like the wild grass and flowers. Despairing yet yearning, crying yet laughing, living in the ordinary. As the final repetition of the chorus approached, Yichen's voice gradually softened, imbued with a sense of reconciliation and tranquility born from a profound understanding of life's complexities. It flowed like a gentle stream, slowly washing over each listener's heart. When the last guitar note dissipated into the air, the square plunged into an eerie silence. Several seconds passed before someone, as if awakening from a dream, drew in a sharp breath. What the hell? My God, was that the original singer? I have goosebumps. Wait, he hasn't even bowed to apologize yet. Someone murmured, the tone now devoid of previous anger, tinged instead with a hint of embarrassment. Who was it that had been clamoring for an apology just moments ago? A few scattered claps began, and before long, it erupted into a thunderous applause akin to a cannon's roar. Incredible. Absolutely phenomenal. Bro, sing another one. I recorded it. What a divine song. This is destined to go viral. Hurry and post it online. Who just said he was showing off? Step up. Su Qingqing was completely mesmerized. Her cheeks flushed with excitement and embarrassment. She watched as Yichun set down the guitar, her eyes nearly overflowing with shock and admiration. Was this showing off? This was nothing short of a masterclass. The skills and techniques she had previously taken pride in paled in comparison to his heartfelt and penetrating performance, seeming almost childlike in their simplicity. As she observed Yichun returning the guitar to her, he seemed ready to turn away, and an inexplicable impulse surged within her, prompting her to take a decisive step forward. Wait, big brother, please hold on. Yichun paused, looking at her with curiosity. Su Qingqing's heart raced, her face growing even redder, yet her eyes sparkled with eagerness. Big brother, no. Teacher, my name is Su Qingqing. What you just sang was simply divine. I've never heard such a beautiful and powerful song. Did you write it yourself? Yichun mumbled an affirmation, tacitly agreeing. The songs from another world were indeed his own, with perfectly clean copyright. Chapter 008. I have my reasons. With a confirmed response, Su Qingqing's eyes sparkled even brighter, as if she had discovered treasure. Teacher, I'm a small content creator in the music community, not many fans, but I have over 100,000. The audience in my live stream saw your performance, and the comments went wild. The stream even lagged. She excitedly waved her phone, displaying a live stream ended screen, yet the comment section continued to scroll furiously. Teacher, I have an unusual request. Su Qingqing summoned her courage, her face filled with earnest pleading. May I edit and post the video of your performance on my profile? All the profits, all the traffic revenue from all platforms. I won't take a single cent. It all belongs to you. I just hope to credit your name. This song must be heard by more people. She paused, observing Yichen's seemingly indifferent demeanor, and with determination, she eagerly added, or 9/10. You take 9/10. I'll just take 1/10 as a labor fee. Teacher, as long as you agree to let me post it, the profits can all be yours. Moreover, her mind raced, and a bolder idea emerged. Teacher, if you're willing, we could collaborate on a live stream. You sing. I'll provide the accompaniment or be your supporting act. You take the bulk of the earnings. 70-30, 80-20. You take 80, I take 20. Her proposal was irresistibly enticing. A ready-made platform with a foundation of over 100,000 followers, a viable monetization channel, and the fact that he was willing to offer the larger share of the profits. For Yichun, who was currently facing financial strain and standing on the precipice of a stock market surge, This was akin to receiving a lifeline, an opportunity to leverage with almost zero cost. Yi Chun felt a stirring within him. Su Qingqing's proposal undoubtedly offered the fastest route to converting his repository of 3,000 golden songs into tangible wealth. Moreover, with the majority of the profits belonging to him, it was virtually risk-free. Having such an assistant would also facilitate the registration of song copyrights, serving as a free labor force. There was no downside. He opened his mouth, ready to agree. However, at that moment, golden text suddenly appeared before him, accompanied by a notification sound in his mind. Target detected. Su Qingqing, female, 21 years old. Rising internet celebrity in the music sector, is in a state of high admiration and eagerness for collaboration. Please select. Option 1. Politely decline collaboration. Maintain a low profile. Reward. Low profile aura reduces attention from 10 passersby. Option 2. Agree to collaborate. Receive 90 of the profits. Reward. Initial popularity value of 100 in the live broadcast room. Option 3. Request the stockings she is currently wearing on her legs. Reward. Singing skills. Max level permanently solidified. And a cash reward of 100,000 legally deposited. Yi Chun. A cross mark instantly appeared on his face. Here we go again. Stockings are one thing, but now it's tights? And in front of so many people, just when he had begun to reverse his image and establish admiration. Was this system trying to lead him to his doom? He scratched his head and said, how about we find a more private place to discuss? 100,000 could immediately alleviate his pressing family issues and even allow him to invest a little more in Shanghai technology. Max-level singing skills would be his super ace for future monetization. But at what cost? Demanding the tights from a girl who had just looked at him with admiration and fervently invited him to collaborate? This was no mere social death. It was a full-blown social obliteration. He hoped Su Qingqing would choose not to collaborate after hearing this and not report or expose him. Su Qianqian hurriedly packed her things and suggested they find a CAF. However, upon reaching a secluded spot and seeing no one had followed, Yi Chun took Su Qianqian's arm and said, let us discuss it here. It's better not to go to the CAF, lest Su Qianqian hears my request and splashes scalding coffee in my face. He gazed at Su Qingqing's face, which was filled with anticipation, and hoped she could remain calm. Su Qingqing did not insist and cautiously asked, Teacher, what do you think? The profit-sharing ratio can be discussed further. Her voice held a hint of unease and apprehension. Now was the moment. Yi Chun abruptly closed his eyes, and, when he opened them again, only resolute determination remained. Damn it, he would go for it. For the money. He had already lost face before. What was one more time? Drawing a deep breath, he forced a smile onto his face, one that was more painful than tears, and spoke in a low voice. So, Su Qingqing, right? We can negotiate collaboration. You can decide the profit split. Half for each of us is fine. But you must help me register the copyrights for each song, which will belong to me personally. He first aimed to stabilize her. Su Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? That is wonderful. She eagerly reached for her phone to exchange contact details. But Yi Chun suddenly shifted his tone, his expression becoming peculiar, his gaze evasive, and his voice lowered to an almost inaudible level. I have a small precondition that I hope you can, agree to. What condition? Please tell me, teacher. Su Qingqing, without suspicion, leaned in closer, eager to listen. In her eyes, it was normal for a master to have a few quirks. Yi Chun felt his throat dry, yet he steeled himself, and said, could you possibly take off the tights you are currently wearing and give them to me? Su Qingqing's smile instantly froze. All feelings of admiration, excitement, and anticipation vanished without a trace. In their place were confusion, shock, and a hint of bewilderment. She even doubted whether she had misheard him. Tilting her head slightly, her large eyes were filled with pure perplexity as she instinctively responded, Huh? Teacher, what did you say? The tights? Yi Chun's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and he inwardly cursed the system for not providing 3 legitimate options. Gritting his teeth, he forced the words through clenched teeth, I mean the tights you're wearing right now. Can you give them to me? This time, Su Qingqing understood him clearly. Her face flushed bright red from the base of her neck to the tips of her ears. Shock, shame, and disbelief washed over her large eyes. She instinctively covered the hem of her skirt, taking a half step back, her gaze fixed on Yi Chun with the terror of encountering an alien being. Yi Chun felt he might lose his mind. He abruptly raised his head and decided to go all in. Su Qingqing, I know this request is very strange, extremely strange, but I have my reasons. I'm not a pervert, please believe me. I assure you, I have no ulterior motives. If you're unwilling, just consider that I never said anything, and the song I just sang is yours. Alright, I agree. Chapter 009. The Master Really Came. Su Qingqing seemed to have made a resolute decision to break the pot. She stomped her foot, her blush still lingering, but her eyes now bore an almost tragic determination. She bent down and, with lightning speed, plunged her hands beneath the hem of her long skirt. The motion was so swift it was dizzying. In the astonished gaze of Yichun, Su Qingqing quickly removed a pair of sheer, lace-trimmed, skin-tone tights. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. She swiftly shoved the now warm tights into Yichun's outstretched hand, lowering her head, her voice trembling with profound shame. Here, is this some kind of performance art? I complied. Remember your words: collaboration, profits, and explanations. The last few words were nearly squeezed out between her teeth. Ding. Successfully completed option 3. Acquired a pair of tights from Target. Su Qingqing, complete. Reward: singing skills, max level permanently solidified, and cash of 100,000 RMB, immediately transferred to your linked bank card. A wave of coolness instantly flowed into Yichun's vocal cords and the resonant area of his chest. The exhilarating sense of control he had while singing "I Once" becoming solidified, an unyielding instinct within his body. Simultaneously, his phone in his pocket vibrated slightly, signaling the arrival of a bank deposit notification. It was done. 100,000 in hand. Max level singing solidified. However, Yichun looked down at the warm tights in his hand, then raised his gaze to the mortified Su Qingqing, who seemed ready to bury her head in her chest. Thank you. Now it's all good. I just wanted to see your sincerity. He hastily returned the tights to Su Qingqing and feigned calmness as he said, as I mentioned before, I won't take advantage of you on the live broadcast profits. We can split it evenly, but the copyrights must belong to me. For the songs sung in your live broadcast, you get the singing rights. In the future, when I release new songs, you'll help me register the copyrights. Deal. Su Qingqing's face lit up with delight. Her previous shyness completely dissipated. It turned out Yichun was testing her. Thankfully, she had passed the test. Otherwise, this immense fortune would have slipped right through her fingers. Teacher. Don't call me teacher. My name is Yichun. Just call me by my name from now on. Yichun breathed a sigh of relief, having finally managed to navigate through the situation. Su Qingqing no longer hesitated and promptly exclaimed, Brother Yi, let me treat you to something. Let us discuss the new song in detail and also contact a senior brother. In the future, your new songs can be promptly registered for copyright. I am not hungry. However, I shall begin by composing 10 songs, and you will assist me with the registration. Once the registration is complete, we shall commence our live stream. But I must not exceed midnight. Yichun is also contemplating picking up his sister. He believes that once these songs circulate, they will undoubtedly bring considerable fame and fortune. As he is still a student, he is not particularly fond of notoriety, thus he added, however, in future live streams, I prefer not to reveal my true identity. I will purchase a mask to wear. To his request, Su Qingqing readily agreed. Rest assured, senior brother, everything will be handled as you say. But can you truly compose 10 songs immediately? Have you perhaps written them previously but not yet registered the copyrights? Sort of, Yichun replied vaguely. Before long, they arrived at a CAF. Su Qingqing swiftly contacted her senior brother to assist in registering the copyright for the song I Once, while Yichun requested pen and paper from the waiter and began to write rapidly. Initially, she was concerned about the quality of the songs as she observed Yichun complete a song in mere minutes, continuing without pause. However, after reviewing the lyrics, her eyes sparkled with fervor and admiration. These are all golden hits. This brother Yi is simply remarkable. Even without hearing Yichun sing, she knew that any one of these songs could propel numerous artists to stardom, and he had composed 10 songs in one go. Brother Yi, you are simply extraordinary. Su Qingqing held the 10 sheets of fresh ink, each brimming with the potential to resonate throughout the Chinese music scene. Her voice trembled with adoration. You are a deity. The god of music. Any one of these songs could serve as the title track for an entire album. Incredible. Yichun merely smiled lightly, taking a sip of his now cold coffee, urging, quickly, contact your senior brother. We must ensure all registrations are completed today. Understood. I will accomplish the task. Su Qingqing immediately focused her thoughts, took out her phone, and with trembling fingers, meticulously photographed each sheet of music before rapidly sending a message to her senior brother working at the Copyright Bureau in the capital, her tone unusually serious. Senior brother, help. 10 blockbuster originals. Urgent. Please register them all at the fastest speed. I will pay double for all expenses. Copyright holder, Yichun. Lyrics, music, and arrangement. Yichun. I will send you the information immediately. She also sent along a photo of Yichun's identification and other pertinent details. After completing this, Su Qingqing exhaled slightly, her gaze towards Yichun still ablaze with enthusiasm. Brother Yi, shall we go live tonight? Right in the square. Yichun set down his coffee cup, his eyes sharp. I will sing 2 of these 10 songs, along with the earlier I Once. The live stream earnings will be split equally, and as you suggested, I will wear a mask. He rose and departed to purchase a mask. Half an hour later, At a brightly lit fountain in the city center, Su Qingqing had already set up the live stream equipment, positioning the phone screen to face the fountain steps that would serve as their makeshift stage. She sat nearby with her guitar, providing accompaniment and setting the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, donning a silver half-mask that revealed only his chin and lips, quietly sat nearby adjusting his guitar. At 8 in the evening, during prime viewing hours, Su Qingqing took a deep breath and opened her live stream. She had changed the title to Mysterious Deity Presents Blockbuster New Works for the first time. Absolutely soul-stirring. Regret missing it for a lifetime. Thanks to the explosive spread of the video clip of I Once on Su Qingqing's homepage and several music forums during the day. Within just 3 minutes of going live, the viewer count skyrocketed to an astonishing 50,000, with thousands more joining every second. The comments flooded the screen instantly. Here it comes. Qingqing is magnificent. The deity is truly here. The masked man. What a handsome jawline. Take my breath away. Where is he? Start singing already. I can't wait. I've been looping I Once all day, begging for a live version. New song. The title says new song. What is it? Qingqing. What's the deity's name? Seeking the name. Tips incoming. Rocket time. User music enthusiast gifted a Super Rocket X1. The dazzling effects erupted on screen. Su Qingqing's heart raced like a drum, yet she forced herself to smile sweetly at the camera. Dear family. Welcome to Qingqing's live stream. Thank you for your patience. Yes. The mysterious deity you have all been anticipating is right here beside me. The deity is quite low-key and prefers to keep his identity concealed for now. So let's refer to him as Night God. Tonight, Night God will present 2 never-before-released songs that are sure to resonate with your souls. And of course, the live version of I Once you've all been yearning for. Are you ready? Let your enthusiasm shine. Show Night God your excitement. Ready? Night God. Night God. New songs reign supreme. The comments surged like a tidal wave. Yi Chun adjusted the microphone slightly while wearing the mask, his fingers gently strumming the guitar strings, releasing a cascade of clear introductory notes that instantly silenced the commotion in the live stream. He spoke not a word, but let the music initiate the performance. The prelude carried an ethereal and distant quality, capturing the attention of all present. Underneath the mask, Yi Chun parted his lips slightly, and his voice, permanently solidified by the system, emitted a magnetic charm that penetrated the soul, slowly unveiling the first new song. The wind rises, as I journey along this path. Pausing and resuming, following the traces of youth's drifting, just before stepping out of the station, a moment of hesitation arises. I can't help but laugh at this homesickness. Yet it is unavoidable, and the sky of Nagano remains as warm as ever. The wind stirs memories of the past. With just a few lines, the live stream fell into complete silence. The previously boisterous comments seemed to have been paused. Everyone was captivated by the poetic yet melancholic lyrics and the breathtakingly perfect performance. The complex emotions of nostalgia and release were conveyed through his voice, resonating with every listener. Once, as I first encountered this world, lingering in countless ways, gazing at the horizon as if it were before me, I would gladly traverse through fire and water to experience it once more. Now, having journeyed through this world, lingering in countless ways, turning back the years to different faces, suddenly, I stumble upon your smile. As the chorus erupted, Yi Chun's voice soared, clear and powerful, embodying the youthful vigor and carefree spirit after having witnessed countless experiences. A tremendous emotional resonance swept through the entire live stream. After a brief silence, the comments exploded like a tsunami. Ah, the divine song has arrived. My heavens, these lyrics, this melody, this vocal prowess. I am on my knees listening. A deity has emerged. This is what music is meant to be. User tearfully gifting a spaceship X1. User music producer Lao Zhang gifting Super Rockets X10. Comment, Master, please contact me. User Qingqing is my gifted Rockets X5. Comment, Night God, take my knees. The tips effects flooded the screen in a frenzy. In the brief interlude of a single song, the online viewer count surged past the remarkable threshold of 200,000, and it continued to rise exponentially. Su Qingqing, standing beside, felt her cheeks flush with excitement as her fingers lightly brushed over the guitar strings, creating the softest of musical foundations. Her gaze filled with fervor as she looked upon Yi Chun's back. She anticipated an explosive performance, but she never imagined it would reach such astounding heights. Upon the conclusion of the first song, Yi Chun seamlessly transitioned without a pause, his fingers gliding over the strings in a graceful arc, the prelude shifting abruptly, imbued with a vigorous rhythm and an urban mystique. The prelude of his second new song, Moa Dance Hall, resonated, its narrative-laden melody striking the audience like a jolt of electricity. Yi Chun's voice carried a raspy texture and a profound narrative quality. The evening star. Like your eyes, kills and ignites. You said nothing. The wild wind disturbed me. 3,000 miles, I chanced upon you. In the garden, a skirt dances. Under the lights. The dawn is shaken off. In the Moa Dance Hall of 1980. The lyrics painted vivid imagery, and the melody was irresistibly captivating. The deep-seated regrets, loneliness, and infatuation buried within the passage of time were rendered with piercing intensity by Yi Chun. The live chat exploded anew. My scalp is tingling. This narrative style. Incredible. Mo. As a Northeasterner, I'm moved to tears. What kind of deity is this night god? Such versatility and brilliance. Donations. I must donate. Even if it means bankruptcy. User. Home and Mo sent 20 super rockets. Comment. Thank you for singing about my hometown. User. Entertainment Scout Xiao Wang sent 10 rockets. Comment. Master. I'm from Shengshi Entertainment. Seeking collaboration. The online viewer count skyrocketed, surpassing 500,000. The heat propelled it to the top of the platform charts. Su Qingqing's backstage private messages exploded, as countless messages from music companies and agents flooded in, her phone heating up like a branding iron. A glance at the terrifying real-time data backstage nearly made her faint with excitement. The fan count was skyrocketing at a terrifying rate of 100,000 per hour. The figures from the donation earnings made her heart race. At this pinnacle moment, Yi Chun finally unleashed the song that would ignite everything, I Once. As that familiar, powerful melody and lyrics resonated once more, the entire live stream erupted into a frenzy. Countless voices joined in a virtual chorus, typing, transforming the chat into a sea of lyrics. The donation effects never ceased. The online viewer count astonishingly broke 1 million. 1 million online. Su Qingqing gazed at that number. Her mind blank, overwhelmed by sheer joy. She had succeeded. She had latched onto a true golden opportunity. Meanwhile, across the city, before the floor-to-ceiling windows of a luxury apartment, Lin Ruoqing, clad in a velvet bathrobe, lounged on a leather sofa, a glass of red wine in hand. The enormous high-definition television screen displayed Su Qingqing's live stream. The figure on the screen, passionately singing behind a silver mask, and that soul-stirring voice caused her fingers to stiffen around the wine glass, her initial nonchalance transforming into astonishment, then into disbelief and shock. This voice, this original talent, this singing prowess. Lin Ruoqing straightened her posture, acutely aware as the helm of Xingyao Entertainment, of the immense value of the figure on the screen. This was not merely an internet sensation. This was an untapped diamond mine capable of sending the entire Chinese music scene into a frenzy. No, it was a platinum mine. A diamond mine. Sign him. Sign him at any cost. That thought instantly consumed Lin Ruoqing's mind. She swiftly picked up her phone, which had been discarded nearby, and dialed her assistant with an unprecedented urgency and gravity. Immediately. Right now? Find out everything about the night god from Su Qingqing's live stream. I want all his information. Background, contact details, preferences. Use any means necessary. I want the report in my inbox within the hour. Additionally, prepare the highest level S-class contract from the company. The terms must be the best. Revenue sharing is negotiable. The penalty for breach can be limitless. Hurry. After hanging up, Lin Ruoqing's heart continued to race. She gazed at the radiant figure on the screen, her eyes gleaming with determination. A talent of this caliber must belong to Xingyao Entertainment at any cost. This would be the most powerful catalyst for her career's ascent. Chapter 011. We have become strangers. However, when the assistant's investigative email arrived punctually an hour later, Lin Ruoqing, filled with anticipation, opened it only to find her expression freeze upon reading the first line detailing the night god's true identity. Name, Yi Chun. Former name, Lin Chun. Background, formerly the adopted son of the Lin family, severed ties due to a mistaken identity incident. Now residing with his biological parents and younger sister in an old residential building in the northern district. Yi Chun. The wine glass in Lin Ruoqing's hand crashed to the floor, the liquid and shards creating a chaotic mess. The color drained from her beautiful face, overwhelmed by extreme shock, disbelief, and absurdity. The adopted brother she had coldly observed being expelled from the Lin family, whom her biological brother Lin Xiao had derided as worthless mud, was actually the night god, the super genius she had found breathtaking, for whom she was willing to go to any lengths to sign. How could this be? How could this be? She murmured in a daze, a wave of intense dizziness washing over her. Just yesterday, when Yi Chun had expressed his feelings for her and her sister, she could still vividly recall her cold and dismissive gaze. Throughout their lives, the relationship between them and Yi Chun had never been amicable. The eldest, Lin Ruoqing, was abroad developing her career, having taken over the family business upon reaching adulthood and even establishing her own company, serving as the family's pillar, rarely returning home. Lin Ruoqing, gifted in singing and dancing, had always adored the entertainment industry, debuting as a child star and now owning her own entertainment company. The youngest, Lin Ruoyu, was a skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, sought after by the elite for her expertise despite her youth. The only one who had a somewhat better relationship with Yi Chun was the youngest sister, Lin Ruojia, but when Yi Chun was humiliated and nearly cast out yesterday, no one, out of respect for their parents, stood up for him. And now, a profound sense of irony engulfed her suddenly. The brother she had once scorned and deemed worthless now stood at the zenith of public attention, wielding his astonishing talent to deliver a resounding slap to her and the Lin family. What should she do? Sign or not sign? Lin Ruoqing found herself engulfed in an unprecedented struggle and confusion. Her pride, her self-esteem, her previous disdain for Yi Chun had all become formidable obstacles at this moment. Yet, the instinct of a professional manager screamed within her, sign him. Signing him is the best opportunity for Xingyao Entertainment to reach the pinnacle. There is no other option. If such a talent as Yi Chun were to join a rival company, her entertainment firm would be in grave peril. Just as Lin Ruoqing battled internally, her expression shifting erratically. In the square, Yi Chun finished singing I Once, amidst the thunderous calls for his return and donations from 1 million viewers. He nodded slightly at the camera, his voice resonating clearly through the microphone. Thank you, everyone. That will be all for tonight. Disregarding Su Qingqing's pleading gaze, imploring him for another song, and ignoring the flood of messages in the livestream chat room desperately urging him to stay, Yi Chun decisively signaled for Su Qingqing to end the broadcast. The livestream abruptly ceased. Only the words "the host has ended the broadcast" remained on the screen, while a deluge of viewers flocked to Su Qingqing's homepage to leave comments. Yi Chun removed his mask and flexed his slightly sore fingers, addressing Su Qingqing, who was still basking in immense joy. The profit statistics are in. It's time to distribute the earnings. Keep me updated on the registration progress of the new song's copyright. It's getting late, so I shall take my leave. Oh, all right. Brother Yi, don't worry. I'll handle it right away. Su Qingqing, as if awakening from a dream, patted her chest in assurance. My senior brother has already replied. The copyright information for 10 songs has been entered, and the certificate will be available in electronic format by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. I'll calculate the earnings and transfer them to you tomorrow. Yi Chun nodded and turned to leave. Just then, his phone began to vibrate furiously in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw the name flashing on the screen, Lin Ruoqing. Yi Chun paused, gazing at the familiar yet strange name. A hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. This sister, who had been aloof and disdainful when he was cast out, was now calling him? For what purpose? An apology? A rekindling of old times? Or perhaps to discuss the night god, which could propel her Starshine Entertainment to new heights? Yi Chun did not answer immediately, allowing the phone to vibrate in his palm. He looked at the distant towering neon skyscrapers, his heart a clear expanse. Oh, the Lin family. He pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear, his tone calm and unruffled, devoid of any emotion. Hello? On the other end. Lin Ruoqing seemed to take a deep breath, striving to make her voice sound steady, professional, and even laced with a hint of condescension. Though her inherent sense of superiority was difficult to fully conceal. It's me, Yi Chun. She paused, as if carefully choosing her words. I watched Su Qingqing's livestream tonight. A brief silence fell on the line, with only Lin Ruoqing's slightly hurried breaths faintly audible through the receiver. Yi Chun could almost envision the complex emotions of shock, embarrassment, and forced restraint playing across her stunning face. So you watched it? Yi Chun's reply was as indifferent as discussing the weather, even tinged with a touch of aloofness. He could not be bothered to speculate on the tumultuous thoughts of his former sister. Lin Ruoqing was evidently taken aback by his nearly dismissive attitude. After a 2-second pause, she struggled to rephrase, her voice deliberately softened. You sang exceptionally well, beyond expectations. Yi Chun, my sister may have had some misunderstandings about you before, and perhaps was not adequately considerate. We are family, having lived together for over a decade. That's in the past. Ms. Lin, Yi Chun interjected curtly, his tone remaining flat, but marked by a palpable distance. My biological father is named Yi Yong. My mother is Wang Hui, and my sister is Yi Zixuan. We are quite poor, residing in an old, dilapidated building in the north of the city. As for the Lin family, when I left yesterday, we were already strangers. Between you and me, we are now strangers. Yi Chun, Lin Ruoqing's voice suddenly rose. Only to be quickly subdued. I admit, the way my family handled this matter previously was inappropriate, causing you distress. But now, I am speaking to you formally and sincerely as the executive president of Starshine Entertainment regarding a potential collaboration. Your talent should not be wasted in street performances. Starshine can offer you the finest platform, the most professional team, and the largest resources. We can, no need. Yi Chun's response was crisp and decisive. devoid of any hesitation. What? Lin Ruoqing seemed taken aback, unable to comprehend, or perhaps unwilling to believe her ears. I said, no need. Yichen reiterated clearly, his tone imbued with resolute finality. I will forge my own path. There is no need for your concern, Ms. Lin. As for collaboration, our paths diverge. We have no common ground. If there is nothing else, I will hang up now. I still need to pick up my sister from work. Chapter 012. A sincere welfare photo. As soon as Yichen's words fell, golden subtitles suddenly appeared before him, accompanied by a notification sound in his mind, signaling the emergence of a system task. Ding. Detected a critical decision point. The invitation from Lin Ruoqing, president of Starshine Entertainment. Please choose. Option 1. Explicitly reject the contract and sever all ties. Reward, 1 willpower. Option 2. Agree to a discussion, feign interest. Reward, negotiation skills, beginner. Option 3. Request her to send a sincere welfare photo with specified privacy standards. Reward, 1 million cash, legitimate income, and master-level photography and post-production skills. Yichen was astounded. 1 million in cash, instantly credited, and master-level photography skills. This damned system. It always struck precisely at his most vulnerable financial moments. And each time, it was more ruthless, more perverse. A welfare photo? This meant Lin Ruoqing's private photo, with certain standards. This was no longer merely social death. It was an invitation for both him and Lin Ruoqing to face public disgrace. Simply uttering the request would undoubtedly paint him as a lecherous blackmailer. Yichen's breath quickened. 1 million. This amount could instantly resolve all his family's troubles. His father wouldn't need to toil from dawn till dusk, his mother wouldn't have to fret over bills. And his sister could focus on her studies without the looming threat of dropping out to work. He could even invest more in Shanghai technology before its anticipated surge tomorrow. The snowball could grow even larger. Master-level photography skills. Mastering that, combined with his exceptional singing and instrumental talent, would enable him to create his personal brand, even extend to directing music videos and visual arts, thus freeing himself from dependence on any platform. The temptation was immense. The cost? To irrevocably offend Lin Ruoqing. Potentially the entire Lin family, along with the accompanying risk to his reputation. What to choose? Money or face? Or rather, in pursuit of a stable future for his family and a chance for ascendance. Does face even matter? Certainly, it does not. Just as Yichen wrestled with this internal conflict, Lin Ruoqing's voice on the other end turned cold and commanding, carrying the weight of the second daughter of the Lin family and a formidable businesswoman. Yichen, leaving the Lin family, do you think you can go very far? The resources of Starshine are beyond the imagination of a street performer like you. Right now, I'm offering you a way out. Based on your modest talent and our previous sibling bond, it would be child's play for Starshine to blacklist a small internet celebrity. If you sign now, you'll be a distinguished guest at Starshine, and I'll provide you with the best treatment. Otherwise, this lofty, threatening rhetoric instantly extinguished the last flicker of hesitation and struggle within Yichen. Ah, the Lin family. Truly such a face. Seeking collaboration while cloaked in condescension and menace. A cold smirk graced Yichen's lips. Very well. Since you've turned your ladder into a blade, do not blame me for climbing upon your insincerity. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully quelled the tumultuous emotions surging within him and spoke with a playful tone. Ms. Lin, temper your ire. In business discussions, there must be a modicum of sincerity, wouldn't you agree? On the other end of the line, Lin Ruoqing was evidently taken aback by Yichen's sudden shift in attitude, her tone faltering, tinged with a hint of wariness and uncertainty. What do you mean? What I mean, Yichen replied, his voice not particularly loud, yet imbued with an undeniable assertiveness, is that I tend to appreciate the more superficial, visually striking elements. Since you, Lin, represent Xingyao Entertainment, I believe a demonstration of sincerity and the prowess of your esteemed company is in order. He deliberately emphasized the word prowess. How about this, Lin? Please send me a photo that embodies your sincere intentions. His demands were clear. It must reflect your sincerity while showcasing the unparalleled beauty and charm of our esteemed president at Xingyao. He paused for effect before slowly adding, remember, I expect a photo that conveys sincerity, not just any casual selfie. Once I have admired it and find it satisfactory, he elongated his final words. We can certainly discuss the matter of our contract further. Yi, Chen. Lin Ruoqing's voice erupted on the phone in a near hysterical scream. This was swiftly followed by the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground, accompanied by her ragged breaths, fueled by extreme indignation. You shameless, despicable, scoundrel. What do you take me for? Yichen listened impassively to Lin Ruoqing's tirade, his heart untouched, even finding it somewhat amusing. Compared to the Lin family's previous actions and attitudes toward him, requesting a photograph seemed trivial. Moreover, This was a task assigned by the system, a gateway to 1 million in cash and masterful skills. Besides, he had boldly proclaimed his intentions to pursue her sisters. In the past, he had harbored affections for several of them. Now, they were destined to be beneath him. Lin, please mind your language. I am merely assessing the sincerity of our potential collaboration. The opportunity has been presented to you. Whether or not you seize it is entirely your decision. A photo, or relinquish the chance. My patience is limited. As you well know, influencers are quite busy. Yi Chen's voice turned icy. You have 3 minutes to contemplate this. Time waits for no one. With that, he abruptly ended the call, denying Lin Ruoqing any further opportunity to rant or negotiate. The world fell silent. Clenching his phone, Yi Chen felt a slight perspiration in his palms. He gazed up at the murky night sky of the city, exhaling a long, heavy breath. He was acutely aware of the reprehensibility and shamelessness of his actions, yet he found himself with no alternative. It was not solely for the million. It was also a means of vindication. As for the dignity of the Lin family's second daughter, that had already become a luxury when they trampled upon his own. He had not expected Lin Ruoqing to acquiesce. Such a request was typically beyond reason. However, if he failed the task, it would not matter. It was only a day since he had departed, and members of the Lin family were already seeking him out. In the future, their requests would only multiply. Just as he regarded the earlier call as a minor interlude and prepared to collect his sister, his phone screen suddenly illuminated. Not a call, but a message notification from Lin Ruoqing. Buzz. Yi Chen felt his heart leap as if struck by a hammer. Could it be real? His fingers trembled slightly as he opened the message. The loading circle turned for a few seconds before a photograph appeared. Yi Chen's pupils dilated. His breath caught in his throat. The image was evidently freshly taken, the lighting dim. With the backdrop seemingly a spacious office adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the city's twinkling neon lights. The focal point of the photograph was none other than Lin Ruoqing herself. She donned an expensive dark professional suit, yet at this moment, 2 buttons of her jacket were undone, revealing a fitted silk blouse with its collar deliberately loosened, exposing a glimpse of her fair, exquisite collarbone and a tantalizing, barely concealed allure. Even more striking was her lower half. The dress was not particularly short, yet Lin Ruoqing's seated posture tilted slightly, showcasing a long leg clad in sheer black stockings, bent at an enticing angle that took up a significant portion of the frame. The soft flesh at the top edge of the stockings accentuated an astonishing curve. The other leg dangled casually, the pointed toe of her high heel resting on the carpet, exuding a languid yet aggressively seductive aura. Her face was not entirely in the frame. The emphasis lay below her chin. One hand seemingly rested casually on her knee, the dark red polish on her nails glinting in the dim light, while the other appeared to be adjusting her blouse's collar, a gesture imbued with an air of deliberate disarray and awkwardness. The entire photograph exuded a meticulously crafted, suggestive allure. Although there was no explicit nudity, the ambience, the angle, the temptation of the black stockings, combined with Lin Ruoqing's once untouchable demeanor now forcibly brought down, created an unparalleled impact. Beneath the photo was a single line of text, each word seemingly squeezed out through clenched teeth, laden with deep humiliation and icy fury. Yi Chen, are you satisfied? Now, immediately, let us discuss the contract. Accompanying this was an address and time for a high-end club, tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Yi Chen stared at the photograph, stunned for a good 10 seconds. A rush of warmth uncontrollably surged to his cheeks and ears, his throat involuntarily swallowing. He had to admit, setting aside positions and grievances, Lin Ruoqing was indeed a woman of breathtaking allure. The sincerity and beauty captured in this photograph exceeded the system's requirements. Ding. Task completion confirmed. You have successfully obtained the requested sincere photo from Lin Ruoqing. Reward, 1 million in cash, immediately transferred to your linked bank account. Master-level photography and post-production skills awarded. The notification from his mobile banking app arrived almost simultaneously. A vast wealth of knowledge flooded into his mind in an instant, encompassing lighting, composition, color theory, lens language, post-production color grading, and special effects integration. Countless masterful photography and editing techniques etched themselves into his neural pathways. He felt as if he could capture breathtaking masterpieces with a mere camera. Success. 1 million. Master skills. The overwhelming joy eclipsed any lingering embarrassment or discomfort. It was worth it. With swift fingers, Yi Chen typed a reply, received the photo. Sincerity, well, it's passable, nose-picking emoji. However, the allure was somewhat lacking. It could have been more explosive, Lin. It seems your sincerity is rather limited. The contract? Let us revisit that later. I'll be watching your subsequent performance. Remember, when you see me next, it's best to wear stockings. They suit you, smiling emoji. For now, I'm off to pick up my sister. Click. Send. Yi-chun could almost visualize Lin Ruoqing's expression upon reading his response, furious to the point of spitting blood, wishing she could swallow him whole. He couldn't help but punch the air in triumph. What a delight it was to have the once-aloof second daughter of the Lin family beneath his heel. Rendered utterly helpless and frustrated, it was more exhilarating than receiving the $1,000,000 reward. He pocketed his phone, his face alight with the satisfaction of revenge and the thrill of $1,000,000 in his account, striding briskly toward his sister Yizishuan's school. As for Lin Ruoqing's contract? Let her wait. Upon arriving at the milk tea shop where his sister worked part-time, he found it empty of customers, with several staff members engaged in tidying up. Zishuan, Yi-chun called out loudly as he strode over. Zishuan, who was mopping the floor, lifted her head at the sound, and, upon seeing Yi-chun, her eyes instantly sparkled with joy. She hurriedly jogged towards him, exclaiming, "Brother, you're here?" Her voice was laced with delight. "Shall I help you with the cleaning?" As Yi-chun spoke, he reached for his sister's mop. No. Zishuan quickly shook her head. After a moment's hesitation, she softly said, "Brother, you wait outside. I'll be done in no time." "All right then," Yi-chun responded casually, not wishing to burden his sister with pressure. He noticed a few colleagues in the shop curiously eyeing him and pondered whether he should suggest his sister quit her job. After all, a part-time job that ended at midnight was indeed a waste of time and energy, especially since he no longer lacked money. Tomorrow, he intended to set aside 100,000 for expenses and invest the rest in the stock market. After approximately 10 minutes, Zishuan emerged, bouncing with excitement, and said, "Brother, let us go?" Yi-chun hopped onto his electric scooter, and once his sister climbed aboard, he began to ride while saying, "Sister, I made quite a bit of money today. How about you quit your job?" "Brother, did I waste your time?" Zishuan's tone was somewhat anxious, fearing that Yi-chun considered her a burden. After all, a job that ended at midnight was indeed taxing, and today she had only finished slightly earlier, just past 11. Yi-chun knew that if he didn't speak practically, his sister would be reluctant to resign. He thought for a moment before saying half seriously, "You should open the Inyang platform and search for I once." Though puzzled, Zishuan obediently complied. Soon, she gasped, "Brother, you play the guitar so well. And this song." After finishing a song, she searched again, and to her astonishment, every entry was a new song. Even with the live stream masked, she recognized her brother Yi-chun immediately. "Wow, brother, you're simply my idol," Zishuan exclaimed, her excitement causing her to dance about, at a loss for words. Yi-chun chuckled and said, "Now you believe that your brother can earn money, right? Not to mention that today's live stream earnings might exceed 100,000. Any song I released could sell for hundreds of thousands. Our family truly doesn't lack for money. But brother, you should keep your money for yourself." Zishuan, recalling how Lin Xiao had exploited them in the past, dared not hope that Yi-chun would contribute to household expenses. Yi-chun spoke in a patronizing tone. "We are family. If I can earn money, I certainly want to ease your burdens. You are still young, and beyond studying, you should have your own hobbies. Tomorrow, I'll transfer 10,000 to you for your use, and when I sell my stocks in half a month, I'll give you a little more." "No, that is too much. I have my own money." Zishuan was a bit flustered, but her heart was filled with warmth and gratitude. Is this what it feels like to be cherished by an older brother? Her previous brother would only compete with her for things and would run away at the first sign of her being bullied. Yi-chun insisted, "It's settled then. If you ever run low on money, just tell me. You should resign tomorrow. If you really wish to work, you can help me with live streaming and assist me." "But..." "There are no buts," Yi-chun interrupted, managing to ride with one hand while extending his other to hand her his phone. "Look at the message. I just sold a song." Zishuan, skeptical, took the phone and soon gasped, 100,000. "Brother, you really have money?" "Of course. This is just the beginning. From now on, my earnings will only increase. Do you believe it now? Then, I will listen to you, brother." Chapter 014. The eager sister Zishuan did not wish for her job to disturb the family's rest at night. Now that she saw her brother making such a fortune and caring for their family, she relished the feeling of being spoiled by him. "That is more like it. Tomorrow I'll accompany you to resign, and while we're at it, I'll buy something for you and mom and dad. Brother, don't spend too extravagantly." Zishuan was still unaccustomed to spending Yi-chun's money. As long as their family was harmonious, she felt content. "This is just the beginning. From now on, you shall be the little princess of our family. If I don't pamper you, what if you get swept away by some ruffian?" "Brother, what nonsense are you talking?" Zishuan lightly thumped Yi-chun's back, her face slightly flushed. However, with this playful banter, the bond between the siblings grew closer. Indeed, having a brother was different. It brought her joy while also leaving her anxious that it might all be a dream. As they chatted and laughed, they swiftly reached home. Yi-chun parked the electric scooter and then transferred 10,000 to his sister. "You keep this money. If you ever need more, just come to me." "Brother, you are the best brother in the world." Zishuan accepted the money, cradling her phone with a satisfied expression. This is the first time I've had so much money. This is just the beginning. Yichen smiled as he walked upstairs with his sister, adding, by the way, don't mention my singing to mom and dad. I fear they won't take it well and will worry. Rest assured, brother, I'll heed your words. Upon returning home, both Yi Yong and Wang Hui were awake. Ah Chun, Zishuan, it's good that you're back, good that you're back. Wang Hui quickly took the several shopping bags from Yi Chen's hands, surprised by their weight. Why did you buy so much? How much did this cost? Mom, it wasn't too much, Yi Chen interrupted lightly, supporting a somewhat drowsy Zishuan as they walked inside. Zishuan is tired. Let her wash up and go to bed. Yi Yong opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to ask what Yi Chun had done in the afternoon, but ultimately said, get some rest early. We need to rise early tomorrow. After settling his sister, Yi Chun closed the door to his room. He lay on his bed and pulled out his phone, the screen illuminating with several unread messages. The first message was from Su Qingqing, timestamped at 11:30. Yiga? The total reward amount from the livestream backend is 45,682,314. The gifts were astonishing. According to our previous agreement for a 50-50 split of the livestream earnings, you are entitled to 22 for 111,157. I can transfer you 230,000 right now. If everything checks out, I'll send it to you. Even though Yi Chun was somewhat prepared for this figure, seeing it made his eyelids involuntarily twitch. Over 2 hours of live streaming and over 200,000? This was faster than a robbery. He quickly replied, confirmed, everything is correct. Thank you for your hard work. Let us adhere to the agreed split. Please ensure the copyright is registered as quickly as possible. Just a few seconds after sending the message, his phone vibrated repeatedly. Gazing at the long string of numbers, Yi Chun took a deep breath. Money, at last, would no longer be the noose tightening around this family. A wave of immense stability and confidence in his future surged within him. Tomorrow would be a pivotal day for wealth. He continued scanning the other messages, most of which were from unfamiliar numbers, with content that was largely similar. Hello, Night God. I am the director of the artist department at Shengshi Entertainment. I apologize for the intrusion. Your live stream tonight was astonishing. We sincerely invite you to join Shengshi. The conditions are absolutely top-notch in the industry. Looking forward to discussing further. Mr. Yi Chen, hello. I am a producer at Huayu Records, and I greatly admire your talent. I wonder if you would be interested in licensing the exclusive copyrights for I Once, The Wind Rises, and Mo Dance Hall. The price is negotiable. Night God, I am Triple X, an agent from Xingho Media, fervently seeking collaboration. Please state your terms, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate. Yi Chen scoffed softly, his fingers nimbly dancing across the screen as he composed a message to Su Qingqing. Qingqing, I need a favor. Please draft an announcement or a standard response template to inform all entertainment companies and agents that Yi Shun currently has no intention of signing with any agency. While song licensing is negotiable, it must meet 3 conditions. 1. The copyright remains solely with Yi Chun, granting only usage rights, including but not limited to singing, adaptation, commercial embedding, etc. 2. The revenue share must not be less than 50. 3. No one-time purchase of copyright will be accepted. Those who cannot meet these conditions, please refrain from contacting us. Thank you. Shortly after sending this message, Su Qingqing's call came through, her voice brimming with incredulous excitement. Brother Yi, did the money arrive? Oh my God, I still feel like I'm dreaming. I will edit the announcement and pin it to the homepage right away. But a 50 share? And not selling the copyright. Aren't those terms a bit too stringent? Those large companies might. Stringent? Yi Chen replied with a calm demeanor, imbued with an air of undeniable certainty. My songs are worth this price. If they choose not to sign, there will undoubtedly be discerning individuals who recognize their value. Remember, it is they who are seeking our authorization, not the other way around. Maintain a higher stance. Understood. Su Qingqing, inspired by Yi Chen's assertiveness, resolved to be unwavering. Rest assured, Brother Yi, I will ensure they understand that our songs are not mere trifles. After hanging up, Yi Chun perused the stock market trends. Shanghai Technology's closing price stood at 705 yuan, comfortably above his cost line of 679 yuan. He finally relaxed, surrendering to a deep slumber. Tomorrow would herald a day of harvest, a day when he would fulfill his promise and truly change his family's fortunes. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the thin curtains. After washing up, Yi Chen discovered that his parents had already left for work. His younger sister emerged upon hearing the commotion, her face lighting up with joy. Brother, you're awake. Have you eaten yet? Yi Chen glanced at the meal laid out on the table, once again feeling the warmth of family. His sister chimed in. I haven't eaten yet. I'll wait for you. The two shared laughter as they finished their meal. Once his sister cleared the dishes, Yi Chen took her to resign from her job and buy a few essentials for the household. Brother, I'll ride you there. Yi Zishuan volunteered. eager to be the driver. Yichen hesitated, voicing his concerns. Are you sure you're up to it? You won't run into traffic police, will you? Rest assured. Brother, we rarely encounter traffic police here, and my skills are definitely up to par. All right, I'll trust you this once. Yichen decided to let go of his reservations. There must be some trust between siblings. As they hopped onto the electric bike, Yi Zixuan wobbled as she began to ride. Yichen seized the moment to manage his finances, leaving behind a few thousand yuan while investing over 1 million into Shanghai technology. Once his transactions were complete, he anticipated a favorable outcome by the next day, potentially doubling his investment. As they navigated through the old town, Yi Zixuan excitedly remarked, Brother, did you know? Ever since you returned, Mom and Dad have been smiling again, which makes me really happy. It's great that you're happy, but could you please focus on the road? Yichen replied, noticing his sister frequently turning to chat, which made him uneasy about her already questionable driving skills. Don't worry, I drive this route several times a day. I could do it with my eyes closed. She confidently declared. Watch out for the ditch. Brother, oh no. Bang. The electric bike toppled into a ditch. Chapter 15. The shock of masterful medical skills. Yi Chun and his sister clambered out of the ditch, gazing at the wrecked bike in silence. I'm so sorry, brother. Yi Zixuan was on the verge of tears. I didn't mean to. It's all right, are you hurt? Now was not the time to blame his sister. Yi Chun swiftly checked them both. Fortunately, they had only sustained minor scrapes. However, their clothes were soiled, and the bike lay in ruins. I'm fine, the bike. Well, we can take a taxi for now. In a few days, I'll buy 2 new bikes, one for Mom and Dad, and one for myself. Yichen said as he pulled Yi Zixuan along. There's a bus ahead. We can do without the electric bike. But that bike could still fetch a few hundred as scrap. Yi Zixuan protested, albeit reluctantly, as Yichen guided her away. Once they reached the milk tea shop, Yi Zixuan successfully resigned, although her salary would take a few days to process. Neither of them was concerned about that. Yichen planned to take her shopping for new clothes while also picking up a few items for their parents. As they walked a short distance, a sudden exclamation caught their attention. Someone has fainted. Curious, Yichen looked over and saw an elderly woman with graying hair sprawled on the ground. Surrounded by a dozen onlookers, none daring to assist her. In today's society, unless one had substantial wealth, few would risk helping an elderly person. Yichen had no intention of meddling, fearing that a moment of kindness could lead to endless trouble. Yet, Yi Zixuan quietly urged, Brother, that poor grandmother looks so pitiful. What if no one helps her, and she dies? Perhaps. Just as Yichen began to respond, golden subtitles appeared before his eyes, accompanied by a notification sound in his mind. Ding. Detected a critical decision point, the fallen elder. Please select. Option 1. Ignore and stand by. Reward, callous heart attribute, defense 1. Option 2. Call for help. Reward, 1,000 yuan cash, charm 1. Option 3. Step forward to assist, accepting the risk. Reward, mastery level medical qualification certificate and silver needles, set. Mastery level medical skills. Yichen was momentarily stunned. This skill was an extraordinary reward, valuable for both earning income and ensuring the health of loved ones. As for the risk of being taken advantage of, he took a deep breath and chose the third option. Sister, take out your phone and start recording. I'll see if I can help. Let us just call for help instead. What if? Yi Zixuan expressed her concerns. Yichen instantly put on a righteous demeanor and reassured her, Sister, don't worry. I believe there are still many good people in this world. Besides, you'll be recording the entire time. Nothing will go wrong. He handed her the phone, and once the recording began, he approached the elderly woman. The crowd around them, some filming, could not help but caution him as he drew near. Be careful, man, you might get wrongly accused. Just call for help instead. Yeah, young man. Good intentions don't always yield good outcomes. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yichen didn't perceive the crowd's demeanor as indifference. In fact, without the system task, he would likely have been just another bystander. However, he couldn't simply stand by, so he addressed the onlookers with a noble expression. Everyone, a life is at stake. We cannot stand idly by. What happens after we help is a matter for the future. I kindly ask everyone to bear witness. He leaned closer to the elderly woman. But lacking medical knowledge, he could only attempt to stimulate her acupressure point. Fortunately, the system reward was issued promptly. You have chosen the third option and received the reward. Mastery level medical qualification certificate and silver needles, set. A torrent of vast and intricate knowledge surged into his mind, encompassing diagrams of human meridians and acupuncture points, the principles governing the flow of qi and blood within the organs, the differential treatment of countless perplexing ailments, the exquisite combinations of myriad medicinal substances, as well as various techniques and experiences for life-saving interventions. Moreover, knowledge pertaining to toxin production, detoxification, alchemical practices, And even the manipulation of parasitic insects was imbued within this newfound wisdom. Countless methods of acupuncture, massage, and folk remedies were also encompassed. Truly, it was the pinnacle of medical skill, akin to synthesizing millennia of global medical wisdom into a cohesive understanding. Simultaneously, a set of ancient silver needles materialized silently within the compartment of his old canvas bag, and a pristine medical license inexplicably appeared in his wallet. The Bagua Gathering Soul Needle? Yi Qin's heart raced. This was one of the most advanced emergency acupuncture techniques in his inherited memories. Remarkably effective against the critical state of a dying patient with severe yang depletion and imminent cardiac arrest. He instantly diagnosed the elderly gentleman's condition, acute extensive myocardial infarction leading to cardiac arrest and shock, with life hanging by a thread. The golden window for rescue was dwindling to less than 5 minutes. The murmurs and objections of the surrounding crowd seemed to fade into the background. Yi Qin's gaze sharpened, focused and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. He swiftly loosened the elder's collar to ensure an unobstructed airway, then, in a flash, extracted the ancient silver needles from the canvas bag. Zixian, aimed the camera at my hands and the old lady's head and chest. Yi Qin's voice was calm yet commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority. It was imperative to capture the entire rescue process clearly, otherwise, he would be unjustly blamed for any mishap following his acupuncture. Startled, Yi Zixian trembled as she hurriedly focused her phone's camera. Yi Qin inhaled deeply, his fingers deftly grasping a needle as fine as a strand of hair, and without the slightest hesitation. He swiftly pierced the Baihui acupoint at the apex of the elderly woman's head. His technique was precise, the force steady, the needle penetrating 1 8/10 of an inch, its tail trembling lightly. Following this, he thrust the second needle into the Ren Zhong acupoint. The third needle struck the Nei Guan. The fourth needle targeted the Ju Ke. The fifth needle was inserted into the Danzhong. His movements flowed like water, imbued with an ancient rhythm, each needle fall meticulously accurate, devoid of any hesitation, as though he had rehearsed this countless times. With 5 needles inserted, they formed a subtle circular pattern, their tails resonating at an extraordinary frequency. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes widened in astonishment, witnessing a scene reminiscent of a martial arts film. What is he doing? Acupuncture? It looks impressive. But can it be effective given the old lady's condition? My heavens, is he even a doctor? His technique appears remarkably professional. Capture this. Quickly. Who carries silver needles on them? He must be a professional. The chatter resumed, but this time it was laced with intense shock and curiosity. The flashes of mobile phones and recording functions were directed at Yi Qin's hands. Yi Qin remained oblivious to the surrounding noise. His entire focus concentrated on the silver needle and the nearly extinguished life signs of the elderly woman. He flicked the needle's tail with his fingers, producing an almost inaudible hum, while a faint yet pure energy, the slight internal strength endowed by the system's mastery of medicine, surged through his arm's meridians into the needle, subsequently guiding it into the old woman's body. Bagua Gathering Soul, directing qi through the needle, igniting vitality. Time seemed to freeze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chapter 16, The Astonishing Effect. Just as the onlookers began to doubt whether this young man was merely fooling around, a sudden fit of violent coughing erupted from the elderly woman on the ground. Her eyelids fluttered vigorously before she gradually opened her clouded eyes. Though her gaze was still dazed, her chest began to show evident signs of rising and falling, and the pallor of her face noticeably regained a hint of color. She was alive, truly awake. My heavens, a miraculous healer. Look, the old lady is breathing. Incredible. The crowd erupted in exuberant exclamations. Gasps of disbelief and awe filled the air. Countless gazes converged on Yi Qin, brimming with astonishment and reverence. Yi Zixian, holding her phone, trembled with excitement. Her eyes filled with unprecedented admiration for her brother. When did he acquire such remarkable medical skills? At that moment, the distant sound of an ambulance siren grew closer. A 120 emergency vehicle finally broke through the congestion and halted at the roadside. Several medical personnel rushed down with a stretcher, pushing through the crowd. Make way. Make way. Where's the patient? Upon seeing the elderly lady, who had regained consciousness and was being carefully supported by Yi Qin, they were momentarily taken aback. The lead doctor, seasoned and experienced, immediately approached for an examination. Madam, how are you feeling? Is there still pain in your chest? The elderly lady weakly shook her head, pointing to her chest, her voice faint. I was feeling suffocated, but it was this young man who saved me. Her murky gaze turned gratefully toward Yi Qin. The doctor quickly conducted a basic examination, auscultating her heart and lungs, measuring blood pressure and pulse oxygen saturation. His expression shifted from serious to astonished. The patient is conscious. Her heart rate is elevated but stable, blood pressure is rising, and pupils are reacting normally to light. Initial assessment indicates syncope and shock caused by acute myocardial infarction. He looked up at Yi Chun, his tone filled with profound astonishment and a hint of respect. Young man, was it you who performed the emergency rescue? What method did you use? This is nothing short of a miracle. If it had been a few minutes later, the outcome could have been dire. Your emergency response was incredibly timely and executed with remarkable professionalism. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even the professional doctors called it a miracle. Yi Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead. The intense concentration and slight expenditure of internal energy from those brief moments had left him somewhat fatigued. He replied calmly, I just happen to know a bit about acupuncture, helping her stabilize her heart temporarily, buying some time. Further treatment will require your professional assistance. Acupuncture. The emergency doctor gazed at the few silver needles still gently quivering on the elderly lady's head and chest, his pupils constricting once more. He was a Western doctor but was not entirely ignorant of traditional Chinese medicine. This acupuncture technique, capable of reversing a near-fatal state in such a brief time, was unheard of. A master. I have much to learn. Quickly, get the patient onto the stretcher. Be careful. Don't touch the needles. He hastily instructed his colleagues. Then turned to Yi Chun earnestly. Young man, please be sure to leave your contact information. We may need your assistance to explain the situation later. And the elderly lady's family will certainly want to express their gratitude. Yi Chun intended to decline, but seeing the earnestness in the doctor's eyes and the surrounding crowd capturing the moment on video, he understood he could not keep this under wraps and nodded. Yi Chun. This is my sister, Yi Zixian. He provided his sister's phone number. The medical personnel cautiously lifted the elderly lady onto the ambulance. And the doctor finally reminded Yi Chun, leave the needles in for now. Our traditional Chinese medicine department head will handle them at the hospital. Thank you once again. The ambulance sped away. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, surrounding Yi Chun. Young man, you were incredible. A miraculous healer. Leave your number. I recorded everything. It was astounding. Yi Chun, wishing to avoid further entanglement, pulled his still astonished sister, Yi Zixian, along. Thank you, everyone. It was just a small effort. We must be on our way. He navigated through the crowd, swiftly departing the scene. At the same time, in a villa atop the southern city, within a room filled with the fragrance of herbs and an air of classical elegance, the third miss of the Lin family, known as the Little Divine Doctor, Lin Ruiyu, was comfortably clad in loungewear, languorously reclining on a soft couch while scrolling through short videos. She had just completed an intricate surgical procedure and felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Suddenly, a trending video notification appeared on her screen, its title strikingly sensational. A young divine doctor emerges on the streets. Mysterious acupuncture revives the dead. Elderly woman resuscitated from cardiac arrest. Full recording. Typically, Lin Ruiyu would dismiss such clickbait, but the keywords, acupuncture, revival, cardiac arrest, piqued her professional curiosity. Could it be that an esteemed elder had performed this? She clicked on the video without a second thought. The footage was somewhat shaky, yet the angles remained relatively clear. It began with an elderly woman collapsed on the ground, surrounded by a crowd that dared not approach. Then, a young man rushed forward, instructing a nearby girl to record. And without hesitation, he commenced the rescue. As Lin Ruiyu observed the young man produce silver needles, particularly when he inserted the first needle into Baihui acupoint, her previously indifferent gaze abruptly sharpened. Baihui? Deep needling for emergency rescue? Next came the second needle at Rinzhong, the third at Naguan, the fourth at Juyan, and the fifth at Shanzhong. Swift, accurate, steady. The finesse of his technique, the tremor of the needle's tail, the subtle spatial arrangement of those 5 needles. Lin Ruiyu abruptly straightened in her seat, her eyes fixated on the screen, her breath caught in her throat. This is astounding. As the elderly woman began to cough and awaken less than 10 seconds after the 5 needles were inserted, Lin Ruiyu's tablet clattered to the plush carpet. She felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her mind blank. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such technique. Such a needle configuration. Such immediate results. The 8 trigrams gathering spirit needle. Lin Ruiyu gasped, her voice sharp and hoarse from sheer astonishment. This was the legendary top-tier emergency acupuncture technique her master, revered as a contemporary divine doctor, had pursued and theorized over the course of his life, yet had never fully restored from ancient texts. Her master had often lamented that if this technique could be completely inherited, it would save countless souls teetering on the brink of death. This was a genuine skill capable of snatching lives from the clutches of the underworld. And now, it re-emerged in the hands of an obscure young man in this blurry video. Moreover, so skillfully, so flawlessly, with results so astonishing. Lin Ruiyu trembled all over, a wave of overwhelming shock crashing against her understanding. She shakily retrieved her tablet, rewinding the video to scrutinize the face of the young acupuncturist. The camera shook, the lighting poor, but when Yi Chun turned his face in concentration to perform the acupuncture, his distinctly chiseled features became vividly etched in Lin Ruiyu's mind. Chapter 017. What a fortuitous encounter. Boom. Like thunder from the heavens, a realization exploded in Lin Ruiyu's mind. Yi Chun. Lin Ruiyu felt utterly disoriented. Collapsing back onto the couch, her complexion ashen, her eyes filled with disbelief and an inexplicable tinge of panic. That foster brother, whom she had dismissed without a second glance when he was cast out of their home. Yi Chun, he could actually wield the 8 trigrams gathering spirit needle. He possessed a skill that even her master yearned for, which was regarded as the pinnacle of excellence. How could this be? He had lived in the Lin household for over a decade without any indication of medical knowledge, let alone mastery of such a lost art. The stark contrast and upheaval of her understanding left Lin Ruiyu in a state of turmoil. For the first time, she realized how superficially she understood the brother she had shared a roof with for over 10 years. Was he merely pretending all along? Or had he experienced a miraculous transformation after leaving the Lin family? No, he had only left 2 days ago. No extraordinary encounter could have occurred so swiftly. He must have already possessed this knowledge. Reflecting on the past decade, she recognized how little they had truly known about Yi Chun. Even before discovering he was an adopted son, they had never truly regarded him as a brother. A potent thirst for knowledge and a complex emotion of being overshadowed surged within her. Lin Ruiyu clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixed on Yi Chun's composed and focused face in the video, her eyes flickering with intensity. Having followed her master in the healing arts from a young age, she believed she had fully grasped his teachings and had taken pride in being called the little divine doctor. Yet, to her astonishment, the once invisible foster brother Yi Chun had surpassed her in medical prowess, even eclipsing her master. How could this be? How could it be Yi Chun? She dared not, nor wished to believe it. Had she known of his incredible medical skills earlier, she would have treated him with more kindness. Meanwhile, Yi Chun hurriedly led his sister Yi Zixuan away from the scene, pausing only when they turned onto a relatively secluded street. Brother, when did you learn such impressive medical skills? You scared me to death just now. Yi Zixuan finally regained her composure, her voice laced with excitement and lingering fear. I just dabbled in books and tried some theories. I never expected to actually use it. Yi Chun replied vaguely, shifting the topic. Let us go buy some clothes. You look like a little beggar. He had no desire to elaborate on the origins of his medical knowledge. As they prepared to hail a taxi to the mall, Yi Chun's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is this Mr. Yi Chun? Thank you so much. I'm the son of the elderly woman you saved. My name is Li Jianhua. We're at the First City Hospital. My mother just escaped life-threatening danger. The doctor said if it weren't for your timely and miraculous acupuncture stabilizing her vital signs and gaining critical time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You are a great benefactor to our family. The voice on the other end was that of a middle-aged man, filled with emotion. You're too kind. I'm just glad the elderly woman is all right. Yi Chun responded calmly. No. Benefactor, where are you? Our family must thank you in person. Also, I heard your sister's name is Yi Zixuan. My daughter Li Wei mentioned that she seems to be in the same class as her. Li Jianhua's voice brimmed with incredulous delight. Yi Chun was taken aback, glancing at his sister. Yi Zixuan, having overheard the conversation, gasped, covering her mouth with surprise. Li Wei? She's my desk mate. Yi Chun affirmed over the phone. Yes, Zixuan is Li Wei's classmate. Oh my, what a coincidence. What a tremendous fortune. Li Jianhua exclaimed excitedly. Benefactor, are you and your sister available now? We are near the hospital and would like to thank you in person. Plus, my daughter Li Wei is crying and insisting on meeting you, the one who saved her grandmother. Yi Chun initially wished to decline, but upon seeing the desire in his sister's eyes to visit her classmate's grandmother, he agreed. All right, let us meet at the entrance of the First City Hospital. Before heading out, they needed to change into clean clothes and retrieve the silver needles. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the First City Hospital, Li Jianhua and his family were already waiting. Along with Li Jianhua and his wife and daughter Li Wei, there stood a middle-aged man in a sharp suit. Exuding a composed and authoritative presence, Li Jianhua's elder brother, Li Jianguo, a well-known entrepreneur in the city. The elderly woman was still under observation in the ICU, but her condition was stable. As Yi Chun and his sister approached, Li Wei was the first to rush forward, tears streaming down her face as she tightly embraced Yi Zixuan. Zixuan, thank you for your brother. Thank you for saving my grandmother. Yi Zixuan's eyes also glistened with tears as she comforted Li Wei, patting her back. The couple, Li Jianhua and his wife, approached Yi Chun with great excitement. Grasping his hands tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude, tears glistening in their eyes, while Li Jianguo remained more composed. His gaze towards Yi Chun was imbued with genuine appreciation and a hint of trepidation. Mr. Yi, Your kindness cannot be sufficiently expressed with mere words. Please accept this small token of our gratitude. Li Jianguo declared, producing a thick, bulging envelope from his briefcase, its contents seemingly amounting to at least 100,000. Meanwhile, Li Jianhua hurriedly presented a beautifully packaged gift box, evidently a last-minute purchase of a valuable item. Yichen glanced at the items, his expression calm as he gently pushed the envelope and gift aside. Mr. Li, I appreciate your intentions, but I cannot accept this money or these gifts. The situation was urgent, and anyone with medical knowledge would have acted similarly. Besides, Zixuan and Wei Wei are good friends, so there is no need for such gestures. The most important thing is that your mother recovers safely. This cannot be. You saved my mother's life. Li Jianhua exclaimed, visibly distressed. Mr. Yi, we understand that this small token cannot repay your immense kindness, but please, you must accept it. Otherwise, our family will be unsettled. Li Jianguo added earnestly. Yi Chun remained resolute. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then I ask that Wei Wei take good care of my sister Zixuan at school. As for the money and gifts, please take them back. His tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Exchanging glances, Li Jianguo and Li Jianhua recognized the admiration reflected in each other's eyes. This young man, not only a master of medicine but also possessing a character of great worth. He regards money with disdain and conducts himself with integrity. He is certainly no ordinary individual. They ceased their insistence and solemnly handed each in their business card. Mr. Yi, your noble character is commendable. This is our contact information. Should you need anything in Jiangxing, do not hesitate to call. We will not shy away from any challenge. Yichen accepted the card, exchanging polite remarks. Li Wei also took Zixuan's hand, assuring her that they would be the best of friends at school. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yichen excused himself, citing the need to take his sister shopping. The Li family watched as they departed in a taxi. Inside the car, Yi Zixuan tightly clutched her brother's arm, her face radiating pride and happiness. Brother, you are amazing. Everyone says you are a true divine doctor. That Uncle Li seemed quite wealthy, and you didn't even accept such a large sum. Yi Chun ruffled her hair, saying, money is something I can earn for myself. Saving lives is my duty, not for the sake of reward. Remember, some things are more valuable than money. Yes. Yi Zixuan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. Brother, you are truly wonderful. Chapter 018. The outcry of online trolls in the bustling shopping mall. After the morning's harrowing experiences, the atmosphere was considerably lighter and more enjoyable. Yichen guided his sister towards several reputable young women's clothing stores. This one, and this dress, try them all on. Brother, they're too expensive. Just try them on. Unable to refuse, Yi Zixuan blushed as she carried the clothes into the fitting room. When she emerged wearing a well-fitted, fresh, and lively floral dress, Yichen's eyes lit up. This is the one. Don't take it off. Let's get it built. But brother, I want to look at others. No need to look. Wrap up everything you just tried on. What? No. The sales clerk, unable to contain her laughter, swiftly processed the payment and packaged the items. Though not shopping for luxury brands, Yi Zixuan was still immensely pleased. Having such a capable and caring brother made her feel like the happiest sister in the world. Yi Chun then selected several pairs of matching shoes and a beautiful backpack for his sister. He also bought his parents each 2 sets of appropriate and comfortable clothing and shoes. For his father, he chose a practical domestic mechanical watch, and for his mother, a delicate jade pendant necklace. Finally, he visited the supermarket to procure a large assortment of household necessities, snacks, and fruits. The taxi's backseat was filled to the brim with bags. As Yi Zixuan gazed at the mountain of shopping bags beside her, and then at her brother's handsome and composed profile, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and security. Previously, working at a bubble tea shop for meager wages while worrying about being cheated or mistreated, she now reveled in the joy of having a brother who was so adept at earning money, so capable, and so caring for his family. She couldn't help but lean her head against Yi Chen's shoulder, whispering, Brother, thank you. I feel like a little princess right now. Yi Chen smiled, offering no words, merely giving her hand a gentle pat. The warmth of familial love was a treasure he had never experienced in the Lin family. Upon their return home, Yi Yong and Wang Hui stared in astonishment at the shopping bags that nearly filled half the living room. Chen, Zixuan, how much did all of this cost? Wang Hui's voice trembled. Yi Yong picked up the price tag from one of his own garments, his hand shaking at the sight of the amount. My goodness, one piece of clothing costs as much as half a month's salary? Yi Chen set down the items, speaking casually, Dad, Mom, I've told you not to worry about the money. This is all for your seasonal wardrobe, comfortable and presentable. This watch will help you keep track of time while working. Dad and Mom, this necklace is good for your well-being. As for how I acquired the funds, he paused. Today, I happened to save an elderly man who suffered a sudden heart attack. His family insisted on giving me money as thanks, but I declined. However, my medical skills might allow me to help others in the future and earn some consultation fees. In any case, don't worry about it. I will earn more if this money runs out. He placed the watch on his father's wrist and hung the necklace around his mother's neck. Yi Yong felt the smoothness of the watch's chain, while Wang Hui caressed the jade pendant resting on her chest. They exchanged glances, then looked at their transformed daughter and the piles of goods on the floor, momentarily at a loss for words. Shock, concern, gratitude, and confusion mingled within them. Yet, they could see the confidence and composure in their son's eyes were genuine. This money, it seemed, truly came from a legitimate source. And their son appeared to possess extraordinary abilities beyond their imagination. Compared to the ungrateful Lin Xiao, Yi Chun was indeed a model son. Lin Xiao was like a debt collector, whereas Yi Chun was more like a benefactor. All right, are you hungry? Let us tidy up and prepare something delicious for dinner. Yi Chun broke the silence with a smile, rolling up his sleeves. Soon, the sounds of pots and pans clanging and the aroma of food filled the kitchen. Yi Zixuan happily assisted, chattering about the day's events, especially about her brother's miraculous acupuncture technique, leaving Yi Yong and Wang Hui in awe. Their expressions filled with admiration and surprise as they looked at their son. During dinner, the atmosphere was warm and lively. Yi Chen's culinary skills exceeded expectations. Even if the food were not to everyone's taste, his family would likely deem it the finest of delicacies in their happiness. On the television, local news aired a report on the afternoon street rescue, and though the footage was blurred, familiar figures could still be recognized by those who knew them, including Yi Chen's silhouette and his acupuncture movements. The news praised the noble character and miraculous medical skills of this mysterious benefactor, urging others to emulate such selfless bravery. As Yi Yong and Wang Hui watched the news, their eyes flickered between the television and their quietly eating son, the last remnants of doubt dissipating, replaced by profound pride. Their son truly was different from Lin Xiao. After dinner, Yi Chen returned to his small room. He did not rest, but instead took out his phone. On the screen, the securities app pushed a breaking news alert. Breaking heavy news. Shanghai Technology, SH600XXX, issued a midday announcement. The company has entered into a strategic cooperation agreement with the National Supercomputing Center. Its exclusively developed Xianbing series ultra-efficient liquid cooling system has been selected as the sole thermal solution for the core units of a national supercomputing project. The total project amount is expected to exceed 10 billion. At precisely 1:05 in the afternoon, Yi Chen's pupils constricted sharply. It has arrived, sooner than he anticipated. He immediately opened his securities account, only to find that it had already hit the limit up, rendering any further purchases impossible. Leaning against the edge of his bed, a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. He understood that this was merely a signal flare. In the forthcoming trading days, Shanghai Technology would be fervently pursued by countless enthusiastic investors, and the consecutive limit-up days would propel the value of his 185 million shares to a breathtaking height. Tenfold. The system's alert of 800-1200 was no mere exaggeration. At that moment, the numbers in his account would soar into the millions. He calmly closed the securities app, as if the immense, unrealized gains were merely a numerical game. Earning profits was inevitable. His greater concern lay in the eye of the impending storm that he himself would become. Unsurprisingly, discussions regarding the enigmatic young miracle healer escalated across various platforms, particularly the short video showcasing his acupuncture saving an elderly woman, which had surpassed 10 million views. The comments section overflowed with awe, admiration, and inquiries for medical assistance. However, as the fervor surged, an undercurrent began to stir quietly. Around noon, a prominent medical science influencer with hundreds of thousands of followers, known as Ija Renxin, took the initiative to raise a challenge. Shocking. Questioning the young miracle healer. Is practicing medicine without a license illegal? Is it resurrection or sheer luck? The article was a lengthy discourse, its core argument striking at the heart of the matter. The practitioner in the video is astonishingly young, while the technique appears dazzling. It remains unverified. Whether the elderly woman's revival can be attributed solely to acupuncture is questionable. It may have been mere coincidence or a result of her own struggle. Crucially, acupuncture constitutes a medical act. The practicing physician law in our country explicitly states that engaging in medical and health technical work without obtaining a physician's license is considered illegal practice. Severe cases may constitute a criminal offense. Chapter 019. Who says I lack credentials? The article called for relevant authorities to investigate the identity and qualifications of this miracle healer, to prevent him from exploiting the halo of public opinion for illegal profit or misleading the public, thereby delaying proper treatment. Upon its release, this article was akin to pouring cold water onto a boiling pot of oil. It instantly ignited a polarized debate. Supporters, is the blogger blind? The elderly woman was in shock and without breath. If not for acupuncture, Did the blogger think he could heal her from afar? Is saving a life paramount? Or is clinging to a qualification certificate more important? Without Dr. Ye's intervention, how long would the elderly woman have waited for an ambulance? Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound. What do you Western medicine critics understand? Opponents, support the blogger. Practicing medicine without a license is illegal. Reviving someone was mere luck. Who is accountable for saving lives? Watch, this kind of internet celebrity will soon be live streaming the sale of ancestral miracle needles. Is the video staged for publicity? Willing to go to any lengths for fame? Must be thoroughly investigated. We cannot condone such malpractices. The phrase practicing medicine without a license precisely struck the anxiety many felt concerning medical safety and their blind spots in legal awareness. Numerous marketing accounts rushed to delve into the identity of the mysterious miracle healer for traffic, and within mere hours, Yi Qin's identity as the night god was completely exposed through the relentless efforts of fervent fans and zealous detractors alike. A sensational revelation. The street-side miracle healer was actually the wildly popular singer on the live-streaming platform, Night God. Dual identities exposed. Night God Yi Qin practicing medicine without a license? From genius singer to a legal practitioner? Yi Qin's persona was crumbling. The media storm escalated instantly. Countless enraged detractors and righteous onlookers flooded Su Qingqing's live stream and social media comment sections. Meanwhile, several entertainment companies that had contacted Su Qingqing for collaboration the previous day, witnessing Yi Qin ensnared in a massive wave of negative public sentiment, chose not to clarify or assist. Instead, they tacitly joined in to capitalize on his misfortune, secretly hiring trolls to fan the flames. When the walls crumble, everyone pushes. Su Qingqing, are you and Yi Qin in cahoots? Is it easy to profit from illegal medical practices? Fraudulent singer. Fraudulent miracle healer. Get out of the live stream. Unsubscribe. Report the live stream. Spreading illegal medical information. What lengths will you go to for fame? Disgusting. In less than 10 minutes since Su Qingqing's personal live stream commenced, it was inundated with vitriol and reports, causing the server to become overwhelmed and crash. Despite her attempts to explain, her voice was drowned out by the overwhelming malice. Watching the screen filled with insults and the rapid decline of her follower count, this strong and cheerful girl could no longer hold back. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she choked up and forcibly shut down the live stream. Just as Yi Qin was helping his mother pick vegetables, his phone rang, and he heard Su Qingqing's voice, strained with suppressed sobs. Brother Yi, I'm so sorry. The live stream was shut down because they were insulting me too harshly. Qingqing, it's not your fault. Yi Qin's voice was chillingly calm, as if the torrential malice had nothing to do with him. If it's shut down, then it's shut down. Protect yourself. Don't pay attention to those comments. But they are slandering you for practicing medicine without a license and saying it's illegal. Many people are also criticizing those entertainment companies. I understand. Yi Qin interrupted her, his tone exuding a steadiness of someone in control of the situation. For now, adjust your emotions. At 8 o'clock tonight, we will broadcast together. Once we start, you need to say nothing. Just grant me microphone access and share your camera. Huh. Brother Yi, what are you planning to do? Opening the stream now will only attract more detractors. That's exactly what I want. A cold smile played at the corners of Yi Qin's mouth. The more people, the better. Just follow my instructions. All right. Though Su Qingqing was filled with worry and confusion, her trust in Yi Qin compelled her to comply. As night fell, the tumultuous online discourse showed no signs of abating. Discussions about Yi Qin practicing medicine without a license even surged into the top 10 on trending topics. At precisely 8 o'clock, under immense pressure, Su Qingqing's live stream resumed. As expected, the moment the stream started, the number of viewers skyrocketed like a dam bursting. In just a few seconds, it surpassed 500,000. Over 90% were there to revel in the spectacle and to hurl insults. The barrage of comments resembled a relentless artillery fire. The fraud dares to go live. Practicing medicine without a license. Get out and apologize. Report it. Await the police at your door. Su Qingqing isn't innocent either. A den of snakes and rats. Trash streamer. Trash miracle healer. The screen was inundated with foul language, rendering any normal discourse virtually unreadable. Su Qingqing's face turned pale as she fought back tears, adhering to Yi Qin's instructions, remaining silent as she activated the mic access and camera sharing. Suddenly, a figure wearing a silver mask covering half of their face, revealing only a resolute chin and lips, appeared at the center of the live stream. It was none other than Night God Yi Qin. His appearance was akin to pouring boiling water into a pot of seething oil. Damn, the main character has arrived, wearing a mask to put on a show. The fraud practicing medicine without a license dares to show themselves? Take off the mask. Apologize to the nation. Call the police. Quick, call the police and arrest him. The malice in the comments reached an unprecedented peak. Countless individuals frantically reported him to the Internet Police and the Health Commission, clamoring for his disgrace and imprisonment. The number of viewers in the live stream soared to over 1 million. Before the screen, Lin Ryu fixed her gaze intently on the masked figure. Her palms slick with sweat. She yearned to comprehend how Yi Chun would navigate this perilous situation. In the office, Lin Ruoqing gazed at the familiar half-masked visage on the screen, inundated by a torrent of vitriol in the comments, her expression a tapestry of emotions. She harbored a desire to witness Yi Chun's complete downfall to satiate her resentment, yet deep within her stirred an inexplicable sentiment. Would this foster brother, whom she had never truly understood, manage to turn the tide from the brink of despair? Su Qingqing felt as though her heart had lodged in her throat, nearly suffocating amidst the relentless malevolence. At the zenith of this frenzied climax, Yi Chun made his move. He did not remove his mask, nor did he attempt to defend himself, even casting nary a glance at the frenzied barrage of comments. Instead, he methodically retrieved a small crimson notebook from beside him. The cover, embossed in gold, bore the solemn national emblem, and beneath the characters for the People's Republic of China, a single line of text stood out with unparalleled clarity: Medical Practitioner S License. His long fingers leisurely unfurled the pages of the certificate. Under the high-definition camera, the details within the certificate became vividly apparent. Name: Yi Chun. Gender: male. ID number: XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX traditional Chinese medicine. Place of practice, Jiangxing Tongrentang Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. Multi-practice registration underway. Issuing authority, Jiangxing Health Bureau. Date of issuance, month X, 2020. Certificate code, XXXXXXXXXX. Finally, he raised the certificate firmly towards the camera, exposing the impeccably clear photograph, indistinguishable from his own visage, the official seal, and most crucially, the certificate code to the gaze of millions. The entire live stream room felt as though it had been placed on pause. The comments, which had previously erupted like a volcano spewing malice, came to a complete standstill in that instant. The screen appeared hauntingly pristine. A million online viewers seemed collectively petrified. A deafening silence reigned. An absolute stillness. Chapter 020. The voice became crystalline. In the next moment, Yi Qin's voice, imbued with a penetrating magnetism and clarity, resonated through the microphone, each word striking like ice beads upon a tranquil lake. Official website of the National Health and Family Planning Commission. Entry for medical practitioner information inquiry. Input this certificate code, or my name and ID number. His tone suddenly turned frigid, laced with a scornful derision. Keyboard warriors, can you navigate a browser? Do you require my assistance in conducting a search? Boom. After a brief silence, the entire live stream room erupted into chaos. It exploded. What the hell? A medical practitioner's license. The number is revealed. Hurry and check. I found it. The official website. It's real. Yi Chun, licensed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Issued by the Jiangxing Health Bureau. Screenshot from the official site. Quick look. It's authentic. Where are the haters? Where are the keyboard warriors? Come out and take a bow. Does it hurt? Clap, clap, clap. Ha ha. A reversal. A sensational turnaround. Night God is incredible. Voice cracking. Who claims that traditional Chinese medicine is illegitimate in emergencies? Who says one can practice medicine without a license? Officially certified traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. The reward effects poured in like an erupting volcano, instantly inundating the screen. Rocket, super rocket, spaceship. The dazzling light effects propelled the atmosphere of the live stream into a frenzy. Online viewers surged past 200,000, 300,000, soaring into the stratosphere. Before the screen, Lin Ryu's tablet clattered to the ground, her entire being feeling as though it had been drained of energy, languishing in her chair. Her complexion as pale as a sheet, murmuring unconsciously, the practitioner's license from the Jiangxing Health Bureau, it truly is him. He is indeed the master's painstakingly sought-after technique. Not only does he possess it, but he also has a legitimate identity. What am I, but a minor healer? A crushing sense of defeat and cognitive dissonance threatened to unravel her. Lin Ruoqing clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. A practitioner's license? When did he take the exam? For over a decade, the Lin family remained oblivious to his deep concealment. A chill crept stealthily up her spine. In the live stream room, Su Qingqing covered her mouth, tears finally spilling uncontrollably, but this time, they were tears of exhilaration, of ecstasy, a cathartic release. She gazed at the figure on the screen, steadfast as a mountain, her eyes brimming with admiration and fervor. Amidst the tumultuous ocean of comments, Yi Qin's presence remained as solid as a rock. He paid no heed to the tsunami of accolades and rewards, and from beneath his mask, his gaze pierced through the screen, sweeping over the black-clad trolls who had just been clamoring but were now rendered mute. His voice resonated once more, cold and resolute, as though delivering a verdict. Questioning is your right. However, slander and conspiracy will bear consequences. All IDs and statements disseminating rumors and conducting personal attacks tonight have been documented. Legal letters will be delivered to you. We shall meet in court. His icy words instantly quelled the fervent atmosphere in the live stream room. Countless keyboard warriors, who had previously joined the fray in scorn, felt a shiver run down their spines as they gazed at their own disgraceful comments. A chill surging from their toes to the crown of their heads. Yi Chen turned away from the comments, addressing the microphone, his tone returning to its usual calmness, yet imbued with newfound strength. Ching, activate the mic. The live stream continues. Now, what song do you wish to hear? The tumultuous ocean of comments in the live stream was penetrated by Yi Chen's tranquil voice. Thank you to all the friends who have trusted and supported me. Here's a new song, Light, dedicated to you. Without any prelude, his clear and resilient male voice resonated, akin to the first ray of dawn piercing through the darkness. Perhaps I am but a glimmer, yet I yearn to gift you radiant brilliance in the endless night sky, shining alone, only to guide the lost hearts towards their direction. The simple melody and unadorned lyrics concealed profound healing power and heartfelt gratitude towards his supporters. A million online viewers held their breath, the earlier clamor seeming to vanish as only the song remained, conveying warmth and strength. As the song concluded, the comments overflowed with tears, night goddess warmth, gratitude for encounters dominating the screen. Following this was the promised song from the previous night, Under the Sea. As Yi Chen's voice fell, the piano melody flowed like water. This performance markedly differed from the previous night. Imbued with a sense of compassion peering into the abyss and a powerful redemptive force, each note striking precisely at the softest strings of the audience's hearts. Scattered moonlight permeated the clouds, evading the crowd, laying down scales upon the ocean. As the final echoes faded, the emotions within the livestream room surged to a crescendo. The reward effects burst forth like an everlasting fireworks display, illuminating the entire screen. Su Qingqing watched the backstage data fluctuate wildly, her fingers trembling with excitement. All right, now that everyone knows I'm a doctor, having revealed my credentials, I've decided to introduce a healing segment. Yi Chen's voice drew the audience back to reality. Everyone was once again astonished. Night God is going to treat patients live, just to completely silence all the trolls and haters? Soon, a fan requested to join the mic, and Yi Chen brought him on. The ID little rabbit who loves carrots appeared, and a somewhat nervous female voice resonated. Every night, Master Yi, my sister Yunxi, a vocal major, suffers from recurrent chronic pharyngitis, accompanied by early symptoms of vocal cord nodules. Is there a remedy? The doctor suggested surgery, but she is merely 19 and is particularly terrified, fearing that her voice may be altered post-operation. There's no need for surgery, Yi Chen interjected, his tone resolute as if declaring an established truth. Prepare a piece, The Wind Rises, and sing it a cappella. Remember to relax your throat. Envision your voice rising from your abdomen, flowing through your chest, and gently emanating from your throat. Just sing the main part, and begin now. The live stream fell into a hushed silence, all ears perked up. Moments later, a clear yet subtly husky and anxious female voice resonated. On this journey, we pause and proceed, following the traces of youth. After merely 4 lines, Yi Chen decisively called for a halt. That will suffice. Initial vocal cord nodules, with a slight protrusion on the left edge, mild congestion, and edema. Chronic pharyngitis has led to lymphoid follicle hyperplasia in the pharyngeal wall. The conventional approach of Western medicine involves anti-inflammatories and surgery, but it tends to recur. Traditional Chinese medicine posits that the root of your sister's issue lies in lung qi stagnation, compounded by incorrect vocal technique that excessively constricts the glottis. His expert terminology left the audience in awe, and Yunxi herself held her breath. Listen, Yi Chen continued, his voice almost enchanting. I will hum a melody from under the sea at a very low frequency. Close your eyes, relax your body, and place your hands naturally on your knees, palms facing upward. Do not consciously control your breathing. A deep, distant hum, reminiscent of a chant from the ocean's depths, filled the live stream. This melody, devoid of lyrics, was pure, resonating with a unique vibrational frequency. Yunxi followed his instructions and closed her eyes, relaxing. After merely 3 minutes, he instructed her to gently elongate a sound. Yi Chen ceased humming. Cautiously, Yunxi attempted, ah. The moment her voice emerged, her sister on the line gasped, Heavens! Yunxi, your voice, it has transformed into something so clear. The previous rasping sound has vanished. Yunxi herself was taken aback, incredulously trying out her voice several more times. It's true. My throat feels so light. That sensation of foreign matter and dryness has disappeared. The live stream erupted in excitement. What? Sound waves can heal. This must be magic. A miraculous doctor. This is true mastery of traditional Chinese medicine, a new genre of music. Witness the miracle. Yunxi, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed her thanks repeatedly. Yichen calmly concluded. The edema of the vocal cords has subsided, and the nodules have softened. Remember the vocal techniques I shared. And in conjunction with the dietary remedies I will send you, dried tangerine peel, snow pear, monk fruit, honey, you can recover within half a month. For a month, avoid spicy and irritating foods, and refrain from excessive vocal use. You may return now. Thank you, Master Yi. Thank you. The sisters expressed their heartfelt gratitude before disconnecting. This astonishing remote sound wave therapy struck like thunder, solidifying the renowned title of Dr. Yichun. Countless inquiries for medical help flooded the screen as the live stream concluded amidst shock and fervor. Data from the backend indicated that within a mere 2 hours of the live broadcast, the total donations soared to an astounding 1.6 million. After deducting platform fees, the net profit reached 1.28 million. Yichun showed no hesitation. As per usual, 50-50. 64,000 is yours. Su Qingqing gazed at the sudden influx of funds in her account, her fingers trembling. Brother Yi, this is too much for me. It is well deserved. Without your management, there would be no platform, Yichun asserted with an undeniable tone. Keep a close eye on the copyrights, especially for Under the Sea and Light. Understood. Brother Yi, you must be tired. Let me treat you to a late-night snack. Su Qingqing's voice brimmed with gratitude and admiration. No, there are others waiting at home. Another time, Yichun decisively declined. After ending the call, Yichun promptly opened WeChat to contact class leader Su Qianni. Observing the transfer record marked with 200,000, he directly sent over 220,000. Almost immediately after the transfer was successful, Su Qianni called, her voice laced with complexity and urgency. Yichun, I saw the transfer. Why is there an extra 20,000? Interest. The friendship that arrives like a timely gift is worth more than the principal amount. Yichun replied sincerely. Silence lingered on the other end for a few seconds before Su Qianni's tone softened, tinged with hesitation. I saw the stock for Shanghai Technology. Congratulations. Just regret not buying more. After a pause, seemingly resolute, she added, Yichun, are you free tomorrow at noon? I'd like to treat you to a meal at the Francois restaurant in the Universal Center, as a thank you for repaying on time and to congratulate you. Yichun initially intended to decline, but considering the favor, he relented. All right, noon at 12. I also have some thoughts regarding the stock market and its future to discuss. The following day at noon, at Francois Restaurant, elegant violin music flowed through the exquisite space. Su Qianni, clad in a well-tailored beige dress, exuded grace and poise. She gazed across the table at Yichun, who, dressed simply but exuding a calm and composed aura, sparked her curiosity to the brim. The Yichun before her was a stark contrast to the silent, somewhat gloomy foster son she remembered. Singing, trading stocks, reviving life through acupuncture, and the miraculous sound wave therapy. Each aspect was enough to overturn her understanding. I can't believe just 2 days have transformed everything, Su Qianni remarked. Taking a sip of water, her tone complex. It's merely luck, Yichun replied, cutting into his steak with a nonchalant demeanor. Shanghai Technology hit the limit again today, marking the 3rd consecutive rise. Do you have any insider information? Su Qianni could no longer restrain her curiosity about the matter that concerned her most. Hold on if you believe in it. Do not worry about fluctuations. Yichun withheld further details. They exchanged thoughts on stocks and school, maintaining a pleasant atmosphere. As their conversation neared its conclusion, the pristine white grand piano at the center of the restaurant became available. Su Qianni glanced at the piano, then at Yichun. A glimmer of mischief and anticipation in her eyes. Yichun, how well can you play the piano? Would you like to showcase your skills? Consider it a celebration of your rebirth. She pointed towards the piano, her smile radiant. Yichun furrowed his brow, ready to refuse without a second thought. No ding. Detected a critical decision point. Piano performance. Please choose. Task 1. Decline Su Qianni's request and state that you cannot play the piano. Reward, 500 yuan cash. Task 2. Offer a vague excuse of inconvenience today. Reward, 1 random master-level instrument fragment. Task 3. Request Su Qianni to publicly address you as husband. Then perform the challenging Peace Croatian Rhapsody to astonish the audience. Completion reward. A luxurious duplex apartment at Cloud Top 1, fully furnished, with complete property rights. A luxurious apartment. Cloud Top 1. The landmark of the affluent district in Jiangqing. Yichun's pupils dilated in surprise. This was precisely what he desperately needed. A true, secure, and comfortable home for his family. The temptation was overwhelming. Decline? Offer a vague excuse? No. For the sake of his family, for that apartment. He looked into Su Qianni's expectant eyes, and a slight smile crept upon his lips beneath the mask. Rising from his seat, He spoke, his voice soft yet clear. All right. However, class leader, you must acquiesce to a modest request of mine. Su Qianni was momentarily taken aback by his sudden agreement and the odd tone he employed. What request? Fear not. It shall not be too burdensome. Simply call me Yi Chun. He paused deliberately, his gaze tinged with a hint of mischief. Husband. What? Su Qianni's eyes widened in disbelief, her fair cheeks flushing crimson in a tempest of embarrassment and indignation. Yi Chun, what jest is this? She was, after all, renowned as the school's frosty goddess, pursued by many, and had never been so lightly trifled with before. What's the matter? Afraid to comply? Yi Chun provoked, his tone a blend of mockery and conviction. Or do you deem my performance unworthy of such a title? It is only fair to exchange a piece for a name. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a dangerously enticing whisper. Or is it that Su, our esteemed class leader, lacks even this modicum of courage? Consider it an act, your request for my performance's remuneration. With a single utterance, it would secure a lavish mansion. It was a risk worth taking. Su Qianni's chest heaved as she met Yi Chen's gaze. A tumult of shame, astonishment, and a hint of defiance surged within her. She knew he was baiting her. Yet his extraordinary medical skills and musical prowess loomed large in her mind. Fine, I shall agree. Su Qianni clenched her teeth, her cheeks aflame, her voice quaking with resolve. But you must play well. If you fail, I shall not spare you, husband. Good, now sit back and relish the performance your husband shall deliver. Yi Chun beamed with a triumphant smile, turning to stride confidently toward the center of the restaurant, the pure white grand piano, under the watchful eyes of Su Qianni and the curious patrons. For the sake of that mansion, this gamble was worth taking. What followed would be a performance that would astonish all present. As Su Qianni blushed, she retrieved her phone, ready to record his performance. Chapter 022. The school bell. Su has taken a liking to me. The lilting strains of the violin enveloped the Francois restaurant, plunging it into an unusual silence. All eyes were riveted on the tall figure approaching the pristine white grand piano. Yi Chun took his seat upon the piano bench, his fingers hovering just above the black and white keys, eyes gently closed. A profound and oppressive aura silently radiated from him, instantly captivating the hearts and minds of everyone present. When he opened his eyes once more, his gaze was sharp, as if it could pierce through the piano lid. In the next instant, his hands transformed into mere blurs, crashing down upon the lower register. Bang! The heavy, tumultuous bass chords erupted like thunder. The very air within the restaurant seemed to be forcefully struck. Several patrons, holding their glasses, trembled, nearly spilling their drinks. This was merely the prelude to the storm. Yi Chen's fingers began a frenetic yet precise dance upon the keys. The rapid arpeggios of his right hand galloped forth, layered and relentless, imbued with an unstoppable momentum. The left hand's bass octaves pounded like war drums, each strike resonating with earth-shattering might. The synchronization of his hands was seamless, moving at a dizzying pace, notes cascading forth like a barrage of bullets in a tempest. The Croatian Rhapsody, set against a backdrop of war-torn ruins, fraught with smoke, sorrow, and indomitable vitality, was infused with an unparalleled soul under Yi Chen's mastery. In its fervor, it surged like 1,000 cavalry charging forth, the clash of steel ringing out. An atmosphere thick with battle. In its mournful moments, the melody plunged, evoking the desolation of crumbled walls and silent tears, the deep bass resonating like the earth's lament. Each emotional transition was executed with pinpoint accuracy. Every surge of intensity was soul-stirring. Yi Chun's body swayed gently with the tides of the music, each movement of his arms, wrists, and fingers embodying a beauty of power. The mask obscured his expressions, yet the fervor and command he exuded crashed through every note, striking the hearts of every listener. In the restaurant, whether refined gentlemen or elegantly adorned ladies, all had forgotten their forks, their conversations silenced. Every gaze was fixated on the figure before the piano, akin to a war god descended from the heavens. The gaping mouths of the waitstaff, the breath-holding patrons. Even the kitchen doors peeked through with several chefs donning tall hats. Shock. Beyond shock, it was sheer astonishment. Su Qianni was utterly mesmerized. Her rosy lips parted slightly, momentarily forgetting her earlier embarrassment and wager, her beautiful eyes magnetized solely by the figure stirring the tempest on the keys. The wild passion, the precision of control, the breath-stealing charisma. This was no mere piano performance. It was the very soul igniting the notes. She felt her heart racing as if it would burst from her chest, a shiver coursing from her tailbone to the crown of her head. In that moment, Yi Chen shone with an irresistible allure in her eyes. For the first time, she vividly realized the extraordinary energy housed within this man. She even forgot to dwell on the term husband, wholly immersed in the musical maelstrom. As the final chord, imbued with boundless strength and hope, resonated heavily, The echoing waves reverberated throughout the expansive restaurant. Silence. A full 5 or 6 seconds passed before thundering applause engulfed the room. Bravo. My God. That was spectacular. This is the most breathtaking live performance I've ever witnessed. Who is he? What was the name of that piece? Every patron, including the self-proclaimed connoisseurs, leapt to their feet, generously offering the most fervent applause to the figure slowly rising at the center. Yichen offered a slight bow, a smile gracing his lips. The system notification chimed like a celestial melody. Ding. Task 3 completed. Reward granted. A penthouse duplex at Cloud Top 1, property certificate, keys. An access card available at any time. The mansion was secured. Objective achieved. He strode directly towards Su Qianni, who remained entranced by the overwhelming impact. Her eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. Class leader. I owe you, Yichun said with a hint of mirth as he reseated himself across from her. Watching her with an air of leisure, where is my reward? Su Qianni snapped back to reality, recalling the wager. Her cheeks, which had only just faded from crimson, flared once more with the colors of dawn. Still reeling from the musical shock, she now fully grasped what she had agreed to. You, flustered and anxious. Her teeth sank into her lower lip, her gaze darting around at the onlookers still fixated on them. Yichun, I already called you. I didn't quite catch that. Su Qianni. Yichun lifted his glass, his eyes glinting mischievously. If the ice goddess was unwilling, so be it. After all, who wouldn't he want to speak up? Provoked by his teasing, a surge of reckless courage welled up within Su Qianni. Taking a deep breath, she leaned slightly forward, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Audible only to the two of them, she hurriedly uttered, H-husband. The words trembled on her lips, and as soon as she spoke, she retreated to her seat. Her face as flushed as a ripe tomato, her heart racing wildly, wishing fervently for a crack to hide away in. She had lived 20 years without encountering such a scene, continually teased by Yichun, yet deep within, she found herself not opposed to it. Why was that? Yichun smiled in satisfaction, his aim accomplished, and the mansion firmly within his grasp. A delightful collaboration, class leader. He set down his cup of water, preparing to rise and take his leave. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Thank you for your hospitality. Wait. As Yichun genuinely seemed poised to depart, Su Qianni grew anxious. The immense enigma shrouding Yichun, coupled with the soul-stirring performance just witnessed, clawed at her heart like a cat's paw. Instinctively, she reached out across the table and grasped Yichun's wrist. The warmth and strength of his skin startled her. Yet she did not release her grip. Instead, she tightened it. Where are you going? She lifted her gaze, her watery eyes locking onto Yichun's, imbued with a sense of urgency and an unrecognized desire to keep him there. Are you really leaving right after playing the piano? That would be quite disappointing. She paused, seemingly unsatisfied with her reasoning, and blushed as she added, No, you can't leave without letting me call you something in return. Otherwise, I won't let you go. She herself was baffled by the courage that compelled her to utter such words. She simply could not allow Yichun to walk away so easily. Yichun was momentarily taken aback, observing Su Qianni's flustered yet stubborn demeanor, a mix of amusement and exasperation washing over him. The icy goddess was decidedly adorable when she resorted to such tactics. Class monitor Su, are you attempting to cling to me? Yichun teased, elongating his words deliberately. Who is clinging to you? Su Qianni's cheeks flushed deeper, yet she refused to release her grip. Hurry and agree. Otherwise, I will. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, her words trailing off. Chapter 023, A Bond That Needs to Be Severed. Yichun glanced at the time, his mind preoccupied with collecting the keys to the mansion and sharing the joy with his family. He truly did not wish to linger any longer. Leaning closer to Su Qianni, he lowered his voice, tinged with a hint of helpless amusement. All right, you've intimidated me. Next time, I'll let you call me as much as you like, my dear. But I really do have something to attend to now, so be good. The deep, magnetic tone of my dear brushed against Su Qianni's sensitive ear, sending a shiver through her, as if she had been struck by lightning. Instinctively, her grip loosened. Seizing the opportunity, Yichun withdrew his wrist, winking at her as he left her with the words, Let us meet again next time. With that, he turned and, amidst Su Qianni's dazed and vexed gaze, swiftly exited the dining hall. Jerk, you were the one who initiated this. Su Qianni muttered softly to his retreating figure before rising to depart. At Yinding No. 1, when Yi Yong, Wang Hui, and Yi Zixuan stood before the imposing armored entrance, the family collectively fell into a state of stupor. Brother, is this truly the house you bought? Yi Zixuan's voice trembled, tightly clutching Yichun's arm, her fingers quivering. Oh my, Yinding No. 1. My classmates have mentioned that this is the most expensive and prestigious neighborhood in Jiang City. I heard a unit here costs over 100 million. Yi Yong gazed at the elegantly decorated entryway, the marble floors reflecting the brilliance of the crystal chandelier, while a property manager in a crisp uniform stood beside them. Wearing a professional smile, he instinctively rubbed his rough hands against his trousers, his legs feeling slightly weak. This place, he had previously circled around, fearing even to step on the tiles at the entrance. Wang Hui, too, pressed her hand against her heart, taking in the surreal scene before her. Feeling as though she were in a dream. Ah Chun, how much did this cost? Is it appropriate for us to live here? Dad, Mom, Zishuan. Yi Chun produced an exquisitely textured access card, gently swiping it at the sensor. With a soft beep, the armored door slid open soundlessly, revealing the opulent foyer within. This will be our home from now on. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of conviction. Come, let us take a look inside. He stepped in first. The true astonishment was only just beginning, spanning nearly 300 square meters. The expansive space boasted 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows that unveiled the magnificent river view and the bustling skyline of Jiang City, as if the entire metropolis flowed beneath their feet. The minimalist modern decor, with its sleek lines, exuded an air of expensive sophistication. The top-tier smart home system activated automatically, soft lighting gradually illuminating the space, while the constant temperature and humidity ventilation system provided refreshing air. Imported, high-end sofas, a massive laser television screen, and a fully equipped open-plan kitchen adorned the area. Every detail exuded understated luxury, suffused with a sense of technological advancement and modernity. Yi Zishuan erupted into a flurry of excited squeals, reminiscent of a jubilant bird. Darting from room to room. Heavens! Look at this enormous living room. Wow! This bathroom is larger than our previous room. And there's a bathtub. Brother, is this walk-in closet mine? Ah, these floor-to-ceiling windows are breathtaking. Brother, you are the best brother in the world. She gleefully leaped toward him, planting a fervent kiss on Yi Chen's cheek, bouncing with joy. Yi Yong and Wang Hui were enveloped in overwhelming joy and astonishment. Wang Hui caressed the smooth, mirror-like kitchen countertop, gazing at the expensive utensils she could not name, her eyes brimming with tears. This is truly wonderful. Ah Chen has done so well. Yi Yong approached the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the dazzling city below. This man, who had been taciturn his entire life, stood tall, his back straightened, eyes sparkling with pride for his son. The warmth of home intertwined with the shock of unparalleled luxury, filling the living room with laughter and joy. Observing his family's ecstatic reactions, Yi Chun felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He excused himself, claiming he needed to attend to some matters in the study, and stepped into the study adjacent to the master bedroom. Closing the door behind him, he concentrated, and a thick manila envelope materialized on the desk. Inside lay the title deed for the penthouse at Yunding No. 1, keys, a complete set of access cards, and a detailed service manual. As he perused the title deed, where his name, Yi Chun, was prominently inscribed, a profound sense of control over the future washed over him. Just as he was about to put everything away, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. It was a WeChat message from Lin Ruoqing. Yi Chun furrowed his brow and opened it. A photo instantly dominated the screen. This time, the content was even more audacious. The backdrop appeared to be a luxurious hotel suite. Lin Ruoqing was clad in a gossamer black lace camisole, its hem barely concealing her thighs, with skin tantalizingly visible beneath the lace. She reclined on a bed strewn with rose petals, one long, fair leg slightly curled, while the other was provocatively extended, her toes painted a vivid crimson. One hand supported her head, her sultry gaze locking onto the camera, her lips slightly parted, while the other hand audaciously rested beneath her exposed, pale bosom, her fingers sinking into the soft flesh, leaving an enticing indentation. The ambient light sculpted her exquisitely seductive curves, radiating a languid yet overtly enticing allure. The accompanying caption consisted of a single line, imbued with an undeniable possessiveness, signing the contract of prosperity, "I am entirely at your disposal." Even with Yi Chen's steadfast resolve, having just taken a sip of water to steady himself, he nearly choked upon seeing such a visually striking photograph. It was as if he could smell the intoxicating scent of rose perfume and temptation wafting from the image. This woman, truly outrageous. She is willing to go to such lengths for the contract? How was he unaware of this bold, untamed side of his second sister until now? He recalled a saying, "Some things only happen once or countless times." Perhaps for Lin Ruoqing, having initiated this once, she would continue to send such messages if Yi Chun did not respond. Yi Chen's lips curled into a subtle arc, and he swiftly replied with a message. "Your sincerity is still lacking." He did not need to guess. He could almost envision Lin Ruoqing's furious expression. The repercussions of his words were inevitable. Just as he was about to set his phone down, it suddenly rang. This time, it was the third young lady of the Lin family, Lin Ruyu. "Hello? Yi Chun, This is Lin Ruoyu. I saw your video of the rescue and the live stream. I have some questions regarding traditional Chinese acupuncture techniques. Would it be convenient for us to discuss this? A smirk crept across Yi Chen's face. Indeed. The women of the Lin family were remarkably similar. One leveraged her body as a bargaining chip, while the other lowered her stance, coveting his medical expertise. Reflecting on the indifference he experienced when he was cast out, he found it rather ironic. I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy at the moment, he replied before hanging up. Even going so far as to set both of their numbers to do not disturb, too apathetic to even send a response. The Lin family of the past was merely a tumultuous affair he wished to sever entirely. Chapter 024, A Clear Path for You. Outside, the lights of Jiang City sparkled like a galaxy, and Yi Chen's era had only just begun. As he prepared to rest, his phone vibrated furiously. The screen lit up, and the name flashing on the caller ID sent a chill through him. Lin Ruoyu. He stifled the storm brewing in his mind and swiped to answer. His voice laced with a hint of hoarseness and fatigue. What is it? Yi Chen. Lin Ruoyu's voice lacked its usual allure and assertiveness, now filled with exasperation. Are you negotiating with Starlight Media? And Tianyu Luoxian? Have they offered you exorbitant sums? And if so? Yi Chen approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing down at the dazzling nightscape of Jiang City, his tone indifferent. And if so? Lin Ruoyu's voice suddenly escalated, sharp and jarring. Yi Chen, don't forget, we have been siblings for over a decade. Are you truly so devoid of compassion? She attempted to bind him with familial ties. Compassion? Yi Chen's tone dripped with sarcasm. The freedom to own my copyrights, to release songs whenever I please and grant authorization to whomever I choose, is my prerogative. Ms. Lin, you speak of compassion now. But when I was cast out, did you ever utter a single word in my defense? An oppressive silence enveloped the line. Lin Ruoyu's rapid breathing was distinctly audible. Indeed. Guilt weighed heavily on her heart. Starlight Entertainment, though seemingly prosperous, faced fierce competition, and she had not produced a substantial work or a star artist in quite some time. Should she lose the authorization for Yi Chen's classic songs, the company would soon face the threat of collapse. Everyone could recognize the potential within Yi Chen's new songs and his genius as a musician. A long-term collaboration with him could position her as a leader in the entertainment industry. It would not be long before the top players obliterated their competitors, establishing a monopoly. Yi Chen, Lin Ruoyu's voice unexpectedly softened, tinged with weary submission and desperation. I beg you. Starlight Entertainment needs a breakthrough. We need you. If you agree to sign an exclusive deal, beyond the profit-sharing ratio, any other conditions I can meet are negotiable, she hinted, even infusing a touch of pleading into her tone. What do you desire? Money? Resources? Or perhaps me? The last 3 words escaped her lips barely above a whisper. Laden with unspoken shame and a resolute sense of desperation, she recalled the photos she had sent him. They were her final bargaining chips. If Yi Chen were to find them appealing, what harm could there be? After all, he was no longer her biological brother, and the current Yi Chen was immensely capable. Should he continue to create endlessly, he could even establish his own entertainment company. This immense potential was evident not only to her, but also to other entertainment firms. Yi Chen's gaze drifted over the nightscape outside, as if transcending time and space, returning to the cold Lin family mansion. The indifferent glances he received when he was cast out flashed through his mind, a decade of neglect replaying before him. The extraordinary vision bestowed by the system made him find the very notion of such transactional compromises slightly absurd. Lin Ruoyu, Yi Chen's voice remained calm, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. You surely recall what I stated before I left, and you can probably surmise that as long as Lin Xiao remains in the Lin family, I will inevitably seek retribution. Lin Ruoyu's heart plummeted. Had Yi Chen uttered such words on the day he was expelled, she would have dismissed them with disdain. Yet, in just a few days, Yi Chen had demonstrated extraordinary proficiency in instruments, songwriting, and medical skills. Yi Chen was continuously creating miracles, shattering everyone's perceptions. Therefore, when he spoke of revenge against the Lin family, it was not mere bravado. He would undoubtedly possess the capability to execute such a plan. The Lin family was wealthy, yet not of the prestigious lineage. A single misstep could lead to devastating repercussions. Moreover, in the future, many might wish to befriend Yi Chen and band together against the Lin family. Lin Ruoyu seemed to envision the downfall of her family, despair washing over her. Yi Chen, are you truly so ruthless? Will you leave me with no path to survival? Ruthless? Very well. I shall present you with a clear path. Yi Chen interrupted her hysteria, offering a cold proposal. I have 2 options for you. First, the 10 songs I have composed over the past few days, each for 3 million, granting perpetual exclusive rights to Starlight Entertainment. The authorization fee is to be paid in full, totaling 30 million. Beyond this, there will be no binding clauses. The copyrights will remain mine, and any subsequent distributions or adaptations will require separate negotiations for profit sharing. 3 million per song. 30 million for 10 songs. A one-time buyout for exclusive rights. This was an astronomical figure, sufficient to purchase the entire catalog of a small record label. And yet, only the usage rights would be sold. The core copyrights would remain in Yi Chen's possession. Even though Lin Ruoqing understood the immense value of Yi Chen's songs, she was left dizzy by such a lion's share of a price. How much was the annual net profit of Shengshe Entertainment? Producing 30 million in one go was no small feat. Yi Chen had accurately calculated that Starlight Entertainment's current available funds were dwindling to mere tens of millions. He aimed to drain the company in one fell swoop. How ruthless. A sudden thought crossed her mind. If she had said a few words in Yi Chen's defense on the day he was expelled, would the outcome be different now? But there were no remedies for regret in this world. All she could do was renegotiate. Impossible. Lin Ruoqing screamed. This price only buys the usage rights. You are trying to drive me to my demise. Usage rights. Furthermore, with Yi Chen's creative ability, he could easily compose new classic songs at any moment. Spending 30 million would be akin to tossing it into the water. This is my price, not a cent less. Yi Chen's tone left no room for negotiation. However, given Starlight Entertainment's urgent need for a hit to survive, it was not entirely untenable. It all depended on Lin Ruoqing's resolve. Suppressing her fury, Lin Ruoqing forced herself to ask, "You just mentioned two options. What is the second?" "The second," Yi Chen replied with an air of ease, "is that I require 51 of your company's shares. In the future, the copyrights of the songs I create will still belong to me, but profits can be divided according to shareholding." "Yi Chen, you are taking advantage of the chaos." Lin Ruoqing's voice trembled with a mix of anger and tears. "This is tantamount to gifting the company to you." Starlight Entertainment had a market value of over 100 million. Yi Chen demanded more than half the shares from the outset, showing no regard for her feelings. "Ms. Lin, you are free to choose not to accept." Yi Chen's voice was cold and merciless, and I am certain that Star Media or Tianyu would be more than willing to take over. "Oh, by the way, allow me to remind you that I am currently in a tight spot and will only accept immediate transfers. If the payment does not arrive by the end of today, the transaction will be voided. Should you wish to negotiate again, it will be at an entirely different price." On the other end of the line, only Lin Ruoqing's heavy, labored breaths remained audible. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, a voice emerged, squeezed out as if from between clenched teeth. "Fine, I agree." Lin Ruoqing nearly shouted. 30 million. The exclusive rights to 10 songs forever. The copyright belongs to you, but you must guarantee that you won't collaborate with any entertainment company for a year. "I'm afraid that is something I cannot concede," Yi Chen replied. Chapter 025. The trouble caused by my own brother. Yi Chen understood her intentions. With a year to operate effectively, 10 songs would suffice for her to recoup costs and even elevate the company's profile to a higher echelon. "I can give you at most a month to recover some losses. As for how much that may be, it depends on your own capabilities. Within 1 month, I will neither release new songs nor collaborate with any entertainment companies." Yi Chen calculated in his mind that with this 30 million, along with his wealth prediction ability, he should be able to swiftly amass assets exceeding 100 million. "You are truly ruthless." Lin Ruoqing thought of biting Yi Chen in frustration, lamenting that she should have treated him better from the start, sparing herself the current lack of any semblance of goodwill. "What are you saying, President Lin?" Yi Chen interrupted her, his tone laced with mockery. "We have no relationship. This is merely business." "Very well. Such business acumen." Lin Ruoqing's voice was laden with exhaustion and a sense of utter depletion. She knew she had lost, soundly defeated. With 30 million, she was purchasing an opportunity for her company to barely survive, at the cost of bowing to this once discarded adopted son of the Lin family. Yet, if she did not buy, allowing another company to secure a partnership would leave her without even a chance to persist. From Yi Chen's tone, it was evident that dealing with her Starshine Entertainment was merely the first step in his revenge against the Lin family. She recalled Yi Chen's medical skills and began to feel sympathy for her third sister. Would her sister be able to withstand the pressure and not fall into Yi Chen's grasp? Wait, just as Yi Chen was about to hang up, Lin Ruoqing seemed to remember something, her voice tinged with a desperate indignation. "Those photos I sent you, delete them." Immediately, Yi Chen's mind flashed with the vivid images of those alluring photographs, his brows arching slightly. He had already deleted the photos, but upon hearing Lin Ruoqing's urgent tone, he considered revealing the truth, that he had no proclivity for collecting such risque images. However, a golden screen suddenly appeared before him, accompanied by a system notification that left him momentarily stunned. Ding. Detected a critical choice point. Lin Ruoqing's concern. "Please select option 1. Reply that the photos have been deleted, as I have no interest in viewing them. Reward, 500 yuan. Option 2. Reply that I have kept the photos to admire at leisure. Reward: 1 bottle of War God oil. Option 3. Convince Lin Ruoqing to agree to send new risk of photos whenever I wish to see them. Reward: 1 storage space of 500 cubic units. Yi Chun was immediately taken aback. Storage space? 500 cubic units? There was no way around it. He would have to continue playing the perverse game. Option 3. Definitely option 3. His voice held a hint of playful amusement. President Lin, that seems to be your voluntary offer of goodwill. He deliberately paused, as if savoring her torment, and had to admit that President Lin's figure and appearance were quite commendable. Yi Chun, you bastard. Lin Ruoqing completely broke down, screaming. What exactly do you want? Quite simple. Yi Chun's voice remained calm and steady, yet carried a devilish whisper. Whenever I wish to see them in the future, you must send them without fail. No half-hearted attempts, no repetitions. As long as you obediently comply, I shall refrain from collaborating with any companies, otherwise. He left the threat hanging, the implication unmistakable. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, I could refrain from collaborating with any companies. But that did not preclude me from establishing my own entertainment company. A profound silence enveloped the phone line. Lin Ruoqing felt as if she could hear the sound of her own heart being crushed. In that moment, her life, her pride, was utterly trampled beneath Yi Chun's heel. Yet, Yi Chun's threat was effective, and what she found most difficult to refuse was his demand for exclusive collaboration. Can you truly guarantee that you will only work with me? Of course. Yi Chun replied, like a cunning wolf enticing a naive rabbit. You may refuse. But you must believe that once I spread the word, there will be plenty of companies willing to meet my demands. Lin Ruoqing understood all too well that compared to the value Yi Chun could bring, any entertainment company would spare no effort to seize the opportunity. Wealth, women, connections, whatever was on offer, there would be those willing to take it. Then, can you guarantee the continual release of new songs? New songs can be assured, but future songs cannot be bought outright. I shall require at least 80% of the profits. Yi Chun had managed to corner Lin Ruoqing without any pretense. The remaining 20% of profits would be sufficient for her company to operate. Even if it did not yield profit, at the very least, she could gain visibility. After a prolonged silence, so long that Yi Chun began to wonder if she had fainted, a weak, nearly inaudible sob broke through. You can bully me all you want. Fine, I agree to your terms. Her voice was intermittent, as if she had exhausted all her strength. The call was terminated. Yi Chun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his mansion, gazing down at the city lights below that resembled ants, his expression devoid of any emotion. He felt no joy in revenge, only a serene calm that came from looking down upon the dust. Exploiting another's predicament and weaknesses was merely a tactic. True conquest was never achieved through coercion and trade. The Lin family was merely the beginning. Successfully completed Choice 3, received reward, 500 cubic units of storage space. The system notification chimed. Yi Chun felt a surge of awareness as he sensed the vast space within him. This was splendid. Now, various documents, silver needles, and even daily necessities could be stored within the storage space. Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the study door, and Yi Zixuan's excited little head peeked in. Brother, come out quickly. Mom and Dad have prepared a midnight snack. The sharpness in Yi Chun's eyes instantly softened into warmth. All right, I'll be right there. He turned and exited the study, temporarily casting aside the sordid transactions and calculations. At the headquarters of Starshine Entertainment, in the president's office, Lin Ruoqing collapsed into the wide executive chair, her shirt collar disheveled, her meticulously applied makeup marred by tear streaks. She hurled her phone onto the carpet, shattering its screen. 30 million, 10 songs, and that utterly humiliating additional condition. She could almost envision Yi Chun on the other end of the screen, regarding the photos she had sent with that cold, playful gaze, as if he were admiring a trivial commodity. An overwhelming sense of humiliation and fury threatened to engulf her. After a considerable time, she finally dialed the landline to summon her secretary to draft a contract. Though bitterly resentful, she knew she needed to expedite the signing of the agreement with Yi Chun, lest that insufferable brat change his mind again. At that moment, she felt a deep-seated resentment towards her parents and Lin Xiao. Had they not pushed matters to such an extreme and blocked all avenues for retreat, her relationship with Yi Chun would surely have been different. The Lin family had no shortage of money. Why could they not accommodate an adopted son who had been with them for over a decade? It was all Lin Xiao's fault. Originally, there was no affection between her and Lin Xiao, but ever since her younger brother returned, a barrage of negative news has been incessantly circulating. In stark contrast to Yi Chun, Lin Xiao truly embodies the essence of a scoundrel and a waste. Chapter 026, From 1,000 to 40 million. The frigid contract was signed with the final name by Lin Ruoqing's trembling secretary, and the colossal sum of 30 million instantaneously transferred into the account designated by Yi Chun. Almost simultaneously, the previously silent wealth alert system buzzed back to life, displaying a dazzling golden trajectory across the screen. While dining, Yichen received a notification on his phone, 30 million deposited. He chuckled softly, acknowledging that Lin Ruoqing indeed possessed a degree of resolve. Since she was generous with her money, the contract was also easily agreed upon. Shortly after, his phone buzzed again. The money has been transferred. When shall we sign the contract? Yichen replied with a smile. You can come over at any time, but before we sign, wouldn't a little incentive be in order? In under 10 seconds, his phone pinged with a provocative photo that left one breathless. This young lady was becoming increasingly audacious. It seemed she would grow more accustomed to such antics in the future. Brother, what are you thinking about? Why do you have such a peculiar smile? Yi Zixuan inquired with curiosity. Yichen quickly stowed away his phone, adopting a serious demeanor. Nothing, just saw a funny video. No sooner had he spoken than a notification chimed in his mind. Wealth alert. Jiangxing Antique Market, to the left of the entrance of the Boga studio. The third row features a bronze paperweight, in actuality, a remnant of a Song Dynasty Yingqing porcelain 8-sided eared vase. Estimated value. Market undervalue 1,000 yuan. Restoration value, over 40,000,000 yuan. Strongly recommended for acquisition. Yichen's lips curled into a smile. Antique. 40 million? Just perfect. Zixuan, let us go. Brother will take you shopping. He set down his chopsticks and addressed his sister, who was still engrossed in taking selfies while eating. Shopping? What are you buying, brother? Clothes or bags? Yi Zixuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Much more interesting than that. Yichen replied with a mysterious grin. Then let me change into some proper attire. The Jiangxing Antique Market bustled with life, the air thick with the essence of history as genuine and counterfeit items mingled together. Yi Zixuan, like a curious fawn, glanced around with keen interest, hesitant to touch anything. With a clear objective, Yi Chun strode directly towards an inconspicuous stall to the left of the entrance of the Boga studio. The stall owner, an elderly man dressed in a tank top, fanned himself lazily while squinting at passers-by. The array of items on display was chaotic, mainly consisting of old coins, worn books, chipped faces, and various rusted copper and iron artifacts. Yi Chen's gaze landed precisely on the third row, where a black bronze paperweight was used to hold down a few tattered scrolls of calligraphy and painting. The paperweight, fashioned in the shape of a lion-headed square base, was encrusted with thick black rust and earthy patina, appearing unattractive and clumsy. How much for this paperweight? Yi Chun inquired, lifting the heavy bronze piece, feeling its cold, substantial weight. The stall owner lazily raised his eyelids. Ah, young man has a good eye. This is a genuine Han Dynasty bronze paperweight, authentic and true. I wouldn't sell for less than this amount. He held up 2 fingers. 2,000. Yichen raised an eyebrow. 20,000. The old man wore a look that suggested he was testing Yi Chun's knowledge. Too expensive. Yi Chun placed the paperweight down, pretending to leave. At most, 800. Hey, don't go, young man. The old man panicked, seeing Yi Chun's earnestness. All right, 1,008. I'll give you a special opening price. Yi Chun shook his head. Just 1,000. If not, then forget it. He feigned interest in a more ornate copper incense burner nearby. Fine. 1,000 it is. I haven't opened yet today, so I'll take a loss. The old man reluctantly conceded, fearful that Yi Chun might change his mind. Yi Chun promptly paid and picked up the dark bronze paperweight. Brother, Yi Zixuan tugged at his sleeve, whispering, why spend 1,000 on this scrap metal? It's so ugly and dirty. Silly girl, this is a treasure, Yi Chun chuckled, weighing the paperweight in his hand as he approached a nearby stall offering simple cleaning services. He borrowed some water and a brush. With gentle movements, avoiding the lion head portion, he focused on cleaning the lower half of the square base. As the black rust and dirt were washed away, Yi Zixuan's eyes widened in astonishment. What lay beneath was not merely a bronze base. The black rust revealed a porcelain body as smooth and lustrous as jade. Though remnants of black rust and earth still lingered, the unique texture, resembling ice and jade with a hint of white within the blue, began to shine through. This is porcelain. Yi Zixuan covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. A remnant of a Song Dynasty Yingqing porcelain 8-sided eared vase. Yi Chen's voice was low but clear, reaching the ears of several onlookers nearby. Yingqing porcelain, 8-sided eared vase. Song Dynasty. These words detonated like a bomb, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in proximity. The stall owner, who had previously appeared pained, now looked as if his eyes were about to pop out, filled with regret. He watched helplessly as Yi Chun meticulously cleaned, the porcelain becoming increasingly white and lustrous, the Yingqing glaze growing ever clearer. Though it was merely a remnant, the elegance and serenity belonging to top-tier Song porcelain were undeniable. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in an exquisite Tang suit, adorned with a large amber bracelet. Hurried over, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he fixated on the porcelain in Yi Chun's hands. Young man, what an eye you have. What incredible luck. This is indeed a Southern Song Ingqing base. Judging by the size and glaze, it's likely of official kiln quality. What a pity, it's only this little piece. But its value remains considerable. Behind him trailed an elderly man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, carrying a toolbox. The old man leaned in for a closer inspection, adjusted his glasses, and nodded gravely. The glaze is pure, the body is firm, the cracks are natural, and the foot is well-formed and sturdy. Typical characteristics of the Southern Song Jingdajun Ingqing official kiln. Though it's a remnant, such a sizable piece is extraordinarily rare. May I be so bold as to inquire, young sir, are you considering selling it? Yi Chun looked at the rejuvenated porcelain base in his hand and nodded. At a suitable price, I would part with it. Splendid. The man in the tang suit rubbed his hands together, his gaze intense. Young man, my surname is Ma. I deal in the trade of overseas art return. For this piece, I offer this amount. He extended his plump fingers. 500,000. Yi Zixuan gasped, her heart racing. Mr. Ma shook his head with a smile. Little sister, add a zero. 5 million. Yi Zixuan felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the transformation from 1,000 to 5 million. No. The elderly man beside Mr. Ma interjected, his voice hoarse with excitement. Mr. Ma means 50 million Hong Kong dollars, which roughly translates to about 43 million Chinese yuan. Boom. Yi Zixuan felt as though fireworks had exploded in her mind. 1,000 became 43 million? Her legs weakened, and she leaned on Yi Chun for support to avoid collapsing. The crowd around them erupted in astonished chatter. Envy, jealousy, and incredulity flooded the air, nearly engulfing Yi Chun. The old man who had just sold the item was now slumped on a small stool, lamenting, nearly in tears. Chapter 027. The Identity of a Special Individual. Yet Yi Chun remained composed, as if discussing a mere transaction of a few hundred. He turned to the clearly knowledgeable elderly man. What do you think, sir? The elder spoke solemnly. Though it is significantly damaged, its form is well proportioned, and the glaze is exquisite. Although the base mark is compromised, its features remain distinct. As a prime specimen of porcelain, it possesses immense research value. In the circles of elite collectors overseas, this price is not considered outrageous. Mr. Ma is genuinely intent on finalizing the deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun agreed. Mr. Ma was overjoyed, fearing that Yi Chun might renege, and promptly produced a checkbook, signing a substantial check on the spot. The transaction was swiftly completed under the witness of the antique markets management and several seasoned experts. Gazing at the dizzying string of numbers on the check, Yi Chun casually tucked it into his pocket, actually a storage space, and accepted the gilded business card that Mr. Ma respectfully offered. Mr. Yi, should any fine items arise in the future, please prioritize me, Ma. This is my personal card. Feel free to contact me anytime. Amidst a chorus of envy and admiration, Yi Chun led the still-dazed Yi Zixuan out of the antique market. Only after walking a considerable distance did Yi Zixuan snap back to reality, clutching Yi Chun's arm tightly, her voice rising in pitch. Brother, 43 million? Is this real? We just acquired over 40 million. Indeed. He gently patted his sister's head in reassurance. His tone as calm, as if discussing the pleasantness of the weather. Brother, are you a deity? How did you know that piece of junk was worth so much? Yi Zixuan exclaimed, her excitement rendering her speechless, her cheeks flushed. Her admiration for her brother was nearly overflowing, brimming with happiness and pride. Just fortunate, and a bit knowledgeable. Yi Chun wished to avoid further explanation, steering the conversation elsewhere. Our parents have toiled for most of their lives. It's time they enjoy some comfort. When we return, transfer 1 million pocket money to each of them. I will buy a car for you, and save some for household expenses. Mom and Dad should resign from their jobs tomorrow. 1 million? Yi Zixuan was once again overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of happiness. She had never seen such wealth in her life. A car? What kind? Father prefers something stable, so let us get him a BMW 5 Series. Mother favors a good view, so an Audi Q5 for her. And what about you? What do you like? Yi Chun inquired while driving. Me? Yi Zixuan's eyes sparkled immediately. Brother, I adore the Porsche 911. In red. It's incredibly cool. After she spoke, she felt a bit shy, sticking out her tongue. Isn't that too expensive? And I don't have a driver's license. It's not too expensive. I want you to be happy. I'll take you to enroll right away. There's a green channel for students, and if all goes well, you'll have it before school starts. Yi Chun smiled, saying that the car would be picked up tomorrow. Brother. Yi Zixuan excitedly hugged Yi Chun's arm, nearly wanting to plant a kiss on him. You are undoubtedly the best brother in the world. I love you. All right, how old are you to be acting spoiled? I will act spoiled. You are my only brother. If I don't act spoiled with you, should I go find someone else? Oh, You even know about others, which is commendable. He, of course. My brother is so capable. My future boyfriend must have at least half of your abilities. The two first went to register for a driver's license, then to the bank to acquire several bank cards, before finally heading home. When Yi Chun returned to Yunding number 1 with Yi Zixuan and handed 2 bank cards, each containing $1 million, to Yi Yong and Wang Hui, announcing plans to buy a car and resign the next day, a wave of shock washed over them once more. Yi Yong, trembling while holding the thin card, stammered, Chun, this amount is too much. You should keep it for your business. Wang Hui, on the other hand, had tears welling in her eyes as she looked at her son and then at the opulent home surrounding them, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Mother feels as though this is a dream. Our son, Chun, has truly achieved great success. She clutched the bank card tightly, as if grasping her son's earnest intentions. Upon learning that Yi Zixuan would also be driving a Porsche 911, the elderly couple was rendered speechless, only able to repeatedly say, all right, we will follow Chun's lead. The family basked in immense happiness and joy until late into the night when they finally retired to their rooms. The following morning, a discreet yet luxurious black Hongqi L5 sedan, adorned with a special pass, silently entered the underground parking of Yunding number 1, stopping directly beside Yi Chun's designated parking space. 2 men clad in black Zhongshan suits, their expressions impassive and eyes sharp as eagles, emerged from the vehicle. Their strides were steady and soundless, exuding an air of dominance typically associated with those who have long resided in positions of power. One stepped forward slightly, nodding respectfully, his voice low yet resonant. May I inquire, is this Mr. Yi Chun? Yi Chun shielded his sister behind him, his gaze calm and unwavering. That would be me. Mr. Yi, we apologize for the intrusion. A certain high-ranking official is unwell, and the situation is urgent. Due to the official's unique status, it is inappropriate to seek public medical help. We have heard of your extraordinary medical skills and have been dispatched to request your assistance. The black-clad men spoke with utmost respect, yet their tone carried an undeniable insistence, more of a summons than a request. The official has promised that should you agree to assist, regardless of the outcome, there will be a generous reward. If a cure is possible, you may stipulate any conditions you wish. An official? Unique status? Stipulating conditions at will. Yi Chun understood the implications. He had no right to refuse, yet he had no intention of doing so. To utterly dismantle the Lin family, mere wealth was insufficient. Connections were equally vital. And what he lacked most at present was precisely that, connections. This opportunity to treat a significant figure was indeed a chance. Brother, Yi Zixuan, feeling anxious, clutched at Yi Chun's clothing. Yi Chun gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm, then nodded to the men in black. Very well. But I will need to bring my silver needles. The silver needles are prepared. We have the finest available in the car. The man in black stepped aside, opening the heavy and luxurious door of the Hongqi sedan. Mr. Yi, please. Yi Chun reassured his parents and sister momentarily, instructing them to focus on arranging their resignations and to rest, before calmly entering the back seat of the sedan. The vehicle glided smoothly and swiftly out of the parking garage, bypassing the city and heading directly onto the ring road, making its way towards a heavily guarded therapeutic area not even marked on the map, located in the suburbs. After passing through multiple stringent checkpoints, the Hongqi sedan finally arrived at a cluster of buildings nestled amid picturesque mountains and waters, where security was exceptionally tight. The car stopped in front of a modestly presented, yet exquisitely designed and technologically advanced independent courtyard. The man in black respectfully opened the car door for Yi Chun. Mr. Yi, please follow me. Traversing a tranquil corridor adorned with soft carpeting, they paused at the entrance of a spacious and bright room, equipped with state-of-the-art medical devices yet elegantly arranged. The guiding man in black halted, lightly knocking on the door. The door opened, releasing a wave of potent herbal medicine mingled with the scent of disinfectant. The room was crowded, the atmosphere tense. Several senior experts in white coats were gathered around the bed, engaging in hushed discussions, their faces etched with worry and helplessness. Nearby stood a few robust men in casual attire, radiating an aura of authority, clearly security personnel. Yi Chun's gaze swiftly bypassed these individuals, landing on the familiar figure beside the bed, a woman clad in a simple qipao, bent over to wipe the perspiration from the brow of the unconscious elder. Lin Ruoyu. Chapter 028. How can we allow him to cause harm? In that moment, Lin Ruoyu appeared pale, her eyes rimmed with red, looking utterly drained, stripped of the pride and aloofness of her former self as a little divine doctor. Only fatigue, anxiety, and a profound sense of helplessness lingered in her brow. When she heard the commotion at the door and instinctively raised her gaze, their eyes locked. It was as if a thunderclap had struck on a clear day. Lin Ruyu felt her entire being freeze in place. The damp towel in her hand fell to the carpet with a soft thud. Her bloodshot eyes widened in shock, her pupils constricting violently, filled with disbelief and a hint of complex emotions. Yi Qinshin. Her voice was sharp and thin, trembling uncontrollably, ringing harshly in the stillness of the hospital room. How did he arrive here? Even Master Sun, the revered physician, had exhausted all his efforts and was at a loss. Which is why they said they would summon a sacred doctor today. She had speculated about the identity of this esteemed healer, ruling out renowned doctors from both home and abroad. Some possessed skills inferior to her own, and none could surpass her master. Yet, she never imagined that the person ultimately invited would be none other than her foster brother, Yi Qinshin, whom the Lin family had cast aside like refuse. The absurdity and overwhelming shock rendered her mind blank. Yi Qinshin showed no inclination to greet her. Instead, he turned his attention to the elderly man in the hospital bed. Beside the bed, an elderly gentleman with white hair yet a youthful visage, the esteemed Master Sun, abruptly turned at the sound, his sharp gaze instantly locking onto the composed presence of Yi Qinshin at the door. Ruoyu, do you know this Mr. Yi? The elder's voice carried a note of scrutiny. He was naturally aware of the tremendous waves Yi Qinshin had stirred online in recent days. The night god physician was already within his purview. However, he did not expect that Lin Ruyu would recognize him, nor react so intensely. Lin Ruyu opened her mouth, gazing into Yi Qinshin's calm eyes. A surge of profound shame and embarrassment washed over her. She wished to deny it, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her utterly speechless. The years of indifference towards Yi Qinshin, coupled with the inner turmoil she experienced while witnessing him showcase his remarkable medical skills and professional credentials during a live broadcast, made her cheeks burn with humiliation. Not only she, but the entire Lin family could no longer bear to claim acquaintance with Lin Qinshin, let alone admit to having coexisted for over a decade. Yi Qinshin's gaze lingered on Lin Ruyu for a fleeting moment before shifting away, as if she were an inconsequential stranger. He focused instead on the elderly man who lay unconscious, his complexion ashen and breath faint, slightly furrowing his brows. Such heavy malevolence. Such tyrannical old injuries. This wound is extraordinary. He strode directly towards the bed, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The patient's condition is critical. The old injury has relapsed, malevolence has attacked the heart, blocking the extraordinary meridians, and has already harmed the essence of life. Unrelated personnel, step back 3 meters. His words echoed like a command throughout the hushed hospital room. His gaze, however, fell upon the black-clad individual who had led him here, as well as a middle-aged man who resembled a secretary. These were the true decision-makers. Master Sun's expression shifted dramatically. This young man speaks with such audacity. He has pinpointed the most troublesome old injury and malevolence within the old leader's body at a glance. Just as he was about to question Yi Qinshin's diagnostic basis, the secretary-like middle-aged man inclined his head slightly to Yi Qinshin and spoke in a deep voice. We shall heed Mr. Ye's arrangements. At a mere gesture, everyone else in the room, apart from Master Sun and the pale-faced Lin Ruyu, swiftly and silently retreated 3 meters. Yi Qinshin said no more. The black-clad man promptly presented a meticulously crafted box made of rosewood. Yi Qinshin opened the box to reveal a row of varying lengths of gleaming silver needles. He selected a 3-inch-long needle, his gaze landing on a particularly concealed, deep purple, slightly sunken scar near the old man's chest. This is the source. Just as Yi Qinshin focused and infused a barely perceptible trace of spiritual energy into his fingertip, preparing to insert the needle, a sudden, uncontrolled scream erupted from the doorway. Yi Chao appeared at the entrance, having seemingly emerged from nowhere. He must have been brought here by Lin Ruyu, given her nature. It was likely that her parents had pressured her to bring her brother to cultivate connections. Yi Chao pointed at Yi Qinshin, his voice filled with reckless accusation. Secretary Li. Master Sun, you cannot allow him to proceed. He knows nothing of medicine. He is merely the cast-off foster son of the Lin family. How could he possibly heal the leader? He must be employing some underhanded means to gain fame online. He is a menace. The leader's esteemed position cannot endure any mishap. Yi Chao's words struck like thunder, causing the countenances of everyone present to change dramatically. Secretary Li's previously composed gaze sharpened abruptly, several guards tensed, their hands instinctively moving towards their waists. Master Sun's face turned ashen, his expression filled with astonishment and disbelief as he looked at Yi Chao. Yi Chao, silence. This is not a place for you to speak. Lin Ruyu snapped back to her senses, her voice laced with fear and tremors. She had brought her brother here, hoping to familiarize him with the leader, perhaps securing some future favor, never anticipating that this fool would utter such reckless words in the presence of someone of this caliber. The silver needle in Yi Qinshin's hand hovered just inches from the old man's chest, mere moments away from the deep purple scar. He did not even glance at Yi Chao, his eyes calm and unwavering, merely stating in a soft voice that nevertheless drowned out Yi Chao's outburst, "Secretary Li, Master Sun. It seems the Lin family has quite a few grievances against me. If that is the case, I shall not impose." He feigned to retract the silver needle. "Mr. Yi, please wait." Secretary Li immediately interjected, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. His icy gaze swept over Yi Chao like a dagger. "Young man from the Lin family. This is not your family's parlor. Speak again with such insolence, and I shall have you thrown out." "Secretary Li, Master Sun, you must listen to me. Do not let him deceive you." Yi Chao trembled under Secretary Li's gaze, but the intense jealousy and fear, he feared that if Yi Chunxin truly healed the leader, the Lin family would be unable to suppress him further, drove him to shout recklessly, pointing at Yi Chunxin. "He has grown up in the Lin family. Who among us is not aware of his background? He knows nothing of medicine. He couldn't even find the entrance to a medical school. Those videos online are all fabricated. It's a publicity stunt. He colluded with that female host, Su Qingqing, to deceive everyone. Just think about it. How could someone heal through song? How could one perform acupuncture from afar? It's preposterous. He must have employed some nefarious means. The leader's precious life cannot be jeopardized by him." Chapter 029. Let us make a bet. The experts in the room exchanged glances. Although they harbored doubts about Yi Chunxin's sound wave treatment, Yi Chao's baseless accusations, fraught with personal sentiment, were utterly beneath contempt. Moreover, questioning Yi Chunxin, to some extent, was also a challenge to Secretary Li's judgment and decisions. Secretary Li's expression darkened significantly, his cold gaze capable of freezing one to the core. "Young Master Lin, please be mindful of your words. Should there be another instance, you shall bear the consequences." At that moment, Master Sun took a deep breath, suppressing his disdain for Yi Chao, and regarded Yi Chunxin with an expression of profound complexity, slowly speaking with gravity. "Young friend Yi, I am Sun Jiren, an advisor to the National Medical Association. The location of the leader's old injury you just pointed out, the malevolence attacking the heart, the stagnation of the extraordinary meridians, every detail is precise. This level of diagnostic skill, after 6 decades of practice, I have never encountered. Just this alone attests that you are no ordinary individual." He suddenly shifted the topic, his gaze intensely fixed on the silver needle in Yi Chen's hand. "I once encountered descriptions in ancient texts of a supreme acupuncture technique known as the 8 trigrams soul-locking needle, capable of binding life force, subduing malevolent energies, and traversing the realms of the ethereal and the underworld. Such descriptions seemed profoundly enigmatic, and I had long considered them mere figments of ancient imagination. However, while observing your live stream where you administered acupuncture to that elderly lady, I discerned a semblance of the soul-locking essence in your needlework. May I inquire, young Master Yi, is what you practice indeed?" The voice of the esteemed Dr. Sun carried a hint of awe and excitement that he himself had not fully realized. The 8 trigrams soul-locking needle. A chorus of gasps filled the ward. Even Secretary Li's eyes sparkled with astonishment. This legendary technique was known, albeit vaguely, to several senior experts present, existing only within the annals of myth and lore. Lin Ryu trembled with shock. Even her master held such reverence for it? To equate Yi Chen's acupuncture with a legendary divine skill? If true, her little physician's reputation would be rendered a mere jest. Lin Xiao was equally taken aback by Dr. Sun's words, but soon became more frenzied, refusing to believe that Yi Chun possessed such prowess. "Dr. Sun, how could you be so mistaken? He is a bastard. How could he possibly comprehend such a legendary technique? It must be mere coincidence, or he has employed some dark sorcery. Don't be deceived by him. He is nothing but a charlatan, a complete fraud." Faced with Lin Zhao's frenzied accusations and Dr. Sun's probing gaze, Yi Chen slowly turned to him. His eyes calmly met Lin Zhao's contorted visage, as if observing a rabid ant. "Lin Xiao," Yi Chen's voice was calm, yet laced with an icy chill. "Whether I am a fraud is not for your foul mouth to declare. Since you are so confident, do you dare to wager with me?" "Wager on what?" Lin Zhao's heart sank at Yi Chen's gaze, his voice rising in panic. Yi Chen's eyes swept across everyone in the ward, finally settling on Secretary Li. "Secretary Li, esteemed experts, I kindly ask you to bear witness. I shall now administer acupuncture to the old leader. Should I succeed in alleviating his suffering, or even awakening him, it will affirm the authenticity of my medical skills, and Lin Zhao's words will be nothing but slander. As for the price..." Yi Chen's gaze turned sharp as a blade, piercing Lin Xiao. "I shall take one of your legs. The very leg you used to obstruct my path home and to kick my belongings. If I fail, or if the old leader suffers even the slightest mishap." Yi Chen's voice was resolute. "I, Yi Chen, shall willingly submit my head for your disposal." Boom. It was as if a bomb had detonated in the ward. Everyone was left stunned by Yi Qin's blood-soaked wager. A leg. A life. This was no mere gamble. It was a life-and-death contract. Lin Xiao was terrified, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed. He had not anticipated Yi Qin's ruthless resolve. This madman. He truly dares. No, no, I refuse to wager. This is murder. You are insane. Lin Xiao screamed in terror, retreating repeatedly, desperate to escape this suffocating place. Now you wish to leave? It's too late. Yi Qin's voice resonated as if from the depths of the abyss. Secretary Li, please guard the door. Young Master Lin, open your eyes wide and observe closely. Without delay. Yi Qin turned sharply, leaving no room for hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a faint yet vibrant hum from the 3-inch needle. The needle tip seemed to shimmer momentarily. In the next instant, like lightning, it accurately pierced the center of the deep purple scar on the old man's chest, targeting the Danzhong acupoint. As the needle entered, Yi Qin's fingers began to vibrate at an almost imperceptible frequency. A minuscule yet concentrated stream of warm energy surged through the silver needle, forcefully entering the old man's body. The comatose elder's body suddenly tensed, letting out a low groan of profound agony. An unnatural flush surged onto his waxen face. Commander, Secretary Li and the guards felt their hearts leap to their throats. Steady. Dr. Sun's eyes widened, fixated on Yi Qin's hands and the acupoint he had pierced, his body trembling with excitement as he murmured unconsciously. The Dan Tian draws vital energy, locking the yuan. This flow of energy is in perfect harmony. Could it truly be the 8 trigram soul-locking needle? The Can, Zhun, and Li positions bind life force, stabilizing the soul and subduing malevolent energies. As Dr. Sun spoke in a frenzy, Yi Qin did not pause in his actions. The second needle, like a swift antelope's horn, it pierced the Shun K acupoint. The third needle, as rapid as thunder, it targeted the Guan Yuan acupoint. The fourth, fifth, sixth needles, Yi Qin's movements flowed like water, imbued with an ineffable rhythm. Each needle's insertion was accompanied by the old man's violent reactions, convulsions, low growls, cold sweat pouring forth, and the dark veins beneath his skin twisting and writhing, as if something sinister were struggling within. The ward fell into a deathly silence, with only the trembling of the silver needles and the old leader's muffled groans filling the air, alongside Dr. Sun's fervent, almost reverent commentary. The Kim position, nourishing the life spring. The Dui position, moistening the 100 bones. The Kuan position, the earth bears all. The Sun position, expelling evil and dispersing impurities. The Jin position, sealing and returning to the source. 8 needles, merely 8 needles, each piercing 8 major acupoints, forming an intricate 3-dimensional array akin to the 8 trigrams, enveloping the old man entirely. When the final needle, positioned at Jin, pierced 3 points below the Bai Hui acupoint atop the old man's head, a resonant hum echoed as if the 8 silver needles had found their harmony. A visible, faint white mist began to rise from the acupoints where the needles had been inserted. Simultaneously, the comatose elder suddenly opened his mouth, expelling a large volume of foul-smelling black-purple blood. With the expulsion of this stagnant blood, the elder's taut body relaxed completely, the pain etched on his face dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented tranquility and ease. His waxen complexion visibly regained its color, and his weak breath stabilized and lengthened. In the entire ward, the sound of needles dropping could be heard. Everyone was utterly stunned by this miraculous spectacle. Their minds went blank. 8 needles determining fate, stagnant blood gushing forth, breath returning to calm. This was not merely medical skill, it was a divine miracle. Yi Qin exhaled a long breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This 8 trigrams soul-locking needle, though appearing effortless, had severely drained his mental and physical energy. He gently withdrew the silver needles. Dad! A voice filled with suppressed joy and tears erupted from a corner of the ward. A middle-aged man in military uniform, adorned with stars on his epaulets, suddenly rushed to the bedside, grasping his elderly father's hand tightly, his fierce eyes brimming with tears. The old leader, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, fluttered his eyelashes and, with great effort, slowly opened his eyes. Though his gaze was still somewhat clouded, it bore a glimmer of clarity and confusion, swiftly focusing on the tear-streaked face of his son. Xiao Feng. The old leader's voice was hoarse and dry yet resonated like thunder, striking at everyone's hearts. He has awakened. He is truly awake. Countless experts had pronounced a death sentence upon the old commander, and even the renowned Dr. Sun was at a loss. Yet, under Yi Qin's miraculous 8 needles, he was resurrected. Father, it's me. It's me. The middle-aged general's voice trembled with emotion, barely containing his excitement. A good child. The old commander weakly patted his son's hand, his gaze slowly sweeping over the agitated crowd in the hospital room, ultimately landing on Yi Feng. His eyes flashing with understanding and gratitude. Is it this young miracle worker who saved me? Indeed. Father, this is Mr. Yi. The middle-aged general nodded repeatedly. His eyes filled with appreciation and reverence as he regarded Yi Chun. The ward erupted with long-suppressed gasps of astonishment and excitement. All the experts looked at Yi Chun as if he were a living medical myth. To witness such a long-lost skill firsthand was truly a life fulfilled. Moreover, Yi Chun was remarkably young. The potential of such youth was immense. As long as they maintained a good relationship with him, there would inevitably come a time when they would seek his assistance. Perhaps he could simply extend a hand and grant life anew, or even, as today, pull someone back from the brink of death. Dr. Sun was in tears, bowing deeply towards Yi Chun. Dr. Yi, I, an old fool, have finally witnessed the true form of the 8 trigrams locking soul needle today. I have no regrets in dying. Please accept my deepest bow. Having dedicated his life to the study of traditional Chinese medicine, the sight of the legendary technique reappearing stirred emotions in him that were beyond words. If not for the crowd, he would have knelt before Yi Chun to become his disciple. Secretary Li let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes towards Yi Chun filled with gratitude and a hint of awe. Thank goodness Yi Chun did not let him down after this incident. His future in the political arena would be much more secure. He approached Yi Chun, bowing solemnly. Mr. Yi, your great kindness is beyond words. The commander and all of us will remember it in our hearts. I hope you will forgive any previous rudeness. Yi Chun slightly nodded in return, his voice remaining calm. The commander has harbored malevolent energy in his body for many years, which has taken residence in his heart's meridian. This was merely a recurrence of an old injury that triggered the malevolent energy to surge. I have only temporarily sealed it and stabilized the life force. He will require medicinal decoctions to restore his vitality, gradually dispelling the malevolent energy. He walked to the nearby desk, picked up a pen, and swiftly composed a prescription with fluid strokes. Prepare the medicine according to this prescription, boil 3 bowls down to 1, and take it on an empty stomach each morning. Continue for 7 days, then every 3 days thereafter. After a month, we shall reassess based on the condition. Yi Chun handed the prescription to Secretary Li. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Secretary Li accepted it with both hands, cherishing it as a treasure. The entire ward was enveloped in the joy of survival and boundless admiration for Yi Chun. Yet, 2 individuals stood apart, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Lin Xiao, supported by Lin Ruyu, who barely managed to keep him upright. Lin Zhao's face was ashen, his teeth chattering, his entire body trembling as if shaken by a sieve. He gazed at the awakening old commander, at Secretary Li and Dr. Sun bowing respectfully to Yi Chun, and at the fervent adoration in the eyes of the experts. He realized it was over, completely over. He had lost the bet. Yi Chun truly intended to break his legs. No, not my sister. Sister, save me. Lin Xiao completely broke down, tears streaming down his face, desperately clutching Lin Ruyu's arm as if it were a lifeline, pleading incoherently. Yi Chun, Brother Chun, I was wrong. I spoke thoughtlessly. I'm not human. Spare me this time. Just let me go. I'll kneel. I'll give you money. I'll give you my sports car. Please let me off. He indeed collapsed to the ground, fervently kowtowing towards Yi Chun, his forehead quickly turning blue and purple. All eyes turned to Yi Chun. The atmosphere shifted once more into something delicate. Lin Ruyu looked at her kneeling, disheveled brother, wishing fervently that she had no connection to him. However, she had brought him at their parents' behest, and if he were to return with broken legs, it would be difficult to explain to them. She raised her head to look at Yi Chun, her once proud face now devoid of its former arrogance, replaced by pallor, anguish, and deep desperation. Yi Chun Lin Ruyu's voice quavered, tinged with sorrow. Lin Xiao, he is young and foolish, speaking without restraint. I beg you, on account of our years of acquaintance. For the sake of my parents' reputation acquaintance? Yi Chun interrupted her coldly, his voice as frigid as frost. Lin Ruyu, tell me, what kind of acquaintance has the Lin family shown me over these past years? Was it the kind that treated me like refuse and cast me out? Or the kind where your dear brother mocked and belittled me while you turned a blind eye? As for your parents' reputation? A sardonic smile graced Yi Chun's lips. Did they ever consider leaving me an ounce of dignity when they personally expelled me from their home and severed ties? Lin Ruyu, ask yourself honestly, if it were I, Yi Chun, lying here in a critical state, would the Lin family ever plead on my behalf? Would they even spare me a glance? Lin Ruyu was rendered speechless by Yi Chun's incisive words, her face as pale as a sheet, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Scenes from the past decade and more flashed before her eyes, her indifference, disdain, and even occasional impatience towards Yi Chun now transformed into the sharpest of daggers, piercing her to the core. Lin Ruyu gazed at her brother's desperate, pleading eyes, and at the complex expressions of those around her. A wave of overwhelming shame and the weight of her responsibility as an elder sister drowned her completely. Gritting her teeth, she made a shocking decision that left everyone astounded. Thud. This esteemed third miss of the Lin family, the goddess in the hearts of countless young talents in Jiangqing, actually knelt before Yichun, her knees crashing heavily onto the cold floor. Chapter 031. Should there be another act of offense? Yichun. Lin Ruyu's voice quavered with humiliation, yet rang clear. It is my family that has wronged you. It is my family that has let you down. All the blame lies with the Lin family. Lin Xiao is a scoundrel. He deserves punishment. But he is still my dear brother, the only son of my parents. She raised her head, tears brimming in her eyes as they cascaded down like a broken string of pearls. I beg you, spare him this once. Consider it a debt owed by me. Lin Ruoyu, I will take the punishment in his stead. You can beat me, scold me, or even take my legs if you wish. I only ask you to grant him a chance to amend his ways. Otherwise, I truly cannot face our parents upon my return, she proclaimed. And in an act of desperation, she heavily bowed her head towards Yichun. Thud. The sound of her forehead striking the ground echoed, crisp and resonant. The entire ward fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was shaken by this scene before them. The exalted third miss of the Lin family, kneeling and kowtowing in supplication for her incompetent brother, before the very son they had once cast aside. This humiliation, this sacrifice. Dr. Sun displayed a look of compassion, shaking his head in quiet lament. Secretary Li's expression was complex, and he remained silent. The old commander, having just awoken and still somewhat weak, looked at Yi Chun with a hint of inquiry in his gaze. Yi Chun quietly regarded the kneeling Lin Ruyu, her forehead swollen, tears streaming down her face. He observed the humility she had never revealed before him, the immense shame she bore to protect her family and her brother. A torrent of complex emotions surged within him. Over the years spent in the Lin household, he had never witnessed the esteemed third miss exhibit such humility towards anyone. Not even before her revered grandfather had she ever knelt. For the sake of her blood-related younger brother Lin Xiao, she was willing to go to such lengths? Indeed, flesh and blood connection is unparalleled. As for him, Yi Chun, who had been a foster son for over a decade, it appeared that in her heart, he was perhaps even less than a mere dog. A flicker of mockery spread across Yi Chun's eyes, just as he prepared to speak. Intending to sever this last vestige of absurd affection, a notification rang out. Ding. Triggering immediate choice mission. Mission 1. Spare Lin Xiao, show magnanimity. Reward, 100 yuan cash. Mission 2. Break Lin Xiao's leg, and fulfill your word. Reward, random master level skill fragment X1. Mission 3. Persuade Lin Ruyu to agree to accompany you to a hotel for the night. Completion reward, enlightenment of Tycoon master realm, including inner energy cultivation. Enlightenment of Tycoon master realm. Yi Chen's gaze instantly fixated on the third option. Master realm, inner energy cultivation. This not only signified that he would possess extraordinary martial prowess, sufficient for self-preservation and even to manipulate circumstances, but more importantly, the enhancement to his medical skills would be monumental. Whether it was the execution of advanced acupuncture techniques, the refinement of elixirs requiring spiritual fire, or even grappling with more profound ailments in the future, all would be indispensable. This reward far surpassed the mere act of breaking Lin Xiao's leg by hundreds or even thousands of times. Yet, the task's requirements. Yi Chen's gaze fell upon Lin Ruyu, who knelt on the ground, her tear-streaked face a picture of humiliation and pleading. To have her spend the night alone in her own bedroom? The cost of that request. A playful curve appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. He certainly had no intentions of harming Lin Ruyu. But the demand itself was the greatest humiliation and assertion of control over the proud third miss of the Lin family. It would serve as a perpetual reminder that her brother owed a leg, and for the time being, her fate was firmly in his hands. TSK, TSK, TSK. How deeply the third miss of Lin cares for her brother, truly touching. Yi Chen's voice, laced with a hint of mockery and languor, shattered the silence of the hospital room. For this useless brother, she was willing to forsake her dignity? Upon hearing his words, Lin Ruyu's body trembled violently, and she raised her head, biting her lip fiercely, tears of humiliation welling in her eyes. Very well, in light of third miss Lin's sincerity, Yi Chun deliberately elongated his tone, his gaze sweeping over the pallid Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's leg can be temporarily spared today. Before Lin Ruyu could express her gratitude, Yi Chun continued, but you must agree to one condition. Upon finishing, he took out his phone and swiftly sent a message. Lin Ruyu, puzzled, picked up the phone to glance at it, her face instantly flushing crimson, a mix of anger and shame washing over her. How dare he make such a request? To have her accompany him to a hotel for a night? Was this his form of revenge? Just as she hesitated, Lin Xiao could no longer contain himself and urgently tugged at her sleeve, saying, Sister, You must agree. If my leg is broken, you won't have a good outcome either. A surge of unnameable anger flared within Lin Ruyu as she forcefully shrugged off Lin Zhao's hand, retorting, "Do you even know what he is asking? You expect me to agree without question?" Yet Lin Zhao was even angrier, insisting, "Whatever he demands, you must comply. You brought me here. If I cannot return whole, how will you face our parents? I am the only son in the family. Sacrificing you four to save me is only right." Upon hearing this, not only did Lin Ruyu feel utterly despondent, but the others in the room looked at Lin Zhao as if he were refused. Who would have thought such shamelessness still existed in the world? However, this was a matter between Yi Chun and the Lin family. They could not intervene. Yi Chun chuckled, turning to Lin Ruyu and inquiring, "Third miss, is this the beloved younger brother you cherish so dearly? Such a person is hardly worth it. Perhaps I should just break his leg after all." "No." Lin Ruyu stood up, numb, and declared, "I accept your terms. We will discuss this later." As her words fell, Yi Chun immediately heard the system notification sound. Successfully completed Choice 3, obtaining enlightenment of tycoon master level. Instantly, a vast and powerful energy surged into his limbs and bones. A deep resonance echoed in his mind. Countless profound insights regarding the balance of yin and yang in tycoon, the harmonious blend of hardness and softness, and the mastery of intent over energy surged forth. The energy within his dantian spun wildly, expanding. A pure and refined inner chi, akin to a slumbering dragon awakened, suddenly surged forth, permeating his meridians and bones. His muscles, fascia, and bones were silently tempered and reshaped by this force, becoming more resilient, coordinated, and imbued with explosive strength and indescribable tenacity. His senses were heightened to an extraordinary level. He could discern the subtle movements of air in the room, the distant heartbeat of the guards, and even the trajectory of tears rolling down Lin Ruyu's face. Tycoon Master Realm. Inner Chi has begun to take form. In this moment, Yi Chun felt as if he had transformed into the very nexus of yin and yang in the world, capable of wielding unfathomable power with the slightest gesture. What delighted him even more was that this pure inner chi melded seamlessly with his mental prowess, elevating his control over his body and his perception and application of chi to unprecedented heights. This would mark a qualitative leap in his medical skills, especially in acupuncture and massage, which required extreme precision and sensitivity to energy. No wonder top-tier medical techniques are often lost to time, as many advanced methods necessitate the integration of inner chi. All fatigue dissipated, and his eyes gleamed with newfound depth, his demeanor becoming increasingly profound. He quietly reveled in the surging power within him, as if nothing had transpired. "Lin Xiao, remember, your leg is merely on temporary loan to you. Should you dare to offend me again, regardless of time or place, no matter who intercedes on your behalf, I shall personally reclaim it." Chapter 032, A True Celestial on Earth. Merely on loan. Lin Ruyu looked up in astonishment, tears still clinging to her lashes. Yet a profound unease began to stir within her. Yi Chun's voice, though not loud, bore the unique mental pressure of the master realm, etching itself into Lin Zhao's very soul. Lin Zhao felt a chilling dread surge through him, as if his very essence was trembling. He let out a terrified scream, clutching his leg tightly, and in an instant, the area of his pants was soaked. He had involuntarily wet himself. A heavy stench filled the room. "Useless." Secretary Li furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with disdain, signaling to the guards. 2 guards promptly advanced, dragging the limp, disgrace-ridden Lin Xiao out like a dead dog, while Lin Ruyu, pale-faced, was also escorted out of the room. Before leaving, Lin Ruyu cast a deep, complex glance at Yi Chun, her emotions swirling in a tumultuous storm. The room returned to a solemn quietude. The old commander, supported by his son, leaned against the headboard. Though weak, his eyes had regained their clarity and wisdom. He looked at Yi Chun, his voice hoarse yet powerful. "Young Dr. Yi, you have pulled this old man back from the brink of death. Such a great kindness cannot go unacknowledged. I shall remember this debt." He paused, a flicker of sternness flashing in his eyes. "The Lin family has so disgraced its talents and mistreated kindness. If need be, this old man is still capable of seeking justice for you." As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room instantly became charged with tension. Secretary Li, Dr. Sun, and the guards were all taken aback, recognizing the weight of the old commander's statement. This endeavor necessitates the mobilization of a lifetime's worth of formidable connections and influence to advocate for Yi Chun, ultimately obliterating the Lin family. In Jiang City, the Lin family may be considered a prominent clan, yet before the likes of the old leader, they are merely oversized insects. A single utterance is sufficient to consign them to perdition. Yi Chun felt a warmth in his heart, yet his gaze remained composed. He approached the old leader's bedside and bowed slightly, Your Excellency's benevolence is deeply appreciated. The matters concerning the Lin family are my own to resolve. Such minor grievances are hardly worthy of tarnishing your hands. Should a time arise when I require your assistance, I beseech you for one favor. Speak." The old leader's eyes sparkled with intensity. "When the time comes for my reckoning, I hope you can restrain certain factions, preventing the Lin family from resorting to unscrupulous means to disrupt fairness." Yi Chen's voice was calm, yet imbued with unwavering confidence. "I desire for them to lose, within the boundaries of the rules, utterly and convincingly, bankrupt." "Excellent. You possess ambition and fortitude." The old leader's eyes radiated profound admiration. "As long as I draw breath, no one in Jiang City shall harbor ill intentions against you. Play as you wish. I will provide cover." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Yi Chen expressed his gratitude earnestly. This promise held greater value than a direct annihilation of the Lin family, as it afforded him a relatively equitable platform for competition. Although the leader had awakened and stabilized his vitality temporarily, the source of malevolence remained, and the blockages in his meridians necessitated external assistance for a swifter recovery. Yi Chen's tone shifted as he turned to Secretary Li. "Kindly prepare a clean towel to place upon the leader's back." Secretary Li and the others, though perplexed, promptly complied. Once the towel was in place, Yi Chen stood by the bedside, his hands hovering just above the old leader's back. Closing his eyes slightly, he began to breathe in a remarkably elongated and deliberate manner, his aura instantly solidifying like a mountain, akin to an unfathomable abyss. The nascent, pure, and robust Tai Chi energy within his dantian surged forth, propelled by his intent. With a hum, an invisible force field quietly expanded. The temperature within the ward seemed to elevate slightly. Yi Chen's hands moved. Without any ostentation, they gently descended, palms pressing against the leader's vital points through the thin hospital gown and towel. A barely audible sound emerged. The skin beneath the hospital gown visibly sank at the point of contact, only to be instantly buoyed by a gentle force, reminiscent of ripples on a water surface disturbed by a stone. The Tai Chi energy penetrated the meridians. Yi Chen's hands seemed to adhere to the old leader's back, beginning to move in an extraordinarily enigmatic trajectory, kneading and guiding. Though appearing gentle and soothing, it concealed tremendous power and exquisite variations of internal energy. At times, it was like a spring breeze nourishing the earth, softly permeating the meridians, revitalizing the withered organs. At others, it surged forth like crashing waves, a fierce and domineering shockwave that violently assaulted the entrenched cold malevolence and blockages deep within the meridians. A harmonious blend of softness and strength, the interplay of yin and yang, energy penetrating the organs. The old leader emitted a deep, satisfying groan, his body gently undulating in response to Yi Chen's guiding hands. The pallor of his face transformed with remarkable speed, blooming with a healthy hue, while the faintly visible dark lines beneath his skin twisted and writhed violently with each powerful thrust from Yi Chen, ultimately retreating and dissolving under the onslaught of a more potent yang energy. Warm currents surged through the old leader's body, revitalizing him as if he were experiencing a long-awaited rain after a drought. The once stiff and numb limbs began to warm, the heavy constriction in his chest lifted, and even his breathing became remarkably smooth and elongated. A marvel of skill, a marvel indeed. Dr. Sun trembled with excitement, tears welling in his eyes as he fixated on Yi Chen's hands and the transformation of the leader's body, his lips quivering as he murmured, "The energy flows freely. The power penetrates the organs. A perfect balance of strength and softness. This is undoubtedly the supreme technique of internal energy circulation and blood purification recorded in ancient texts. Long thought lost. Only a master of the highest caliber could achieve this. Master Yi, you have already reached such a realm. In my lifetime, to witness this divine skill is an unparalleled honor." He was so overcome with emotion that he nearly fell to his knees in worship. Yi Chen's potential surpassed all expectations. Secretary Li and the middle-aged general, though lacking medical knowledge, could see the old leader's rapidly improving complexion and increasingly robust vitality. And witnessing Dr. Sun's ecstatic demeanor elevated their admiration and reverence for Yi Chen to unprecedented heights. This was no mere physician. He was akin to a celestial being on earth. For a full half hour, Yi Chen's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat before he gradually ceased his efforts. Withdrawing his hands from the leader's back, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his own breath slightly disordered. While the internal energy of a master was pure and substantial, the meticulous control required to cleanse such deep-seated ailments was tremendously draining. "How do you feel, Your Excellency?" Yi Chen inquired. The old leader suddenly opened his eyes wide, their clarity radiating brilliance, devoid of any trace of muddiness. He attempted to move his limbs, his face lighting up with incredulous delight. "Good. Unprecedentedly good. I feel warm all over, as if I have regained 20 years. That tormenting chill and heaviness is entirely gone. Young Dr. Yi, your hands are nothing short of divine. He excitedly tried to sit up, only to be promptly supported by his son. Your Excellency, please do not overexert yourself. Yi Chen smiled, gently restraining him. This treatment has cleared most of the blockages in your meridians, and the residual malevolence has been significantly dissipated by my internal energy. Moving forward, simply adhere to the prescribed medication, rest assuredly, and engage in moderate activity. In half a month, you shall have regained most of your vitality. Excellent. Excellent. I shall heed your every word. The old leader, now with a radiant complexion and invigorated spirit, bore no resemblance to his former deathly state. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I shall relay your instructions verbatim. Secretary Li responded respectfully, gazing at Yi Chen as though he were a deity. Upon concluding the treatment, Yi Chen graciously declined the old leader's invitation for a celebratory banquet, accepting only a private phone number embossed with distinctive patterns and a generous fee presented by Secretary Li on behalf of the leader. The sum was staggering, sufficient to astonish even the Lin family of Jiang City. It was, after all, his rightful recompense, which he accepted with equanimity. As he departed the ward, Dr. Sun pursued him fervently, and at the secluded end of the corridor, this renowned healer bowed deeply before Yi Chen, his voice laced with earnestness and reverence. Master Yi, I am Sun Jiren, having lived for over 80 years, and today, witnessing your mastery, I have come to understand the vastness of the medical path. I humbly beseech you to accept me as your disciple. I vow to serve you faithfully for life. His posture was exceedingly humble, his eyes filled with longing. Yi Chen paused, looking at the venerable elder, esteemed in the medical community, feeling a stir within. However, his aspirations lay elsewhere, and he was reluctant to be bound by the titles of master and disciple. Please rise, elder son, Yi Chen gently assisted him. A wave of soft energy lifting Sun Jiren. There is no need to speak of taking on disciples. We may discuss the art of medicine, but we shall not be bound by the ties of master and disciple. A flicker of profound disappointment flashed in Sun Jiren's eyes. Yi Chen shifted the conversation. However, as a healer, your compassion is commendable, elder son, as you dedicate yourself to alleviating the suffering of others. In the future, should you encounter perplexing ailments that elude your capabilities, do not hesitate to contact me. However, be forewarned that my consultation fees are rather steep. A twist of fate. The immense sense of loss was instantly supplanted by overwhelming joy. Sun Jiren was so moved that tears streamed down his aged face. Though he could not become a disciple, the prospect of having Master Yi intervene and even observe was an extraordinary opportunity. What a monumental chance this was. Thank you, Master Yi. Thank you, Master Yi. Whatever the fee may be, I shall not utter a single complaint. If I can follow the master to learn even a fragment, I would willingly part with all my possessions. He hastily presented his most cherished personal business card with both hands. Yi Chen accepted the card, nodded, and turned to leave, bestowing upon Sun the imposing silhouette of a mountain. Upon departing the heavily guarded sanatorium, Yi Chen did not immediately return to Cloud Top number 1. With a flicker of thought, he instructed the red flag vehicle to convey him to the pinnacle of Jiangqing's cloud hotels. Within the presidential suite, the floor-to-ceiling windows framed the resplendent nightscape of Jiangqing, akin to a flowing river of stars. Yi Chen shed his fatigue, donning a comfortable bathrobe, and languidly reclined on the expansive sofa, feeling the inexhaustible and eternal flow of the Taiji internal energy within him. A serene smile gracing his lips as he embraced the mastery of all. The realm of the master, the accumulation of wealth, and a promising future awaited him. He retrieved his phone, accessed Lin Ryu's number, and dispatched a succinct message. Cloud Hotel, top floor presidential suite, room 888. Arrive alone before midnight. Once the message was sent, it vanished into the void. Yi Chen remained unperturbed, closing his eyes to regulate his breath and cultivate the Taiji heart technique, solidifying the newly acquired mastery. The internal energy gently nourished his weary spirit and body, akin to soaking in a soothing hot spring, enveloping him in comfort. As the night deepened, at precisely 11:50, a barely perceptible sound of footsteps approached the suite door, followed by the soft chime of the doorbell. Yi Chen opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his gaze, reminiscent of distant stars. He rose and approached the door, peering through the peephole. Outside stood Lin Ruoyu alone. Evidently having put great thought into her appearance, she had chosen to present herself with understated elegance. A tailored cream-colored cashmere coat enveloped her delicate figure, beneath which lay a simple turtleneck sweater. Her long hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, and though her makeup was light, it could not conceal the tension and lingering humiliation upon her face. With her head bowed, her hands clutched the edges of her coat, knuckles pale from the grip. Her body trembled slightly, resembling a small creature reluctantly walking into a trap. Yichen opened the door. A palpable aura of pressure surged forth with the opening of the door. Lin Ruiyu's body jolted in response, instinctively taking half a step back before summoning the courage to raise her gaze. Upon seeing Yichen clad only in a bathrobe, revealing a robust chest as he languidly leaned against the doorframe, her cheeks instantly flushed with heat. The humiliation enveloped her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yichen. Her voice quivered, dry and trembling, struggling to form coherent sentences. Countless harrowing images flashed through her mind, rendering her body rigid and immobile. Come in. Yichen's voice betrayed no emotion as he stepped aside to allow her passage. Lin Ruiyu bit her lower lip, inhaled deeply several times, and hesitantly moved forward. Entering the suffocating presidential suite, the door closed silently behind her, sealing off the outside world and seemingly cutting off all her avenues of retreat and dignity. The room was vast and eerily quiet, filled with a subtle aroma of cedar. Yichen did not look at her, instead walking directly to the enormous sofa by the floor-to-ceiling windows, gesturing toward the seat opposite him. Sit. Lin Ruiyu approached the sofa but did not take a seat. Standing instead with a voice laced with despair, Yichen, what do you want? I've come. You promised to spare Lin Zhao's leg. Sit. Yichen's tone remained flat, but carried an undeniable authority. Lin Ruiyu's body trembled anew, and she finally moved cautiously to the very edge of the sofa, her posture rigid. Hands clasped tightly on her knees, her head bowed, unable to meet Yichen's gaze. Would you like something to drink? Yichen gestured towards the decanted red wine on the coffee table. No, I don't need. Lin Ruiyu quickly shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. Miss Lin. Yichen lifted the wine glass, swirling it delicately, the crimson liquid reflecting an entrancing glow in the light. The ice princess of the Lin family, a goddess sought after by countless young men in Jiangcheng, now finds herself in my room, trembling like a frightened rabbit to ensure the safety of her worthless brother's leg. How does that feel? You. Lin Ruiyu's head snapped up, tears finally spilling over, her humiliation and anger causing her to tremble violently. Yichen, you scoundrel. How much longer will you humiliate me? What do you want? Should I kneel and beg for forgiveness? Or do you want me to? She faltered, overwhelmed with shame and fury. Want you? Yichen's gaze brazenly roamed over her heaving chest, a wicked smile curving his lips. Ah, Miss Lin, your pitiful demeanor, so easily preyed upon, truly makes it difficult for one to resist. Lin Ruiyu's complexion drained of color, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself, curling inwards. Her eyes filled with terror and despair, as if awaiting her final judgment. Yichen observed her in her desolation, his heart devoid of sympathy. The Lin family owed him this, merely a meager interest. He leisurely sipped his red wine, then abruptly shifted his tone. However, I have no interest in this body that the Lin family has indulged for over 20 years. Lin Ruiyu's eyes widened in shock, her rain-soaked face reflecting disbelief. What did he mean? You thought I summoned you here to bed you? Yichen scoffed, setting down the glass, his eyes openly mocking. Lin Ruiyu, do you overestimate yourself? Or perhaps underestimate my taste and methods of vengeance? Lin Ruiyu was utterly bewildered. The aim of his humiliation had been achieved, instilling fear and anxiety within her all night. And yet he claimed to have no interest? What, then, did he desire? This humiliation, while bringing her a sense of relief, also left her with a tinge of disappointment. I summoned you merely to ensure you remember tonight's experience. Yichen rose, towering over her, his gaze cold and profound. Remember this humiliation, remember this fear. Remember that your brother's leg and your freedom tonight rest firmly in my hands. Remember, your Lin family owes me. You are far from having repaid your debt. As for Lin Zhao's leg, when I say it will be broken, it will be broken. But you had better pray he does not cross my path again, or else. Yichen's voice was devoid of emotion, the implications clear. As for you, Yichen's gaze lingered on her face. Examining her as one would an object for sale, you will remain here tonight. The room is spacious. You may rest on the sofa or in the guest room, as you wish. But remember, you are not to leave until I awaken tomorrow morning. With that, Yichen turned his back, striding directly into the lavish master bedroom. The sound of the door locking resonating through the air. In the vast living room, Lin Ruiyu remained seated on the sofa, as if her soul had been drained. Humiliation, fear, and confusion engulfed her. He truly had not touched her. He had summoned her solely for the purpose of humiliation. Then, to sit here for a night? This provoked in her a profound sense of contempt and degradation, far more than merely being possessed. In his eyes, she possessed not even the value of being owned. She was merely a tool to warn the Lin family and to vent his wrath. The immense psychological disparity and sense of humiliation left her feeling icy all over. Silent tears cascaded down her cheeks as she bit her lip fiercely, striving to stifle her sobs. though her body trembled uncontrollably. Time passed unmeasured, until the living room lights adjusted automatically to a soft nocturnal glow. Lin Ruiyu, like a somnambulist, slowly shuffled to the furthest guest room from the master suite. She twisted the doorknob, revealing an equally opulent interior, with a pristine, neatly made bed. Entering, she closed the door behind her and slid down against the cold door, gradually sinking to the carpeted floor. With her head buried in her knees, she began to weep silently, not for her lost innocence, but for the obliterated pride and dignity crushed into dust. This night was destined to be long and sleepless. Beyond the heavy door, in the master suite, Yichen sat cross-legged in the center of the soft carpet, palms facing the heavens. The heart method of the Tai Chi master flowed gently. The rich and pure inner energy in his dantian surged along the intricate pathways, cleansing his mental fatigue and nourishing every cell in his body. He remained oblivious to Lin Ruiyu's despairing cries outside. The indifference and humiliation inflicted upon him by the Lin family demanded 100-fold retribution. To destroy Lin Ruiyu's pride and her self-perceived value, forcing her to confront the harsh reality, was merely the beginning. Night quickly passed. The first rays of dawn filtered through the sheer curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting shadows in the presidential suite's living room. The door to the guest room opened silently, revealing Lin Ruiyu, her complexion haggard, dark circles under her eyes, stepping out unsteadily. Instinctively, she glanced at the tightly shut door of the master suite, her heart involuntarily constricting. He truly released her? Throughout the night, she had curled up in the guest room bed, her mind swirling with humiliation, fear, resentment, and a tinge of disappointment. The sense of being belittled gnawed even deeper at her self-esteem. The master suite door opened. Yi Chun emerged, impeccably dressed, freshly washed, exuding a sense of vitality. His gaze calm as if the events of the previous night had never transpired. The profound demeanor of a master, even when deliberately restrained, evoked a sense of awe. Noticing Lin Ruiyu, lost and despondent in the living room, Yi Chun's eyes betrayed no emotion, gliding over her like she was an inconsequential piece of furniture. Awake? His voice was as placid as water. The door is over there. You're free to leave. No further words, no mockery, not even a second glance. Yi Chun strode directly towards the suite's entrance, as if she were merely a wisp of dust lingering in the room. The door opened, then closed. Lin Ruiyu found herself alone, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness and humiliation. He didn't even deign to insult her further. Staggering, she rushed towards the exit, desperate to escape the place where her dignity lay in tatters. The cool morning air greeted her, yet she felt no sense of awakening. She was adrift, as if caught in an absurdly prolonged nightmare. At the Lin family villa, upon stepping into the living room, a teacup and a roar greeted her. Lin Ruiyu, you useless wretch. How could you protect your brother? Instinctively, Lin Ruiyu sidestepped, the teacup shattered at her feet, scalding tea splattering onto her pant leg. Raising her gaze, she saw her parents seated in the main seats, their expressions ashen, while her brother Lin Xiao lounged on a nearby sofa, glaring at her with palpable resentment. Accompanied by her elder sister Lin Ruobing, who stood nearby, frowning in silence. Dad, Mom, please listen to me, Lin Ruiyu began to plead. What is there to say? Lin's mother abruptly stood, jabbing a finger at her, her voice sharp and acrid. I told you to take shower to see the world, to expand his connections. And what did you do? You stood by and watched him be humiliated, almost had his leg broken, and terrified him. Lin's mother clearly struggled to articulate the shame of Lin Xiao's disgrace. You've brought shame upon our family. Don't you wish for Shower to get into trouble, just so you can inherit the family fortune? Mom, I didn't. It was Lin Xiao who. Lin Ruiyu's face turned pale, attempting to explain. Never in her wildest dreams did she think Lin Xiao would dare to accuse her first. Even more shocking was her parents' immediate reprimand, without seeking the truth. At that moment, she felt the weight of Yi Chen's previous emotions. Facing such parents and a brother, she was engulfed by sorrow. Be quiet. Lin's father slammed the table, his face dark enough to drip water. That little beast Yi Chen is indeed an ungrateful wolf. How dare he humiliate my Lin family and threaten Shower? Does he truly think we are easy to bully? Ruoyu, where were you last night? Did you go to find that little beast? Speak. Upon hearing Yi Chen's name, Lin Ruoyu instinctively shuddered. The humiliation she experienced last night surged back to the forefront of her mind. Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, her voice emerged weary yet startlingly clear. Dad. Mom, I advise you not to pursue Yi Chen any further. We cannot afford to provoke him. The influential figure from last night is no ordinary person. Yi Chen's actions have left him indebted, and with a mere word, he could bring the Lin family to ruin. Moreover, I sense that the Lin family's current intactness is not due to Yi Chen's mercy. Perhaps he wishes to dismantle our family gradually. Whether her assumptions were correct or not, Opposing Yichun was not a wise course of action. Cannot afford to provoke? Lin's father seemed to hear the grandest of jokes, his rage transforming into a mocking chuckle. A bastard we expelled from the Lin family, with some dubious medical skills, dares to claim we cannot afford to provoke him? What nonsense. A grand joke. I, Lin Tianxiang, have lived in Jiangxing for decades and have feared no one. This little beast must pay the price. Dad, you don't understand. Lin Ruyu grew anxious, her voice rising a notch. Yichun is not as simple as you think. He can save the old leader, whom even the revered Dr. Sun could not help. The old leader holds him in high regard, and those like Secretary Li, we cannot afford to offend. Lin Xiao brought this upon himself by publicly slandering Yichun. Dr. Sun? Secretary Li? Lin Xiao, seated in his wheelchair, erupted, his face contorted with venom. Sis, stop with the alarmist rhetoric. I see you're terrified of that bastard. You're defending him. Did he seduce you last night? Dad, Mom, she did this on purpose. She's jealous of me. She did not protect me. I nearly lost my leg because of her. You must avenge me. Eliminate that bastard Yichun. Break his legs. No, break 3 of his legs. He screamed hysterically. Lin Xiao? You scoundrel. Lin Ruyu trembled with rage, pointing at Lin Xiao. What else can you do except cause trouble and drag the family down? If it weren't for me. Her thoughts drifted to the humiliation of kneeling and begging, and the near loss of her innocence last night. Yet the latter part of her sentence caught in her throat, unable to be uttered, as tears of grievance welled in her eyes. What a wretched creature she had saved. The saddest part was that this creature was her own brother. While her parents exhibited unconditional favoritism, perhaps they sought to compensate for the years of neglect towards Lin Xiao, but their unwillingness to heed her counsel left her heartbroken. Enough. Father Lin bellowed with authority, interrupting the quarrel. He fixed a grim gaze upon Lin Ruyu, declaring, Ruyu, you are to reach out to every connection we possess. Spare no expense. I want that wretched Yichun to find himself utterly incapacitated in Jiangxing. I will strip him of everything and cast him out of this city. He shall kneel before shower, begging for forgiveness. As Lin Ruyu beheld the unwavering command in her father's eyes, alongside the venomous glee in her brother Lin Zhao's expression, and glanced at her elder sister Lin Ruobing, who stood as an indifferent spectator, the last flicker of her affection and hope for the family extinguished. Exhaustion, disappointment, and a chilling despair enveloped her like frigid waves. Taking a deep breath, her gaze turned eerily serene, imbued with a hint of resolute finality. Father, mother, her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the living room. If you insist on pursuing this path to destruction, I cannot stop you. But I am weary, and I have had enough. I can no longer remain in this home. With that, she averted her eyes from everyone, resolutely ascending the staircase, step by step. You, what kind of attitude is this? You have gone too far. Mother Lin fumed, her anger palpable. Let her go? That ungrateful wretch. Out of the Lin family. Lin Xiao also roared at Lin Ruyu's retreating figure, having once believed in his sister's capabilities, only to witness her humiliated plea for mercy the day before. Good riddance. One less competitor for the family fortune. Lin Ruyu paid no heed. She returned to her room and swiftly packed a modest suitcase, taking only essential documents. A few changes of clothes, and her cherished medical texts along with a set of silver needles. As she dragged her suitcase out of the villa, she encountered her second sister, Lin Ruoqing, who was poised to ring the doorbell. Lin Ruoqing, evidently well prepared, donned a sharp business suit, her makeup meticulously applied, and she clutched a substantial folder. Upon seeing the pale, haggard Lin Ruyu dragging her suitcase, Lin Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. Third sister? What is the meaning of this? Her gaze flitted between Lin Ruyu's suitcase and her distressed countenance, and she quickly surmised the turmoil at home. Is it because of Yichun? At the mere mention of his name, Lin Ruyu involuntarily shuddered, biting her lip in silence before softly responding, Second sister. I intend to move out and stay at my master's clinic for a while. Please do not call for me. I have no desire to return to this home. Lin Ruoqing fell silent for a few moments, casting a complicated glance at the villa's entrance, as if she could penetrate the door and perceive the stifling atmosphere within. A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips as she murmured, coincidentally, I too plan to move out. There is a fine apartment near the company. In that moment, two sisters, who had never shared a particularly close bond, found an uncanny resonance in their mutual feelings of oppression and estrangement within the family. As they settled into Lin Ruoqing's business vehicle, Lin Ruyu's gaze fell upon the folder in her sister's hands. The title vaguely revealed copyright, and Yichun amongst other words. Her pupils contracted in surprise. Second sister, have you signed a contract with Yichun? Lin Ruoqing did not deny it. Instead, she nodded calmly, raising the folder with a bittersweet smile, revealing both resignation and relief. 30 million for the exclusive rights to 10 songs. He is quite ruthless, but it is a necessity. Xingyao desperately needs his songs to survive. She paused, locking eyes with Lin Ruyu. Her voice lowered further. Ryu, heed my advice. Father, mother, and Lin Xiao have lost their minds. Yi Chun is truly formidable. Perhaps it is best to keep your distance. What was truly terrifying was not his skills or medical expertise, but his cold, calculating mind that grasped human nature and wielded unorthodox, ruthless strategies. Lin Ruoqing still trembled at the thought. Lin Ryu wholeheartedly concurred with her sister's sentiments. Continuing to provoke Yi Chun would only hasten the Lin family's demise. May I accompany you, second sister? Lin Ruyu paused for a few seconds, then suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shining with a rare plea. I wish to see Yi Chun and observe the signing. She yearned to uncover the secrets surrounding the young man who had been regarded as mere dust within their family. Lin Ruoqing was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Very well, I need to visit his home to finalize the contract. Let us go together. As they stepped into the extravagant penthouse of Yunding No. 1, both Lin Ryu and Lin Ruoqing experienced a whirlwind of emotions. They could hardly fathom that Yi Chun, having recently left everything behind, had settled into such opulence in less than a month, while the Lin family had cast away a foster son of such caliber. Choosing instead to treasure a worthless Lin Xiao, Yi Chun sat leisurely before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, sunlight adorning him like a gilded aura. His parents were away on vacation, and his sister Zixuan was learning to drive, leaving the house empty. Holding a cup of tea, he gazed serenely at the river view, exuding the poise of a born sovereign. Upon the arrival of his former sisters, he merely lifted his eyelids slightly, gesturing for them to sit. Mr. Yi, here is the agreement, revised as per your specifications regarding the derivative rights of the subsequent songs. Please review it. Lin Ruoqing composed herself, exhibiting professionalism as she respectfully presented the document to Yi Chun. He casually flipped through the pages, swiftly signing his name with an effortless flourish, embodying an air of complete control. The funds have been transferred, correct? Yes, 30 million, every penny accounted for, Lin Ruoqing promptly confirmed. Lin Ruoyu, seated nearby, observed Yi Chun's calm demeanor and reflected on her father's explosive fury and her brother's frenzied curses. The stark contrast stirred a tumult of emotions within her, leaving her with a bittersweet ache. Had they treated Yi Chun better in the past, would the outcome have been different? Mr. Yi. Seizing a moment while Yi Chun was occupied with the paperwork, Lin Ruoqing hesitated before inquiring. With your remarkable talent in both music and medicine, have you ever considered venturing into the entertainment industry? Given your qualifications and Xingyao's resources, I am confident that within a year, no, within 6 months, I could elevate you to the status of a global superstar. Her voice brimmed with excitement and temptation. This was not mere flattery. It stemmed from her keen instinct as a top-tier agent. The aura of mystery surrounding Yi Chun, coupled with his otherworldly demeanor, represented an unparalleled asset in the entertainment realm. Most importantly, he was a genius musician capable of crafting timeless songs. His image and charisma were undeniably marketable. Yi Chun raised his teacup, gently blowing away the foam. Without lifting his gaze, his tone indifferent, not interested. Those 3 words were delivered with unwavering finality, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Ruoqing's hopes instantly withered, replaced by a deep sense of disappointment and resignation. She should have anticipated that this individual could not be ensnared by trivial fame and fortune. Moreover, given his animosity towards the Lin family, persuading him to willingly join her agency was nearly impossible. Listening from the side, Lin Ruyu felt an inexplicable pang of melancholy. If Yi Chun truly ascended to the heights of stardom, the Lin family might not even possess the privilege of looking up at him. After all the documents were signed, a subtle tension lingered in the air. Lin Ruoqing and Lin Ruyu, sensing the moment, rose to take their leave. As I stepped out of the opulent lobby of Yunding No. 1 and onto the expansive scenic platform below, a youthful voice, brimming with both surprise and frivolity, rang out. Oh, is that not Ruoqing? What a coincidence! To encounter my goddess here. Before me stood a young man clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, his hair slicked back with an oily sheen, and donning sunglasses, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards in black suits. With a smirk plastered across his face, he brazenly obstructed the path of the 2 women. His gaze shamelessly roamed over Lin Ruoqing's curvaceous figure, filled with an unmistakable sense of possession. This man was none other than Shun Hao, the notorious young scion of Jiangqing. The Shun family held deep-rooted influence in Jiangqing, wielding immense power that even the Lin family had to regard with deference. This young master had pursued Lin Ruoqing for quite some time, employing every conceivable tactic in his relentless quest, much to her chagrin. Lin Ruoqing's expression darkened instantly, her eyes brimming with disdain. Master Shun, please step aside. I have matters to attend to. Matters? What could possibly be more important than accompanying this young master? Shun Hao chuckled as he leaned in closer, attempting to drape his arm over Lin Ruoqing's shoulder. Come on, I just acquired a new yacht. Let me take you for a spin. Lin Ruoqing recoiled in disgust. Shenhao, have some self-respect. Her voice dripped with icy anger. Self-respect? It is a privilege for you that I have taken an interest in you. Don't push your luck. Shenhao's jovial demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a menacing glare. Today, you will come with me, whether you like it or not. Bodyguards. Escort Miss Lin to the car. With a wave of his hand, two burly bodyguards advanced, intent on forcibly seizing Lin Ruoqing. Her complexion turned ashen. She was acutely aware of Shenhao's formidable background and his utter disregard for the law. Bystanders nearby, witnessing the unfolding drama, hastily retreated. Just then, a figure emerged from the lobby, Yichun. He appeared to have accompanied them down, or perhaps he merely sought a breath of fresh air. Lin Ruoqing felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. She violently broke free from the bodyguard's grip and rushed to Yichun's side, clinging tightly to his arm. Her body nearly pressed against him. Her voice trembled with an unprecedented urgency and pleading. Yichun, help me, please. Pretend to be my boyfriend. Send him away. I beg you. The warmth of his presence caused Yichun's brow to furrow slightly. He glanced at the sullen and menacing Shenhao, then down at Lin Ruoqing, who clung to him with eyes filled with fear and desperation. Not interested, Yichun replied flatly, attempting to withdraw his arm. He had no desire to become entangled in such a trivial rivalry over affection. Yichun, Lin Ruoqing's urgency escalated. She clung to him with fervor, disregarding any semblance of dignity or decorum. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered in a voice only they could hear, trembling with sincerity. If you help me this time, I will do whatever you say. I promise. I swear. Just please help me. Yichun hesitated. He lowered his gaze, his eyes fixated on Lin Ruoqing's exquisite face, which was etched with fear and imploring desperation. He could feel her body trembling, her heart racing violently. Whatever I say, a smirk, tinged with amusement yet icy in demeanor, slowly crept across his lips. The promise of the second daughter of the Lin family piqued his interest. Remember your words. Yichun's voice was low, laced with a hint of warning. Lin Ruoqing, as if hearing a divine revelation, nodded fervently. After all, she had already revealed her benefits to him multiple times. A little more could be tolerated. Compared to Shenhao, Yichun possessed over a decade of camaraderie. Yichun raised his gaze, his calm demeanor meeting the furious advance of Shenhao. Upon witnessing the woman he coveted clinging affectionately to another man, especially one whose striking features and serene disposition rendered him utterly inferior, Shenhao's jealousy flared uncontrollably. You, who the hell are you to touch my woman? Are you tired of living? Shenhao shouted, jabbing a finger at Yichun, his rage palpable. Get the hell away from here, or I'll break your legs. Yichun's eyes turned cold. Break my legs? He appeared to find the notion amusing. Casting a casual glance at Shenhao before his gaze fell upon the two bodyguards who had attempted to accost Lin Ruoqing. So, you were the ones intent on laying hands on my girlfriend? The bodyguards, under the weight of Yichun's unflinching stare, felt an inexplicable chill seep into their bones, their scalps tingling with unease. Yet emboldened by their numbers and the Shun family's backing, one of them sneered defiantly, yeah, that's right. What is it to you? If you don't want to die, crack. Before he could finish, a sharp sound of bones fracturing rang out. No one witnessed Yichun's movement. They merely perceived a fleeting shadow. In the next moment, the brash bodyguard was sent careening backward, his right arm contorted at an unnatural angle. Bone protruding grotesquely through the fabric, blood gushing forth. He collided violently with a nearby decorative stone pillar, unconscious before he could utter a sound. Swift, ruthless, precise, like a specter. The remaining bodyguard and Shenhao gasped, their expressions contorting from malice to sheer horror. You dare strike my men? Shenhao's voice trembled with a mix of shock and anger, his finger quivering as he pointed at Yichun. Yichun stood still, as though he had never moved at all, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeve and speaking with an indifference that mirrored the weather. Is there anyone else who wishes to test my patience? Though only a hint of his mastery leaked through, the unseen pressure enveloped the entire platform. Shenhao and his remaining bodyguards turned pale, struggling to breathe, each movement feeling agonizingly laborious. Their eyes were filled with abject terror as they gazed at Yichun. What manner of monster is this? Leave. The single word reverberated like thunder in their ears. With a whimper, Shenhao and his bodyguards collapsed in fright, their legs giving way beneath them, a dark stain spreading across their trousers in terror. Let us go. Quickly. Overwhelmed by fear, Shenhao could not bear to look at Lin Ruoqing again, with his subordinate's assistance. He scrambled away, dragging the unconscious bodyguard along, resembling a frightened dog fleeing the scene. Silence descended upon the platform, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Lin Ruoqing and her sister stood frozen, their gazes fixed upon Yichun, whose stature was as imposing as a pine tree. Recalling the terrifying force that had just manifested, their hearts raced, nearly bursting from their chests. Admiration, fear, regret, and a hint of exhilaration. A whirlwind of emotions enveloped them, leaving their minds blank. Lin Ruoqing, still clinging to Yi Chun's arm, forgot to loosen her grip, instinctively holding on tighter. Lin Ruoyu was equally overwhelmed. While she was aware of Yi Chen's myriad secrets, witnessing him effortlessly crush the bodyguards of a young master was a shock far beyond her imagination. She gazed at Yi Chen, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In the realms of medicine and music, Yi Chen has established an impressive prowess that remains largely unrecognized by the Lin family over the years. His humility has veiled his extraordinary capabilities. Had they known of his remarkable talents sooner, they might have fostered a better relationship with him in his youth. Even when he faced exile, a few supportive words from them could have spared him from the present humiliation. As Yi Chen felt the soft touch and slight tremor of Lin Ruoqing's hand upon his arm, he turned his head slightly to observe her dazed yet uniquely vibrant visage. "The performance has concluded, Miss Lin," he remarked, breaking the silence with a hint of detachment. "Might I suggest you release my hand?" Awakened from her reverie, Lin Ruoqing abruptly withdrew her grasp, her fair cheeks instantly flushed with crimson. Overwhelmed with embarrassment as her gaze faltered, "Thank you, what I said earlier still stands." The final 3 words escaped her lips with a remarkable effort, yet were unmistakably clear. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, uncertain of what unreasonable request Yi Chen might propose. Would it be something as audacious as a risque photograph? Yi Chen gazed deeply into her eyes, his penetrating stare seemingly capable of unveiling hidden truths. "Remember your promise," he stated coolly before turning away from the Lin sisters and making his way back to the villa. The sunlight bathed him, casting a solitary and formidable shadow. Lin Ruoqing and Lin Ruoyu remained rooted in place, watching Yi Chun's retreating figure in contemplative silence. They realized that the once insignificant boy, who had been treated like dust within the Lin family, had now transformed into a towering presence that they could hardly aspire to comprehend. Upon returning to Yunding No. 1, the smart lock of the penthouse apartment slid open silently. Yi Chen approached the bar, pouring himself a glass of ice water. At that moment, his phone began to vibrate, the screen illuminating with the name Su Qingqing, accompanied by an energetic rabbit avatar. "Hello?" Yi Chen answered, his voice laced with a touch of languor. "Yi de Shunyi, my great savior." Su Qingqing's melodious voice came through, tinged with urgency. "It's prime time at 8 o'clock. The platform has granted us a featured spot. The fans are clamoring to see you perform and showcase your skills once more. Will you grace us with your presence tonight?" Yi Chen rattled the ice in his glass, the sound echoing through the receiver. He was indeed no longer in want of money. The weight of the check from the old chief would sustain him for quite some time. Yet, Su Qingqing was different. During his humble beginnings, this streamer had assisted him in navigating numerous copyright issues. Moreover, the revenue share from the platform had alleviated much of his financial stress. He remembered this favor well. "Prepare 2 challenging cases, the more intricate, the better, to bring to the live stream," Yi Chen stated succinctly. "I will commence the broadcast promptly at 8. "What? Really?" came Su Qingqing's excited exclamation from the other end, followed by the sound of something crashing as she scrambled about. "Long live the Great One. I will select the cases right away. I assure you, you'll be pleased. Oh, and about the gift split, let us do 70-30. Yi Chen interjected. "You deserve your fair share." There was a brief silence on Su Qingqing's side before her exuberant cheer erupted. "Great One. I adore you. I'll set up the venue and send out a video teaser. See you tonight." The call ended in haste. Setting down his phone, Yi Chen resolved to make this broadcast grand. He approached his desk, opening a drawer to reveal 3 manuscripts filled with musical notes and lyrics. The melodies flowed smoothly, and the lyrics conveyed profound meaning, embodying a marvelous blend of the classical and the contemporary. These were 3 new songs he had casually penned days prior. Without hesitation, he captured detailed photos of the manuscripts with his phone and sent them to Su Qingqing, adding a note: "Register the copyrights swiftly. Use these segments for tonight's pre-broadcast." Having completed these tasks, Yi Chen leaned back in his swivel chair, closing his eyes to rest. Although he had gained a certain degree of wealth and fame, his desire for retribution against the Lin family remained unfulfilled. As his consciousness delved deep within, a notification suddenly resonated. Wealth alert triggered. Target: International Crude Oil Futures, WTI. Trend analysis: severe short-term overbought conditions. Geopolitical risk premiums are overstated. Technical indicators confirm divergence. Alert level: high, short selling window, next 48 hours. Expected downside: 1825. Risk warning: increased volatility. Strict stop-loss required. Chapter 038. Patients with incurable diseases. Yi Chen's eyes snapped open, a glint of brilliance illuminating his gaze. Oil, and an opportunity for short selling. A colossal, fleeting chance for wealth. He promptly rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the brilliantly lit Jiang City below. His mind raced with calculations. Engaging in international crude oil futures required a compliant offshore account and high-access channels. Having recently acquired significant wealth, his network was still shallow, especially in the realm of international finance, which remained largely uncharted. He needed someone exceedingly reliable, adept in this field, and with whom he had a strong foundation of trust. One name instantly sprang to mind: Su Qianyi. Without further hesitation, Yi Chen dialed her number. The phone rang thrice before being answered promptly. Yi Chen. Su Qianyi's voice came through, crisp and decisive. A rare call from you. What is the urgency? She didn't waste a moment with pleasantries. Class monitor. There's a chance to make a fortune. Are you in? Yi Chen cut straight to the chase, his tone imbued with undeniable certainty. There was a brief pause on the line. Speak. Su Qianyi's voice turned measured, though a hint of excitement lingered in her tone. Having witnessed Yi Chen's investment acumen, she held immense trust in him. Moreover, his inquiry about her participation clearly indicated his intent to partner in this lucrative venture. The WTI crude oil futures present the optimal short-selling window in the next 48 hours, with a target drop of 18 to 25 points. Yi Chen's voice was as calm as if he were stating an established fact. I can mobilize 500 million in cash, but I need to open a compliant offshore account immediately, preferably with access to high-frequency trading channels. You handle the operation, and I'll bear the profits and losses. If possible, leverage it to the maximum. A brief silence enveloped the other end of the line, punctuated only by Su Qianyi's slightly heavier breathing. An 18 to 25 point drop? In the international oil market, such a figure was akin to a minor financial tsunami. It demanded an extraordinarily precise entry point, substantial capital strength, and nerves of steel to withstand significant fluctuations. Despite her faith in Yi Chen's investment capabilities, the audacity of his proposed maneuver gave her pause. What is your reasoning? Su Qianyi's tone tightened, caution evident. Are you really considering leveraging? If volatility spirals out of control, 500 million could vanish in an instant. I need a rationale. Yi Chen. A rationale? Yi Chen allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, his voice brimming with confidence. From a technical perspective, the daily RSI is overbought. The MACD is forming a divergence, and there is a divergence between volume and price on the hourly chart. Fundamentally, the tensions in the Middle East create an expectation gap, and inventory data has been grossly overstated. The latest positioning reports from the 5 major investment banks indicate an excessive buildup of long positions, and the reflexive risk of a stampede is at a critical point. He paused, his voice adopting an air of mystique. I sense it's about to collapse. Is that rationale sufficient? Once again, Su Qianyi fell into silence. Yi Chen's unique blend of cold data and instinctive insight carried a weighty pressure and persuasive power, especially when recalling his previous miraculous achievement of turning 200,000 into 2 million. What rendered her utterly unable to refuse was the astonishing fact that Yi Chen had, within the span of just 1 month, transformed from borrowing 200,000 from her to amassing a fortune of 5 billion. Su Qianyi exhaled a long breath. As if resolutely committing to a decisive course of action, I shall address the account access issues. It will be resolved within 24 hours. The leverage will be initially set at 50 times, dynamically adjusted according to real-time fluctuations, with a stop-loss line established at an 8% decline from the preset limits. Her words flowed with the rapidity of bullets. With a principal of 5 billion, I will inject an additional 1 billion. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Class monitor. Are you certain? The risks are considerable. Absolutely. Su Qianyi's voice was resolute, infused with a thrilling sense of determination. Last time, I turned 200,000 into 2 million, yielding a tenfold return. This time, with a principal of 2 billion, a 25% profit margin translates to 500 million. High risk, high reward. I trust your instincts. Yi Chen, let us embark on a grand venture this time. The account will be set up. I will synchronize the operational instructions to you at the earliest opportunity. If we incur losses, shall we share rice porridge and pickles? You wish to share both fortune and adversity with me, class monitor? Very well, I accept. Before she could finish her sentence, the call was efficiently terminated. Listening to the busy tone, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. This stern class monitor indeed harbored the fierce spirit of a wealthy heiress within her core. With several billion in play, the target was the international oil market. He promptly liquidated all his stocks and transferred the entirety of the checks given by the old commander to Su Qianyi. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, a silent financial hunt was already unfolding. However, today, Yi Chen had an even more pressing matter to attend to: a live broadcast. The clock struck 7:40 in the evening. The penthouse of Yunding No. 1 had been transformed into a temporary live streaming studio. Su Qingqing was directing her assistants to adjust the angles of the last few high-speed cameras, while she herself donned an exquisitely modified light blue hanfu, with delicate silver-threaded cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs, exuding both classic charm and vivacity. "Master, how's this angle?" Upon seeing Yi Chun emerge from the inner room, Su Qingqing fluttered towards him like a jubilant butterfly, her eyes sparkling. "All equipment has been tested, and the technical director from the Yinlang platform is on standby to ensure a smooth broadcast tonight. Moreover, the copyright registration for your 3 songs has been expedited, and I've edited the preview segment. It's generating an explosive reaction. Fans are nearly overwhelming the servers." She chattered excitedly, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Yi Chen's gaze swept over the array of expensive professional equipment, and he nodded slightly, much appreciated. He took his seat, closed his eyes, and allowed the profound energy of Tai Chi to flow within him, adjusting his state to its pinnacle. The aura of a master permeated the air, instantly silencing the previously boisterous venue, even softening the breaths of those present. At 7:59, the countdown concluded. The live stream title, Resurrecting the Dead, Night God Performs and Heals Live, exploded onto the platform's homepage. An overwhelming tide of viewers surged in like a burst dam. "Here we go. Front row seats. Master, look at me. My roommate has terminal cancer, and he wants to see your miraculous powers in person. I heard there's an unprecedented new song snippet tonight. I'm waiting. When is that handsome guy who hit someone going to reveal himself? I'm dying of anticipation. Shin family lackeys, get out of the live stream. How dare you provoke our master?" As the camera switched, Yi Chen appeared before millions of viewers still wearing his mask. Without any opening remarks or pleasantries, he simply nodded towards the camera. "Tonight, I shall first heal, then perform." The first patient was brought forth, a young boy in a wheelchair, his limbs visibly atrophied, his gaze hollow, save for a slight tremor in his fingertips. Beside him, an elderly woman with graying hair wept uncontrollably. "Dr. Yi, please save my grandson. He is only 16, and the doctors say he has progressive muscular atrophy, late-stage ALS." The boy's condition was apparent. He was undoubtedly not a ruse. Furthermore, his identification number had been verified, confirming he was indeed a patient with an incurable ailment. The bullet screen was instantly flooded with comments of, "Oh my God, my heart aches." Faced with such a condition, the possibility of it being a setup was eliminated. If Yi Chen could cure him, countless people would go wild. Yi Chen rose and approached the boy, his gaze as tranquil as a deep ocean. He did not immediately administer acupuncture, but instead extended his right index finger, hovering at half an inch above the boy's forehead. An invisible force, undetectable to the naked eye, yet captured by the high-speed cameras in the live stream, began to infuse a gentle warmth into the air. A flicker of light suddenly appeared in the boy's vacant eyes, and his atrophied fingers twitched violently. The water of vitality nourished the withered. Yi Chen's voice, though soft, possessed an extraordinary resonance, each word resonating with the hearts of the audience. He retrieved an ancient needle pouch from within his robe, deftly flicking his wrist. In an instant, 108 slender silver needles, varying in length and as fine as hair, shot into the air as if imbued with life. Suspended 3 feet above the boy, they arranged themselves into an ancient and mystical pattern, forming a slowly rotating, resplendent, 3-dimensional bagua array. What the hell? Magnetic levitation acupuncture. Mom, why am I kneeling to watch my phone? This special effect is worth 10 billion. No, this is not even special effects. The silver needles are flying. They're glowing. They're forming a formation. My worldview is shattered. Heavens. So Night God had been holding back all along. The bullet screen erupted into sheer chaos. Various gifting effects exploded like fireworks, nearly drowning the screen. The flames ignited, dispelling the coldness. Yi Chun formed a seal with his left hand, while his right fingers, poised like a sword, gently pointed at the swirling bagua needle array. Buzz. All 108 needles emitted a soft, melodious tremor, their tips bursting forth with a visible, warm light akin to the dawn. In the next moment, 108 beams of silver light precisely pierced into the boy's 108 vital acupoints. The depths varied, angles sharp. The boy's body arched suddenly. A long-restrained roar erupted from his throat. Following this, under the astonished gaze of all the viewers, his withered legs and arms began to swell at a visible rate. Veins became discernible beneath his skin, and the pallor of his complexion turned to a healthy hue. Even more astonishingly, the corners of his formerly rigid and crooked mouth began to involuntarily twitch upward, seemingly attempting to force out a smile. The boy's throat rolled, producing a muffled yet clear sound. The elderly woman collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly bowed towards Yi Chun. Living God. Living God. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Thank you for saving my grandson. In the entire live stream, there was a brief moment of silence in the bullet screen. Everyone was so astounded by this transcendent, life-reversing miracle that they lost the ability to articulate. Subsequently, a tsunami of comments like, "Miracle, long live night god," completely inundated the platform. Just then, a dazzling golden dragon effect burst forth, instantly overshadowing all gifts. A full 10 super rockets. ID, Xingyao Lin Ruoqing. Yi Chen's gaze swept over this comment. A flash of Lin Ruoqing's visage and her trembling words, "I'll follow your lead," flickering through his mind. A subtle smile graced his lips, yet he chose not to respond. Apart from Lin Ruoqing, many others are also captivated by Yi Chen. There are the renowned Dr. Sun, Lin Ruyu, and even the former high-ranking official whom Yi Chen had once rescued. Witnessing his extraordinary medical skills, numerous affluent and influential individuals began to lavish gifts in hopes of securing a favor from Yi Chen when the time came. The second patient was brought forward, a frail, emaciated elderly man, his complexion a ghastly shade of gray, adorned with an array of monitoring devices. A middle-aged doctor, clad in a white coat, nervously introduced Master Yi. The cause of this patient's ailment remains unknown. Several top-tier hospitals have been at a loss, and recently he has begun to vomit blood, which appears ominously black. Before he could finish his sentence, calamity struck. The old man began to convulse violently, his mouth gaping wide. With a ghastly sound, a torrent of black blood erupted from him. The viscous liquid splattered on the ground, emitting a noxious white smoke, akin to caustic acid, accompanied by a chilling hissing sound. Simultaneously, the multifunctional monitor at the head of the bed blared an ear-piercing alarm. Heart rate, blood pressure, and blood oxygen levels plummeted alarmingly. An eerie, sinister aura permeated the room, sending chills down the spines of all present. What the hell? Is that blood toxic? What in the world? So terrifying. Malevolent energy. I can feel the chill, even through the screen. It's over. It's over. This old man looks done for. Be careful, night god. Dr. Sun has gifted a rocket X-10. Master Yi, be cautious. This is a sign of backlash from malevolent energy. The comments from Dr. Sun conveyed palpable panic. The staff on-site and Su Qingqing turned pale, instinctively retreating. This was quite intriguing. Yet Yi Chen merely raised an eyebrow. His eyes not reflecting fear, but rather a glimmer of excitement akin to a hunter spotting prey. He stepped forward, unfazed by the eerie chill, and with a swift motion, tore open the elderly man's hospital gown. Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed from both the and the live stream. There, imprinted upon the old man's gaunt chest, was a bizarre pattern formed by several ancient, dark bullet hole scars. The design twisted and spiraled, its center as black as ink, seemingly harboring boundless resentment and chilling energy. In that moment, the pattern appeared to writhe like a living entity, exuding repulsive black mist. Since this was a live broadcast, Yi Chen's voice swiftly quelled the rising panic. "Allow me to show you something remarkable." With his fingers poised like a sword, a pure and refined essence of Tai Chi energy surged forth. The golden light tracing through the air was vividly visible, akin to a divine blade rending the darkness. Simultaneously, within the depths of Yi Chen's eyes, two rapidly spinning, interlinked shadows of yin and yang flickered. This phenomenon was expertly captured by high-speed cameras, instantly magnified and projected before millions of viewers. Look at his eyes. Night goddess eyes. Holy cow! Yin-yang eyes. Colored contacts? Impossible. This is undoubtedly a divine ability. Record this. Quick, record this. This is destined to trend worldwide. Mom, I just saw a deity. The comments exploded into chaos. The server teetered on the brink of collapse. Through Yi Chen's mystical vision, the condition within the old man's body was as clear as reading the lines on one's palm. Countless strands of vengeful black energy surged forth from those old scars, gnawing at the man's internal organs and essence. The black pattern over his heart was the core of the malevolent energy. With a commanding shout, resonant like a dragon's roar, Yi Chen's hands transformed into a blur, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 108 specially crafted silver needles, adorned with dark purple lightning patterns, shot forth from his sleeves. Their speed was so tremendous that they tore through the air with a piercing whistle. These silver needles were no longer mere instruments of healing. They radiated a fierce sharpness intended to eradicate malevolence. The needles fell like rain, precisely puncturing 108 key soul points surrounding the elderly man. With each needle that struck, a visible ripple of pale purple lightning erupted. The encroaching black energy dissolved upon contact with the lightning. The final 7 needles, imbued with Yi Chen's immense Tai Chi energy and the intent to vanquish evil, transformed into 7 streams of purple golden light, piercing the 7 crucial soul apertures atop the elderly man's head. Boom. It was as if a silent thunderclap erupted within the old man's body. All the silver needles vibrated in unison. The dense malevolent energy, cornered and desperate, twisted and coalesced above the old man's body, ultimately forming a blurry visage of a ghostly face before the eyes of countless viewers. It opened a soundless mouth, seemingly poised to unleash a curse. It's a ghost. Help! I'm terrified. Is the malevolent energy taking form? My materialist worldview is crumbling. The live stream erupted, with the faint-hearted covering their eyes, just as the ghostly face was about to pounce. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 purple golden soul needles penetrated the ghost's forehead, eyes, throat, and heart with force. The old man emitted a wretched howl, his body jolting upward. A foul-smelling black crystalline mass was violently expelled. Yi Chun had anticipated this moment. A jade box materialized in his palm, perfectly catching the pigeon egg-sized core of malevolence that still emitted wisps of black smoke. With a decisive clap, he sealed the jade box, which instantly adorned itself with a multitude of faint golden inscriptions, thoroughly sealing away the escaping black energy. The old man crashed back onto the bed, his chest heaving violently. The previously critical indicators on the monitor began to rise at an astonishing speed, defying all medical logic. The pallor of death that had enveloped his face swiftly receded, revealing the long-forgotten pallor of life. The live stream fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was awestruck by this horrifying yet sacred spectacle, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Yi Chun raised the jade box, shaking it before the camera, his tone steady. The broadcast froze at the precise moment the ghastly visage was pierced by the purple golden soul needles. In the next instant, as Yi Chun uttered the word calm, the ghostly face burst like a popped bubble, accompanied by a silent, piercing scream, completely disintegrating. The black malevolence was obliterated by the explosive lightning of the needles, vanishing into thin air. The bizarre scar pattern on the old man's chest faded rapidly, shriveling back into ordinary old scars. Splutter! The near-death elder suddenly arched his back, violently expelling a mouthful of black blood. This blood, upon hitting the ground, no longer corroded but merely exuded a pungent odor. Following this, the old man, appearing utterly drained, collapsed back onto the bed, gasping for air. Though immensely weakened, the deathly aura that had shrouded him dissipated, revealing the pale complexion of a living being. Simultaneously, the shrill alarm from the monitor ceased abruptly. The previously plummeting indicators shot upward, defying all medical norms, surging toward the normal range at an extraordinary pace. Beep, beep, beep. The steady and powerful heartbeat resonated through the microphone, echoing in the now silent live stream. He is alive. The ghost is gone. The old man is alive. That black blood made me nearly vomit. But the old man truly got better. Is this real? This special effect is too realistic. Internal organs were expelled. Is there an idiot upstairs? Which special effects team can create such a strikingly realistic portrayal grounded in medical logic? Do you think this is a Hollywood blockbuster? Trending. Night God live broadcast exorcising evil. Sun Jiren donated 10 rockets. Master Ye's medical skills are astonishing. This is the eradication of evil, reversing the forces of yin and yang. I am in awe. The barrage of comments, after a brief moment of absolute silence, erupted into sheer madness. Doubts were swiftly drowned by a tsunami of admiration, awe, and trepidation. The gift effects once again sent the server teetering on the brink of collapse. Yi Chun remained composed, as if he had merely swatted away a bothersome fly. He lifted the white jade box containing the peculiar evil core and shook it before the camera. The malevolent force has been contained. The accumulated resentment has been sealed and is now harmless. He nonchalantly tucked the jade box into his bosom. In reality, it was stored in his system space. He then approached the bed of an elderly man, resting his fingers on the pulse point of his wrist, allowing a thread of pure inner energy to penetrate. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and stated, "The source of malevolence has been eliminated. The internal organs are damaged and require 3 months of rest, supplemented by restorative herbal concoctions for a full recovery." The doctor's assistant nearby was already trembling with excitement, hastily taking notes. The elderly man's family collapsed to their knees, prostrating themselves before Yi Chun, their sobs echoing in the air. Yi Chun turned and calmly surveyed the camera, ignoring the frenzied barrage of comments and gifts. His voice steady and unwavering. "The medical segment has concluded. Now we shall sing." He returned to his main seat, picking up the prepared bamboo flute. Without an announcement or superfluous words, the clear and melodious notes of the flute flowed forth, enveloping the entire live stream. Is he starting to sing now? Big shot. I just experienced a collapse of worldview. My heart is still racing. Could we have a moment to breathe? The flute. It's the flute. The last song, Lonely Star, began with the flute. Quick mute. Listen closely. As the flute music gradually subsided, Yi Chun's deep, magnetic voice resonated, imbued with a sense of soul-piercing melancholy and solitude. In the cold river, a solitary figure, old friends of the rivers and lakes. Is there any need to be acquainted? The glimmer of swords and blades is merely fleeting fame. Strong liquor cannot erase the scars within. The first song, Fleeting Fame. The lyrics conveyed a desolate and expansive sentiment, while the grand yet subtly sharp melody encapsulated the grievances and loneliness of heroes amidst the rivers and lakes. The aura of Yi Chun as a master seamlessly infused each word with tremendous weight, striking the hearts of the listeners. The tumult of the live stream quieted instantaneously, leaving only the hauntingly beautiful song reverberating. Many middle-aged individuals with stories to tell, even some seasoned elders, found themselves shedding tears unbeknownst to them. As the song concluded, the barrage exploded. I'm on my knees. Those lyrics, that singing skill, that depth of meaning. Who says traditional music is dead? Night God is single-handedly carrying it. I feel as though my very soul has been cleansed. Absolutely breathtaking. President of Shengshi Entertainment donated 50 carnival gifts. Please grant me exclusive rights to Fleeting Fame. Name your price. Producer from Huayu Records donated 50 carnival gifts. Please grant me exclusive rights to Fleeting Fame. Name your price. Beside them, Su Qianqian gazed at Yi Chun with starry eyes. Having loved music since childhood, she was particularly in awe of such talent. Yet, all the prodigies she had known before paled in comparison to Yi Chun. Not only did he compose original songs, but he also mastered various instruments, as if there were none he could not play. Moreover, during their collaboration, she had transformed from a struggling small streamer into a major broadcaster with over 3 million fans. All of it was thanks to Yi Chun. She resolved that after the live broadcast ended, she must chapter 041. Tonight, you are mine. Yi Chun ignored the barrage, set down the flute, and lightly plucked the strings of the guqin beside him. The sound rang out like the clash of metal, instantaneously shifting the atmosphere. The clear and passionate notes of the qin arose, infused with the spirit of battle. Smoke billowed, drums thundered. Iron cavalry shattered mountains and rivers. The blood of men stained the sky. I will not return until the enemy stronghold is broken. The second song, Breaking the Formation. It was filled with fervor and grandeur, akin to 1,000 horses charging forth. Countless young listeners in the live stream felt their blood surge, yearning to take up arms immediately. The gift leaderboard was once again inundated with rockets and sports cars, igniting a fiery fervor. The qin's melody suddenly shifted, becoming poignant and lingering, yet imbued with a stubborn tenacity. Delicate dice and red beans. Do you know the deep longing within? Watching the sky at dawn and the clouds at dusk. In movement I think of you. In stillness, I think of you. Countless sails have passed, yet none remain. The slanting rays of dusk gently caress the flowing water. The third song, Linglong Si. The poignant yearning was rendered profoundly by Yi Chun's deep and soulful voice. The acute longing and torment of waiting left many female viewers heartbroken, their screens filled with crying emojis and tissue gifs. The three songs, each distinct in style, yet reaching a pinnacle of artistry, concluded. The live stream fell into an unprecedented silence. Everyone was immersed in the resonating echoes of that transcendent music, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. It was unclear who first typed, Night God, Forever Young, igniting a new wave of frenzy. At this moment, no one questioned the special effects, nor doubted the medical skills. The skeptics had been utterly crushed by this all-encompassing, flawless miracle. As Yi Chun calmly uttered the 4 words signaling the end of the live broadcast, the stream closed. The back-end data revealed that peak online viewership had exceeded 10 million. The total value of gifts converted to cash surpassed 7 million. The streaming platform's server crashed 3 times. As the clamor dissipated, only the expensive equipment remained in the room. Su Qingqing gazed at the terrifying revenue figures in the back end, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her hands trembling. She looked towards Yi Chun, who was leaning against the window, eyes closed in contemplation, her gaze shimmering with unabashed admiration, gratitude, and infatuation. This man was mysterious, powerful, and extraordinarily talented, possessing the ability to command life and death and touch the hearts of others, fulfilling all her fantasies of the perfect partner. Yi Chun. Su Qingqing summoned her courage, her voice tinged with shyness and tremor as she approached Yi Chun. Tonight was a tremendous success. The revenue exceeds 7 million. After the platform share, we will each receive over 3 million. Are you hungry? I know a Michelin 3-star restaurant. The chef just returned from France. May I treat you to a late-night snack to celebrate? She tilted her face upward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, the palpable affection almost spilling over. Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Su Qingqing's expectant face, instantly comprehending her intentions. No need. His voice betrayed no emotion as he directly declined the invitation. Just transfer the money to my account. I will be starting school soon and will no longer participate in future live streams. He no longer lacked for money. Having wealth alerts and Lin watching as a free assistant, the earnings from songs outweighed those from live broadcasts. Moreover, with school approaching, he lacked the time and energy to continue streaming. Su Qingqing immediately grew anxious upon hearing this, fearing she had done something wrong to upset Yichun. She grasped his arm, pleading, Yichun, what school do you attend? I can rent a place near your school. Is it because I didn't do something right? I'll give you all my earnings from now on. I don't want any. It is not your fault. Yichun laughed helplessly, never expecting Su Qingqing to be so sensitive. I truly do not have the time and energy for all this. After saying that, he directly picked up the coat draped over the chair and walked toward the door. Although a live broadcast can yield millions in gifts, if it were to happen daily, no one would continue to shower gifts consistently, especially after Lin Ruoqing announced that she had acquired the rights to use his songs and signed a collaboration. Those entertainment companies would cease to send gifts in the live stream. Once Su Qianyi sets up the overseas account to short sell oil tomorrow, he conservatively estimates he could earn 20 billion. Compared to the meager earnings from live streaming, which requires considerable effort and energy, this was far preferable. Su Qingqing seemed to have made a firm decision as she grasped his arm and said, Brother Yi, since tonight is the last show, let me treat you to a meal. Just a meal? Yichun looked at her with interest, causing Su Qingqing's face to flush. If Brother Yi desires something more, I am open to that, she said, boldly linking her arm with his as they walked, continuing, Brother Yi, let me express my gratitude to you tonight. Feeling her enthusiasm and the warmth radiating from her arm, Yichun chose not to refuse. As it was already evening, they found a casual buffet restaurant. After a few bottles of beer, Su Qingqing's face had taken on a rosy hue, while Yichun, fortified by his immunity and mastery, felt no inebriation whatsoever. Brother Yi, I truly appreciate you, Su Qingqing said, buoyed by the alcohol. Yichun waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for such formality. We are merely helping each other. In the beginning, when he had no capital, Su Qingqing's live streaming had indeed alleviated his immediate concerns. This was also why he later insisted on a 50-50 split, refraining from demanding a higher share. After downing 2 more glasses, Su Qingqing slowly continued, Brother Yi, you do not understand. Before I met you, I even doubted whether singing live every day was the right choice. My parents insisted that as a girl, I should marry early. You helped me regain my confidence, enabling me to succeed and silencing my parents. The more she spoke, the more fluent she became. So I am genuinely grateful to you, and I admire you, yet I know I am unworthy of you. You are drunk, Yichun replied, understanding the implications of her increasingly slurred speech and the urgency in her tone. Su Qingqing downed 3 more glasses, then mustered her courage to say, Brother Yi, we are both adults. You have school. Let me accompany you tonight, and I won't hold you accountable. Hearing this, Yichun hesitated, sensing his uncertainty. Su Qingqing moved closer, resting her head on his shoulder. Brother Yi, do you not find me appealing? I truly like you, so I want to take a chance. I do not find you unappealing. I just think this is inappropriate. I do not care what you think. I only care what I feel. Su Qingqing interjected, placing her finger over Yichun's lips. Be a man and be straightforward. Will you stay tonight? Employing a bit of provocation, Yichun was about to decline when suddenly golden text appeared before him, accompanied by a chime in his mind. Ding. Key decision point detected. Su Qingqing's confession. Please choose. Option 1. Refuse and leave. Reward, 1,000 yuan. Option 2. Refuse and send her home. Reward, 1 charm point. Option 3. Agree and accompany her for the night. Reward, all transportation driving skills maxed out. Well, this is certainly not a serious system. Chapter 042, Bringing a Good Friend Back. Faced with the rewards, Yichun wrapped his arms around Su Qingqing's waist and said, since you have put it this way, shall we go to your place or a hotel? To the hotel. Su Qingqing beamed with satisfaction. Tonight, you are mine. With the soft warmth beside him, Yichun found it hard to concentrate on eating. After settling the bill, they promptly headed to the nearest hotel and booked a room. Successfully completed option 3. Received reward, all transportation driving skills maxed out. Feeling a wealth of driving skill information flood his mind, Yichun was too preoccupied to notice. As soon as he closed the door, Su Qingqing had already leapt onto him. Brother Yi, love me well tonight. Okay. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. Su Qingqing, looking somewhat fatigued, said, Brother Yi, can we take a break? You take your time. I need to head back, Yichun replied as he began to dress. Reminding himself he still needed to short sell oil today and could not linger in this tender realm. Seeing him about to leave, Su Qingqing expressed her reluctance. Will there be another chance to stream with you in the future? Depends on the circumstances. Yichun did not give a definite answer. After standing up, he added, I have matters to attend to. I'll be leaving. When the door closed behind him, A wave of profound disappointment washed over Su Qingqing, leaving her momentarily dazed. Biting her lip, she fought back tears. She understood that this man, much like a solitary moon in the sky, seemed close yet was truly unattainable. The connection they shared that night was sufficient. The future would depend on fate. As soon as Yichen stepped out of the elevator, his phone vibrated. The caller ID read, Lin Ruoqing. He answered. Yichen, Lin Ruoqing's voice came through, tinged with urgency and tension, about those 3 new songs, floating names, breaking the array. And Linglong thoughts. A playful smile crept across Yichen's lips. This second young mistress of the Lin family truly never forgot her company, even in such moments. Exclusive rights? Impossible. Yichen's tone was indifferent. The usage rights can be granted to you for 5 years. Revenue sharing. I take 80%. Xingyao takes 20%. Additional conditions. The final interpretation rights, modification rights, and my authorship must remain intact under any circumstances. Furthermore, subsequent promotional resources must be invested at an S level by Xingyao. On the other end of the line, Lin Ruoqing could not help but chuckle bitterly. As expected, such demands. An 80-20 split. This is nothing short of blatant plunder. No normal entertainment company would accept such terms. It is even more demanding than last time when 30 million bought 10 songs. After deducting company expenses, that 20% could lead to losses. It is essentially giving Yichen free publicity while working for him. And she was well aware that these harsh conditions were directed solely at the Lin family. He never intended to have any dealings with them. It was her repeated attempts that had secured this opportunity. Yichen, are you truly trying to drive me to despair? Lin Ruoqing's voice brimmed with suppressed anger. 80-20? Xingyao is expected to invest top-tier resources for promotion? This company is not a charity. These conditions are excessive. The industry standard is 50-50 at most. 70-30 is already the limit. We do not accept? Yichen interrupted her, his voice remaining calm but laced with an invisible pressure. Then so be it. My songs do not lack buyers. Or, he deliberately paused, infusing his tone with a subtle hint that only Lin Ruoqing could understand. Miss Lin, perhaps you could consider what other things you might offer in exchange? Other things. The very phrase struck Lin Ruoqing like an electric shock. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and her heart raced. A strange silence enveloped the conversation. Lin Ruoqing could hear her own heart pounding. Meanwhile, Yichen gazed out the window, patiently waiting. He was indifferent to whether Xingyao agreed or not. It was merely a casual move in a game of leisure. Moments later, Lin Ruoqing's voice resonated once more, laced with a tremor and a resolute acceptance. Fine, 82. I accept all additional conditions. The copyright department will draft the electronic contract immediately. I will send it to you for signing right now. She nearly articulated this phrase through gritted teeth. Even if Yichen's song did not yield profits, it could rapidly elevate the company's profile and attract some promising artists. Very well, Yichen replied with a faint smile. By the way, I haven't seen your welfare photos in 2 days. I will send them to you shortly. Almost simultaneously with the end of their call, a notification chimed on his phone, indicating that an electronically signed contract from Xingyao Entertainment had arrived. Presumably, after watching the live broadcast last night, she had anticipated the ultimate outcome and prepared the contract in advance. Yichen glanced at the terms. Knowing that Lin Ruoqing would neither dare nor attempt to play tricks in such matters, she promptly confirmed her signature electronically. The moment the contract took effect, his phone vibrated once more. Su Qingqing messaged, account activated. Channel access completed. Leverage at 50 times. Funds of 600 million, you 500 million, I 100 million, have been deposited. Real-time monitoring is now active. Store my coordinates confirmed for WTI crude oil futures. Yichen, the hunt begins. Wishing us good fortune. A spark of brilliance ignited in Yichen's eyes. He hurried home, then settled at his desk, opening the specialized financial operation backend that Su Qingqing had sent him. The sleek interface displayed numbers representing vast sums of money, with the intraday chart for international crude oil futures oscillating violently at elevated levels. Each minor fluctuation signified the potential evaporation or surge of millions in wealth. He typed a few commands on the keyboard, allocating 1/3 of the capital, establishing the entry price range and execution conditions for the initial short positions, and setting an exceedingly stringent trailing stop-loss line, dynamically maintained at a preset drop of 8. Having completed these tasks, Yichen ceased to monitor the fluctuating figures and curves. He moved to the center of the living room, sat cross-legged, and directed his 5 hearts toward the heavens. Within his dantian, the pure and robust energy of Tai Chi began to surge along the enigmatic trajectory of the circulation. The fatigue from a night of relentless effort dissipated, leaving him invigorated. The neon lights outside reflected on his tranquil visage, half illuminated, half submerged in profound shadows. On one side lay the turbulent international financial arena, reaping billions in wealth through clandestine battles. On the other, the serene cultivation of a master honing his path. Two starkly contrasting worlds achieved a peculiar balance within him. The storm had silently begun to brew, yet at its center, tranquility prevailed like Zen. As evening approached, his sister Yi Zixuan returned home from driving practice, accompanied by a female classmate. Upon seeing Yichen seated on the living room sofa, Yi Zixuan hesitantly said, "Brother, I brought a good friend home. Is that all right?" Yichen opened his eyes, a look of affectionate indulgence on his face. "Is it a question of whether it's all right? You've already brought her home. Since she's your friend, then." Before he could finish his sentence, he turned to see his sister's classmate. And they both exclaimed in unison, "It's you?" The classmate brought by Yi Zixuan was none other than Qin Xiaoyu, the girl from whom Yi Chun had previously requested stockings, earning him the invulnerable reward. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward as the two faced each other. Their gazes collided in midair, one filled with astonishment tinged with embarrassment, the other with surprise mixed with annoyance. The black history of the stocking request left them both feeling utterly mortified. "Brother, Xiaoyu, do you two know each other?" Yi Zixuan's gaze darted between her brother and her friend, astutely detecting the awkward tension, and cautiously inquired. We ran into each other on the road. And Yi Chun helped me a little," Chun Xiaoyu interjected, her cheeks flushing with a subtle hue of red, her voice slightly more hurried than usual. She cast a quick glance at Yi Chun, carrying a hint of warning that he should not divulge too much. Yi Chun immediately understood, letting out a silent sigh of relief as he nodded in agreement. "Yes, just a trivial matter." He quickly shifted the topic, directing his gaze toward his sister, his tone laced with curiosity and affection. "But you, Zixuan, Xiaoyu seems older than you? How did you become friends?" "In high school, there were plenty of peers to socialize with, but bringing someone home clearly indicated a special bond." Upon hearing this, Yi Zixuan's earlier doubts vanished, and her face brightened with a proud smile. "Brother, Xiaoyu is a senior in her second year. She's amazing. We met during an off-campus activity." She vaguely glossed over the specific location, but her tone was brimming with excitement. "There were some delinquents trying to bully our classmates, and I couldn't stand it and confronted them, nearly getting beaten up. It was Xiaoyu who rushed over, pretending to call the police, which scared off the delinquents." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Qin Xiaoyu. Yi Chen's heart stirred at her words. He gazed at Qin Xiaoyu with a newfound sincerity and gratitude. It was likely that last time she had been cornered in that box because she had crossed those delinquents. In that regard, he had indeed been too lenient when dealing with them. "Now I see," Yi Chen said, his tone becoming more solemn. "Thank you for looking out for my sister, Xiaoyu." This heartfelt gratitude dispelled the previous awkwardness. Qin Xiaoyu, slightly embarrassed by Yi Zixuan's praise, waved her hand dismissively. "Zixuan is exaggerating. I just happened to pass by and couldn't stand it." After a pause, her gaze shifted to Yi Chun, carrying a hint of complex emotions. "But, wasn't it you who later helped me out?" She referred to that incident in the alley when Yi Chun had driven off the delinquents. It was indeed a twist of fate that they had both met through those troublesome individuals. The atmosphere in the living room subtly eased, the awkwardness dissipating, replaced by a tacit sense of initial camaraderie. "Oh dear, we've been talking for so long. I'm parched," Yi Zixuan exclaimed, slapping her forehead, bouncing to her feet. "Brother, Xiaoyu, you two sit tight. I'll go fetch some drinks. There's freshly squeezed orange juice in the fridge." She hurried off to the kitchen, leaving only Yi Chun and Qin Xiaoyu in the living room. The atmosphere fell into a peculiar silence once more. Yi Chun gazed at the girl across the sofa, who was slightly bowing her head, cleared his throat, and resolved to put the previous awkward incident to rest. "Qin Xiaoyu," Yi Chen's voice lowered, imbued with rare sincerity. "I must apologize for my previous request in the alley. It was indeed excessive, and I am truly sorry. Let's say I was in a peculiar state of mind at the time, and I acted impulsively. Please, do not take it to heart." It was rare for him to offer an explanation, and although he did not specify the reasons, his apologetic tone was unmistakable. Qin Xiaoyu raised her head, her large, watery eyes scrutinizing him, seemingly attempting to gauge the sincerity of his apology from his expression. After a moment, she gently replied, her cheeks still a hint rosy. Yet her gaze had calmed and even bore a hint of a smile. "Actually, I came to terms with it later. Although the manner was rather peculiar. If you hadn't shown up that day, I might have been in much greater trouble. So, I must thank you." She paused, her voice dropping to a softer tone. "Moreover, Zixuan has been singing your praises, saying you are exceptionally kind and dote on her. So I knew you couldn't possibly be a truly bad person." In that moment, she had provided Yi Chun with a justification, considering him a good brother. Yi Chun found himself momentarily taken aback by her bold declaration of being a true villain. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and relief. It seemed that the chapter had truly closed, and unexpectedly, he had gained a good person card. He rubbed his nose and replied, "Ahem, thank you for the compliment, but protecting my sister remains my priority." He sought to ease the situation. At that moment, Yi Zixuan returned, cradling 2 glasses of orange juice. "Brother, sister Xiaoyu here. I've added ice." Yi Chun instinctively reached out to accept the juice, as though grasping a lifeline. "Thank you, Zixuan." He tilted his head back and gulped down a generous mouthful of the chilled beverage, suppressing an unsettling feeling that lingered within. "By the way, I just remembered I still have a financial trend report to finish. School starts the day after tomorrow, so I need to prepare in advance. You two carry on. I'll head back to my room." Without waiting for his sister's response, Yi Chun quickly retreated to his room, feeling an inexplicable pressure when alone with Chen Xiaoyu. Barely 2 minutes after sitting down, his phone rang on the desk. The caller ID displayed, "Class Monitor Su Qianyi." Yi Chun answered, and before he could speak, Su Qianyi's voice burst forth, infused with barely contained excitement. "Dr. Yi, congratulations on the new semester." "No, wait. First, congratulations to us for striking it rich." Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. "The crude oil has collapsed?" "Collapsed? It's beyond collapse. It's a veritable avalanche. The earth is shaking and the mountains are crumbling." Su Qianyi's voice soared, filled with an almost primal excitement. "Yi Chun, you are my savior. WTI crude oil futures just plunged below the 83 support level. It's a waterfall plunge. In just 5 minutes, the drop exceeded 4. Our 600 million principal, with 50 times leverage on the short position, has already yielded over 1.5 billion in floating profits. 1.5 billion. Can you believe it?" Even though Yi Chun had anticipated this outcome, his heart still skipped a beat upon hearing the staggering figure. The combination of wealth alerts and Su Qianyi's exceptional maneuvering made the speed of this harvest nothing short of terrifying. The market's panic has completely detonated, with bulls being trampled in a wave of forced liquidation. At this rate, a drop to 75 is not just a dream. Our target price is absolutely achievable. Yi Chun, we are going to make a fortune this time. Su Qianyi's voice was exhilarated, as if she had been injected with adrenaline. Yes, as expected. Yi Chun maintained his calm demeanor, though a smile crept onto his lips. Grateful for the class monitor's vigilant oversight and decisive action when it was time to increase their positions. Rest assured, I've arranged for someone to closely monitor the critical resistance levels, ready to add to our short positions at any moment. We'll ensure maximum profit. Su Qianyi spoke rapidly, her excitement palpable, before she remembered the main topic. By the way, I called to ask when you plan to head to school. Peking University starts registration the day after tomorrow, right? My work here is wrapping up. Have you booked your ticket? Shall we go together? Yi Chun instinctively wanted to decline. No need to trouble you, class monitor. But before he could finish, a golden interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. Chapter 044, A Confession in the Class Group. Beep. Detected a critical decision point. Su Qianyi's invitation to accompany her. Please choose. Option 1. Firmly refuse the invitation. Reward, 1,000 yuan cash. Option 2. Politely decline, suggesting to meet at school instead. Reward, slight enhancement in memory, lasting 1 week. Option 3. Have Su Qianyi announce her affection for you in the class group. Reward, max-level hacking skills and a top-tier disguise identity set. Yi Chun's eyelids twitched violently. The rewards for the first 2 options were utterly lackluster. Did he truly need a bit of cash or a temporary boost in memory at this point? However, the reward for the third option, master-level hacking skills and a top-tier disguise identity, would be an unparalleled boon for his future endeavors in finance, intelligence, and deeper stratagems. But what would be the cost? How could he broach such a subject? Would Su Qianyi ever agree? His gaze swept over the description of the third option, and Yi Chun's heart raced with fervor. Taking a deep breath, he adopted a joking tone and said, "Class monitor, going together is fine. However, only if you agree to one condition." Su Qianyi, clearly in high spirits, responded readily, "Go ahead, as long as I can manage it." To her, anything that could secure Yi Chun's agreement was permissible. After all, he had helped her earn so much money and had showcased his musical talent and medical skills during the live stream. Who wouldn't want to pursue such a man? Yi Chun strove to keep his voice steady. "The condition is that you send a message in the class group stating that you like me. Do you dare to agree?" Su Qianyi paused for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. Yi Chun felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was the same class monitor who had lent him 200,000 during his most challenging times. He hoped he hadn't gone too far with the joke. To his surprise, Su Qianyi responded nonchalantly, "Is that all?" "I agree." You really agree?" Yi Chun, worried that she might not have heard correctly, attempted to clarify. But Su Qianyi quickly interjected, "I'll send it right now. You'd better not backtrack. When we head to school the day after tomorrow, will it be by plane or train? Either is fine. I'll come to pick you up then." With that, she hung up, leaving Yi Chun in a daze, staring at his phone. After a long moment, he murmured to himself, "System, It seems this task is rather simple. A sensational message, akin to a deep-water bomb, plunged into the serene class group. Su Qianyi, everyone, I solemnly declare one thing. I like Yi Chun a lot. I intend to pursue him. Silence. An absolute silence persisted for at least 10 seconds, as if time itself had frozen. Then, the group erupted in chaos. Wang Haitao. Goddess Su? Li Sisi, holy crap. Zhao Ming. Did I misread? Su Qianyi, likes? Yi Chun? Zhang Wei, holy crap. Holy crap, holy crap. Is it not April Fool's Day today? Class Monitor Su, has your account been hacked? Lu Feifei, Class Monitor. Is this for real? Yi Chun. Qian Duo. Yi Chun, come out. Quickly. Explain what kind of enchantment you've cast on the class monitor. A torrent of shock, questions, and exclamations flooded the chat, the pace so rapid it was dizzying. Yi Chun's phone vibrated furiously, notifications blaring in a cacophony. At that moment, a message filled with evident anger and resentment appeared from a user named Ling Feng. Ling Feng. Su Qianyi, stop messing around. Are you playing truth or dare? Or did that brat Yi Chun pressure you into saying this? Tell me where he is. I'll have a word with him. Ling Feng, a well-known second-generation rich kid in the capital, came from a wealthy family. He had pursued Su Qianyi fervently since their first military training in freshman year, showering her with flowers, bags, and meals, always attentive and caring. His pursuit of Su Qianyi was an open secret within their class and year. Now, witnessing the goddess publicly declare her affection for Yi Chun, a person he deemed to have an ordinary background and mediocre abilities, felt like a public slap in the face. Jealousy and anger swiftly overwhelmed his reason. The group fell silent for a moment, everyone holding their breath, waiting to see how Su Qianyi would respond to Ling Feng's inquiry. Her reply came swiftly, devoid of expression, punctuation, just a few decisive words. Su Qianyi, Ling Feng, this is not a game. It's sincere. I intend to pursue Yi Chun. These 7 words struck like a dagger, piercing deeply into Ling Feng's heart. The group chat erupted once more. Li Sisi, wow. The class monitor exudes dominance. Zhao Ming, holy cow. It's confirmed. An astonishing revelation. Zhang Wei, Yi Chun, brother Chun, come forth to receive our adoration. Share your secrets of wooing women. Wang Haitao, my condolences, young Master Ling. Candle JPG. Ling Feng did not utter another word in the group. Yi Chun could almost envision the twisted expression on Ling Feng's handsome face, his eyes brimming with sinister fury. What a nuisance. Yi Chun rubbed his temples. He harbored no fear of Ling Feng, yet the unforeseen calamity brought about by a woman left him utterly speechless. He promptly dialed Su Qianyi's number. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Hello? Yi Chun. Su Qianyi's voice bore a hint of light-hearted mirth, as if she had merely shared a weather forecast in the group. Did you see it? Are you satisfied? I've booked the flight for you, tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, first class. I'll come to pick you up. Class monitor. Yi Chun interjected, his tone tinged with exasperation. This joke has gone too far. Hurry and clarify in the group. Say it was a game of truth or dare, or that I forced you to post it. Revoke the message. A brief silence lingered on the other end before Su Qianyi's voice regained its customary calmness, underscored by a hint of stubbornness. Why retract it? I spoke the truth. The truth. Yi Chun nearly laughed in disbelief. Class monitor, we are merely friends. It was a joke. Ling Feng is practically ready to tear me apart. That is his business, Su Qianyi replied, her tone unwavering. What I choose to pursue is my own freedom. As for Ling Feng, let him try to lay a finger on you. Her final words resonated with a chilling confidence. No, class monitor, you, enough, it's settled. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Be at home waiting for me. The call ended with a decisive click, leaving Yi Chun no room for rebuttal. Staring at the busy signal on his phone, he sighed in exasperation. This iron-willed class monitor had a style so blunt it left one's scalp tingling. She truly had no fear of escalating matters. He understood that Su Qianyi was a woman of her word and would not retract her statement. Chapter 045, Master-Level Hacking Skills. Observing the classmates' group chat still fervently bombarding him and Su Qianyi with messages, Yi Chun felt a throbbing at his temples. He lacked both the inclination and energy to engage with such gossip and potential troubles. Indeed, the reward for the third option was not easily attained. He had been overly optimistic just moments ago. Swiftly, he navigated to the group settings, unhesitatingly selected the option to mute notifications, and subsequently blocked all group messages. The world around him instantly became considerably quieter. Meanwhile, the notification sound of the reward finally chimed in. Phew. Yi Chun exhaled deeply, temporarily casting aside the chaos of the group. What he needed to focus on was testing the prowess of the system rewards, master-level hacking skills, and a complete set of top-notch disguise identities. He settled at his desk, powering on his high-performance computer. The boot-up was remarkably swift. Upon entering the system, Yi Chun did not, as usual, access financial software or live streaming backends, but instead directly summoned the hacker knowledge database that the system had instilled within him. In an instant, a torrent of information seamlessly connected with the nerve endings of his brain. The foundational architecture of global mainstream operating systems, core network protocol stacks, zero-day vulnerability databases, encryption and decryption algorithms, social engineering techniques, hardware reverse engineering, an array of confidential knowledge fused together within him as if he had been born with these skills. Simultaneously, a network of disguised identities, encompassing dozens of elite hackers, spanning multiple countries with robust funding sources and information channels, vividly materialized in his consciousness. Each identity was nearly flawless, capable of withstanding the most rigorous traceability checks. This was the sensation of being at the pinnacle of mastery. Yi Chun's fingers danced across the keyboard with effortless grace, fluid as breathing. His gaze turned laser-focused and profound, as if he could penetrate the liquid crystal screen and gaze into the essence of the digital realm. He did not target any specific victim. Instead, he soared like an eagle taking its maiden flight, beginning to sense this intangible domain. With a mere thought, his consciousness seemed to extend infinitely along the network cables, perceiving the currents of the vast ocean of data. Just as he became immersed in this exhilarating experience of control, a minuscule surge of data alerted his instincts. This surge was not from an ordinary flood of traffic. Rather, it carried a distinct aggressiveness and stealth, quietly piercing towards several critical server nodes within the core network of the Dragon Country from multiple global points. An intrusion. Yi Chun's gaze sharpened, instantly becoming as keen as a blade. This was no ordinary script kiddie or small-time hacker organization. The coordinated forces behind this intrusion exhibited remarkable skill, utilizing extremely covert zero-day vulnerabilities, with attack paths intricately layered and seamlessly disguised. Had he not possessed master-level perception and analytical abilities at this moment, he would never have detected such a sophisticated assault. Just as he prepared to probe further, another formidable defensive force emerged. This force acted as the most resilient shield, precisely blocking the intruder's advances, initiating a silent, yet breathtaking tug-of-war between offense and defense. The defender's skills were equally exceptional, responding with lightning speed and showcasing textbook-level countermeasures against various attacks. A master. Did the Dragon Country harbor such high-caliber guardians? Yi Chun felt a shiver of respect rising within him. He immediately summoned immense computational power, beginning to discreetly trace the defender's true IP and physical coordinates. The tracking process was fraught with technical barriers and layers of confusion, as the opponent evidently possessed top-tier counter-tracing capabilities. Yet Yi Chun's current prowess was unparalleled. He adopted an almost omniscient stance, unraveling the intricate web of data flows while disregarding the dozens of false jump nodes and encrypted traps meticulously laid by the adversary. Ultimately, a precise geographical coordinate materialized clearly on his screen. Jiangcheng, Nanshan Villa District, Lin Family Mansion. The moment he glimpsed the address, Yi Chun's fingers tightened around the mouse, knuckles blanching from the pressure. The Lin family, the very household that had cast him aside after more than a decade of living there. Uncontrollable flashes of memories surged through his mind. The moment the true heir, Lin Xiao, was brought back, the instantaneous coldness in his adoptive parents' eyes. The three nominal sisters who, upon learning the truth, either fell silent or averted their gazes, none uttering a word to retain him, their brother of many years. Only the youngest, Lin Ruojia, a year his junior. In his recollection, she was always quiet, even somewhat reclusive, rarely participating in family gatherings, preferring to lock herself away. Engrossed in her computer, Yi Chun had once thought she was merely addicted to games or online chatting. When he left the Lin household, she seemed to glance at him. Her eyes complex, yet ultimately said nothing. So it was her. Yi Chun murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a raspy mockery. Lin Ruojia, the inconspicuous fourth daughter of the Lin family, the one most easily overlooked, turned out to be a top-notch hacker whose skills were capable of safeguarding national cybersecurity. He had spent over a decade within the Lin family, convinced he had never wronged anyone, even striving to integrate himself into that household. Yet, when true bloodlines returned, he was instantaneously cast aside like an inconsequential pawn. The only individual who might comprehend his solitude, someone equally adrift on the periphery of that family, silently safeguarded everything, including this nation, but chose silence when he was expelled from his home. A surge of bitterness and mischievous impulse welled up within him. Since you possess such remarkable skills, since you have chosen to protect your family, and since you remain indifferent to my departure, Yi Chun's gaze turned frigid, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, leaving a flurry of afterimages. He no longer concealed his identity. unleashing an immense computational power that effortlessly bypassed all defenses erected by the warring factions. He did not attack either side, nor intervene in the siege. His sole target was Lin Ruojia's personal computer, with the privileges and abilities of a top-tier hacker. Lin Ruojia's seemingly impregnable fortress crumbled before him. He effortlessly inscribed a clear, mocking message on her core desktop, setting it to dominate the screen, rendering it impossible to close immediately. Practice more. You're just a novice. These 4 bold, red letters arrogantly monopolized Lin Ruojia's entire display. After completing this act, Yi Chun decisively severed all connections, erasing any trace of his intrusion, as if he had never existed. Leaning back in his chair, a cold and triumphant smirk graced his lips. He could vividly imagine the shock, bewilderment, anger, and even panic that would seize Lin Ruojia upon seeing those words flash across her screen in that secluded room of the Lin family. Chapter 046, just wanting to get a little closer. This was not about national righteousness, but purely a personal vendetta. The Lin family owed him, Yi Chun. This was merely a trifling interest. Meanwhile, in the top-floor villa of the Lin family, within a room designed like a high-tech command center, Lin Ruojia was wholly engrossed in the massive circular screen wall before her, her fingers flying over multiple keyboards as beads of sweat formed at her temples. Streams of data raced across the screen, with countless complex topological diagrams and warning windows emerging in rapid succession. She was simultaneously intercepting coordinated attacks from 3 distinct organizations targeting the core network of Longwa's energy dispatch. The pressure immense. Suddenly, without warning, all battle visuals and data streams vanished from her primary control screen. For blood red, in large Chinese characters, glaringly mocking, brazenly occupied her entire field of vision. Practice more. You're just a novice. Lin Ruojia felt as if struck by lightning. Her fingers froze above the keyboard, her pupils dilating in shock. A chilling wave surged from her soles to the crown of her head. How could this be possible? The defense system she had constructed, a fusion of multiple physical isolations, quantum encryption, and her self-developed AI dynamic firewall, was her prideful bastion. Not even a national security team could silently breach her innermost desktop and leave such an insulting message. Who was it? Which organization? Which legendary hacker deity? After the initial shock came overwhelming humiliation and intense anger. Lin Ruojia, known in the digital realm as Phantom Light, had navigated the cyber world for years. A core member of Longwa's dark web guardians, she had never been so toyed with or belittled. She forced herself to regain composure, her fingers furiously striking the keyboard, pulling up all back-end logs in an attempt to trace the intruder's path. However, the feedback brought her heart to a halt. The logs were perfectly overwritten, leaving no exploitable clues to the intruder's pathway. The adversary's technical prowess far exceeded her imagination. It was as if they were a ghost. Damn it! Lin Ruojia slammed her fist onto the expensive mechanical keyboard, producing a dull thud. The 4 glaring red characters on the screen burned into her pride like heated branding irons. Practice more. You're just a novice. She stared at those words, her expression a complex mix of fury intertwined with a shred of fear she was reluctant to acknowledge. Who was this person? What was their purpose? Merely to humiliate her? At that moment, a nondescript black wristwatch on her arm vibrated, signaling an encrypted communication request. Lin Ruojia took a deep breath, forcing down the tumult within, and connected the call. A serious, deep voice of a middle-aged man emerged, laced with a barely perceptible concern. Phantom Light, report the situation. We just detected an abnormal data flow peak from your core machine, which vanished instantaneously. Have you been breached? Yes, Lin Ruojia's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. The intruder overcame all defenses and left a message on my desktop. No other damage was inflicted, nor could I trace any clues. She hesitated, struggling to articulate those 4 words. The message was, practice more, you're just a novice. A brief silence enveloped the other end, evidently stunned by the humiliating and technically overpowering act. Practice more, you're just a novice? The middle-aged voice repeated gravely. To achieve this silently is an exceedingly rare feat. Could it be the dark web's king of hell? Or one of the ancient monsters from the deep web's eye? Why would they target you? Provoking Longwa? I do not know. Lin Ruojia bit her lip, but the opponent's strength was unfathomable. I need the highest privileges to access the deep logs of the Skynet, and I must request access to the files of those legendary figures on record. I need to investigate. Understood. I will coordinate immediately. Be careful. If they breached you once, they could come again. Maintain a high level of vigilance. The middle-aged voice commanded decisively. Understood. Lin Ruojia severed the connection, exhausted as she leaned back in her chair. The room was filled only with the low hum of the server's cooling fans. She gazed at the screen, where those still glaring red characters resided, her expression fluctuating. Was it humiliation? A warning? Or or some form of probing she could not comprehend. Who is it? Lin Ruojia muttered to herself, for the first time feeling a profound sense of helplessness, shrouded in an unsettling chill. On the other side, Yichen shut down his computer, silencing the cacophony of his classmates' group chat, momentarily casting the Lin family and Lin Ruojia from his mind. He approached the window, observing the dazzling nightscape of Jiangqing below. His phone vibrated once more, a message from Su Qianni. The flight itinerary has been sent to your email. I'll be waiting for you at the community entrance tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Don't be late. You don't need to worry about Ling Feng. The text remained succinct, imbued with an undeniable sense of control. Yichen glanced at it, refraining from a response. He rubbed his temples. Tomorrow was destined to be anything but tranquil. The turmoil within the class group, Su Qianni's ambiguous pursuit, the potential reactions from the Lin family, and of course, that Lin Ruojia, known as Phantom Light, whom he had just outsmarted with his hacking skills. Troubles seemed to pile up before him. However, he was no longer the boy who had been cast out with nothing. With his skills in medicine, martial arts, finance, and music, alongside the recently acquired top-tier hacking abilities and disguised identity, his trump cards far exceeded anyone's imagination. Yichen shut down his computer, and his phone vibrated. This time, it was not Su Qianni, but rather a message from Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing, Yi Ge, are you heading to Jingqing's Tsinghua University? Su Qingqing, leaving so soon? Before you go, can we meet one last time? I promise it will just be a meal. Su Qingqing, I will be waiting for you in the presidential suite at the Yunding Hotel. Gazing at the messages on his screen, Yichen's eyes flickered. Su Qingqing's intentions were unmistakably clear. Though he harbored no deep feelings for her, he did not reject the warmth and admiration she offered so readily. His masterful state of mind allowed him to perceive desire with clarity. He neither suppressed it nor indulged in it, choosing instead to follow his heart. Yichen, okay. His response, a single word, caused Su Qingqing in the presidential suite of the Yunding Hotel to spring upright from the bed, her face blossoming with a mix of surprise and bashfulness. An hour later, in the opulent presidential suite atop the Yunding Hotel, Su Qingqing had changed into a black silk slip dress that accentuated her graceful curves. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her delicate face bore a hint of youthful purity mingled with intentional allure. Upon seeing Yichen enter, her heart raced, and she nervously twisted her fingers. Yi Ge, you're here. Yichen's gaze swept over her, filled with appreciation but devoid of excessive lust, as calm as one admiring a work of art. This tranquility eased much of Su Qingqing's tension, and mustering her courage, she stepped forward to entwine her arm with his, leaning against him. Thank you, Yi Ge. She tilted her face upward, her eyes shimmering with unmasked infatuation. I know I don't deserve you. I just wanted to be a little closer before you leave. Chapter 047. Not a moment left behind. Yichen remained silent, gently lifting her chin with his hand. The warmth of his fingertips caused Su Qingqing to tremble slightly, her eyes fluttering shut. The ensuing moments unfolded as if fated. Yichen's movements were not forceful, but exuded a poised mastery and finesse. Su Qingqing responded with a shyness interwoven with a sincere offering of her entirety. Outside, the neon lights danced upon their entwined forms, while the hushed room resonated with muffled breaths and the subtle sound of mingling moisture. With a physique honed to the master level, Yichen possessed an extraordinary endurance and sharpness. Su Qingqing felt like a fragile boat, adrift in the tempestuous waves stirred by Yichen. Lost until she was cast upon a cloud she had never dared to reach, her very soul quivering in response. As calm returned, Su Qingqing lay limply against Yichen's sturdy chest, her gaze distant. Yichen caressed her smooth back, his eyes fixed contemplatively on the ceiling. Yi Ge. Su Qingqing's voice emerged, laced with a languorous rasp after fulfillment, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on his chest. I don't know when we will meet again after this separation. Her tone was thick with reluctance. Yichen glanced down at her, then abruptly rose and walked to the desk, retrieving the paper and pen provided by the hotel. Su Qingqing propped herself up, intrigued by his actions. Within minutes, Yichen's pen danced across the page without pause, and soon, a complete song, both lyrics and melody, sprang to life on the paper. He handed it to Su Qingqing. For you. Confused, Su Qingqing accepted the paper, and her eyes widened in shock upon reading its contents. It was an exceptionally catchy song, with lyrics both tender and infused with the spirited independence of a woman, far surpassing all the songs she had sung before. What astonished her even more was the signature on the page, boldly inscribed with her name, while Yichen's name was merely noted in the copyright acknowledgement as a gift to Su Qingqing. Yi Ge, this is too precious. I can't accept this. Su Qingqing's hands trembled. She understood all too well what a good song meant for a singer. The quality of this piece, Falling Stars, was undoubtedly worthy of winning the annual Golden Song title. Its value was immeasurable, And Yi Chun had so casually given it to her. Just take it. Yi Chun's tone was calm as he reclined back onto the bed, as if he had merely bestowed a trivial gift. The rights are yours now. Sing it well. And think of it as a memento. Whether for live streaming or as a singer, it's up to you. When he departed, Su Qingqing would possess her own signature song, allowing her to sustain her streaming career. Though her popularity might not reach the same heights, the remaining followers would be her devoted fans. Su Qingqing clutched the fragile yet weighty paper, gazing at Yi Chun's handsome, serene profile, and an overwhelming wave of emotion surged through her heart. She realized that this song marked the conclusion Yi Chun had drawn for her and served as the most dignified and precious farewell gift he could offer. Tears flowed silently as she suddenly threw herself into his embrace, choking back sobs. Yi Gu, thank you, truly thank you. She no longer harbored foolish hopes of keeping this man. This song, along with this night, was the best ending she could have hoped for. Yi Chun allowed her to hold him, gently patting her back, tender yet imbued with an insurmountable distance. The following morning, Yi Chun rose and departed while Su Qingqing was still asleep. Yi Yong and Wang Hui were both surprised and delighted to see their son return. Dad, Mom, please use this first. Yi Chun pressed a bank card containing 8 million into his father's hand. I am about to start school and won't be able to accompany you anymore. Please hire a few reliable housekeepers to handle the cleaning and cooking. Don't wear yourselves out. His tone brooked no argument, and he added, the password is Zixuan's birthday. Qinshin, this is far too much. We don't need all this. Yi Yong stammered, his hands trembling. 8 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. Brother, you're back. Yi Zixuan emerged from her room in her pajamas, rubbing her eyes. Upon seeing the room filled with luxury items, she instantly woke up, squealing as she dashed toward the latest model tablet and limited edition sneakers. Don't just play around. Yi Chun ruffled his sister's hair, his tone gentle yet firm. Summer vacation is almost over. Strive to get your driver's license early. Yi Zixuan immediately sulked, her face drawn. But it just started. I will try my best. Silly girl, Yi Chun chuckled, producing a set of keys to a Porsche 911 and waving them before her. Here, your promised sports car. Once you get your license, it's yours. If you don't manage it before school starts, I'll sell it and donate the proceeds to a Hope Primary School. Brother, don't. Yi Zixuan sprang up as if electrified. I promise. I will definitely get it before school starts. I'm going to the driving school right now. As she rushed to the door, Yi Chun caught her arm, handing her another card. This one has 2 million. Use it for your and our parents' daily expenses. Spend it wisely, and don't deprive yourself too much. If you encounter any trouble, call me anytime. He refrained from mentioning Qin Xiaoyu, as he intended to avoid interfering too much in his sister's social circle for the time being. After giving his parents a few more careful reminders, Yi Chun ascended the stairs. Upon returning to his room, his phone rang. It was Su Qianyi. Yi Chun, where are you? Your flight is at 3 this afternoon. Don't tell me you forgot. Su Qianyi's voice was as crisp and decisive as always. How could I forget? Yi Chun started his car. Class monitor, short the positions. When the decline reaches 19 points, regardless of what follows, close all positions without hesitation. Remember, precisely at 19 points. Do not hesitate for even a moment. The wealth alert indicates a peak at 22, yet Yi Chun is acutely aware that he must not linger nor covet the final penny. To proceed further would be an exercise in futility, especially considering the 50-fold leverage employed. On the other end of the line, Su Qianyi appears momentarily taken aback, before her tone shifts to one of gravity. 19? The current drop is already at 16, and the momentum is fierce. The market's panic is still spreading, with analysts generally bearish, projecting a decline below 75 million yuan, potentially exceeding 25. Why 19? This effectively relinquishes at least 6 points of profit potential. That's equivalent to billions in gold. There's no reason. Simply follow my instructions. Yi Chun's voice remains calm and unwavering, imbued with an undeniable authority. My intuition tells me that 19 points is the utmost safety limit. Beyond that lies the perilous edge. Su Qianyi fell silent. Once again, this accursed intuition. Yet it is precisely this intuition that has enabled them to create a financial miracle in just over a day. She recalls how Yi Chun transformed from being in debt to amassing hundreds of millions of funds in a mere month. She remembers his enigmatic medical skills and musical talents. The fog surrounding this individual is profound. His instincts are, in themselves, the greatest justification. All right, I trust you. Su Qianyi declares resolutely. 19 points it is. I will close the position on time. Not a single point will be left. Chapter 048, Uncertain Prospects. Having just finished lunch, Su Qianyi calls again, her voice tinged with an uncontainable excitement and admiration. Yi Chun, as per your instructions, we have completely liquidated our positions. Our unrealized gains have surpassed 4.8 billion gold. After deducting leverage interest and transaction fees, Our net profit exceeds 4.5 billion gold. The additional billion I invested has yielded a profit of 900 million gold. My goodness, this feels like a dream. Even the ever-composed young lady of the Su family finds it nearly impossible to maintain her composure in the face of such astronomical figures. Stay calm, class monitor, Yichun replies, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is merely the beginning. Let us meet at the entrance of the community at 3 o'clock. After hanging up, Yichun's gaze deepens. An hour later, he receives a message from Su Qianni along with a substantial sum of money. Su Qianni, the stocks have been sold, and after deducting fees, we have 4.5 billion gold. Due to the large amount, I have registered an investment company for you. In the future, substantial funds will circulate through the company's account. It must be said, Su Qianni has considered every aspect so thoroughly. 4.5 billion gold. This is equivalent to over 30 billion yuan. Gazing at the immense cash flow on the ledger, it is sufficient to enable him to undertake numerous ventures. The plan to dismantle the Lin family is now unencumbered by financial constraints. When Lin Xiao expelled him, the latter's greatest assurance came from the Lin family's assets. Yichun's objective is to obliterate the very foundation Lin Xiao prides himself upon. Just then, the previously dormant wealth alert system in his mind once again provides a notification. Alert! In the northern suburbs of Jiangqing, the Lin family is seeking to sell plot A018, originally planned as a logistics park, for 1.2 billion yuan due to internal decision-making errors and policy misjudgments. In 72 hours, the municipal government will announce the area as part of the National High-Tech Industry Zone, with land use adjusted to a mixed use of research and commerce, causing its value to skyrocket more than 20-fold to approximately 2.4 billion. Crisis level, low, information disparity. Recommendation, immediate low-cost acquisition. The Lin family. A fire sale. A 20-fold profit. In an instant, Yichun's eyes spark with a cold yet exhilarating light. The Lin family. This is a serendipitous opportunity. However, given his relationship with them and his intent to catch them off guard, he cannot reveal his identity just yet. After careful consideration, he promptly dials Su Qingqing's number. The other end picks up almost instantaneously, her voice slightly hoarse and languid, as though she has just awakened. Yigo? Su Qingqing. I need you to assist me with something. Yichun's voice brooks no dissent. In the northern suburbs of Jiangqing, the Lin family is selling a piece of land, numbered A018, with a listed price around 1.2 billion. You need to contact the Lin family immediately and purchase it in your personal name or that of your newly registered company. Full payment, immediate transaction. Engage the best lawyers to ensure the transfer is completed within today. 1. Su Qingqing is thoroughly bewildered, her drowsiness evaporating. Buy land. Yigo. I don't have the money to buy land. And the Lin family, the funds will be transferred to you momentarily. You merely need to act as a front. Yichun interrupts her. This land will appreciate rapidly. Consider it another gift from me. Once acquired, place it in your name and await my instructions. Remember, use your name. Do not involve me. If the Lin family inquires, just say you see potential in the investment. As soon as he finishes speaking, Su Qingqing's phone receives a notification of a bank deposit amounting to a full 2 billion. Gazing at the string of zeros, she feels her breath catch in her throat. Yichun's trust and the casually tossed sum of money stir a tempest within her heart that she had only just calmed. Yigo, rest assured. I will take care of it immediately. It will be done today. Su Qingqing's voice trembles with excitement. She realizes she has become a pivotal component of Yichun's plan, which fills her with a thrilling sense of purpose. If she executes this task well and earns Yichun's satisfaction, perhaps she could remain by his side as a valuable aid, rather than a mere ornament easily discarded. Excellent. Yichun hangs up, a cold smile playing on his lips. Lin family, what you are discarding is not merely a piece of land, but the most crucial nail in your future coffin. A 20-fold profit? This is merely the interest. You shall use your own knife to carve into your own flesh. At this moment, Su Qingqing takes several deep breaths, forcing herself to regain her composure. She promptly dials the publicly listed business contact number of Lin Family Real Estate, deliberately infusing her voice with a hint of naivety and the arrogance typical of a wealthy girl. Hello? Is this Lin Family Real Estate? I see you are selling that plot in the northern suburbs, A018, right? I'm quite interested. Can we chat? The person on the other end appears somewhat taken aback, a sweet-voiced young girl expressing interest in purchasing a piece of land worth over 100 million, seemingly in a remote location. Yet professionalism compels the operator to swiftly transfer the call to the manager responsible for this project. The manager, seasoned in his experience, cautiously inquires about Su Qingqing's identity, background, intended use for the property, and source of funds. Following Yichun's instructions, Su Qingqing states only that her name is Su Qingqing, a live streamer who has recently earned some money and is optimistic about Jiangxing's future development. Seeking to invest in real estate for value preservation and appreciation, assuring that full payment is not an issue. The manager's doubts deepen. A web celebrity, producing over $1 billion to purchase land? This exceeds his authority. He cautiously indicates the need to report to higher-ups. The information is escalated through layers of bureaucracy, ultimately reaching Lin Ruobing, the actual leader of the Lin Group. Su Qingqing, a web celebrity? In the Lin Group's executive office, Lin Ruobing sets aside her financial report, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She exudes an aura of cold elegance, clad in a tailored professional outfit that radiates an intimidating presence. The northern suburb plot is insignificant within her vast business empire. The family holds a pessimistic view of its prospects and is eager to liquidate it to bolster cash flow for other projects. A nameless little streamer wishes to purchase? There must be something amiss. Arrange for her to come to the group tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Lin Ruobing instructs her secretary coldly. She has decided to meet this Su Qingqing in person. Intuition whispered to her that there was more beneath the surface. The following morning at 10 o'clock, in the reception room of the Lin Group headquarters, Su Qingqing summoned all her strength to sit up straight. Clad in an expensive Chanel suit that was deliberately tailored to project a more mature appearance. As she stepped into the opulent space that could easily overwhelm an ordinary person, her palms grew slightly clammy, and she mentally encouraged herself. I am Yi Ji's representative. I must not falter. The door swung open, and the sound of high heels striking the floor echoed as they approached. Lin Ruobing entered, flanked by the project manager and the legal director. Her gaze instantly locked onto Su Qingqing, imbued with scrutiny and an intangible pressure. Hello, Ms. Su, Su Qingqing greeted, rising to her feet and striving to ensure her smile appeared both natural and appropriate. Lin Ruobing gave a slight nod and, taking her seat at the head of the table, got straight to the point. Ms. Su, time is of the essence. Please explain why you are interested in the land in the northern suburbs. As far as I know, its developmental prospects are rather ambiguous. Chapter 49, A Resounding Slap. Su Qingqing had long prepared her response, adopting an air of naivete mixed with a hint of cleverness as she answered. Ms. Lin, I have studied the development trends of Jiangxing and believe that although the northern suburbs may seem somewhat remote at present, it undoubtedly holds potential for the future. Moreover, I have heard a little rumor. She deliberately lowered her voice to convey an air of mystery, as if revealing that a new subway line might be constructed there in the future. In any case, I see this as an opportunity and wish to take a gamble. The money earned from live streaming is depreciating. It would be wiser to invest in tangible assets. Rumors? Subway plans? Lin Ruobing silently scoffed. The core blueprint for Jiangxing's future municipal planning lay before her on the desk, and there was no possibility of a subway line reaching the northern suburbs within the next decade. This Su Qingqing was either gullible, having been misled by hearsay, or she was simply talking nonsense. Her guard lowered slightly. It seemed she was merely a naive, somewhat affluent streamer attempting to dabble in investment. 120 million. Paid in full, to be signed and transferred today. Any objections? Lin Ruobing wasted no time, getting straight to the crux of the matter. Disposing of this burden promptly was paramount. No problem. Su Qingqing nodded eagerly. The funds were prepared. As long as there were no issues with the contract, the transfer could occur immediately. The ensuing negotiation proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. Lin Ruobing was eager to finalize the deal, resolutely sticking to the price of 120 million without budging. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, feigned indifference to the details of the clauses, only caring about concluding the transaction swiftly. The standard contract prepared by Lin's legal director was barely glanced at by Su Qingqing's lawyer, who did not engage in further disputes. By 11:30 in the morning, both parties had signed and sealed the transfer contract. By 2 o'clock that afternoon, the land ownership was successfully registered in Su Qingqing's name. Gazing at the confirmation letter of the completed transaction, Lin Ruobing let out a long sigh of relief, finally shedding a minor burden. However, when her eyes fell once more upon the name Su Qingqing, a flicker of unease began to coil around her heart. Investigate this Su Qingqing thoroughly, especially her recent activities and whom she has associated with, Lin Ruobing instructed her assistant in a cold tone. She was far too composed. Not even a flicker of an eyelash during a transaction of 100 million. This is abnormal. The Lin family's intelligence network was remarkably efficient. Before evening, a detailed report was placed on Lin Ruobing's desk. Su Qingqing's live streaming partner had recently skyrocketed in popularity due to collaborations with Yi Chun, whose content involved unparalleled medical techniques and divine musical compositions. Upon seeing Yi Chun's name prominently positioned within Su Qingqing's network of connections, a chill coursed through Lin Ruobing, causing her blood to run cold. Bang! Lin Ruobing slapped her palm against the desk, causing the tea in her cup to slosh violently. Her complexion turned ashen. her chest heaving violently, the previous cool demeanor evaporating. Yi-chun, it must be him pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Lin Ruobing's voice trembled with anger. The adopted son, once cast aside by the Lin family and regarded as a mere speck of dust, now wielded unfathomable power and considerable wealth. He had instructed a streamer to purchase the very asset that the Lin family was eager to offload. Quick, contact Su Qingqing. At any cost, I want that land back. Offer her double, triple the price if necessary. Lin Ruobing nearly shouted, her unease escalating into a terrifying foreboding. Yi Qin's acquisition of this land was not for some trivial investment. It was an act of vengeance, a blatant declaration of war, and the first strike aimed squarely at the Lin family. Just as Su Qingqing sent a photo of the land certificate to Yi Chun, brimming with joy, Lin Ruobing's call came through. Her voice was icy and urgent, devoid of the decorum displayed during their earlier negotiation. Ms. Su, the Lin family is no longer selling that land. There are significant flaws in information disclosure. We can pay you the stipulated penalty in the contract, plus an additional 10 million. Please cooperate and cancel the transfer immediately. A chill ran down Su Qingqing's spine. How could the Lin family react so swiftly? It seemed Yi Guo's concerns were indeed well-founded. Following Yi Qin's prior instructions, she resolutely replied, Ms. Lin, the contract has been signed, and the ownership has been transferred. It is legally binding. I do not agree to any cancellation. I believe this land has great potential and is worth the price. Her tone even carried a hint of innocent grievance. How can such a large company go back on its word? Double, triple. Su Qingqing, name your price. That land is of no value to you. Lin Ruobing's voice now edged with impatience and a note of threat. Ms. Lin, this is not about money. Su Qingqing's tone grew firm. I've said it, I want to sell. If you believe there's an issue, you can take me to court. Goodbye. With that, she decisively hung up and swiftly blocked Lin Ruobing's number. Listening to the busy signal on the other end, Lin Ruobing trembled with rage, her meticulously crafted makeup failing to mask the pallor on her face. Su Qingqing's unyielding and peculiar demeanor shattered any last remnants of hope. This was undoubtedly Yi Qin's doing. Investigate. Use all our connections. Find out if there are any significant policy developments in Jiangxing recently, especially in the northern suburbs. Lin Ruobing nearly roared, a sense of impending doom gripping her heart. The Lin family's connections and influence were vast. In less than 3 hours, Lin Ruobing received an extremely confidential tip-off about an impending announcement. The core zone planning for the national-level high-tech industrial new area is about to be finalized. The A018 plot in the northern suburbs is situated in the core area of the new zone, with a change in land nature, conservatively estimated to soar in value by over 20 times. Puff. Lin Ruobing's vision darkened. A wave of metallic sweetness surged in her throat, which she forced down. Leaning on her desk for support, her body trembled violently with a blend of pure rage, regret, and fear. 20 billion. The plot she had sold for a mere 100 million was now worth 20 billion. And the one who had acquired it was Yi Chun. He had dealt the Lin family a resounding slap. The loss to the Lin family was not merely the 20 billion in profit. It was a catastrophic blunder by the decision-makers that would render them a laughingstock in the Jiangxing business community. And all of this stemmed from the adopted son they had callously discarded. Regret, an unprecedented remorse gnawed at her heart. Lin Ruobing realized, for the first time with startling clarity, that the once inconspicuous youth, Yi Chun, whom she and her sisters had regarded with indifference, even subtle disdain, had stealthily matured into a formidable force capable of easily shaking the very foundations of the Lin family. And they, including her own cold indifference at the time, had become the very architects of the Lin family's demise. Chapter 050, A Threat from a Rival. A chilling sensation enveloped Lin Ruobing. Yi Chun, how many cards does he still hold? What will he do next? Can the Lin family truly withstand the wrath of this once cast-off child? For the first time, she felt a profound sense of despair and helplessness. Within Yi Chun's villa, Su Qingqing respectfully presented a freshly printed custodial agreement to him. The terms of the agreement were unequivocal. The northern suburban plot numbered A018, with actual ownership and the right to dispose of it belonging solely to Mr. Yi Chun. Su Qingqing was merely the nominal holder, tasked with management, without any authority to dispose of, mortgage, or transfer the plot and its profits. All profits and decision-making power were reserved for Mr. Yi Chun. Brother Yi, what do you think? I had a lawyer draft this to ensure absolute clarity and to completely dissociate myself from ownership, Su Qingqing said cautiously. Yi Chun glanced over the agreement and nodded. Well done. Su Qingqing's initiative and perceptiveness pleased him greatly. This woman was ambitious, yet she understood boundaries, knowing how to advance and retreat, a valuable asset indeed. You can keep the remaining 100 million for now, Yi Chun continued, register an entertainment company named Xingchen Media. You will serve as both the legal representative and general manager. The song Starfall can be used as the company's opening track. You can manage the operations yourself. And should you encounter insurmountable troubles, you can seek my assistance. Qingqin Media. Su Qingqing's eyes sparkled instantly. The significance of the name was self-evident. Brother Yi had bestowed upon her a genuine platform and opportunity. Rest assured, Brother Yi, I will manage the company well and will not betray your trust. Her voice trembled with excitement. Yi Chun waved her off. Go ahead and expedite the company registration. After seeing Su Qingqing off, Yi Chen's gaze returned to the window. The Lin family, this is merely the beginning. A cold smirk played upon his lips, savor the surprise to come. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. Yi Chen stood at the entrance of Yunding No. 1 community, dragging a simple suitcase. Dressed casually, his tall, upright figure and composed demeanor drew the attention of many passers-by. A sleek, futuristic Neo ET-7 glided silently to a halt before him. The window descended, revealing Su Qianyi's exquisitely beautiful face. Today, she donned a cream-white casual suit. Her long hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding both professionalism and youthful vitality. Get in, she commanded succinctly, her tone unmistakably authoritative. Yi Chen opened the passenger door and settled in. The interior was suffused with the faint, crisp scent of Su Qianyi's perfume. Have you brought your ticket and identification? She inquired as she started the car, her gaze fixed ahead. Indeed. The class group chat erupted for a whole day and night. You really are heartless. Not even casting a glance. Su Qianyi's tone carried a hint of playful mockery. Yi Chen neither confirmed nor denied in the chat, responding merely, not interested. Su Qianyi's lips curled slightly upward before her expression returned to its usual coolness. Ling Feng called me over a dozen times last night. I didn't answer. He then sent me numerous messages, replete with fierce language, even threatening to make you pay. I warned him that if he dared to lay a finger on you, the Su family would ensure his family faced bankruptcy 10 times over. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at her. Class monitor, your pursuit seems rather intense. Everything is worth it to secure you, Su Qianyi replied, turning her head to gaze deeply at Yi Chen, her eyes sharp and sincere. A man who earns tens of billions daily, Ling Feng, is unworthy even to carry your shoes. My man is not subject to his judgments. Her words were both domineering and direct, reflecting a financial elite's logic that equates value with status. Yi Chen's formidable abilities and wealth had utterly captivated her. She no longer acted out of duty or curiosity, but genuinely recognized Yi Chen's worth, viewing him as a worthy target for her proactive endeavors. Yi Chen smiled faintly, choosing not to respond, his gaze drifting to the fleeting scenery outside. As the car merged onto the airport expressway, Su Qianyi's phone suddenly vibrated furiously. Notifications from the class group chat flooding in. She frowned and handed her phone to Yi Chen. Here, you can't avoid this. Take a look for yourself. Ling Feng has gone mad in the group. Yi Chen glanced at the screen, where Ling Feng had inundated the chat. Ling Feng. Yi Chen, you coward. Hiding behind a woman ISNTA skill. Come out and fight me. Ling Feng. What witchcraft has Su Qianyi cast on you? A worthless scum expelled from the Lin family. What makes you worthy of her? Ling Feng. Yi Chen, if you have the guts, tell me where you are. I'll come teach you a lesson right now. Ling Feng. Don't think that with Su Qianyi shielding you, you'll be safe. I have 100 ways to eliminate you. Ling Feng. Su Qianyi. Wake up. He's just a fraud. A scoundrel. The vitriol mingled with impotent rage. While several classmates attempted to mediate or revel in the chaos, Yi Chen observed impassively, his expression unperturbed. The cacophony of this clown's barking failed to stir even a ripple in his tranquil mindset. It was merely noise. Just as he intended to return the phone to Su Qianyi, Ling Feng sent another deeply insulting message. Ling Feng. Yi Chen, I hear you have a sister at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Quite a pretty one, I presume. You better pray she doesn't wander off alone. Otherwise. The sentence trailed off, but the underlying threat was stark and malicious. Yi Chen's gaze turned frigid. An overwhelming aura of terrifying murderous intent instantaneously filled the car. The temperature within seemed to plummet several degrees. Su Qianyi shivered involuntarily, staring in shock at Yi Chen. She had never experienced such a bone-chilling aura of death. Was this truly a human emanation? Yi Chen's fingers tapped the screen a few times. He did not respond to Ling Feng, but directly addressed all group members with a single statement. Yi Chen, Ling Feng, should you dare to touch my family, I will make you regret ever being born into this world. You may test me. The message lacked a roar, devoid of angry punctuation, as calm as a weather forecast. Yet the icy undertones silenced the previously bustling chat instantly. No one dared to utter another word. Even Ling Feng's frenzied spamming ceased abruptly. Su Qianyi gazed at Yi Chen's profile, her heart racing uncontrollably. In this moment, Yi Chen shed all warmth and languor, revealing a chilling aura that towered above all, commanding life and death. His strength was both awe-inspiring and alluring. Taking a deep breath, she too picked up her phone and coldly added in the group, Su Qianyi, Ling Feng. I've kept evidence regarding your company's $8 million money laundering transaction in Southeast Asia, as well as the bribes your father made to officials, stored in my email for 3 years. To avoid the destruction of your family, learn to keep your mouth shut. If you continue to harass Yi Chun and his family, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 051, The Sacrifices Made. Su Qianyi's message landed like a deep-sea bomb. Ling Feng's avatar instantly dimmed, and he fell into an eerie silence. The group chat was as quiet as the grave. No one dared to question the veracity of Su Qianyi's words. Yi Chun glanced at Su Qianyi in surprise. Class monitor Su, was it worth it to offend Ling Feng for my sake? Su Qianyi smiled at him. My man shall not be bullied by others. When did I become your man? Yi Chun found it amusing. Su Qianyi's confidence and sense of control left him both amused and bewildered. Suddenly, Su Qianyi spoke earnestly. I am now pursuing you. Class monitor, please don't joke with me. Humph, believe it or not, it's your choice. The car smoothly entered the private passage. Coming to a stop at the international departure level, Su Qianyi was the first to exit, and the driver promptly took their luggage. As Yi Chun stepped out, his tall figure and the profound aura of someone who had weathered life's storms made him stand out even in the VIP area filled with luxury cars. Let us go? Yi, the talented scholar, Su Qianyi walked beside him, regaining her composed demeanor as a business elite, leading him through the first-class passage without the need to queue. Her tone carried a sense of intimacy, as if it were only natural for Yi Chun to enjoy such privileges. Yi Chun followed suit, feeling somewhat uncomfortable after Su Qianyi's direct confession. She was not Su Qianqian. Once he accepted, it couldn't be a mere fling. After passing through the stringent security checks, they entered the first-class VIP lounge. We have 40 minutes until boarding. Would you like something to drink? Su Qianyi gestured to the attendant. Just water for me. As Yi Chun scanned the lounge, his gaze paused momentarily upon a corner, his expression shifting slightly. What a coincidence. Not far away, a young woman with exquisite makeup, tall stature, and clad in the latest luxury brand dress was flipping through a magazine with a hint of irritation. She was Lin Ruoqing, the second sister of the Lin family and the owner of Xingyao Entertainment. Across from her sat a young man in his 20s, adorned in trendy attire and exuding arrogance. Lin Xiao, the true heir of the Lin family. Lin Xiao, evidently oblivious to Yi Chun's presence, was complaining impatiently. Second sister, when are you going to arrange for me to enter the film crew? My classmate Li Xiao's family has already set him up as the male lead in a short drama. With my status, I should at least be cast in a major production, right? Lin Ruoqing frowned, placing her coffee cup down, her voice laced with suppressed displeasure. Lin Xiao, the entertainment industry is not as simple as you imagine. Without a foundation, recklessly entering it will only make you a laughingstock. Dad's connections allowed you to audit at Qingbei for a year, which is already a significant act of leniency. Focus on your studies this semester and earn your credits before discussing anything else. Previously, the four sisters had been indifferent to Yi Chun, but at least he wouldn't cause trouble. Lin Xiao, however, was a restless character, always embroiled in chaos. It was unclear what had spurred him, but he was intent on becoming a star, pestering their parents to have his second sister promote him. Lin Ruoqing, feeling compelled to keep him close to avoid trouble, reluctantly agreed. Initially, she planned to give her inexperienced younger brother a few supporting roles or extras for practice. Instead, he came in demanding to be the lead. Classes? Lin Xiao scoffed, raising his voice without restraint. What is the point of those useless classes? The professors just spout nonsense. Who do you think I am? Do I need to waste my time like those impoverished students hanging out in the library? Second sister, you're the big boss of Xingyao Entertainment. What is wrong with getting me a role in a film? Isn't it better to promote your own brother? His entitled remarks drew disdainful glances from several business professionals nearby. Lin Ruoqing's expression soured as she scolded, Lin Xiao, lower your voice. This is a public space. Can you not act more mature? Now that you're at Qingbei, focus on your studies and stop dreaming unrealistically. If it weren't to silence the outside gossip. Just then, Lin Xiao's peripheral vision casually swept towards Su Qianyi, and upon spotting Yi Chun seated beside her, he was jolted as if struck by lightning. He sprang to his feet, the impatience on his face replaced by a flash of fury. Yi Chun. Lin Xiao's voice rose an octave, filled with shock and anger. What are you doing here? He glared at Yi Chun, then at Su Qianyi, who exuded an air of elegance and sophistication, particularly given their location in the first-class VIP lounge. How could a foster son cast out by his Lin family be faring better than him? Lin Ruoqing followed Lin Xiao's gaze. Upon recognizing Yi Chun's face, she too froze, a flicker of discomfort flashing in her eyes. Recently, she had sent Yi Chun numerous flattering photos, and when they hadn't met, she had grown accustomed to the thought of him. However, Seeing him now made her feel awkward. Furthermore, Xingyao Entertainment relied heavily on Yi Chen's songs, which were beginning to overshadow other entertainment companies. Although the profits were all funneled to Yi Chen, the rising notoriety was undeniable. Several top-tier artists were preparing to sign with Xingyao once their contracts expired. To call Yi Chen her sugar daddy would not be an exaggeration, and Lin Zhao's tone and attitude could potentially lead to disastrous repercussions for her company if he provoked Yi Chen. If Yi Chen were to write songs for rival companies, Xingyao could face collapse in an instant. Unaware of his sister's concerns, Lin Zhao, emboldened by the crowd, approached Yi Chen directly, disregarding Su Qianyi entirely, and pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Chen's nose, his voice sharp and filled with derision. Huh, Yi Chen, it really is you. Just a few days after being kicked out of the Lin family, and you've already climbed the social ladder? You played the obedient role in the Lin family. But it turns out you're just a freeloading scoundrel. Tell me, how much has this woman spent on you? Is it enough to buy you? Slap. The sharp, resonant sound of a slap echoed through the suddenly quiet lounge like thunder. Lin Zhao's words were abruptly cut off, and he staggered sideways. A clear imprint of 5 fingers appearing on his cheek. He covered his face, stunned and unable to comprehend why Su Qianyi had suddenly stood up to shield Yi Chen. Su Qianyi's expression was cold as ice, her gaze sharp as a blade, her voice low yet carrying an oppressive chill. Clean up your mouth, or I will ensure it never speaks another word. Lin Zhao finally reacted, the burning pain on his face and the public humiliation igniting a fierce rage within him. Blood rushing to his head. You filthy bitch. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I am from the Lin family. Lin Zhao, be quiet. Lin Ruoqing hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing the enraged Lin Zhao, her tone stern yet tinged with fear. She had recognized Su Qianyi, the legitimate daughter of the Su family in Jiang City, one of the heirs of the Su group. This formidable financial prodigy had been praised multiple times by her father and elder sister. She was a figure that both Lin Zhao and herself could never afford to provoke. Moreover, Yi Chen was her sugar daddy. If they offended him, she might as well have a death wish for Lin Zhao. Heaven knows the sacrifices she had made to keep Yi Chen happy. Besides being submissive, she received no profits from the songs. And the most humiliating part was that the recent flattering photos had become increasingly risky. Chapter 052, The Entangled Emo Qingwu. Despite Lin Ruoqing's desperate attempts to curry favor, Yi Chen remained indifferent, offering her neither warmth nor the promise of a new song, nor a share of the profits. And that foolish younger brother of hers had managed to offend both Yi Chen and Su Qianyi simultaneously. Suppressing her fury, she seized Lin Zhao's arm and forced a stiff smile, saying, Miss Su, there has been a misunderstanding. My younger brother is young and reckless, and I apologize on his behalf to you and Mr. Yi. It was a struggle for her to utter the words Mr. Yi. Su Qianyi, however, did not deign to even cast a glance in her direction, her gaze coldly fixed on Lin Zhao as she pronounced each word with icy clarity. Lin Zhao, watch your mouth. Should I hear any further insults directed at my man, the consequences will be yours to bear. Leave. You. Lin Zhao trembled with anger, ready to argue, but was firmly restrained by Lin Ruoqing. Understanding the weight of Su Qianyi's words, she dragged the humiliated Lin Zhao back to their corner, daring not to glance back. Yet, a sense of melancholy washed over her at Su Qianyi's assertion of my man. What did her daily gestures of goodwill towards Yi Chen amount to? If only she had treated him better, or if he had stood up for her when he was cast out, perhaps he would not have humiliated her so now. The VIP lounge regained a semblance of tranquility, yet an invisible tension and prying eyes lingered. It was then that Su Qianyi turned and sat down, her expression untroubled, as if she had merely swatted away a bothersome fly. Thank you, class monitor, Yi Chen said, lifting his cup to take a delicate sip, his face betraying no emotion, as if the earlier conflict had nothing to do with him. Had Su Qianyi not acted so swiftly, he would have slapped Lin Zhao himself, and had he done so, Lin Zhao would have lost at least a few teeth. You're welcome, Su Qianyi replied, her tone now calm. Such riffraff do not deserve to taint your ears. Pausing, she smiled at Yi Chen, adding, did I perform adequately? Should I be considered for your affections? Not at this time, Yi Chen stated bluntly. I have no intentions of pursuing a serious relationship at the moment, and I doubt Miss Su would be interested in a mere fling with me. So please refrain from mentioning your pursuit of me in the future. How dull. Su Qianyi felt a twinge of indignation. Yet, the more Yi Chen rejected her, the more resolute her determination became. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Yi Chen, who was sipping his drink, and whispered, what if I decided to play with you? Huh? Yi Chen spluttered his tea, coughing a few times before turning to Su Qianyi. Miss Su, hearing such words from your lips gives me reason to suspect you have been possessed. Humph. What is it about me that does not appeal to you? No. It's precisely because you are so exceptional that I have no intention of provoking you, Yi Chen replied, rising to his feet without allowing Su Qianyi a chance to respond. Time to check in. Let us go. As the two departed, Lin Xiao, looking dejected, turned to Lin Ruoqing. Second sister, is that woman really that formidable? You are not beyond saving yet. Lin Ruoqing snapped through gritted teeth. The Su family's assets exceed 1,000 billion, while our Lin family's total valuation is barely 100 billion. Do you wish to provoke her and jeopardize your future? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao remained defiant. Yi Chun is quite lucky to have found such a wealthy woman. Then why don't you find one for yourself? Lin Ruoqing lamented, exasperated at her brother's foolishness. She worried whether Yi Chun had been offended. If this incident caused him to turn against Xingyao Entertainment, all her efforts would be in vain. She hoped her brother understood the danger of provoking Su Qianni and would cease antagonizing Yi Chun. The airplane soared into the clouds, leaving Jiangqing behind. In first class, Yi Chun closed his eyes, a hint of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. That spoiled brat Lin Xiao had also made it to Qingbei. Was he not concerned about dragging the university's standards down? After the plane landed, Yi Chun and Su Qianni headed to a nearby shopping mall to procure some necessities. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves near the south gate of Qingbei University, where the atmosphere was vibrant with people and colorful banners. Beneath the grand welcoming arch, the air was filled with youthful exuberance and dreams for the future. Each department's registration point lined up in an orderly fashion as upperclassmen warmly welcomed the new faces. Amidst the crowd, the appearance of Yi Chun and Su Qianni drew significant attention. Su Qianni's cool demeanor and stunning beauty paired with Yi Chun's tall stature and tranquil aura, complemented by their understated yet luxurious attire, made them stand out even among the talented students of Qingbei. Curious glances were cast their way, filled with intrigue and scrutiny. All right, class monitor, Yi Chun paused, offering Su Qianni a faint smile. Let us maintain some distance in the future. We ought to avoid unnecessary gossip. Humph, are you that afraid of me? Not fear. Merely an aversion to unnecessary complications, Yi Chun replied, turning to wave goodbye as he departed. He had no intention of engaging in a romantic relationship with Su Qianni, thus wishing to avoid any scandal. Given her current mindset, she likely wouldn't clarify matters if rumors arose. Watching his retreating figure, Su Qianni clenched her fists silently. Yi Chun, you cannot escape. I shall have you in my bed before long. After parting ways, Yi Chun did not immediately register. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the main thoroughfare of the campus, near the grand auditorium, where a spacious artificial turf square was being set up with a temporary stage. Sound equipment had been tested, and clusters of students gathered nearby, likely preparing for an afternoon club recruitment or welcoming event. As Yi Chun prepared to leave, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Lin Xiao? To his surprise, the young man was entangled with a striking new student who appeared quite impatient. Yet Lin Xiao, oblivious to her disinterest, persisted. Mo Qingwu, I am smitten at first sight. Be my girlfriend. My family is wealthy, and I assure you a life of luxury if you choose to be with me. Apologies, but I have no intention of dating while studying. Besides, I prefer those with a musical talent, as it fosters common interests. The girl, Mo Qingwu, replied politely despite her clear rejection. Lin Xiao, however, arrogantly retorted, what is so special about singing? If you like it, I'll sing for you tonight. I can sing however you wish. Onlookers began to take notice, but Lin Xiao, with his entitled demeanor, did not deter those from humble backgrounds, while wealthier students furrowed their brows, weighing the potential consequences of antagonizing him. Yi Chun halted, and before he could ponder further, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Key decision point detected. The entangled freshman. Please choose. Option 1. Ignore and leave. Reward, 1,000 cash. Option 2. Watch the spectacle, remaining uninvolved. Reward, 1 lucky charm. Option 3. Intervene and shove the microphone into Lin Xiao's mouth. Reward, a courtyard in the capital, including property rights and keys. Chapter 053. Can you sing a song? Upon noticing someone stepping in, many students turned their attention to Yi Chun. Lin Xiao, upon seeing him, immediately darkened his expression. Yi Chun, you again. You persistent specter, where has your wealthy benefactor vanished? Have you been cast aside? I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Apologize to this classmate at once and assure him that you will cease all harassment, or else you shall face my wrath. Yi Chun's tone remained calm. For although he had accepted the task, he still needed to set the stage appropriately in front of his peers. Given Lin Xiao's nature and his animosity towards Yi Chun, compliance was unlikely. As anticipated, Lin Xiao erupted with derisive laughter, pointing at Yi Chun and shouting mockingly, Everyone, look! This is Yi Chun, a worthless adopted son, expelled by my Lin family, reduced to living off the charity of others in the capital, and now he dares to meddle in my affairs. Without a wealthy patron to shield you, you are nothing. His words dripped with malice, laden with personal attacks and a sense of class superiority. The humiliation he suffered at Jiangqing Airport, when Su Qianni had slapped him publicly, surged back to the forefront of his mind. Spotting Yichen alone, both old grievances and new resentments welled up within him. Eager to salvage his reputation in front of his new underlings and an attractive junior, he unleashed a torrent of unrestrained vitriol. The previously expectant square fell into a brief silence, before erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. What is this? The Lin family? The Lin family of Jiangxing? An adopted son? Expelled? Living off others? How can he speak so contemptibly? Such a lack of decorum. Did that handsome fellow offend him? I know him. He was once called Lin Shun, but was later found to have been misidentified as a child, and now he bears the surname Yi. Is it true that he lives off others? Countless curious glances flickered between Yi Chun and Lin Xiao, filled with intrigue, skepticism, and a hint of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Yi Chun regarded the agitated Lin Xiao with a gaze devoid of anger, only indifference and a trace of pity. Truly, he was foolish beyond redemption. Yi Chun felt no need for the task's reward. Lin Xiao would willingly present his face for a beating. Under the scrutiny of all present, Yi Chun strode to the stage and seized the microphone. Addressing the gathered classmates, he proclaimed, "Greetings, I am Yi Chun, a sophomore from the physics department. Indeed, I have no connection to the Lin family any longer. However, it was Lin Xiao who first harassed the new female students, and subsequently slandered me with claims of living off a wealthy patron." Turning to face Lin Xiao, he revealed a devilish smile. Thus, my current actions towards Lin Xiao are merely a small punishment, entirely within the bounds of self-defense and righteous indignation. Let us bear witness together. What do you think you're doing? Lin Xiao stammered, retreating hastily as he shouted to several boys nearby. Help me beat him up. I'll pay each of you $1,000. No, 5,000. Motivated by the promise of reward, the boys surged forward, sleeves rolled up, ready to confront Yi Chun. Mo Qingwu, feeling a burgeoning admiration for the handsome senior who had come to her aid, panicked as she witnessed Yi Chun potentially facing harm. Senior, be careful. I'll go fetch a teacher, she exclaimed, turning to leave, but halted as she saw Yi Chun spring into action. The boys, though seemingly robust, lacked any genuine combat skills. In mere seconds, Yi Chun, a master of martial arts and Tai Chi, dispatched them effortlessly, rendering them incapacitated. The square echoed with the thuds of their falls as the onlookers stood in stunned silence, astonished by Yi Chun's prowess. It became evident that he had displayed restraint, merely striking their pressure points to temporarily disable them. Lin Xiao trembled in fear, stuttering, "Don't come any closer. You speak too much." Yi Chun interjected, seizing Lin Xiao's face with one hand while shoving the microphone into his mouth with the other. Lin Xiao's muffled cries echoed through the microphone, garnering no sympathy from the crowd. Many stifled their laughter instead. Indeed, the wicked must be dealt with in kind. For such scum, mere verbal warnings or calling a teacher were futile. Without any significant transgressions on his part, the school and its faculty would not easily expel him. Yet Yi Chun had no intention of adhering to any form of decorum. He would act decisively. You have successfully completed Choice 3 and received the reward, a courtyard in the capital, with ownership and keys transferred to your storage space. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Chun finally released his grip. Lin Xiao yanked the microphone from his mouth, tasting blood and feeling both bewildered and enraged. His finger trembling as he pointed at Yi Chun. Yet, meeting Yi Chun's gaze, he found himself unable to utter a single threat. Yi Chun clapped his hands together, declaring, "Apologize to this young lady and assure her that you will no longer pursue her. Otherwise, I might just have to find a different place to insert this microphone." His gaze, intentionally or not, drifted towards Lin Xiao's rear. Lin Xiao felt an involuntary tightening, realizing the madman before him was indeed capable of such threats. Gritting his teeth, he stammered to Mo Qingwu, "Why yes, I'm sorry. I promise I won't bother you again." Mo Qingwu, still reeling from the rapid turn of events, waved her hands in protest. "It's all right. We're all classmates. It's no big deal, really." Lin Xiao, casting a wary glance at Yi Chun, noted his silence and turned to leave in disgrace. Below, numerous classmates erupted in cheers, some even leading applause. Yi Chun is so cool. Who knew he was so formidable? A true hero saving the damsel in distress. I wish I could have stepped up, but I fear provoking that lunatic Lin Xiao. It was clear Lin Xiao would not let this go easily. One could only hope Yi Chun could withstand his retaliation. Mo Qingwu, her expression a mix of gratitude and regret, approached Yi Chun. "Thank you, senior. I hope this hasn't caused you any trouble." "Not at all," Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. "My feud with that guy is not burdened by such trivialities. He let me off the hook anyway, so I see no reason to spare him." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. "I just remembered. Isn't Yi Chun the popular original singer Night God?" This revelation sparked a wave of recognition among the crowd, many of whom began to confirm on their devices. Although Yi Chun had donned half a mask during his live stream with Su Qingqing, His true identity had long been uncovered. A girl shouted in delight, "Night God, I love your songs. Can you sing for us?" The rest of the crowd echoed her enthusiasm, chanting, "Night God, sing us a song. Night God, sing us a song." Yichen paused for a moment, noting the absence of a system notification, and spotted Su Qianni among the crowd. To his surprise, she had not returned to her dorm. Perhaps she had witnessed his heroic act. At that moment, Imo Qingwu dashed to his side, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "So you're the Night God. Would you please sing a song for everyone?" Chapter 054, A Shared Journey Towards Dreams. Yichun surveyed the expectant faces before him. Though he had not triggered a system reward, he bowed to his classmates and said, "Thank you all for your recognition and support. I would like to dedicate a song to the newcomers and to this place where our dreams begin. Here's my original piece, Chasing Dreams with a Passionate Heart." Gasps of astonishment reverberated through the crowd. An original song? Night God is going to perform an original piece at the Welcome Square? Even the student council members responsible for sound checks stood agape in disbelief. Numerous individuals brandished their mobile devices, capturing the moment through live recordings or broadcasts, captioned, "Night God delivers an original song." Almost instantaneously, the popularity of each livestream surged past 1,000 viewers. Yichun inhaled deeply, grasped a microphone anew, and gently hummed a pure, crystalline prelude, resonating with an invigorating cadence, da-da-da-da-da-da. Though his humming was soft, it was remarkably captivating, ensnaring the attention of every onlooker with an iron grip. Following this, Yichen's powerful and heartfelt voice erupted forth, singing, "Where is the world adorned with flowers? If it truly exists, I shall surely venture there. I wish to stand atop the highest peak, indifferent to whether it be a sheer cliff." The initial line of the chorus thundered forth like a lightning strike. His soaring, ethereal timbre, devoid of any frailty, embodied a monumental dream and unwavering determination, instantly sweeping through the entire square. Whether they were freshmen, seniors, or members of the student council, everyone was ignited with fervor. The pitch, the tone, the breath, the emotive intensity. Was this truly a live performance? The caliber was unparalleled, eclipsing even the champions of all talent shows. Truly, he was the recently ascendant Night God. To live fiercely, to love fiercely, even if it means sacrificing everything. To seek no one's approval, but to remain true to oneself. I have never chosen to relinquish my dreams, even amid the most tumultuous days. The second verse of the chorus followed swiftly, the escalating emotional impact striking each listener's heart like a battering ram. The figure on stage, standing tall, seemed to embody every soul in pursuit of their dreams. That indomitable spirit, that stubbornness, that unyielding heart which refuses to turn back, stirred a profound sense of warmth in many eyes. Yichen's vocal technique had reached a pinnacle of perfection. Every modulation, every surge and retreat of breath was immaculate. Even more astonishing was his masterful ability to evoke profound emotional resonance, transforming an originally motivational song, Chasing Dreams with a Child's Heart, into a soul-stirring anthem. An overwhelming spiritual force reverberated through the entire lawn square. At this moment, aside from Yichen's piercing and infectious song, no other sound could be heard. Perhaps I lack talent, but I possess the innocence of dreams. I shall prove this with my life. Though my hands may be clumsier than my feet, I am willing to ceaselessly explore, dedicating all my youth without regrets. The climax ignited completely. Yichen's voice, imbued with a resolute determination, soared toward the heavens. That solitary courage and fervor for one's dreams resonated deeply with every dreamer present, stirring their spirits. Many sensitive young women had quietly begun to wipe away tears. In this moment, Yichun was no longer the cast-off son of the Lin family, nor the enigmatic Night God of the internet. He was the embodiment of a dream ignited by song. His brilliance eclipsed all else. The student broadcasting live trembled as the viewer count surged past 10,000, with some even exceeding 100,000, a staggering phenomenon. Run forward, face the cold stares and derision. How can one appreciate the vastness of life without enduring hardship? Fate shall not compel us to kneel in supplication, even if blood spills into our embrace. Keep running, with the pride of a child. How can one witness the brilliance of life without persevering to the end? Rather than languishing, let us burn brightly. There will come a day when we shall sprout anew. The high notes, piercing and soul-stirring, reverberated through the air, accompanied by the vigorous rise and fall of Yichen's chest and the explosive limits of his vocal cords. Each lyric struck like war drums, like thunder, crashing forcefully upon every heart. Run forward. Keep running. The final 2 repetitions of his fervent shout saw Yichun infuse every ounce of his strength and emotion into the performance. His voice, embodying defiance akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, ignited the entire Qingbei Square. As the performance concluded, the last note lingered in the air. The venue descended into an eerie silence. Silence. For a full 3 seconds, not a soul dared to utter a word. Enveloped in the aftershocks of the emotional tsunami they had just experienced, it was as if even the wind had ceased to blow. Until clap, clap. The sound of a slightly trembling hand broke the stillness. Then came the second, the third, igniting like wildfire. Clap, clap, clap. A deafening, overwhelming wave of applause erupted from all directions of the square, rising higher and higher. Everyone clapped vigorously, their faces flushed with excitement, eyes brimming with admiration, awe, and even fervor. That was incredible. My word. Truly the night god. An original piece. A masterpiece. I have goosebumps. It was electrifying. Yi-chun. 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 It was unclear who initiated the chant of Yi-chun's name, but soon it transformed into a harmonious roar. Yi-chun. 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 This was no longer mere polite applause. It was a heartfelt expression of worship and recognition for the individual on stage. In the distance, Lin Xiao and his sycophants were jostled by the throng, their faces pale as parchment. Especially Lin Xiao, whose forehead glistened with cold sweat. As he listened to the thunderous ovation and gazed at the figure on stage, now the absolute focal point of attention, a profound sense of dread and fury engulfed him. How could this be? Yi-chun was supposed to be the worthless waste beneath his heel. How had he suddenly ascended to such heights? He dared not contemplate how his father and sisters would react to this scene. Meanwhile, the students capturing this moment with their phones had already uploaded videos to the campus network and various social media platforms. Freshmen of Qingbei deliver a godlike live performance. Chasing dreams with a child's heart, Night God delivers another original masterpiece. These entries skyrocketed in popularity at an alarming pace. Not to mention those broadcasting live. The barrage of comments had gone utterly berserk, with gift effects nearly drowning the screen. Yi-chun's gaze traversed the exhilarated crowd, landing upon the distant corner where Lin Xiao stood, utterly despondent, devoid of color. Regardless of whether this fellow felt shock or hatred, it was merely the beginning. Even if Lin Xiao wished to let it go, Yi-chun would not grant him such an easy escape. A subtle smile graced Yi-chun's lips. As he absorbed Lin Xiao's fear and fury, he inclined slightly, addressing the crowd with a resonant voice. Thank you all. I hope this song brings you a measure of strength. On the path of pursuing dreams, let us encourage one another. This is my first plea for support. Having reached 100,000 words, I hope friends who enjoy this will urge for more. Free content powered by love. Support me for 5 updates daily. Chapter 55. A feast must be held tonight. After concluding, Yi-chun set down the microphone, and amidst even more fervent applause, he descended the stage with poise. The crowd parted to create a pathway, countless gazes following him, filled with admiration and curiosity. Senior. Yi-chun Senior. A bright, excited voice rang out. Mo Qingwu dashed forward, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, her eyes sparkling. Thank you for helping me earlier, and your song was truly magnificent. I am a freshman in the art department, and my name is Mo Qingwu. Yi-chun halted his steps and nodded at her, saying, It's just a small favor, no need for thanks. Keep up the good work. Mo classmate. Mo Qingwu nodded vigorously, eager to say more, but she caught Yi-chun's gaze drifting toward another direction. Following his line of sight, she noticed Su Qianni standing not far away, arms crossed, wearing an enigmatic smile as she observed them. A sudden tension gripped Mo Qingwu's heart, and she hastily said, Well, I'll go register first. Goodbye, senior. With that, she rushed away in a fluster. Only then did Yi-chun approach Su Qianni. Class monitor, still here? Having witnessed a splendid performance and heard a divine melody, how could I leave? Su Qianni quipped, raising an eyebrow with a hint of teasing. A hero rescuing a damsel. Astonishing everyone. Yi, the talented scholar, has truly stolen the spotlight today. It seems my judgment was indeed correct. Pure coincidence. Yi-chun deflected, unwilling to linger on the topic. I should head to the dormitory. Let's go together. I'm returning to the dorm as well. Su Qianni followed him naturally, adding, by the way, that Lin Xiao fellow will undoubtedly seek revenge. You humiliated him just now, and given his vindictive nature, he is likely already plotting how to retaliate. Let him come. Yi-chun replied with a tone that was calm, yet exuded undeniable confidence. A mere clown cannot stir up a storm. As Su Qianni gazed at his composed profile, her heart fluttered even more intensely. This innate strength and poise were far more captivating than any prestigious background. Moreover, Yi-chun was indeed capable. Aside from the cold 3 billion resting in his company account, he could compose music and was adept in combat, a veritable fortress of security. Such a remarkable man, once missed, would be hard to encounter again. She believed that if Yi-chun were interested in wealth, that 3 billion would surely continue to grow exponentially through investments. Yi-chun found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the class monitor's boldness. If it were merely a flirtation, he wouldn't be so reserved. However, if she were serious, he wasn't ready to let emotions tie him down too soon. Walking side by side along the tree-lined path to the dormitory, the striking duo attracted many curious glances, with numerous students recognizing Yi-chun as the performer from earlier, whispering and pointing. Yi-chun remained indifferent, while Su Qianni accepted the attention with grace, subtly asserting her claim. Upon reaching the boys' dormitory, Su Qianni paused, saying, "I reside in the building just ahead. Remember my words. Be cautious of Lin Xiao. Also," she paused, locking her gaze with Yi-chun's, "when I said I wanted to pursue you, I was serious. You cannot escape. Furthermore, I have a house off campus. Whenever you are ready, we can reside there." With that, she turned and departed with an air of confidence, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Yi-chun shook his head in exasperation. This young lady was indeed tenacious. As for housing, he already had a courtyard residence. With military training approaching, he might find time to check if he could move in. He turned and entered the dormitory, locating his room, 306. Upon opening the door, a strong masculine scent assailed him. This masculine scent comprised the odors of smoke, sweat, and feet. 3 boys were either sitting or lying around, and upon hearing the door, they all turned to look. "Wow, Yi-chun, you finally returned." One sturdy boy with a buzz cut leapt from his bed. He was Wang Ming, the dorm leader and a sports prodigy. "Brother Chun, missed you to death." Another boy, bespectacled and seemingly refined, set down his book. He was Zhang Wei, the dorm's academic star from the computer science department. "Father, you have finally graced us with your presence. We have awaited your return." The last, a tall, lanky boy with a streak of dyed yellow hair, approached with a grin. He was Li Hao, the dorm's youngest. A second-generation rich kid. A warm feeling surged within Yi-chun. These 3 were among the few he could genuinely call friends. Despite their differing personalities, their natures were fundamentally good. When they learned that he had been cast out by the Lin family, they had not turned against him, but instead had sent comforting messages. "Mengzi, Wei Gu, Haozi," Yi-chun greeted with a smile, placing the fruits and snacks he had just bought on the table. "Just some snacks I picked up on the way." "Wow, father is generous," Li Hao exclaimed dramatically, the first to dive into the snack bag. Wang Ming scrutinized Yi-chun from head to toe, exclaiming, "Not bad, Chinzi. After a summer apart, you seem to have changed so much. Your aura feels different. That girl you were walking with downstairs was Su Qianni, right? Wow, she is the ice goddess of our business school. What is going on between you two?" Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses and joined in with a curious look. Yi-chun, while tidying his bed, casually replied, "Nothing much. We just happened to come from Jiangxing together. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family, while I'm just an ordinary student. What could possibly be going on?" "Ordinary student?" Li Hao mumbled through a mouthful of chips. "You are now the night god. The internet is going wild. The video of you singing in the square has exploded on the campus network. You have no idea how many girls are inquiring about you. And that Lin Xiao? You made him look like a fool. It's so satisfying. That idiot thought he could swagger around on the first day of school just because he has a bit of money. He deserves it." At the mention of Lin Xiao, Wang Ming frowned. "Chinzi, that Lin Xiao is not to be underestimated. You embarrassed him publicly. He will surely hold a grudge. His family has some influence in Jiangxing. And although this is the capital, he might resort to underhanded tactics." "I am aware," Yi-chun replied calmly. "When the soldiers come, I will meet them. When the water comes, I will block it. If he dares to extend his claws, I will not hesitate to cut them off." The calmness in his tone carried an underlying ferocity that momentarily stunned Wang Ming and the others, making them realize that Yi-chun had transformed from the previously quiet and reserved Lin Chen they once knew. "Impressive. Brother Chen, you're formidable." Li Hao gave him a thumbs up. "We must celebrate tonight, to honor the return of our illustrious father. My treat." "Sounds good. I'm quite hungry." Yi-chun replied without hesitation. After all, he wasn't short on money, and treating a few roommates to a meal was no issue. "Absolutely. A new barbecue place just opened behind the school. I've heard the flavors are phenomenal. Let us head there," Li Hao decided. As night descended and the lights began to twinkle, the bustling food street behind Qingbei University was filled with lively chatter and the scent of grilled delicacies. Li Hao led the trio effortlessly to a stall named Old Wang Barbecue. The owner, a hearty middle-aged man, greeted Li Hao warmly. "Haozi, you're back. Bringing friends." "I see. Come on in and have a seat." The 4 found a cozy spot further inside. Familiar with the menu, Li Hao ordered an array of skewers, beer, and cold dishes. "Cheers, brothers. To celebrate Brother Chun. No, to celebrate our father's auspicious start to school, making a stunning entrance." Li Hao raised his glass. "Cheers." Wang Ming and Zhang Wei laughed as they clinked their glasses. Yi-chun smiled and joined in. The chilled beer washed away the late summer heat and brought the brothers closer together. As they enjoyed their drinks, the atmosphere grew even livelier. Wang Ming and Zhang Wei eagerly inquired about Yi Chun's summer adventures, particularly regarding the night god. Yi Chun shared the parts he could, such as singing in Su Qingqing's live stream, omitting the intricate entanglements with the Lin family sisters. Brother Chen, you are truly impressive. Not only can you write and sing, but your skills are extraordinary. You are the epitome of both literary and martial prowess. Zhang Wei exclaimed with genuine admiration. Exactly. From now on, we shall rely on our adoptive father for support. Li Hao effusively flattered. Wang Ming chuckled, adding, It seems that previously you merely wished to coast along. Yet leaving the Lin family has inadvertently unveiled your potential. Yi Chen laughed and retorted, Get lost. Spare me this nonsense. At that moment, a melodious and crisp voice resonated at the table. Yi Chen? The four of them looked up to find Su Qianyi standing by the table, having changed out of her professional attire into a simple white t-shirt and jeans. Her long hair cascaded casually, exuding an air of purity reminiscent of a campus goddess, making her stand out amidst the smoky ambience of the barbecue stall. Class monitor? Wang Ming and the others stammered, quickly rising to their feet, feeling slightly flustered. This was Su Qianyi, the widely acknowledged top-tier beauty from Qingbei, a figure usually regarded as untouchable, now appearing at a roadside stall and taking the initiative to greet Yi Chen. Class monitor, what brings you here? Yi Chen asked, somewhat surprised. I heard from the rat that you were dining here, and since I'm hungry too, I thought I might join you for a meal. I hope you don't mind. Su Qianyi naturally pulled out a plastic stool beside Yi Chen and glanced at the skewers on the table. Boss, add another set of chopsticks, 20 lamb skewers, 10 chicken wings, and 2 bottles of cold beer. Her movements were fluid, devoid of any airs of a wealthy young lady, as if she were meant to be seated there. Wang Ming and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Heard from the rat? When did the rat become so familiar with the goddess? Moreover, Su Qianyi's demeanor clearly indicated she was here for Yi Chen. Joining for a meal? What a joke. Not at all, not at all. It is our honor to have the illustrious Su join us. Li Hao reacted the quickest, hastily calling the boss to order more food and drinks. Su Qianyi picked up a lamb skewer, took a small bite, and nodded approvingly. Quite tasty. Then, without hesitation, she poured herself a glass of beer from the bottle in front of Yi Chen, filling his cup as well. This series of actions left Wang Ming and the others wide-eyed. The closeness of their relationship was astonishing. What sort of enchantment had Yi Chen cast upon the goddess? Yi Chen looked at Su Qianyi, somewhat helpless. Class monitor, you. What? Unwelcome? Or do you find me distasteful? Su Qianyi raised an eyebrow, her gaze laced with a hint of provocation. Welcome, of course. What else could Yi Chen say? He could only raise his glass in a toast to the class monitor. That's more like it, Su Qianyi said, satisfied as she clinked her glass with his. With Su Qianyi's presence, the atmosphere at the table shifted to something more delicate. Wang Ming and the others no longer dared to joke as freely as before, speaking with much more caution, their glances darting between Yi Chen and Su Qianyi, brimming with envy and admiration. This guy, Yi Chen, not only possessed remarkable talent and fighting prowess, but now even had the goddess pursuing him? What a divine existence. Su Qianyi appeared completely at ease, occasionally engaging Yi Chen in quiet conversation, while most of the time, she simply savored the skewers, as if she were merely there for a meal. Yet, her sitting beside Yi Chen was a silent declaration in itself. Meanwhile, not far from the barbecue stall, in a dim alley, a few pairs of malicious eyes were fixated on Yi Chen's table. Tiger brother, that's the guy? The one in the white t-shirt. A young thug with bleached hair pointed at Yi Chen, addressing a burly man with a tattoo of a fierce tiger on his neck. This man was the infamous Mad Tiger, hired by Lin Xiao with a hefty sum from a local gang leader, notorious for his violent reputation. Mad Tiger squinted as he assessed Yi Chen, then glanced at Su Qianyi beside him, a lewd glimmer flashing in his eyes. TSK, that girl is absolutely stunning. Young Master Lin has instructed us to primarily target that lad, break one of his arms and legs. As for the girl, once we're done with the boy, the brothers can have some fun. Behind him, 7 or 8 thugs wielding steel pipes and baseball bats erupted in lascivious laughter. Tiger brother, that kid seems quite capable. He took down several at school this afternoon, the bleached-haired thug warned. Capable? Mad Tiger scoffed, spitting dismissively. Even if he is capable, he is still just a student. I've been in this game since my teens, and I've harmed more than he has ever seen. A few fists can't stand against many. We have the numbers and weapons. What is there to fear? We'll wait until they've eaten their fill and are alone, then we strike. Over at the barbecue stall, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, although Wang Ming and the others remained reserved, the influence of alcohol gradually loosened them up. Li Hao, with a tipsy tongue, said, Su goddess, are you and our adoptive father? Yi Chen, perhaps. He made an ambiguous gesture. Su Qianyi set down her cup, candidly admitting, I'm pursuing him. Uffed. Wang Ming and Zhang Wei nearly spewed their drinks. Li Hao was left utterly aghast, though they had suspected it. Hearing Su Qianyi state it so directly was an overwhelming shock. Yi Chen rubbed his forehead. Class monitor, you've had too much to drink. I haven't had too much. Su Qianyi turned to look at him, her gaze clear. Yi Chen, I told you, you can't escape. This unabashed confession left Wang Ming and the others completely stunned, gazing at Yi Chen with expressions filled with awe and reverence. Adoptive father, please accept our knees. Just as Yi Chen was about to respond, his phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out to see that the caller ID displayed Lin Ruyu. Frowning, he wondered why the third young lady of the Lin family, the little divine doctor, was calling him again after he had rejected her last time. Hello? Yi Chen answered the call, his tone neutral. On the other end, Lin Ruyu's voice came through, cautious and even tinged with a hint of humility and supplication. Yi Chen, it's me, Ruyu. What is the matter? Yi Chen's voice revealed no discernible emotion. I. Chapter 057, The Humble Third Miss of the Lin Family. Lin Ruyu seemed to struggle to find her words, but she steeled herself to speak. I've encountered a particularly challenging case. The patient's condition is quite unique, and both my master and I are at our wits' end. I realize I was in the wrong before, but I truly have no other options left. I beg you, could you possibly offer me some guidance? Just a few words would suffice. Her voice quivered, laden with helplessness and entreaty. He was about to decline when a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Detected a critical decision point. Lin Ruyu's request for help. Please choose. Option 1. Hang up the phone immediately. Reward, 10,000 cash. Option 2. Coldly refuse and wait for Dr. Sun to seek help. Reward, 1 reputation point. Option 3. Demand Lin Ruyu to wear a maid outfit, kneel, and take a selfie calling him master. Reward, Qing Nong Jing, which contains some lost ancient prescriptions and acupuncture secrets. Upon glimpsing the reward for the third option, Yi Chen felt a stirring in his heart. Qing Nong Jing, the legendary medical tome authored by Hua Tuo, long since lost. Its value was immeasurable. As for demanding Lin Ruyu to wear a maid outfit and kneel for a selfie, it was indeed a bit perverse. A playful smirk crept across Yi Chen's lips. For the Lin sisters, who had once looked upon him with disdain, he harbored no intention of leniency. To humiliate them and make them pay for their past arrogance was an integral part of his plan. Option 3. Yi Chen remained silent for a few seconds. And just as Lin Ruyu's heart sank to its lowest point, he slowly spoke. To guide you? That is fine. Lin Ruyu was instantly overwhelmed with joy. Really? Thank you. Yi Chen. Don't rejoice too soon. Yi Chen interrupted her, his tone imbued with a hint of mockery and coldness. I have conditions. Conditions? Speak. I will pay any price I can afford. Lin Ruyu hastily exclaimed. Money? Yi Chen scoffed. Do you think I lack funds? If you doubt it, just ask your second sister. Even now, Lin Ruoqing is working for me, sharing benefits daily, no less. Lin Ruoyu paused. Realizing that Yi Chen's song royalties were indeed worth a fortune, how could he possibly be short on cash? Then what is it that you desire? She asked anxiously. Yi Chen's voice resonated through the phone, crystal clear, almost possessing a certain enchantment that made the eavesdropping Su Qianyi and Wang Ming perk up their ears. It's quite simple. Right now, immediately, change into a maid outfit. Then, kneel on the ground and take a selfie to send to me. Make sure your face is clearly visible, along with your kneeling posture. Lastly, add the caption, Master, this servant acknowledges her mistake, seeking guidance from the master. Boom. A deafening silence enveloped the other end of the line. All that could be heard was Lin Ruyu's suddenly ragged and disbelieving breaths. At the barbecue table, Wang Ming, Zhang Wei, and Li Hao gaped with mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out. A maid outfit? Kneeling to take a selfie? Calling him master? What sort of divine operation was this? Was the adopted father playing too wild? Who was on the other end of the line to elicit such perverse demands from Yi Chen? Even Su Qianyi, holding her wine glass, froze. Her gaze towards Yi Chen filled with shock and a hint of complexity. Was this man so ruthless towards women? Yet, why did she feel a strange thrill instead of repulsion? On the other end of the call, Lin Ruyu's mind went blank, her emotions a tumultuous storm of humiliation, anger, and disbelief. She, the third miss of the Lin family, a disciple of a national treasure physician. Yi Chen actually wanted her to don a maid outfit? To kneel and take a selfie? To call him master? This was more unbearable than death. Yi Chen, you bastard. You shameless scoundrel. How could you humiliate me like this? Lin Ruyu's voice trembled with extreme indignation, tinged with tears. Yi Chen's voice remained cold and calm, unfazed. That is my condition. Comply or not, the choice is yours. You have 1 minute to contemplate. After that, I will hang up. With that, he fell silent, leisurely taking a bite of a grilled chicken wing. On the other end, all that remained was Lin Ruyu's stifled, desperate sobs. Time ticked away second by second. The atmosphere at the barbecue table grew exceedingly strange. Wang Ming and the others dared not breathe, while Su Qianyi set down her wine glass, quietly observing Yi Chun. They all yearned to know how the woman on the other end would choose. Yi Chun, utterly unfazed, had already attained mastery in medicine, thus was not overly concerned about rewards. Gaining a reward would merely be the icing on the cake. Its absence would not affect him in the slightest. 50 seconds. 55 seconds. 58 seconds. Just as Yi Chun prepared to hang up the call, Lin Ryu's voice emerged, filled with tears, as if she had summoned all her strength. A voice steeped in humiliation. I will do it. A grin spread across Yi Chun's lips. Excellent. Remember, the photo must be clear and the caption precise. Upon receipt, I will consider offering you a hint. With that, he ended the call. Ding. You have successfully obtained the reward. Qing Nong Jing in its entirety, containing some lost ancient formulas and acupuncture secrets. Knowledge has been imparted. An immense and profound medical knowledge surged into Yi Chun's mind, imprinting information about various perplexing ailments, lost ancient formulas, and exquisite acupuncture techniques. In that moment, his medical prowess experienced a qualitative leap. Wow. Li Hao was the first to break the silence. Adopted father. Did you just request a maid outfit over the phone? Kneeling and calling you master? This is beyond amazing. Wang Ming and Zhang Wei stared at Yi Chun in a daze, as if they were seeing him for the first time. Su Qianyi took a deep breath, her eyes reflecting complexity as she gazed at Yi Chun. Yi Chun. That was quite perverse. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wang Ming and the others shifted, fearing Su Qianyi might be scared off from pursuing Yi Chun. However, Su Qianyi suddenly tilted her head, revealing a smile as she said, but I find it rather appealing. Puffed. Wang Ming and the others nearly spat out their drinks. It seemed the class monitor truly harbored genuine affection for Yi Chun, finding merit in everything he did. When not fond of someone, even hanging from a noose might be perceived as swinging on a swing. Yi Chun set down his phone and took a sip from his wine glass. His demeanor nonchalant, just some personal vendetta. Now let's eat. No sooner had he spoken than his phone vibrated once more. It was a multimedia message. Yi Chun opened it, and a photograph appeared. The background resembled a corner of an opulent bedroom. Lin Ryu, clad in a standard black and white maid outfit adorned with lace trim, was humiliatingly kneeling straight on the soft carpet. She bit her lower lip, her complexion pale, her eyes brimming with tears of humiliation, yet she still followed the instructions, presenting her face, one that could drive countless men wild, clearly to the camera. Below the photo, a line of text read, Master, this servant acknowledges her mistake, seeking guidance. Lin Ryu. Chapter 058. The Hanyuan group is intercepted. Gasp. Despite being mentally prepared, witnessing such a striking photograph left Wang Ming, Zhang Wei, and Li Hao gasping in shock, their scalps tingling. It was indeed Lin Ryu, the third miss of the Lin family, Lin Zhao's elder sister, the genius cold goddess, who had demonstrated remarkable medical talent since childhood, and a disciple of the esteemed Dr. Sun. She truly, genuinely wore a maid outfit. Kneeling to take a selfie while calling him master? The visual impact was nothing short of explosive. Su Qianyi also glimpsed the photograph, her pupils narrowing slightly. She recognized Lin Ryu, aware of her familial ties and the wrongs the Lin family had committed against Yi Chun. At this moment, seeing Lin Ryu in such a pitiable and humiliating state, she felt no sympathy. Instead, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction surged within her. Yi Chun's revenge was indeed merciless and direct. Simultaneously, she gained a deeper understanding of Yi Chun's methods. This man was not to be trifled with. Yi Chun emotionlessly saved the photograph, then tapped on the screen to reply to Lin Ryu. Do you have videos or photos of the patient? What other symptoms are there? Soon, Yi Chun received a video from Lin Ryu. After a cursory glance, he messaged her back. Does the patient exhibit cold limbs, frequent nighttime urination, pale tongue with a white coating, and a slow, thin pulse? Have warm yang replenishing remedies proven ineffective, exacerbating the condition? The response came almost instantaneously. Yes. Yes, that's exactly it. My master used aconite, cinnamon, deer antler, and other extremely warming ingredients. Yet the patient feels unbearably hot, with sores on the mouth and tongue. Yi Chun, what is going on? A slight smile played on Yi Chun's lips as he replied. Yin is extreme, resembling yang, and yang is constrained externally. This is a true cold false heat crisis. You should employ the method of returning fire to the origin. Take a small amount of ground cinnamon, and brew it with Huang Lian and Mai Dong for oral administration. Adjust the dosage as you see fit. Next time you wish to consult, remember to wear a more alluring outfit and send me a welfare photo. After sending this message, he could vividly imagine Lin Ryu on the other end of the line, her expression transforming into one of realization, joy, and even indignation. Mission accomplished. Yi Chun placed his phone down, as if he had merely completed an inconsequential task. The gaze of Wang Meng and the others towards Yi Chun had shifted from admiration to awe. This was no mere adoptive father. He was akin to a demon king. With just a few casual words, he had deftly manipulated the esteemed third miss of the Lin family, compelling her to don a maid's outfit and kneel before him as her master. Such tactics were utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao continued to provoke Yi Chun, oblivious to the fact that his sister had already fallen under Yi Chun's influence. Su Qianyi cast a deep glance at Yi Chun and raised her glass. Yi Chun, I toast to you. Yi Chun clinked his glass with hers. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Wealth alert triggered. It has been detected that Lin's core enterprise, Lin Real Estate, will initiate a significant investment plan tomorrow, acquiring Hanyuan Technology Company with a capital of 6 billion. This investment is projected to yield over 300% returns within a short period, 3 months. Please seize the opportunity, host. Hanyuan Technology? Yi Chun's heart stirred. This name rang a bell. It was a company with immense potential, currently facing issues with its cash flow. Should the Lin family leverage this investment to stage a remarkable comeback, Lin Ruobing's position within the family would solidify even further. Unexpectedly, this immense fortune was about to fall into his hands ahead of time. He promptly took out his phone and dialed Su Qingqing. Hello? Boss. Su Qingqing's voice carried a hint of surprise. Looking for me at this hour? Miss me? She was astute and perceptive, despite their intimate relationship. She never intruded upon Yi Chun's space or sought to leverage their connection for personal gain. This is serious, Yi Chun replied with a grave tone. Listen, first thing tomorrow, spare no effort to acquire Hanyuan Technology for me. Immediately. Right now, prepare. The price should be within 6 billion, transferred from my investment company. Su Qingqing paused, but upon hearing Yi Chun's unprecedentedly serious tone, she instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and replied without further ado. Understood. Boss. I'll take care of it. Task guaranteed. After hanging up, a glint of coldness flashed in Yi Chun's eyes. While the Lin family was considered affluent in Jiangqing, they had been declining in recent years, with many of their ventures operating at a loss. Although Lin Ruobing had displayed resolve in making the family's enterprises profitable after assuming control, she had yet to achieve any particularly successful ventures. Her previous acquisition of land in the northern suburbs had resulted in a 20-fold loss for the Lin family. Now, seizing Hanyuan Technology would leave the Lin family unable to recover in the short term. Once everything stabilized, he would begin to encircle them within the Lin family's industrial chain. Lin Ruobing, did you not wish to secure your position with this investment? Then I shall plunge you into utter despair. Su Qianyi noticed Yi Chun's reaction and leaned closer, whispering, do you need my assistance? I can mobilize 20 billion in funds and family connections. No need. Yi Chun raised his glass and said, let us drink. I will handle the Lin family myself. Humph. Do you insist on keeping me at arm's length? Su Qianyi pouted and scoffed, yet still clinked glasses with Yi Chun. Wang Meng and the others exchanged amused glances. Realizing Su Qianyi was quite unabashedly pursuing Yi Chun, in the Lin family villa in Jiangqing, Lin Ruobing had just concluded a lengthy video conference, rubbing her temples in fatigue. The plan to acquire Hanyuan Technology was set, with 6 billion in funds secured. Once they successfully acquired Hanyuan Technology, Lin Real Estate would establish a foothold in the capital, and her position would become unassailable. In fact, it could propel the Lin family's assets to swiftly exceed 100 billion, with ambitions to reach 200 billion. Reflecting on Yi Chun and her useless brother who had just returned home, Lin Ruobing couldn't help but smirk at her impending success. The Lin family was sufficient with just her and her sisters. Sons were unreliable. The following morning, as Lin Ruobing confidently arrived at Hanyuan Technology with her team to finalize the contract, she was met with shocking news. Hanyuan Technology had been fully acquired in the early hours by a mysterious company named Star Investment, at a price 20% higher than theirs. Boom. This news struck Lin Ruobing like a thunderbolt, causing her vision to darken as she nearly fainted. 6 billion in funds had already been allocated, and every plan revolved around this acquisition. Now the target company was gone. Snatched away? Star Investment, Lin Ruobing murmured in a daze, suddenly struck by a realization that drained the color from her face. Yi Chun, Su Qingqing, the woman who had snatched the land at the auction, allowing Yi Chun to profit 20-fold. Star Investment belonged to Yi Chun. Chapter 059. Lin Ryu requests to be mentored. Enraged to the point of near collapse, Lin Ruobing felt a surge of blood rise in her throat, violently spewing forth onto the expensive custom carpet. President Lin, what is wrong with you? Her assistant and team members rushed to her side in panic. Lin Ruobing pushed them away, trembling as she took out her phone and dialed the number she had never thought she would call. The call connected, and Yi Chun's chillingly indifferent voice resonated. Hello? Yi Chun. Yi Chun. Lin Ruobing's voice trembled with unprecedented frailty. Did you do this with Hanyuan technology? I did. Yichen did not deny it. Why? Why are you being so ruthless? Lin Ruobing shouted, her voice laced with desperation. What wrongs have we, the Lin family, committed against you? Why must you retaliate in this manner? What wrongs have you committed against me? Yichen's voice was as cold as ice. Lin Ruobing, have you forgotten who chased me away from the Lin family like a dog? Who stood by and watched as I was cast out? Now you come begging for mercy? It's too late. Yichen, I beg you, give the Lin family a chance to survive. Lin Ruobing crumbled, her voice filled with humility and dread. The funds for acquiring Hanyuan are nearly all of Lin Real Estate's liquidity. If this project fails, our cash flow will be severed. The Lin family will collapse. Please, for the sake of the nearly 20 years we lived together, grant us a path forward. Name your price, and we will buy it back. Or whatever conditions you have, I will agree to. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, just as Lin Ruobing despaired. Thinking Yichen would refuse, his icy voice resonated again. Conditions? Very well. Have Lin Xiao kneel and crawl to me, severing an arm as penance, and then, you 4 sisters of the Lin family shall wear maid outfits and kneel before me for an entire day. Perhaps then I will consider sparing you a meal. With that, the call was abruptly disconnected. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy signal, Lin Ruobing felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her entire body freezing. Her vision darkening. Have Lin Xiao sever an arm? For the 4 sisters to kneel in maid outfits for a day? This was more unbearable than death. Yichen had no intention of sparing the Lin family. Unable to bear it any longer, she succumbed to darkness, losing consciousness completely. At Qingbei University, Yichen hung up the phone, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. The retribution against the Lin family has only just begun. The troubles faced by Lin Xiao, the despair of Lin Ruobing, and the humiliation endured by Lin Ru are merely the interest on a much larger debt. He intends to make the entire Lin family regret their decision to expel him, lamenting that when he was cast out, Lin Xiao humiliated him without anyone stepping forward to defend him. He tucked away his phone, preparing to continue his breakfast with Wang Ming and the others. As he settled down, his phone rang once more. This time it was Su Qinqin. Boss, it's done. Hanyuan technology now belongs to our Xingqian capital. It cost a total of 5.2 billion, which is 800 million less than the Lin family's budget. Su Qinqin's voice brimmed with excitement and a hint of self-congratulation. You are truly remarkable. How did you know the Lin family was going to acquire it? They must be furious right now. Well done, Yichen commended. Proceed with the subsequent development plans as I previously instructed. The value of that piece of land far exceeds 60 billion. Understood. Rest assured, boss. Su Qinqin replied with enthusiasm. Just as he hung up on Su Qinqin, another call came in from an unknown number, though the caller ID indicated Jiangqing. Yichen furrowed his brow and answered, Who is this? There was a brief silence on the other end before a cool voice, laced with complex emotions, responded, Yichen, it's me, Lin Ruojia, the 4th sister of the Lin family, a top hacker in Longhua, Yueying. Yichen's gaze shifted. This sister, who typically maintained the lowest profile and exhibited the most reclusive demeanor, had little prior interaction with him. What could she possibly want? Could it be a plea for mercy? Is there something you need? Yichen asked, maintaining a neutral tone. Lin Ruojia's voice carried a hint of confusion. I found out. The one who previously hacked into my private server and left the message practice more was you, right? Yichen smirked, and what of it? It was hardly surprising that she used the vast resources of the state to uncover his identity, so he saw no reason to deny it. After all, it wasn't illegal. Could she truly apprehend him? Once again, silence enveloped the call. Lin Ruojia seemed to be grappling with her thoughts. Was her pride and her skills crumbling before Yichen? What other secrets did this foster brother, whom she had overlooked and even scorned for 2 decades, conceal? Medical expertise? Musical talent? Combat skills? Now, even her hacking abilities seemed to pale in comparison. Who exactly are you? Lin Ruojia's voice trembled with bewilderment and fear. I am Yichen, he replied coolly. A worthless outcast cast out by your Lin family. Lin Ruojia found herself speechless. Worthless? If Yichen was deemed worthless, then what did that make her? One of the so-called elite sisters of the Lin family? The dregs of the refuse? Is there anything else? If not, I will hang up. Yichen's impatience began to surface. Wait, Lin Ruojia exclaimed urgently, her voice tinged with desperation and humility. I want to learn your skills. Your hacking abilities far surpass mine. I am willing to become your disciple. Or you can set the terms. Anything I can manage. Become a disciple? Yichen nearly laughed aloud. This 4th sister, who held herself in such high esteem, was now seeking his guidance? Truly, she was the most reclusive of the 4 sisters, spending her days locked away with nothing but her computer for company. He recalled the time he attempted to bring her some fruit, only to be scolded out of her room. Since then, He had never sought her out again, and she seemed quite pleased with the arrangement, as their interactions became rare. It could be said that the four sisters of the Lin family were workaholics. So long as he did not cause trouble, they were content. Just as Yi Chun prepared to decline her request, a golden prompt suddenly appeared before him. Ding! Detected a critical decision point. Lin Ruoyu's request to become a disciple. Please select. Option 1, directly refuse. Reward, 10,000 cash. Option 2, half-heartedly agree, offering a few casual tips. Reward, new model laptop. Option 3, require Lin Ruoyu to become your exclusive hacker maid, available at your beck and call. Reward, core code for a god-level artificial intelligence. Core code for a god-level artificial intelligence. Yi Chun's heart raced. This was the essence of future technology. Without hesitation, he selected option 3. Become a disciple? You lack the qualifications. Yi Chun's voice was cold and merciless. However, I can offer you an opportunity. Become my exclusive hacker maid, available at my command, and unconditionally execute my orders. Alternatively, within 3 days, I want to see all the information from the core database of the Haishi group in my inbox. Fulfill one of these, and I may consider offering you a few pointers. Fail to comply, or let any information leak, and you will bear the consequences. Chapter 060. Let's discuss something else. The Haishi Group, an international financial behemoth, renowned for its impenetrable cyber defenses. Asking Lin Ruoyu to infiltrate its core database? This was nearly an impossible task. On the other end of the line, Lin Ruoyu's breath caught in her throat. An exclusive hacker maid? Infiltrating the Haishi Group? These conditions felt as if she were being treated as a slave and a pawn. Humiliation, fury, resentment. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Yet, deep down, her yearning for advanced skills and her fear of Yi Chun's unfathomable power left her hesitating. I, Lin Ruoyu. Her voice was filled with struggle. She longed to admit that she couldn't accomplish either task. I will give you 3 seconds to decide. Yi Chun's voice dripped with a demonic whisper. 3, 2. I'll do it. In the final second, Lin Ruoyu nearly screamed, her voice laced with desperate hoarseness. I'll do it. A maid is a maid. I'll send you the pictures shortly. Just remember to smile sincerely when you take them. Yi Chun replied coldly, before tonight, I want results. Remember your identity from now on, my maid. With that, he ended the call. Listening to the dial tone, Lin Ruoyu slumped in her computer chair, staring at the screen displaying the emblem of Yueying, once her pride, now a bitter irony. The notion of being an exclusive hacker made her feel as if she were plummeting into an abyss. Yet, for the sake of transcending her own limitations, she had no alternative but to persist. Hacking was her sole passion, and as long as she could enhance her abilities, she was willing to sacrifice much. Trembling, she rose and retrieved a maid outfit from her wardrobe, gifted by the event organizers at a cosplay convention a year ago. Yi Chun set down his phone, gazing at the radiant sunlight outside, his spirits soaring. Humiliating Lin Ruoyu, draining Lin Ruoyu, driving Lin Ruoyu to madness, enslaving Lin Ruoyu, and simultaneously dealing with Lin Xiao, the Lin family's retribution was progressing methodically, and this was merely the beginning. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of a bun. Today's breakfast is exceptionally delightful. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up with a message from Lin Ruoyu. The image she sent depicted her in a black and white maid outfit, lace edging framing her slender neck. The hem of her skirt barely reached her knees, revealing a pair of straight, fair legs. She slightly turned her face away, her gaze evasive, her cheeks flushed with 2 distinct rosy hues, akin to ripe peaches. Yi Chun's fingertips hovered momentarily over the screen as his lips involuntarily curled into a subtle smile. This girl was indeed swift. He had given her 3 days and 2 options, and in the end, she still opted for the simplest method. Almost at the very moment he discerned the photograph, the once dormant system interface in his mind abruptly flickered to life, the cold, mechanical voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of excitement. Ding. Task successfully completed. Reward obtained. Supreme level artificial intelligence, core code. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. With this acquisition, he could once again strategize for the next trillion-dollar market. Quite efficient, he murmured to himself, his fingertips gliding across the screen as he saved the image of Lin Ruoyu in her maid outfit. He then dialed Su Qingqing's number. It's me, Yi Chun. Once the call connected, his voice resonated with calm authority. Target company, Deep Blue Frontier Artificial Intelligence Research Company. Initiate the acquisition process. The funds are in place, 1 billion. I want to see it fully under my control within 3 days. From the other end of the line, Su Qingqing responded respectfully, understood. Mr. Yi, I will commence processing immediately. Given your recent commendable performance, you may have 2 of the equity when the contract is drafted. Thank you, Brother Yi. Su Qingqing exclaimed, her surprise evident. With a startup fund of 1 billion, even a mere 2 would equate to 20 million. and Yi Chen's investments consistently yielded profits exceeding tenfold, the future would undoubtedly hold even greater returns. Indeed, as long as she harbored no ulterior motives, Yi Chen would consider her interests. She was acutely aware of her position. Even as merely Yi Chen's plaything, she would not engage in mindless entanglements. By demonstrating her value whenever Yi Chen required, she could reap substantial benefits. Setting aside the call, Yi Chen rose and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside lay the bustling CBD of the capital, with streams of vehicles and towering skyscrapers. He needed a new starting point, a platform capable of supporting his future ambitions. Artificial intelligence was undoubtedly the sharpest spear. At that moment, a familiar figure approached. Su Qianyi. Today, she was adorned in a sleekly tailored Chanel ensemble that accentuated her poised stature and commanding presence. She walked directly to Yi Chen and sat beside him with an effortless grace. Yi Chen, do you have any new investment directions? Yes, I'm preparing to acquire Deep Blue Frontier outright. Yi Chen disclosed openly. He had no desire to squander time on trivial matters. Su Qianyi had considerable connections and resources that could prove invaluable. Hearing this, Su Qianyi frowned and replied, that company researching artificial intelligence? There are dozens of firms in this field now. Deep Blue Frontier isn't the most competitive. Why choose it? Because it's the easiest to acquire. Yi Chen stretched lazily. As for the core technology, I can provide that. I merely require manpower and a venue. You can provide it? Su Qianyi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She held no doubts about Yi Chen's capabilities. If he was so confident, then surely there would be no issues. She playfully clung to Yi Chen's arm, pouting. Yi Chen, are you going to leave me out of the money-making ventures? I am your woman. If you ever cast me aside, I'll be left with nothing. Woe is me. Yi Chen chuckled, feeling the warmth and softness of her embrace, and feigned a compliant demeanor. You're not even my woman yet. However, if you're willing to help expedite the company's establishment, I can offer you 10 equity. But you'll need to invest 500 million. This meant Su Qianyi would be putting forth half the capital for a mere 10 stake. Yet, Su Qianyi immediately donned a look of delight, exclaiming, it's a deal. I'll transfer the funds to your company's account shortly. Should you require my assistance, don't hesitate to ask. We're family, after all, no need for formality. Not quite family yet. Yi Chen attempted to retract his arm, only to find Su Qianyi holding on tightly. He continued, I need to draft a contract to ensure absolute loyalty post-technology provision. Any breaches will incur severe consequences. Besides penalties, I can allocate 10 equity as incentives for core personnel to bind them to the company. That is simple enough. I'll have the company negotiate with Deep Blue Frontier immediately, ensuring you won't suffer losses, nor will there be any leaks, Su Qianyi assured him. Suddenly, she leaned closer, whispering in his ear, once the business deal is wrapped up, shall we discuss something else, perhaps our relationship? Chapter 061, Such Terrifying Skills. How do you wish to discuss it? Yi Chen felt a stirring within, for Su Qianyi was undeniably beautiful, and her bold declaration of affection was impossible to ignore. With a mischievous grin, Su Qianyi suggested, I have a place outside the school. How about coming over tonight to see my pet cat do a backflip? Cough, cough, cough. Yi Chen nearly choked. The notion of witnessing a cat's acrobatics was likely a ruse, while their entanglement on the bed was the true intention. Actually, I also own a house in the capital, a courtyard, though I haven't visited it yet, Yi Chen remarked casually, contemplating whether to pursue Su Qianyi. Su Qianyi leaned in closer, narrowing the distance between them, a faint scent of perfume enveloping them. Yi Chen, her voice carried a peculiar blend of intimacy and assertiveness. I will take care of the acquisition. Just show me your house tonight. Is that too much to ask? I want to be the first woman to return home with you. She paused, locking her gaze onto Yi Chen's eyes, every word crystal clear. And I don't care whom you associate with privately or how many female friends you have. However, publicly, the only girlfriend standing by your side must be me. Su Qianyi, is that agreeable? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Yi Chen regarded her silently, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion, neither surprise, nor anger, nor acquiescence. He remained silent, akin to an immovable mountain. Su Qianyi appeared unfazed by his silence, instead offering a soft smile that hinted at her determination. She extended her hand, her delicate fingers brushing against the lapel of Yi Chen's suit, her gesture ambiguous yet undeniably commanding. Take your time to consider, no need to rush your response. Our partnership is the best choice for you, for me, and for the Su family. And a wife as understanding as I am will certainly be worth your while. With that, she withdrew her hand as if nothing had occurred. It must be said, Su Qianyi was an astute woman. After expressing her feelings and intentions, she did not demand an immediate response from Yi Chen. With her beauty and lineage, it was inevitable that Yi Chen would be intrigued. The Su family's intelligence network had undoubtedly uncovered his connections with Su Qingqing and the four sisters of the Lin family. To Yichun, Su Qingqing was merely a fleeting dalliance, while his interactions with the Lin sisters were driven by a desire for revenge. Thus far, no one had truly captured Yichun's heart, leaving no one capable of threatening Su Qian's position as the principal partner. Yichun stood rooted, his gaze fixed outside the window, his thoughts drifting. Su Qian was indeed a master at understanding human nature, causing a shift in his mindset. He required the resources and connections of the Su family, especially in the fiercely competitive capital. As for the title of girlfriend, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. A girlfriend so accommodating could indeed be quite appealing. At present, he was more eager to see the courtyard awarded by the system. Shall I go see the courtyard now? Would you like to join? Of course. Su Qian immediately flashed a victorious smile. I knew you still cared about me. As long as she continued to be so agreeable, he would find it impossible to refuse. As long as you publicly acknowledge my status as your legitimate wife, I am willing to accept the presence of your mistresses, inviting them to serve you alongside me. I am astounded by how Su Qian could utter such words. Yet, any man who hears this would undoubtedly be shaken. The two of them hailed a cab, leaving the bustling city behind, venturing towards a tranquil alley within the second ring road. The road gradually narrowed, flanked by ancient gray bricks and tiles, with the branches of venerable locust trees casting dappled shadows in the afternoon sun. At a relatively secluded bend, the vehicle came to a gentle halt. Yichun stepped out, surveying the depths of the alley before him. Though not far from the clamor of the main thoroughfare, this place possessed a unique serenity, so profound that one could hear the rustle of the wind through the leaves. Just as he took a couple of steps toward the crimson door that belonged to him at the end of the alley, several figures suddenly dashed out from the side, their movements appearing somewhat exaggerated. Leading the charge was a burly man with a vicious scar etched across his face, his gaze fierce, known infamously as Crazy Tiger. Behind him trailed a group of equally unsavory youths. Crazy Tiger's intentions seemed clear as he stumbled forward, intent on colliding with Yichun. Ouch! Crazy Tiger exaggeratedly cried out, allowing himself to fall to the ground, gripping Yichun's pant leg tightly. How do you walk? You nearly killed me. My leg feels like it's broken. The young men behind him quickly surrounded Yichun and Su Qian, their voices clamoring. You blind fool. You hit someone and still think you can escape? Tiger, are you alright? This kid has no eyes. Compensation. Hurry up with the medical fees. Don't even think about leaving without 10 or 80,000. If you refuse to pay, we'll keep your little lady here with us for the night. Their aggressive demeanor encircled Yichun and Su Qian, blocking any escape. Passers-by in the alley, witnessing the scene, quickly veered away in fright. Yichun remained motionless, exuding an air of calm. Su Qian, too, displayed no signs of panic, her interest piqued by the unfolding drama. The moment Crazy Tiger lunged at him, Yichun instinctively adjusted his center of gravity. The man's feeble force barely registered against him. He looked down at Crazy Tiger, who was sprawled on the ground, clutching his leg and wailing, his eyes betraying uncertainty, then glanced at the clumsily acting youths surrounding them, trying to stage a fall. Yichun thought to himself, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. In the capital, these individuals dared not resort to open violence, opting instead for such despicable tactics to extort. Your leg is broken? Yichun's voice remained calm and devoid of emotion. Yes, it's broken. It hurts like hell. Crazy Tiger wailed louder, gripping Yichun's pant leg with increasing desperation. Hurry up and pay. Otherwise, I'll call the police on you. Call the police? Yichun seemed to find amusement in the notion, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Good, I too wish to involve the authorities. I will report you for extortion and conspiracy. Before he could finish, his right foot shot out like lightning, striking precisely at Crazy Tiger's wrist, where he clutched Yichun's pants. Crazy Tiger felt as though his wrist had been struck by an iron rod, the pain forcing him to release his grip with a scream. Yichun's movements were swift as a specter. Before Crazy Tiger's companions could react, he surged into their midst like a tiger among sheep. His fists and feet flew with the wind, each strike landing precisely on their joints or soft spots. Bang! Crack! Ouch! The cries of agony echoed throughout. The seemingly fierce youths were unable to mount any effective resistance against Yichun. In less than a minute, aside from Crazy Tiger, who remained on the ground nursing his wrist, the others lay scattered about, clutching their arms or stomachs in pain, lacking even the strength to rise. Crazy Tiger was utterly bewildered, his fierce demeanor replaced by sheer terror. He had never anticipated that this seemingly genteel young man possessed such terrifying skills. This was no mere prey, he was a ravenous tiger. Yichun approached Crazy Tiger, towering over him, his eyes icy as if forged from the coldest steel. Who sent you? Through clenched teeth, Crazy Tiger's eyes flickered. No one sent us. You simply walked into us without looking. Still stubborn, were we? Yichun's gaze sharpened, his right hand moving like lightning. fingers poised to strike at several acupressure points on Crazy Tiger's ribs, shoulder, and lower back. Ugh! Crazy Tiger's scream escalated, becoming a wretched wail. He felt an explosion of excruciating pain and an insatiable itch emanating from the targeted spots, akin to a swarm of ants gnawing at his bones, or countless fiery needles darting through his body. The agony was overwhelming and bizarre, surpassing his threshold for endurance. He convulsed violently, writhing on the ground like a fish out of water, tears and snot streaming down his face, his throat emitting a desperate rasp. "Speak. Who sent you?" Yi Chen's voice was devoid of warmth. "Ah, spare me, spare me." Crazy Tiger was utterly broken, the torment driving him to the brink of death. It was Lin Xiao, from the Lin family in Jiangqing. "He paid us 100,000 to find an opportunity to break your leg or make you suffer a great loss. How unbearably itchy. How painful. Please, spare me." The other thugs lying on the ground, witnessing Crazy Tiger's harrowing state, were paralyzed with fear, and before Yi Chun could inquire further, they clamored in unison. It was Lin Xiao. He was the one who orchestrated this. "He paid us to keep an eye on you in the capital. We were wrong. Please, big brother, spare us. We want to dare again." The coldness in Yi Chen's eyes intensified, nearly palpable. Lin Xiao was indeed behind this. The very same scion who had been so eager to cast him out upon his return. Clearly, the previous grievances had not been sufficient for him to retract his claws. Yi Chun crouched down, observing Crazy Tiger, who was on the verge of rolling his eyes back, and swiftly pressed a few more points on him. The maddening pain and itch subsided like a receding tide, leaving Crazy Tiger sprawled on the ground, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with pure terror. "Take your companions." Yi Chun stood up, his voice as frigid as the winter's chill. "Head to the nearest police station and confess. Disclose everything about Lin Xiao's instructions to extort and harm me, in meticulous detail. Should you dare play tricks." His gaze swept over the trembling thugs on the ground, finally landing on Crazy Tiger. "You can relive that sensation, but this time, for double the duration. Let us go. We'll confess. Right away." Crazy Tiger scrambled to his feet, rolling and crawling, while the other thugs, terrified, scrambled to support one another, stumbling toward the alley's entrance. Fearful that lingering too long would summon the hellish pain again, Yi Chun turned to Su Qianni and said, "Please remind the police to handle this matter with fairness and severity. I do not wish for the Lin family to leverage connections to facilitate Lin Xiao's swift release." Su Qianni's voice carried a hint of frost. "Rest assured, that reckless fool Lin Xiao dares to provoke my man. I will ensure he enjoys an extended stay in confinement." After concluding her call, she grasped Yi Chen's hand and said, "Now, take me to see your house." Yi Chun promptly ushered Su Qianni into the courtyard, a luxurious abode that, in the capital, could not be acquired even with immense wealth. As she marveled at her surroundings, Su Qianni exclaimed, "It seems I have underestimated your prowess. Just how formidable are you, really?" Grasping her hand, Yi Chun replied, "If you wish to know the extent of my capabilities, why not put it to the test?" Hee, how annoying. The two of them dashed into the bedroom, but at a crucial moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, which displayed a name, Lin Tianxiang, the father of Lin Xiao, and also the adoptive father he had called dad for over a decade. On the very first day of Lin Xiao's return as the true heir, he had forcibly expelled Yi Chun, not even allowing him to take his belongings. Now, the call undoubtedly concerned Lin Xiao's situation. Hesitating briefly, Yi Chun swiped to answer, activating the speakerphone. As soon as the call connected, Qin Xiaorong's shrill, piercing voice, laced with tears, bombarded him, echoing sharply in the stillness of the alley. "Yi Chun, you ingrate beast. The Lin family has raised you for over a decade, providing for your every need. Is this how you repay us? How dare you call the police on Xiao? Do you even have a shred of conscience left? You ungrateful wretch. Release your brother at once, or I will not let this go." Following her, Lin Tianxiang's restrained yet furious voice thundered, "Yi Chun, what are you trying to accomplish? Lin Xiao is your brother. Even if he is heired, you cannot resort to such cruelty. Withdraw your complaint at the police station immediately. Otherwise, do not expect me to honor our father-son bond of over a decade." Father-son bond. Yi Chun finally spoke, his voice eerily calm, each word dripping with chilling intensity. "Lin Tianxiang, Qin Xiaorong, have you forgotten?" He paused, his voice suddenly rising, infused with long-suppressed mockery and fury. "It was you. After Lin Xiao returned, you treated me like a dog, banishing me from the home I had inhabited for over a decade. It was you who tacitly approved and even encouraged Lin Xiao to humiliate and trample on me repeatedly. Especially you, Qin Xiaorong." Yi Chen's gaze was sharp as a knife, seemingly piercing through the phone to pin Qin Xiaorong's face. "Do you recall what you said? Should I remind you? From the moment I left the Lin family, we have had no ties at all. It was Lin Xiao who instigated me time and again. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Qin Xiaorong's cries ceased abruptly, leaving only heavy breathing. Now, Lin Xiao had brought disaster upon himself, hiring someone to harm me. The evidence is irrefutable. And he has been apprehended. Yi Qin's voice regained its tranquility, yet beneath that calm lay a chilling resolve more unnerving than any outburst. And now you wish to discuss familial ties, conscience? He scoffed, his laughter rich with endless irony and detachment. It is too late. From the moment you expelled me from the Lin family, our bond was severed. Yi Chun, Lin Tianxiang interjected. What more do you wish to say? Lin Zhao's matter will be handled according to the law. Yi Chun coldly interrupted. If you have the capability, go and rescue him yourselves. If not, let him reflect properly while he is incarcerated. As for us, he paused, enunciating each word with unnerving clarity. We are even. Having concluded, without awaiting a response, Yi Chun hung up the phone and swiftly added the number to his blacklist. Observing Yi Chun's grim expression, Su Qianyi grasped his collar, their lips nearly brushing. Do not be so irritable. Hold me. I am furious right now. Do you not fear getting hurt? You are my man. Anything goes, she replied, her voice playful. Chapter 063. Trials from the instructor. After an indeterminate span, the tempestuous storm finally subsided. Yi Chun leaned against the headboard, while Su Qianyi nestled beside him, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on his firm chest. On the frontier of deep blue, I have arranged for someone to coordinate. Su Qianyi's voice carried a languid post-storm cadence, yet remained coherent. The contract terms are as you specified, with 10% incentive equity for the core team, accompanied by the strictest confidentiality and non-compete clauses. Additionally, I instructed the legal team from the Su family to fortify the agreement, ensuring that any breach of confidentiality would render them unable to remain in this industry for life. Yi Chun nodded approvingly. Well done. He recognized the value of Su Qianyi's acumen and resources, and she had indeed demonstrated capabilities that matched his ambitious aspirations. Regarding Lin Xiao, a smirk of cold satisfaction curved Su Qianyi's lips. Rest assured, I have already taken measures. The evidence chain regarding his hired assault in the capital is thoroughly documented. And fortuitously, several officers with a strong sense of justice are handling the case. The Lin family wishes to extricate him? It will not be so simple. At the very least, let him spend a few months in there to reflect. Yi Chun remained silent, merely squeezing her fingers in acknowledgement. Su Qianyi's interventions often inflicted a deeper discomfort than his direct retribution. However, she shifted the topic, her fingertip playfully tapping on his chest. In your quest for vengeance against the Lin family, do you intend to take down all four sisters? A hint of amusement danced on Yi Chun's lips. If they wish to learn, they must adhere to my rules. Are you feeling jealous? Rules? Su Qianyi arched an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued. Such as donning a maid's outfit? Yi Chun cast her a sidelong glance, choosing not to respond. Yet the implicit agreement in his gaze made Su Qianyi erupt into giggles. Very well, as long as it pleases you. She leaned in, pecking his lips. But remember, the only public girlfriend can be me. How you choose to guide them privately is of no concern to me. I do appreciate your understanding. Do not tease. I am still in pain. Let me rest for a few days, and you may do as you wish. The following day, at the playground of Qingbei University, the September sun remained relentless, the synthetic track shimmering with heat waves. The freshman military training was in full swing, with slogans echoing in the air. Clad in a brand new camouflage uniform, Yi Chun stood in formation, his posture as upright as a pine tree. Having arrived 2 days late, he had become the focal point of instructor Zhao Gang's scrutiny. Yi Chun, Zhao Gang's voice boomed like thunder across the formation. Step forward. Yi Chun maintained a stoic expression as he stepped out of line. You have been absent for 2 consecutive days. Excuses abound. On the very first day of formal training, you are already distracted? Zhao Gang approached him, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, filled with evident scrutiny and dissatisfaction. Do not think that just because you possess some talent and cleverness, you can receive special treatment in military training. This is a military camp. Discipline is paramount. He pointed to the vivid red track bordering the playground. Do you see that? 10 laps. Now. Immediately. Run. If you do not finish, do not expect to eat lunch. This is to teach you a lesson. A hush fell over the entire formation. 10 laps, amounting to 4,000 meters, was akin to torture for freshmen just emerging from the comforts of summer vacation. Wang Meng, Zhang Wei, and Li Hao were drenched in sweat. Panic-stricken, yet too intimidated to speak. Clearly, the instructor was aware of Yi Chun's prominence in the school and intended to assert his authority. Yi Chun glanced at Zhao Gang, his expression betraying no emotion. Understood, instructor. He did not argue but turned and began to jog towards the track. His pace was steady, albeit unhurried. Stop, Zhao Gang barked. Did I tell you to run? Did I not say immediately? What is this attitude? Disregarding discipline. Add 5 more laps. 15 laps. A wave of suppressed gasps rippled through the ranks. 15 laps, totaling 6,000 meters. This was nothing short of a death sentence. Yichen halted his steps, slowly turning around to face Zhao Gang. His gaze remained tranquil, yet a hint of coldness flickered within. Instructor, are you certain? Absolutely certain. Zhao Gang felt an inexplicable chill at the intensity of Yichen's eyes, yet his military pride fueled his ire. What? Do you dispute it? If you disagree, you can leave. I will sign your withdrawal from training immediately. Yichen smirked slightly, revealing a hint of derision. I concede. 15 laps, remember. With that, he turned away from Zhao Gang and began to run at a pace so uniform it bordered on mechanical. His breathing was steady and elongated, his strides precise, as if he were a machine programmed for this very task, completely indifferent to the blazing sun above and the mixed gazes of sympathy and schadenfreude surrounding him. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Soon, sweat drenched his camouflage short sleeves, clinging to his form and outlining the powerful contours of his muscles. The sunlight danced upon his perspiring skin, reflecting a vibrant health. 5 laps, 8 laps, 10 laps. The students in the formation transitioned from pity to astonishment, then to shock, ultimately settling into a state of numbness and admiration. 10 laps already, and he isn't even breathing hard? This guy must be made of iron. Incredible. Zhao Gang stood at the sidelines, his expression shifting from dark to incredulous, and finally to a serious gravity. As a top scout from an elite field unit, his discerning eye caught the rhythm of Yichen's running, the cadence of his breath, the coordination of his body, and the endurance he exhibited, qualities far beyond those of an ordinary college student. This was undoubtedly the result of prolonged, systematic, and nearly brutal training. It could even rival that of some special forces he had previously trained. 15 laps, 6,000 meters. Yichen crossed the finish line, his face unflushed and heart steady, with only fine beads of sweat dotting his forehead and neck. He approached Zhao Gang, slightly out of breath, and calmly stated, "Report, instructor, 15 laps completed." The entire playground fell silent, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the flags. All eyes were fixed on Yichen, as if they were beholding an otherworldly creature. Zhao Gang stared intently at Yichen, his gaze ignited with a fervor akin to discovering a rare gem. He stepped forward abruptly, lowering his voice, urgency lacing his tone. "Yichen, you are an exceptional candidate for the military, a born warrior. Are you interested in joining the army? The special forces? I will personally recommend you. With your caliber, you could undoubtedly enter the finest ranks. Protecting the homeland, achieving greatness, is 1,000 times more meaningful than living as a wealthy heir." Without a moment's hesitation, Yichen shook his head. "I'm not interested. Thank you for your kind offer, instructor." Zhao Gang's frustration mounted. "Consider it again. The army can provide you with the best platform. Your talents are wasted in school. Everyone has their own aspirations." Yichen replied in a calm, yet resolute tone. "I prefer my current life." Seeing his obstinate demeanor, Zhao Gang felt a mix of anger and helplessness, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh and clapping Yichen's shoulder with a force that made the onlookers wince in sympathy. "You are squandering your potential. Return to the team. Next time, submit a report in advance." Chapter 064. A single move to overcome the instructor. This incident concluded with Yichen's extraordinary display of physical prowess and Zhao Gang's failed recruitment attempt. Yichen's reputation among the freshmen soared to an astonishing height, while Zhao Gang, though silent, had shifted from dissatisfaction to keen interest and regret regarding Yichen. The military training continued, standing at attention, executing marching steps, monotonous and rigorous. The sun blazed overhead, the air stiflingly hot, devoid of a single breeze. Suddenly, a frail girl at the front of the line swayed, her face turning ashen, lips turning purple as she collapsed backward. "Ah, someone has fainted. Quick, call the school nurse." The line erupted into chaos. Zhao Gang's expression shifted as he prepared to intervene, but a figure darted ahead of him. Yichen lunged from the ranks like a cheetah, reaching the fallen girl in mere strides. Rather than panicking like the others, he crouched beside her, swiftly unbuttoning her collar with one hand while checking her pulse with the other. "This is not ordinary heatstroke." Yichen's voice was chillingly calm, commanding an undeniable authority. "Cardiac syncope, weak pulse arrhythmia. Does she have a history of heart problems? Does she carry medication?" A girl, seemingly her roommate, responded in a trembling voice. She mentioned her heart isn't good, but she didn't bring medication. "Step back. Clear the area. Ensure airflow." Yichen barked, instantly restoring order to the chaos. He carefully carried the girl to a shaded area and laid her down, tilting her head to the side to ensure her airway was clear. Then, he aligned his right index and middle fingers, moving with the swiftness of the wind, precisely tapping several acupuncture points on her chest: Shanzhong, Guan, and Shunmin, each punctuated with a subtle yet perceptible energy. Following this, He interlaced his hands and positioned them over her heart, commencing compressions with a unique rhythm and force. The unconscious girl emitted a faint groan, her pale face gradually regaining color, her once purplish lips turning rosy. The previously erratic pulse, under Yi Chen's compressions, astonishingly stabilized and strengthened. In less than a minute, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still somewhat dazed. She is awake. She is awake. Wow. Incredible. Yi Chen can also perform medical procedures? You all are so uninformed. Under the guise of night god, he can live stream medical treatments. His medical skills are indeed genuine. What a perfect man. Does he have a girlfriend? Forget it. The campus beauty Su Qianyi seems to be pursuing him. A chorus of incredulous gasps and applause erupted around them. Zhao Gang stood nearby, utterly astonished. Though he lacked knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, the seamless, precise series of actions Yi Chen had just executed, coupled with the visible improvement in the girl's condition, left no doubt that this was no mere coincidence. How many more skills does this young man possess that remain undisclosed? Transport her to the infirmary for observation and electrolyte replenishment. Yi Chen rose, briefly informing the arriving school nurse and counselor with an unassuming tone, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. However, just as he prepared to rejoin his team, Zhao Gang stepped in front of him, his expression graver than before, tinged with an element of scrutiny. Yi Chen, Zhao Gang's voice was low. Who permitted you to leave the ranks? Who allowed you to touch a fainted classmate? Have you undergone first aid training? Do you possess a medical qualification? If anything goes wrong, who takes responsibility? A barrage of questions came forth, imbued with military authority and a hint of probing. Yi Chen met Zhao Gang's gaze, his expression unruffled. Report, instructor, the situation was urgent, and saving a life takes precedence. As for qualifications, being able to save someone qualifies. Of course, he possessed a medical qualification certificate, a reward from the system. Being able to save lives constitutes a qualification? Zhao Gang was incensed by Yi Chen's nonchalant demeanor. This is a military camp, not a street corner for quacks. No organization, no discipline. And you dare to defy your instructor. Clearly, those 15 laps did not teach you a proper lesson. He stepped forward abruptly, exuding a fierce aura, pointing to the open space in the center of the playground. Yi Chen, if you are so capable, come. Let us exchange a few moves. Defeat me today, and all matters, including your tardiness, will be forgiven. If you cannot, you will run an additional 20 laps. Do you dare? The entire playground erupted in excitement at this proclamation. The instructor was challenging a freshman, and not just any freshman, but the remarkable Yi Chen, who had just completed 15 laps without breaking a sweat and had miraculously saved someone. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented event in the annals of military training. All eyes fixated on the two figures, brimming with anticipation and exhilaration, as Yi Chen observed the fervent combat spirit and unspoken expectation igniting in Zhao Gang's eyes. A sudden realization dawned upon him. This instructor was not merely seeking to punish him. He was eager to assess his capabilities firsthand. A faint smirk graced Yi Chen's lips as he replied, Instructor, fists and feet do not discriminate. Spare me the chatter. Zhao Gang retorted with a sharp command, positioning himself in a standard military combat stance, his gaze sharp as a blade. If you're afraid, just concede. Yi Chen ceased his words, nonchalantly standing there without assuming any defensive posture, calmly regarding Zhao Gang. Please, do proceed. Without hesitation, Zhao Gang surged forward with a fierce yell, his right fist slicing through the air with alarming speed, aimed directly at Yi Chen's face. The velocity was astounding, the force undeniable. He was clearly serious. However, to the astonishment of all onlookers, Yi Chen merely sidestepped slightly, allowing the ferocious punch to graze past his nose. In the same fluid motion, his left hand darted out like lightning, expertly seizing Zhao Gang's wrist and effortlessly twisting it. Zhao Gang felt an overwhelming force that he could not resist. His center of gravity instantly thrown off balance. He was cleanly thrown over Yi Chen's shoulder and crashed onto the rubber track with a resounding thud. A dull echo reverberated through the air, dust rising like smoke. The playground fell into a profound silence, everyone gaping in disbelief, their mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out. In just one move, the fierce-looking instructor, a veteran of special forces, had been thrown to the ground like a mere sandbag by Yi Chen. As Zhao Gang lay on the ground, his back aflame with pain and his head buzzing, he struggled to rise, but felt as if his bones had shattered. He gazed incredulously at the young man who stood there, calm and composed, a storm of emotions raging within him. In that fleeting moment, he felt he was not facing a mere individual, but an immovable mountain. The raw power, the explosive speed, and the precise timing had utterly overwhelmed him. Yi Chen approached him, extending a hand. Instructor, I concede. Zhao Gang, looking into Yi Chen's placid eyes. was suddenly flooded with a profound sense of defeat mingled with an even stronger admiration. He grasped Yi Chen's hand, using it for support to rise. Brushing the dust from his clothes, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, which ultimately culminated in a long, resigned sigh. Yi Chen, you truly are remarkable. Chapter 065. The Transmission of the Nine-Turn Soul-Returning Needle. The instructor shook his head, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of pleading. I take back my previous words. A person of your caliber, confined to the school, is a loss to the nation. Please reconsider. With your skills and the ability you just displayed in saving someone, you could undoubtedly become a sharp blade for the country in the military. I, Zhao Gang, vouch for this in my uniform. Yi Chen steadfastly shook his head, his voice unwavering. Instructor, the path I choose is my own. Zhao Gang regarded him. Realizing further persuasion was futile, and instead, he firmly patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, his eyes filled with regret. Very well. Each person has their aspirations. Return to your duties. Today's events will be wiped from the slate. This one-sided display of dominance solidified Yi Chen's almost mythical status among the freshmen. He became the undisputed figure of renown at Qingbei University, with tales of his extraordinary physical prowess, miraculous medical skills, and unmatched martial abilities spreading like wildfire across the campus. Just as Yi Chen's name reverberated throughout the university, the third and fourth sisters of the Lin family, Lin Ryu and Lin Rojia, respectively, had already arrived in the capital. Immediately following the conclusion of military training, Yi Chen received a phone call from Lin Ryu. Yi Chen, are you free tonight? I've arrived in the capital and want to learn acupuncture. My master mentioned the nine-turn soul-returning needle. You know it, don't you? Did I agree to teach you? Yi Chen chuckled, bemused. You are of the Lin family. It would be sufficient that I haven't sought vengeance against you. Lin Ryu's voice trembled slightly. I understand your animosity towards our family, but I've been learning medicine since childhood, and I bear no affection towards the Lin family. Just promise to teach me, and you can set any conditions you wish. As Yi Chen contemplated a refusal, a golden interface materialized before him. Ding. A critical decision point detected. Lin Ryu's request. Please choose. Option 1. Directly blacklist her, severing all contact. Reward, 1,000 yuan. Option 2. Simply refuse and hang up. Reward, 1 true words talisman. Option 3. Have Lin Ryu agree to undress and prepare a room for you. Reward, danger warning function. Seeing the task presented, particularly the third option, as outrageous as it was, he unhesitatingly selected it. Then find yourself a hotel. For the first move of the nine-turn soul-returning needle, you must cultivate your essence. If you wish to learn, undress, and I shall demonstrate. Do it, or don't. The choice is yours. Lin Ryu's face turned crimson in an instant. Yi Chen's proposition was an unabashed humiliation. Yet, recalling the ancient manuscript her master had treasured, the nine-turn soul-returning needle, a technique they had failed to decipher for over a decade, she gritted her teeth and replied, I agree. I'll book the room and send you the address. Tonight. You can have your way. With that, the call ended abruptly. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman would be willing to abandon her dignity in pursuit of lost medical knowledge. While her previous maid outfit had been a modest concession, this was an entirely different matter. Once she had agreed, he accepted the system's reward without hesitation. After the military training concluded, he declined his roommate's invitation and took a taxi away from the school. In the capital, within an executive suite of a 5-star hotel, Lin Ryu sat on a spacious sofa, her hands tightly intertwined, her knuckles trembling from anxiety. Before her lay a pristine set of silver needles and an ancient manuscript, its pages yellowed with age, detailing the long-lost technique of the nine-turn soul-returning needle, copied stealthily from her master's cherished collection. This acupuncture technique was said to awaken the body's latent potential and reverse the flow of yin and yang, yet it demanded an exceedingly high level of skill, with one critical acupoint necessitating the practitioner and the recipient to meet with utter sincerity. Her mind echoed with Yi Chen's icy, mocking words over the phone. Want to learn new acupuncture techniques? Very well. For the first move of the nine-turn soul-returning needle, you must cultivate your essence. If you wish to learn, undress, and I shall demonstrate. Do it, or don't. The choice is yours. Undress. Allow him to demonstrate. A wave of intense shame washed over Lin Ryu. As the third miss of the Lin family and the disciple of the renowned divine physician, had she ever endured such humiliation? Yet, the allure of the Qingnan classic and the mystery of this lost technique whispered like a devil, incessantly eroding her rationality. To become a divine physician like her master, or even to surpass his medical prowess, was her lifelong aspiration. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, she was determined not to let it slip away. Just as her inner turmoil raged, nearly causing her to bite her lip in anguish, the doorbell rang. She jolted. inhaling deeply to suppress the tumultuous emotions, and rose to approach the door. Peering through the peephole, she beheld the face that inspired both dread and an unbidden anticipation within her. Yi-chun. She trembled as she opened the door. Yi-chun entered, clad in simple casual attire, yet exuding an intangible sense of oppression. His gaze swept over the silver needles and handwritten notes on the sofa, finally resting on Lin Ryu's pale, yet resolute face. Have you made up your mind? His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Lin Ryu's body quivered slightly. She abruptly closed her eyes, as if summoning all her strength. Managing to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth, I've made up my mind. Slowly, she raised her hand towards the zipper on the side of her dress. The motion was stiff and deliberate, imbued with a tragic sense of determination. The sound of the zipper sliding down pierced the silence of the room with startling clarity. The dress cascaded from her smooth shoulders, pooling at her feet. One by one, her undergarments followed suit, as if peeling away layers of proud pretense. Soon, a flawless form was unveiled to the air, skin as white as snow, curves exquisitely defined, glistening under the soft light of the suite. She wrapped her arms around her chest, attempting to conceal herself, yet it only heightened the allure of her feigned resistance. With her eyes tightly shut, her long lashes quivered violently, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her body trembled slightly from shame and anxiety. Yi-chun's gaze was calm and unyielding, devoid of awe or desire, merely a cold, scrutinizing detachment. He approached her, lifting a slender silver needle. Relax. His voice remained icy, emphasizing the importance of controlling one's breath and energy. A restless heart and turbulent blood flow would not only be unhelpful, but also detrimental. His fingertips, cool to the touch, rested on Lin Ryu's smooth back. She stiffened suddenly, as if jolted by electricity. The chi high point is here. Yi-chun's fingers accurately pinpointed a location on her lower back, guiding energy inward with gentle force, twisting the needle 3 times, embedding it 3 points deep. His voice was low and clear, articulating the essentials of the acupuncture technique while gradually inserting the silver needle into Lin Ryu's skin. Each motion was tender yet steady, imbued with a peculiar rhythm. Initially, her body was taut, but as the needle sank in, a wave of warmth radiated from its tip, swiftly coursing through her limbs. The sensation was akin to soaking in a warm spring, enveloped by a gentle force that nurtured her. The pent-up energy within her, suffocated by tension and indignation, seemed to disperse and realign with this warmth, leading her to involuntarily emit a soft whimper. Her once rigid body gradually relaxed, and her arms, previously clutching her chest, fell limply to her sides. She even forgot her present shame, her entire being captivated by the miraculous energy flowing within her and Yi-chun's composed explanations. 1 needle, 2 needles, 3 needles. Yi-chun's movements flowed like a gentle stream. Each insertion was precise, and every explanation struck at the heart of the matter. It was as if he were not merely administering acupuncture, but engaged in a meticulous artistic creation. Lin Ryu was utterly absorbed, acutely aware of the subtle changes each needle brought, sensing the flow of energy within her. This surpassed anything she had gleaned from a decade of arduous study with her master. It was more profound. She even forgot her predicament. Disregarding that Yi-chun was her adversary, her heart now solely filled with an insatiable admiration for the pinnacle of medical knowledge. Time stretched on, and at last, Yi-chun halted his movements, withdrawing the final needle. You're done. His tone was neutral, as if he had merely completed an ordinary task. How much of the chi returning to the source technique have you remembered? In her mind, a system notification chimed. Successfully completed selection 3, reward, danger warning function. With the reward acknowledged, he had no intention of lingering. Lin Ryu suddenly came to her senses, only then realizing she stood before Yi-chun completely naked. The immersive sensation vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming wave of shame, more intense than before. She hurriedly crouched down, frantically gathering her scattered clothes, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. I remember about 7 or 8 parts. Her voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with a sob. Yi-chun regarded her frantic demeanor with an unflinching gaze, turning to exit. The rest, you'll have to figure out on your own. If you wish to learn something new next time, remember to make an appointment in advance. With that, he opened the door and strode out without a hint of nostalgia. Bang! The door closed behind him. Lin Ryu sat on the floor, clutching her clothes, her body still trembling slightly. The warm, soothing sensation within her had yet to dissipate. A reminder of all that had transpired. Yi-chun's cold yet focused gaze, his precise needlework, and his straightforward explanations lingered in her mind, alongside his unwavering departure. A surge of inexplicable anger and disappointment entwined within her heart. Had he truly only administered acupuncture to her body, which could drive any man mad? He exhibited not a trace of lewdness. Did he truly perceive her as merely a tool for demonstrating techniques? This realization stung deeper than her previous humiliation, leaving her feeling defeated and bitter. Upon leaving the hotel, Yi-Chen's phone vibrated. It was an encrypted message from an unfamiliar ID. Master, I've arrived in the capital. You promised to teach me. Yi-Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. Old Forth was remarkably efficient. He replied with the address of a CAF. Half an hour later, in a secluded corner of the CAF, Lin Rujia sat across from Yi-Chen. Unlike Lin Ruoyu, she had not meticulously adorned herself. She wore a tight-fitting black leather outfit, her face obscured by AR glasses that revealed only her sharply defined chin and tightly pressed lips. In front of her was a glass of ice water, her fingers unconsciously tapping against the cup, emitting a faint sound that betrayed her inner turmoil. I'm here. Lin Rujia's voice, altered by the AR glasses, carried an icy synthetic quality, yet beneath it, a hint of tension was palpable. What do you want? Yi-Chen leisurely stirred his coffee, not meeting her gaze. Do you wish to learn the technique? Yes, Lin Rujia replied succinctly. Your skills exceed my expectations. I want to learn. Why? Yi-Chen raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly penetrating the high-tech lenses to peer into her soul. To surpass me? Or for the Lin family? Lin Rujia's body stiffened imperceptibly. She fell silent for several seconds before slowly speaking, her voice tinged with difficulty. Both. But more so, I wish to know where the limits of the technique lie. Hacking is my life. Very honest, Yi-Chen set down the coffee spoon, leaning slightly forward, emanating an invisible pressure. However, my teaching comes with conditions. I understand, Lin Rujia's voice lowered. I would choose to be a maid or infiltrate the Blackstone group. I prefer the former. The humiliation was evident in her tone as she uttered the word maid. Yet Yi-Chen shook his head. No, I now offer you a third option. Lin Rujia shot her gaze upward, surprise flickering behind her lenses. Yi-Chen regarded her, articulating each word with clarity. I intend to take revenge on the Lin family. Let Lin Tianxiang, Qin Xiaorong, and Lin Xiao, everyone who has ever humiliated me, pay the price. Let them lose everything they hold dear and experience the taste of plummeting from the heights into the mire. His voice was frigid, laced with an indelible hatred. And you, Lin Ruojia, are of the Lin family. Now, I present you with a choice. Will you stand with the Lin family, or will you ally with me? The atmosphere seemed to solidify. Lin Ruojia's breath quickened, her fingers tapping incessantly against the glass, the rhythm escalating with each passing moment. The lenses of her AR glasses flickered wildly, reflecting the tumultuous conflict within her. On one side lay her nurturing family, her blood kin. On the other, the tantalizing allure of technological supremacy, embodied by this inscrutable man who held her fate in his hands. As seconds ticked by, Yi-Chen did not rush her, merely observing her with a calm demeanor, as if awaiting a preordained response. Ultimately, Lin Ruojia's fingers stilled against the glass. She lifted her head, gazing through the AR glasses directly into Yi-Chen's eyes, her voice imbued with a resolute finality. I choose to stand with you. After a brief pause, her tone lowered, laced with a barely perceptible tremor, but I have a request. Speak. Regardless of how you seek vengeance, spare my parents and my 3 sisters. Their sins do not warrant death. Her voice bore a hint of pleading. Yi-Chen regarded her, his gaze profound. A few moments later, he replied slowly, agreed. As long as they do not seek their own demise. In an instant, Lin Ruojia's tense body relaxed, as if a colossal weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Taking a deep breath, her voice regained its previous chill, now infused with a newfound determination. Very well. From this day forth, I, Lin Ruojia, shall pledge my loyalty solely to you. The Lin family is of no concern to me. Excellent. A faint smile curved Yi-Chen's lips, satisfaction evident. Remember your words today. Rising to his feet, he added, now, accompany me to a place where you will learn something new. Without hesitation, Lin Ruojia rose to follow him. Yi-Chen led her to a nearby luxurious hotel suite. Once the door was closed, he gestured towards the bathroom. Go change into something alluring. Lin Ruojia's body stiffened, a flicker of indignation crossing her eyes behind the lenses, but she quickly suppressed it. She asked no questions, silently stepping into the bathroom. Minutes later, she emerged, having swapped her signature black leather attire for a burgundy silk camisole. The hem of the dress reached mid-thigh, revealing her long, graceful legs. The silk fabric clung softly to her curves, accentuating her breathtaking silhouette, though she still wore the AR glasses, obscuring much of her face. The exposed porcelain skin and delicate collarbone radiated a cold, lethal allure against the rich backdrop of burgundy. Her hands hung awkwardly at her sides, her body slightly rigid, clearly unaccustomed to such attire. Yi-Chen's gaze swept over her, a hint of appraisal evident as he nodded. Not bad. He approached the suite's computer, powered it on, and connected to the internet. Lin Ruojia quietly positioned herself beside him. Watch closely, Yi Chun instructed in a deep, clear voice. Bypassing the dynamic honeypot defenses of the Blackstone Group's outer layers, the core is right here. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and the screen erupted with cascading lines of code. Lin Ruojia's attention was instantly captivated, leaning closer to the screen as the AR glasses displayed a flurry of data streams and analytical results. Each of Yi Chun's maneuvers left her astounded, illuminating the intricacies she had long wrestled with, which crumbled like paper under his deft touch. As he navigated the system, he elucidated the subtleties and methods for evading traps. His hand occasionally covered hers atop the mouse, guiding her movements, allowing her to feel the rhythm and force behind the operations. His proximity enveloped her in a warm, masculine aura, mingling with the silk of her dress, sending shivers through her at the occasional brush of his fingertips against her skin. Initially tense, Lin Ruojia gradually surrendered to the depth of his teachings and his extraordinary demonstrations. Her mind became fully immersed in the ocean of technology, her long-standing dilemmas unraveling effortlessly. Fresh ideas and techniques flooding her like a rejuvenating spring. In that moment, the Lin family, the entangled grievances, all faded into oblivion. Her world narrowed to the vibrant code before her and Yi Chun's voice, reminiscent of divine revelation. Time slipped away in the rhythm of keystrokes. When Yi Chun finally ceased his exposition and shut the computer, the outside world had already succumbed to darkness. Lin Ruojia remained ensconced in the awe of the experience, unable to regain her composure. She looked at Yi Chun, her eyes behind the AR glasses shimmering with unprecedented fervor and admiration. If her earlier submission to Yi Chun had been born of desperation and desire, now she was genuinely enthralled by his prowess. This will be enough for today, Yi Chun announced, rising and stretching his wrists. Return and reflect on what you have learned. Remember your identity and remember your choice. Lin Ruojia inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within her, and nodded solemnly. Yes, master. Yi Chun regarded her with a mix of respect and the spark of ambition in her eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. Among the Lin sisters, the eldest, Lin Ruobing, struggled in Jiang City. The second, Lin Ruoqing, labored under the weight of Starshine Entertainment's decline. The third, Lin Ryu, had succumbed to his medical expertise, and now, the fourth, Lin Ruojia, was ensnared by his technological mastery. With 3 of the 4 sisters now under his control, it was time to bring down the seemingly formidable edifice of the Lin family. His gaze drifted to the dazzling lights of the capital outside the window, where the flames of vengeance simmered silently yet fiercely within him. After Lin Ruojia departed, the suite lingered with her faint, cold fragrance and the echoes of keystrokes. Yi Chun stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the radiant city, his eyes harboring a chilling intensity. The Lin family's stronghold, once thought impregnable, had already been seeded with the impending chaos of its downfall. Lin Ryu was engrossed in her medical pursuits, Lin Ruojia in her technological obsession, and Lin Ruoqing ensnared in the entertainment empire's collapse. As for Lin Ruobing, a cruel smile played upon Yi Chun's lips. For the eldest sister, the captain of Lin Real Estate, was on the brink of encountering the darkest hour of her life. At the entrance of the detention center in Jiang City, a sleek black Maybach idled by the roadside, where Lin Tianxiang and Qin Xiaorong stood, their expressions grim. After days apart, they appeared to have aged a decade, particularly Qin Xiaorong, her eyes sunken, her meticulously maintained features etched with anxiety and bitterness. With a clang, the iron gate swung open, and Lin Xiao shuffled out, head hung low, his steps unsteady. His complexion was pallid, his eyes puffy, his once expensive attire wrinkled and reeking of the detention center's unique mustiness and sweat. In just a few days, the once arrogant young master of the Lin family resembled a plucked chicken, utterly disheveled. Shower! Qin Xiaorong shrieked, rushing to embrace her son, tears streaming down her cheeks. My shower! You've suffered. Look at how thin you've become. That damned Yi Chun. Beast. Ungrateful wretch. I will ensure he meets a terrible fate. Lin Tianxiang hurried forward, his heart aching at the sight of his son, and his resentment towards Yi Chun reached a fever pitch. He had expended tremendous resources, leveraging the Lin family's most cherished connections and finances, just to secure Lin Zhao's release on bail. He held Yi Chun entirely responsible for this predicament. Dad, Mom. Lin Zhao's grievances and fury erupted upon seeing his parents, his voice thick with tears. It's Yi Chun. That bastard is the one who harmed me. He set a trap for me on purpose. I swear I will kill him. I will definitely kill him. Fear not, my son. Lin Tianxiang's gaze turned sinister. His teeth clenched. This vendetta shall be avenged. That wild spawn, Yi Chun, thinks he can act with impunity just because he has allied himself with the Su family? He is sorely mistaken. The Lin family has yet to fall. Once we regain our footing, I will make him kneel before you and beg for forgiveness. Indeed. Let him suffer a fate worse than death. Qin Xiaorong chimed in, her eyes filled with venom. Under the comfort of his parents, Lin Zhao's fury was somewhat quelled. Yet the animosity in his gaze remained unwavering. He settled into the car, relishing the softness of the leather seats and the cool breeze from the air conditioning. Feeling as if he had been reborn, he gritted his teeth and vowed, when I return to school, everyone shall know the consequences of offending Lin Xiao. At the gates of Qingbei University, Yichun had just returned from Deep Blue Frontier Company, preparing to head to his dormitory. Following the conclusion of military training, he had devoted the majority of his time to the integration of Xingqian Investment and Deep Blue Frontier. The infusion of the core code for the divine-level artificial intelligence had plunged the technical team into a fervor of development. Meanwhile, Su Qianyi exhibited remarkable business acumen, managing the company's affairs with impeccable order. Yichun, a voice filled with malice called out from behind. Yichun paused his steps and slowly turned around. There stood Lin Xiao at a distance, his complexion still somewhat pale, yet his eyes gleamed with a venomous intensity, fixated on him. Flanking him were two lackeys, equally menacing, clearly dispatched by the Lin family for protection. Ah, have you emerged? Yichun's tone remained nonchalant, devoid of surprise, as if discussing the weather. How is the food in the detention center? You. Lin Xiao was instantly ignited by this flippant remark, a surge of old and new grievances flooding his heart. He charged forward, jabbing a finger at Yichun's nose and unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Yichun, you wild bastard. You think you've won? You believe you're impressive just because you've allied with the Su family? Let me tell you, the Lin family has not yet fallen. My father has already declared that you will be begging for mercy at my feet. I will make you wish for death. Chapter 068, Exemplary Agility. Lin Zhao's voice boomed, attracting the attention of passers-by. Many recognized both Yichun and Lin Xiao, and whispers erupted around them. Isn't that Lin Xiao? I heard he just got bailed out. Yichun, the one who violently assaulted the instructor during military training? This is going to be entertaining. Is Lin Xiao really daring to provoke Yichun? He is courting disaster. Yichun regarded Lin Xiao's rage-contorted face with the same indifference one might reserve for a barking mad dog. He barely felt any inclination to engage physically. Instead, he spoke with a calmness that resonated clearly in everyone's ears. A waste is a waste. Even if released from a dog cage, it cannot shed its nature of eating filth. The Lin family? Huh, it will soon be no more. You speak nonsense. Lin Xiao trembled with rage. The Lin family's assets are worth billions. Can a wild bastard like you even fathom that? Once my father is done with you, you'll be rolling out of Beijing like a dog. Billions? Yichun smirked, as though he had heard a ludicrous joke, a cold derision gracing his lips. Very soon, it will transform into billions in debt. Lin Xiao, enjoy your last days of a privileged life. With that, he turned his back on Lin Xiao's howls and the gazes of the crowd, striding away with a proud and indifferent demeanor, as if he had merely swatted away a pesky fly. Lin Xiao glared at Yichun's retreating figure, nearly bursting with fury yet too intimidated to act. He had witnessed Yichun's formidable prowess firsthand. All he could do was stand there, impotently roaring. Yichun, you wait. I will make you pay. I swear I will make you pay. In the following days, a financial tempest targeting Lin real estate descended with silent ferocity. Yichun, stationed at Xingqian capital, wielded the extraordinary capabilities of the wealth warning to gain intimate knowledge of Lin real estate's asset distribution, cash flow, and several hidden vulnerabilities. With over 20 billion in capital at his disposal, he meticulously targeted the lifeblood of Lin real estate. Initially, he leveraged insider information to precisely strike at Lin real estate's related stocks in the market, triggering a panic sell-off that caused their prices to plummet. Subsequently, he maliciously inflated the prices of critical construction materials needed for several core projects through various offshore accounts, while simultaneously severing their supply chains, leading to significant project delays and a tightening cash flow. Finally, he instructed Su Qianyi to utilize the Su family's influence to pressure banks closely tied to Lin real estate, insinuating that the company's financial chain was on the verge of collapse, posing a high risk. Panic rapidly spread, and several major partner banks simultaneously tightened their credit lines to Lin real estate, even beginning to demand repayment on overdue loans. In the end, he discreetly acquired the plummeting stocks of Lin Group at bargain prices. This series of maneuvers caused what appeared to be a solid edifice of Lin real estate to tremble violently, as if its foundation had been pulled away. In Jiang City, at the Lin real estate headquarters, the president's office lay in utter disarray. Documents were strewn across the floor, and shards of expensive porcelain littered the scene. Lin Ruobing's eyes were bloodshot, her hair disheveled, and her complexion alarmingly pale. She had just hung up another debt collection call, the bank's cold ultimatum echoing in her ears. Ms. Lin, our risk control department has assessed that your company currently poses excessive risk. Effective immediately, we are freezing all credit lines with our bank. And we require the repayment of 500 million due this month within 3 working days. Ms. Lin, XX Construction Materials has just informed us that, due to unforeseen circumstances, they cannot deliver the next batch of steel on time. Ms. Lin, this is terrible. Our stocks have hit the limit down again. Nearly 3 billion of market value has evaporated. Bad news came one after another, striking Lin Ruobing's heart like heavy blows. The commercial empire she took pride in was collapsing at a visible speed, and the root of all this pointed to the foster son, Yi Chun, whom she had personally cast out. This was still in the absence of complete intervention from the Su family. Otherwise, the Lin family would not last even a week. An overwhelming dread engulfed her completely. She finally understood that Yi Chun was not jesting. He was genuinely intent on destroying the Lin family. Moreover, he possessed the capability to do so. What should I do? What should I do? Lin Ruobing slumped in her chair, gripping her hair tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her scalp. She had exhausted every conceivable means, utilized all her connections, even lowering herself to plead with former partners she had once looked down upon, only to receive nothing but perfunctory responses, evasion, and even betrayal. Against Yi Chun's terrifying financial prowess and precise strikes, all her efforts felt utterly futile. Was the Lin family truly on the brink of ruin? The lifelong hard work of her parents, her brother's future, and the well-being of her sisters, were they all destined to perish alongside her? A thought crept into her mind. Seek him out. Plead with Yi Chun, that foster son she once regarded as insignificant, the man who now holds dominion over their very lives. An overwhelming sense of humiliation coursed through her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, nearly on the verge of retching. Yet, was there truly any alternative to this path? With trembling hands, she reached for her phone and dialed the number that had become second nature to her. Though she had never before initiated the call, each digit she pressed felt akin to cutting into her own heart with a blade. The call connected. Yi Chun's voice, chillingly indifferent, came through. Hello? Lin Ruobing's voice was parched and hoarse, laced with an uncontrollable tremor and a desperate sob. It's me, Lin Ruobing. Yi Chun's tone carried a hint of amusement. What brings you here? The way he addressed her as Lin Ruobing pierced through her heart like a needle. Taking a deep breath, she summoned every ounce of strength to suppress the impending collapse of her emotions. Yi Chun, I beg you, spare the Lin family, my parents, and my younger brother. She was nearly in tears. I know we wronged you in the past. We were in the wrong, truly. If you seek revenge, let it be directed at me. I will do anything. Please, grant the Lin family a chance to survive. Our financial chain has collapsed. The bank is demanding repayment, and the suppliers are cornering us. The Lin family is on the brink of collapse. There was a silence on the other end for several seconds. This brief stillness sent Lin Ruobing's heart plummeting, as an immense dread seized her. Ding. Critical decision point detected. Lin Ruobing's plea for mercy. Please choose. Option 1. Directly refuse and continue the pressure. Reward. 10,000 cash. Option 2. Casually agree, defer action. Reward. 1 reputation. Option 3. Require Lin Ruobing to stay in a courtyard in the capital for 3 days as a maid, in exchange for temporarily sparing the Lin family. Reward. Shadow step. Shadow step? Yi Chun's gaze flickered. This was presumably a skill related to movement, and judging by its name, it seemed to be a high-level technique. The opportunity to strike at the Lin family could arise at any moment, but the reward might not present itself again. As for making Lin Ruobing serve as a maid for 3 days, a cold smirk crept across Yi Chun's lips. Chapter 069, Mastery in Hand. This once proud sister of the Lin family, now reduced to donning a maid's outfit and serving him with deference, would provide him with a far greater satisfaction of revenge than merely annihilating the Lin family. Option 3. Sparing the Lin family? Yi Chun's voice finally emerged, tinged with a mocking and unyielding coldness. It's a possibility. Lin Ruobing felt an immediate surge of elation, as if she had grasped the last lifeline. Really? Thank you. Yi Chun, I don't rejoice too soon. Yi Chun interrupted her, his tone laced with a devilish whisper. I have conditions. Conditions? State them. I will comply with whatever is within my power. Name your price. Lin Ruobing hastily replied. Money? Yi Chun scoffed. Do you think I lack for funds? Lin Ruobing fell silent. Listen, Yi Chun's voice resonated clearly in her ears, carrying an irrefutable command. Now, immediately, purchase the earliest flight to the capital. Arrive at the address I provide. Courtyard XX, Luyin Street, Ho Hai. Upon arrival, he paused, each word piercing Lin Ruobing's heart. Change into the maid outfit I have prepared for you. For the next 3 days, you shall no longer be the president of Lin Real Estate. You will merely be my maid. Serve me tea, wash clothes, cook meals, and be at my beck and call. Whatever I say, you shall do. Remember your identity, and know your place, on your knees. Boom. Lin Ruobing's mind went blank. Maid outfit? Maid? Kneeling? For 3 days? This was more agonizing than death itself. It was as if every shred of her dignity and pride was being utterly crushed beneath his heel. Yi-chun, you bastard. Lin Ruobing's voice trembled with shame and fury. You are shameless. How can you humiliate me like this? Humiliation? Yi-chun's voice remained cold and calm. Lin Ruobing, have you forgotten when I was expelled from the Lin family like a stray dog? When I faced humiliation at the hands of Lin Xiao, while you all looked on with indifference? Now you seek mercy? This is the price. Do it or do not. The choice is yours. You have 1 hour to consider. With that, he fell silent. On the other end, only Lin Ruobing's muffled, despairing sobs could be heard. Time ticked by, each second stretching out like an eternity. Lin Ruobing sat despondently on the cold floor, gazing at the scattered company documents and the incessant calls for debt repayment, looking out at the crumbling business empire of the Lin family. She understood that she had no real choice. Either she would surrender all her pride and dignity to serve as a maid in the capital for 3 days, securing a slim chance for the Lin family's survival, or she would watch helplessly as the Lin family collapsed, her parents' lifelong efforts wasted, her brother's future ruined, and she and her sisters left with nothing. Ultimately, after a minute, Lin Ruobing summoned every ounce of strength, her voice tinged with tears and profound humiliation, and uttered, I will do it. In the capital, at Ho-Hai, Luyin Street, the courtyard lay shrouded in the depths of night, the branches of the ancient locust tree rustling in the wind. Yi-chun sat leisurely in a rosewood armchair, savoring his tea. Su Qianyue reclined lazily beside him on a daybed, her eyes sparkling with amusement and anticipation. Creak. The heavy courtyard door creaked open. A figure stumbled in. It was Lin Ruobing. Clad in an expensive business suit, she now appeared utterly disheveled. Her hair was unkempt, her face as pale as a ghost, and her eyes were hollow, as if devoid of spirit. She clutched a small suitcase tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Upon seeing Yi-chun seated in the main room, alongside the poised and scrutinizing Su Qianyue, her body quivered, and a wave of immense shame washed over her. She nearly turned to flee. You're here? Yi-chun set down his teacup, his tone flat. Your belongings are in the side room. Go change. Lin Ruobing trembled violently, biting her lip until she tasted blood. With her head bowed, she dared not meet the eyes of Yi-chun or Su Qianyue, moving like a soulless being, dragging her heavy feet toward the adjacent room. A few minutes later, the side room door creaked open. Lin Ruobing emerged, now clad in a black and white standard maid outfit, adorned with lace trim and a white apron. The skirt fell to her knees, revealing her slender calves. This attire appeared grotesque and humiliating on her. She kept her head lowered, clutching the hem of her skirt, her body trembling slightly from overwhelming shame. Come here. Yi-chun's voice carried a commanding tone. Lin Ruobing's body stiffened as she cautiously approached him, step by step, as if walking on the edge of a blade. Kneel. Yi-chun's voice was cold and left no room for dissent. Lin Ruobing's head shot up, her eyes filled with disbelief, humiliation, and anger. Kneel? In front of Su Qianyue? What? Unwilling? Yi-chun's gaze sharpened. Then you may leave at once. The Lin family will declare bankruptcy by tomorrow. Bankruptcy. Those 2 words struck Lin Ruobing like a hammer, shattering the last remnants of her resistance. She closed her eyes, and silent tears of humiliation streamed down her cheeks. Slowly, rigidly, she lowered herself to her knees on the cold floor, burying her head deeply. That's more like it. Yi-chun nodded in satisfaction, pushing the empty teacup forward and pouring himself more tea. Lin Ruobing trembled as she picked up the purple clay teapot from the table, carefully refilling Yi-chun's teacup. Scalding tea splashed a few droplets onto her fair hand, causing her to shiver in pain, yet she dared not utter a sound. Clumsy and inexperienced. Yi-chun furrowed his brow, realizing that President Lin was accustomed to being served. Qing-yi, teach her the proper etiquette, he commanded. Su Qing-yi smiled sweetly, rising from her luxurious couch to stand before Lin Ruobing, looking down at her with a hint of lazy mockery in her tone. President Lin, or should I now refer to you as Maid Ruobing? When serving tea, you must present it with both hands, bend at the waist, lower your head, and keep your eyes fixed on your master's feet. Do you understand? Her words struck Lin Ruobing's heart like a whip. Gritting her teeth, she followed Su Qing-yi's instructions, holding the teacup with both hands, bending at a 90-degree angle, her head nearly touching the ground as she raised the cup to Yi-chun. Master, please enjoy your tea. She spoke with a voice as faint as a whisper, trembling with an uncontainable quaver and a hint of tears. Yi-chun took the teacup, sipping leisurely as if savoring the most exquisite nectar on earth. He gazed down at Lin Ruobing, once a proud matriarch of the Lin family who regarded him as insignificant, now dressed in a maid's uniform, humbly presenting tea at his feet. A surge of indescribable vindictive pleasure coursed through him like electricity. The four sisters of the Lin family were now entirely under his control. Chapter 070. In need of a personal secretary. For Lin Ruobing. The 3 days felt akin to an inferno. Clad in that humiliating maid outfit, she performed the most menial tasks within Yi Qin's courtyard, sweeping, dusting, washing clothes, and cooking. Any slight misstep would invite Yi Qin's icy reprimands or Su Qingyi's scathing derision. She had to constantly remind herself of her status as a servant. At a mere glance from Yi Qin, she had to kneel. At his command, she had to execute immediately. At night, she could only sleep on the cold floor of the guest room. Every moment felt like a torturous assault on her soul. Her pride was shattered, her dignity trampled. She felt as though she was no longer a person, but merely an object for Yi Qin to vent his resentment upon. Her heart burned with hatred for Lin Xiao. Had it not been for his return, threatening death to force Yi Qin's expulsion, and his parting words laced with humiliation, she would not have had to endure such disgrace. However, the precarious financial situation of the Lin family, miraculously, found a momentary reprieve due to these humiliating 3 days. The bank had mysteriously ceased its collections. Several key suppliers resumed partial deliveries, and the panic selling in the stock market temporarily halted. Although the situation remained perilous, at least it hadn't collapsed immediately. This glimmer of hope compelled her to endure the inhumane humiliation. As the 3 days came to an end, Lin Ruobing fled the courtyard almost in a panic. Still clad in her maid attire, hailing a taxi to the airport without a backward glance, too fearful to contemplate Yi Qin's and Su Qingyi's gazes. Desperate to escape the den of humiliation, Yi Qin stood at the entrance of the courtyard, watching Lin Ruobing's hasty retreat with a cold glint in his eyes. This was merely the beginning. This temporary reprieve was merely a prelude to a more thorough destruction. Once the Lin family caught their breath, he would strike again, ensuring their complete and utter ruin. Having already acquired 31 of the Lin family's shares was insufficient. He sought absolute control. The first weekend following military training found Yi Qin in the study of the courtyard, attending a video conference where Su Qingqing updated him on the latest advancements in the Deep Blue Frontiers research. The power of the core code for the divine-level artificial intelligence was gradually manifesting, and breakthroughs in several key algorithms had plunged the entire technical team into jubilation. Suddenly, an encrypted satellite phone call came through, displaying an unknown number. Yi Qin frowned, signaling Su Qingqing to pause the meeting as he answered the call. "Hello? Is this Comrade Yi Qin?" An elderly yet remarkably steady voice resonated from the other end, imbued with the authority of one long accustomed to leadership, tinged with a barely detectable urgency. "I am Qin Weigua." Qin Weigua. Yi Qin's pupils constricted. This was a towering figure in the military of Longhua, a true paragon of merit. Why was he calling him? "Greetings, Elder Qin," Yi Qin replied respectfully, recognizing the familiar voice. After a moment's reflection, he recalled that this was the esteemed elder he had treated before leaving Jiang province. Generously, he had accepted a hefty fee of 100 million. Yi Qin had not declined, partly due to the need for initial capital, and partly because he understood the importance of currying favor with such a prominent figure. Now that the elder was reaching out, it was evident he had a request. "Time is of the essence, so I shall be brief." Elder Qin's tone turned grave. "A very important friend of ours in South America, codename Albatross, has fallen victim to an enemy plot due to his pro-dragon stance, suffering from a rare and lethal poison. His life hangs in the balance. The enemy has sealed off his location, and we cannot safely extract him back to our country. His position is critical. Should anything happen, it would result in a significant loss to our national interests." He paused, his tone growing earnest. "We have exhausted all resources, but cannot find an antidote. We know of your exceptional medical skills, so we wish to request that you take the risk to save him." To South America? To save someone? With enemy forces blocking the way? The risk of assassination? Yi Qin's brow furrowed instantly. This was no trivial task. It could very well cost him his life. "Elder Qin," Yi Qin spoke solemnly, "I appreciate your trust. However, the risks are too great, and I am not military or police personnel. I fear." Beep. A critical decision node detected. Qin Weigua's request. "Please choose. Option 1, decline outright. Reward, 10,000 cash. Option 2, suggest secretly transferring the patient to Longhua for treatment. Reward, a custom Bugatti Veyron. Option 3, request Qin Weigua to arrange for a personal secretary to accompany for protection. Reward, master-level proficiency in firearms skills." Master-level proficiency in firearms skills. Yi Qin's heart raced. This reward was immensely practical, especially for the imminent dangerous mission. Master-level firearms skills would mean he could instantly become a top-tier marksman, adept with pistols, rifles, or sniper rifles, hitting every target with precision. This would provide him with substantial security. As for the request for a personal secretary, Yi Chen's lips twitched. This demand sounded somewhat awkward. Yet for the sake of the life-saving skill, awkwardness be damned. Option 3. Elder Qin. Yi Chen smoothly shifted the conversation. I am willing to save the individual, but I have 2 conditions. Speak. Elder Qin's voice brimmed with urgency. First, I require a personal secretary who is experienced, highly skilled, and absolutely reliable to accompany me for protection, who will follow my orders throughout. Yi Chen emphasized the words personal secretary, ideally a female special forces operative for convenience. There was a brief silence on the other end, clearly indicating that Elder Qin was taken aback by this unusual request. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Saving a life was paramount, and all requests must be met. Not a problem. I will personally select someone for you. I guarantee they will be top-notch. Elder Qin readily agreed. Secondly, Yi Chen continued, during the operation, I require the utmost authority to handle any unforeseen circumstances. If necessary, all means of self-preservation may be employed. Certainly. The voice of Elder Qin resonated with determination. I shall grant you the highest level of temporary authorization. Comrade Yi Chen, the nation's interests are entrusted to you. I will do my utmost, Yi Chen replied solemnly. Ending the call, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. The journey to South America was fraught with peril, yet for the mastery of that exceptional marksmanship, and for the deeper, murkier possibilities that lay ahead, he was resolute. Ding. You have successfully received the reward. Mastery of firearms skills, master level. Knowledge has been imparted. A vast and intricate reservoir of firearms knowledge surged into Yi Chen's mind in an instant. The structures, principles, maintenance, shooting techniques, and tactical maneuvers of various firearms were indelibly etched into his muscle memory. He felt as though he had already touched, disassembled, and fired every firearm in the world. A profound confidence welled up within him. Merely minutes later, his phone received an encrypted message. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am your personal secretary, codename Nightingale. I am currently in the capital, on standby. Meeting location, Hohai XXCAF. Meeting code, the albatross needs to return to its nest. Yi Chen glanced at the message, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Nightingale? A beautiful Special Forces operative? Chapter 071, Danger Warning activated. In the Hohai XXCAF. The afternoon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the vintage wooden tables and chairs. While the aroma of freshly roasted coffee beans mingled with an almost imperceptible tension in the air. Yi Chen occupied a corner table, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the surface. His calm gaze sweeping over the entrance. The doorbell chimed softly. A figure pushed the door open. The newcomer was clad in a sharply tailored black casual outfit, tall and well-proportioned, with a steady and powerful stride, each step resonating with a military cadence. She wore a cap pulled low over her face, obscuring most of her features, revealing only a sharply defined chin and tightly pressed lips. Despite this, an aura of icy precision radiated from her, setting her apart from the crowd. Her gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swiftly locked onto Yi Chen in the corner. Without a hint of hesitation, she approached and pulled out the chair opposite him to sit down. The albatross needs to return to its nest. Her voice was cold, carrying a metallic quality, crisp and unambiguous, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Yi Chen raised his eyes, taking a closer look at the personal secretary known as Nightingale for the first time. Beneath the cap's brim was an exceptionally youthful yet strikingly austere face. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, her features exquisitely sculpted, yet her eyes resembled the frozen soil of Siberia, deep, cold, and devoid of any superfluous emotion. Her gaze was piercing, as if capable of penetrating one's very soul, bearing an air of scrutiny and a barely perceptible hint of disdain. Yi Chen keenly sensed that trace of contempt, likely directed at him, a renowned healer requiring the protection of a beautiful Special Forces operative. Yi Chen, he succinctly introduced himself, foregoing any superfluous pleasantries. Elder Qin has briefed you on the situation? Nightingale. She nodded slightly, her eyes remaining as icy as ever. Target location, a country in South America. St. Maria City. Target individual, codename Albatross. Real identity is Carlos Mendez, a mining tycoon and leader of the Dragon Clan. Poisoned, deeply unconscious, with weak vital signs. Hostile forces, the A country's opposition Free Alliance and the intelligence agency of country M backing them. The area is heavily fortified, and the risk of assassination is extremely high. Mission, to treat the target and ensure their safety until the situation stabilizes. My responsibility, to provide personal protection for you and ensure your survival in completing this mission, eliminating obstacles if necessary. Her report was succinct and precise, devoid of any emotional inflection, akin to reading a cold mission briefing. The phrase personal protection as it left her lips carried an air of detached professionalism. When do we depart? Yi Chen inquired. In 2 hours, at the Capital International Airport. On a private jet, Nightingale glanced at her wristwatch. Do you need to inform anyone? Time is of the essence. Yi-Chen retrieved his phone and dialed Su Qianyi's number. Hello? Yi-Chen. Su Qianyi's voice carried a hint of surprise. Have you been thinking of me? I will be leaving the capital for a while, Yi-Chen stated plainly. Dealing with some matters, return date uncertain. There was a brief silence on the other end before Su Qianyi's tone turned serious. Where to? Is it dangerous? Do you need me to do anything? South America. It's a bit troublesome, but not overly concerning. Yi-Chen downplayed the situation. As for the company, the Deep Blue Frontier is advancing as planned. You have full authority over the capital allocations of Starry Capital. If necessary, utilize the Su family's network. Furthermore, regarding the Lin family, keep them stable for now. Don't let them collapse entirely, but don't make things too easy for them. Wait for my return. South America? Su Qianyi's voice suddenly rose, laden with worry. It's chaotic there. You must be careful. You can trust me with the company matters. The Lin family? Humph. I'll ensure they remain comfortably awaiting your return. You must come back safely. I will wait for you. Her final words carried a barely perceptible tremor and an emotional undertone. Yi-Chen acknowledged, ending the call. He could sense Su Qianyi's concern, yet this was not the time for sentimental musings. Nightingale remained silent throughout, her eyes beneath the cap betraying no emotion, as if Yi-Chen was merely arranging an ordinary business trip. 2 hours later, at the Capital International Airport, a Gulfstream G650 private jet, devoid of any insignia, quietly sat on the exclusive tarmac. Yi-Chen and Nightingale boarded the aircraft, the door sealed shut, the engines emitting a low rumble as the plane taxied down the runway and ascended into the sky, piercing the clouds. The cabin was luxuriously appointed, yet an oppressive silence pervaded the atmosphere. Nightingale sat diagonally across from Yi-Chen, her eyes closed in repose, her back straight as a statue, exuding an aura that seemed to lower the temperature of the cabin. Yi-Chen, too, closed his eyes, appearing to rest while actually sifting through the fragmented information Elder Qin had provided regarding Carlos Mendez poisoning symptoms. Danger loomed like an invisible shadow over this journey. The flight felt interminable. As the plane began its descent, preparing to land at St. Maria International Airport, dusk had already fallen outside the window. The last rays of the sun bathed the contours of the South American city in a golden red hue. The aircraft landed smoothly, taxied, and came to a halt. Nightingale was the first to rise, her movements quick and silent. She approached the door, vigilantly scanning the tarmac and the distant terminal through the window. Her right hand appeared casually resting at her side. Yet Yi-Chen keenly noticed that her fingertips hovered just inches from an inconspicuous bulge at her waist, where a specially designed miniature handgun was concealed. Stay close to me. Remain vigilant. Nightingale's voice retained its icy tone, now laced with a hint of gravity. She pushed open the door and stepped outside. Yi-Chen followed closely behind. On the tarmac, a black armored Mercedes S-Class awaited them, having been on standby for some time. A burly man in a suit, sharp-eyed, stood beside the vehicle. Upon seeing Nightingale and Yi-Chen descend, he promptly approached and spoke in fluent English. Miss Nightingale? I am Mr. Mendez, head of security, codename Lynx. The car is ready. Please follow me. Nightingale nodded slightly, her gaze still scanning the surroundings with caution. Yi-Chen and Nightingale settled into the back seat of the Mercedes, while the Lynx took the passenger seat. The driver promptly ignited the engine, departing from the helipad and heading towards the airport exit. As the vehicle emerged from the airport's private lane, it merged into the bustling traffic en route to the city. The streets at dusk were alive with vehicles, framed by buildings steeped in South American charm. Suddenly, an alert echoed in Yi-Chen's mind. Ding. Danger warning triggered. Potential lethal threat detected. Location, 300 meters ahead. At 11 o'clock. In an instant, the serene twilight was shattered by the thunderous crack of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled shots pierced the evening calm, as bullets, akin to venomous serpents, erupted from the second-floor window of an abandoned factory, targeting the driver's seat and the rear of the Mercedes with chilling precision. Incoming. Duck. Nightingale's reaction was as swift as lightning. With a fierce command, she lunged at Yi-Chen, forcefully pinning him down in his seat. At the same time, her left hand deftly drew a compact handgun from her waist. PFF, PFF, PFF. The bulletproof glass reverberated with dull thuds, marred by 3 distinct impact marks. Though the window remained intact, the tremendous force jolted the vehicle violently. Accelerate. Push through. Lynx bellowed from the front, brandishing his firearm and retaliating wildly at the source of the gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The driver slammed down on the gas pedal, and the Mercedes roared forward like an arrow released from a bow. Yet the assault did not relent. Rat-a-tat-tat. A more ferocious barrage of gunfire erupted, a hail of automatic rifle fire. Bullets rained down upon the body of the Mercedes, producing a cacophony of impacts. The rear windshield instantly became a spiderweb of cracks. Damn it, it's an M4. Lynx cursed, retracting his body to evade the stray bullets. Nightingale's gaze was icy. One hand pressed down on Yi Chun while the other gripped her gun, her body pressed against the car door, eyes scanning through the narrow gaps in the window, calculating the positions and firepower of the assailants with the precision of a sophisticated instrument. Two individuals at the 3 o'clock window on the second floor of the factory, one suppressing fire from behind the van at the left intersection, and a sniper on the rooftop at 11 o'clock. Her voice was rapid and measured, exuding absolute calmness. Just then, a thunderous crash resounded. A dilapidated pickup truck suddenly barreled out from a side road, obstructing the thoroughfare entirely. "Brake!" Lynx shouted in alarm. The driver slammed on the brakes, tires screeching against the pavement. The Mercedes barely skidded to a halt, narrowly avoiding a collision with the pickup. "Get out! Find cover!" Nightingale decisively ordered. She kicked the door open and rolled out like a nimble cat, simultaneously firing her handgun. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, accurately striking the gunman who had dared to expose himself from behind the pickup. The man screamed, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Yi Chun also pushed open his door, sliding out and rolling to take refuge behind the expansive tire of the Mercedes. His movements were fluid and instinctive, as though rehearsed countless times before. Nightingale caught a glimpse of Yi Chun's actions, and a flicker of surprise crossed her icy eyes. This reaction speed was not something an ordinary doctor could possess. "Cover me," Nightingale commanded Lynx, her body moving along the car's frame as she continued to fire, suppressing the enemies peeking from the factory's second floor and the rear of the van. Lynx and the driver also took cover, returning fire as bullets erupted like popcorn. Yi Chun crouched behind the tire, his gaze methodically scanning the battlefield. He noted the flashes from the factory's second-floor gun muzzles, the shifting figures behind the van, and the fleeting glint of a sniper on the distant rooftop. Ding! Danger warning triggered. Sniper locked on. Location, 11 o'clock, rooftop. Expected to fire in 3 seconds. Yi Chun's pupils constricted. There was no time to warn anyone. He abruptly darted from behind the tire, his body twisting at an unnatural angle, almost phasing through space. It was the ghostly shadow step he had previously acquired. "Yi Chun, danger!" Nightingale's heart seized as she saw him suddenly exposed in the open, her voice sharp with urgency. Yet, before her warning could fully escape her lips, whoosh! A high-velocity sniper bullet, whirling with deadly intent, sliced through the air, aimed precisely at the spot where Yi Chun had just hidden. Had he remained there, he would have met certain death. But Yi Chun was no longer in that position. He appeared to teleport, landing 2 meters away. The lethal bullet grazed his clothing, embedding itself in the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Nightingale's pupils widened in shock. What kind of agility was that? So swift it almost left an afterimage. Even she could barely catch a glimpse of his blurred figure. This was no ordinary feat. Ancient martial arts? Her heart raced. Yi Chun evaded the sniper's shot without a moment's hesitation. His gaze locked onto the van that was serving as cover on the left side. With a powerful push, he surged towards the van like an arrow released from its bow. Is he insane? Lynx gasped in horror at Yi Chun's reckless move. That was a hotspot for automatic rifle fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunman behind the van, indeed drawn by Yi Chun, redirected his aim and unleashed a furious barrage. Bullets rained down like water. Yi Chun's expression hardened, and as he moved at high speed, he abruptly changed direction. The essence of Tai Chi flowed with his instincts. His movements, seemingly slow and fluid, were in reality as fast as lightning. He navigated like a high-speed spinning Tai Chi ball, weaving through the hail of bullets, absorbing and redirecting their force. At times, he soared like a graceful crane, leaping to evade low-flying bullets. At others, he twisted his body in an uncanny manner, allowing the bullets to whiz past him. And still, he executed a series of intricate arcs with his arms, deflecting several deadly shots off course. Clatter! Bullets ricocheted off surrounding walls and the ground, sparks flying. Yet none could touch the hem of Yi Chun's clothes. This was impossible. The gunman behind the van gaped in horror as he witnessed Yi Chun approaching with an almost leisurely grace amidst the gunfire. Nightingale was equally astonished. Having encountered countless combat experts and elite soldiers, she had never seen anyone wield fighting techniques with such astonishing prowess. What seemed to be slow stances concealed a terrifying evasion capability. This was undoubtedly the legendary ancient martial arts Tai Chi, and his mastery was exceptional. In that fleeting moment of the gunman's shock, Yi Chun had already ghosted close to the van. His right hand, fingers together, struck like lightning at the gunman's throat. Crack! A faint sound of bone fracturing echoed. The gunman's eyes bulged, gasping for breath as he crumpled to the ground. Silence forever. Yi Chun didn't even glance at the fallen assailant. He effortlessly picked up the M4 rifle that had clattered to the ground. His movements as practiced as breathing. He racked the bolt, checked the ammunition, and cast a cold gaze towards the factory's second floor. "Cover me," Yichen commanded in a low voice, not loud but imbued with an unwavering authority. Nightingale snapped back to reality, suppressing the tumult within her heart, her resolve unyielding. In her grasp, the miniature pistol unleashed a relentless barrage, skillfully suppressing the fire from the second-floor window. Yichen, wielding an M4, darted forth with the agility of a cheetah, swiftly descending to the factory floor below. Utilizing the protruding walls and abandoned pipes, he ascended like a nimble monkey, his speed astonishing. Just as the gunman at the second-floor window was pinned down by Nightingale's fire, a shattering sound echoed as the window burst open. In terror, he turned to behold a figure resembling a demonic god charging in. Yichen's gaze was as frigid as ice. The M4 in his hand spat fire. Rat-tat-tat. Precise bursts. The two gunmen barely had time to react before bullets pierced their chests, sending them crashing into a pool of blood. Chapter 073. What kind of person is he? With the threat on the second floor neutralized, Yichen did not linger for an instant. He rushed to the window, his eyes sharp as lightning, instantly pinpointing the location of the sniper on the distant rooftop. The sniper, evidently aware of the formidable threat Yichen posed, was adjusting his aim. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Yichen's mouth. He raised the M4, relying solely on instinct and the terrifying intuition granted by his masterful proficiency with firearms, devoid of a scope. Bang! The crisp sound of a gunshot rang out. A bullet, as if guided by an unseen force, traversed hundreds of meters, precisely entering the sniper's scope before penetrating his skull. The sniper's body stiffened, and he toppled lifelessly from the rooftop. The entire assault, from commencement to conclusion, spanned a mere 2 minutes. 6 highly trained armed men, including a sniper, had been decisively eliminated. With meticulous efficiency, Yichen leapt from the second floor, landing with poise, the muzzle of his M4 still emitting wisps of faint smoke. He approached the Mercedes, observing Nightingale and Lynx as they emerged from their cover. Lynx and his subordinates gazed at Yichen, their eyes filled with awe and disbelief. Yichen's performance, reminiscent of a war god, had utterly shattered their perceptions. This was no mere doctor. He was unmistakably a harbinger of death from the depths of hell. Nightingale regarded Yichen, and for the first time, profound turbulence erupted within her icy gaze. Shock, confusion, disbelief, and a hint of an unrecognized thrill. She had believed herself to be the protector, only to discover that this miraculous healer, whom she was meant to shield, possessed such terrifying prowess. Masterful in combat, acrobatics, and firearms, he even surpassed her, the elite soldier. Who on earth is he? Clean up the scene, switch vehicles, and leave immediately. Yichen's voice shattered the silence, remaining calm as if he had merely swatted a few flies. Nightingale inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within her heart. Restoring her professional composure. Understood. Lynx, tidy everything up. Prepare the backup vehicle. Half an hour later, an inconspicuous gray Toyota SUV drove into a heavily guarded estate on the outskirts of St. Maria City. This was the secret hideout of Carlos Mendez. In a luxurious hospital room filled with the scent of disinfectant, Yichen encountered the target of this mission, Carlos Mendez. This tycoon, who controlled nearly half of the mining resources in a country, lay emaciated on the hospital bed, his complexion exhibiting a bizarre bluish hue, lips darkened to a purplish shade, and his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Various monitoring devices were connected to him, displaying grim data. "Mr. Yi, Miss Nightingale, you have finally arrived." An elderly butler with graying hair approached, tears glistening in his eyes. "Mr. Mendez, he is fading fast. I implore you, save him." Nightingale glanced at Yichen, her expression complex. Now, her expectations for this man's medical prowess were unprecedented. Yichen approached the bed, disregarding the dubious gazes of the doctors. He extended his finger to rest upon Mendez's wrist. The pulse was weak and erratic, sometimes absent. He lifted Mendez's eyelid, observing the pupils already somewhat dilated. "Poisoning." Yichen retracted his hand, his tone resolute. "A mixture of neurotoxins affecting the central nervous and cardiovascular systems. The poisoning has persisted for over 72 hours. The toxins have infiltrated his organs. Can he be saved?" The old butler's voice trembled. "Yes." Yichen's response was succinct and powerful. He opened a portable needle case containing silver needles of varying lengths, glinting ominously. He gestured for the nurses to loosen Mendez's clothing, exposing his chest. Under the anxious gaze of all present, Yichen struck with the speed of lightning. His fingers danced like a butterfly flitting among flowers, so swift it left the onlookers bewildered. One by one, the silver needles were expertly inserted into Mendez's vital acupuncture points. Zhongji. Chi, Shindao, and others. The depths and angles varied, each movement infused with unfathomable skill. As the silver needles pierced his skin, Mendez's ashen face began to regain a hint of color at a visible pace. The darkened lips gradually lost their hue. The previously weak and erratic breathing began to stabilize and strengthen. The data on the monitoring devices began to miraculously rebound. Heart rate stabilized. Blood pressure rose. Oxygen saturation improved. My heavens, this is miraculous. Goodness, he has come back to life. This is nothing short of a miracle. The doctors within the room erupted in incredulous exclamations. Nightingale stood beside them, observing Yi Chun's focused and composed profile, witnessing the miraculous power flowing from his fingertips, her heart overwhelmed with astonishment. His medical prowess was divine. At this moment, these four words found their most intuitive expression within her mind. In less than half an hour, Yi Chun withdrew the needles. Mendez, though still frail, wore a healthy hue, his breathing steady, having escaped the clutches of death. He slowly opened his eyes. Although still somewhat dazed, his gaze began to sharpen. Mr. Mendez. The old butler rushed to the bedside, tears of joy streaming down his face. Mendez blinked weakly, his gaze settling on Yi Chun, filled with gratitude and inquiry. Carlos, this is Mr. Yi Chun, the divine healer from Dragon Country. He is the one who saved you, the old butler hastily introduced. Mendez looked at Yi Chun, his lips moving as he spoke in a weak voice. Thank you, Mr. Yi Chun. Yi Chun nodded slightly. The toxins have been cleared, but the organs are damaged and require rest and recuperation. I will prescribe a regimen. With timely adherence, a full recovery will be achievable within a week. Wonderful. Splendid. The old butler was beside himself with excitement. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and a figure dashed in. Father. A young woman rushed to the bedside, gripping Mendez's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. She appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and elegant, clad in a simple white dress that did little to mask her noble demeanor. Her features were exquisitely refined, skin as fair as snow, with chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders, and her azure eyes now brimming with worry and relief. She was Ana Mendez, the only daughter of Carlos Mendez. Ana, my dear. Mendez's face broke into a tender smile upon seeing his daughter. After a moment of weeping, Ana lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Yi Chun. Brimming with gratitude and curiosity, you are Mr. Yi Chun? Thank you for saving my father. Thank you. Her voice was as melodious as a clear spring, imbued with sincere emotion. Yi Chun nodded slightly, acknowledging the matter at hand. Ana gazed upon Yi Chun's youthful and handsome visage, coupled with an aura of steadfast composure that stirred a ripple of emotions within her. This enigmatic man from the East not only possessed miraculous medical skills capable of reviving the dead, but she had also been discreetly informed by the Manor's guard that he was the one who repelled the assailants. What manner of man could he truly be? Chapter 074, A Kiss in Agreement. Nightingale stood behind Yi Chun, observing Ana's inquisitive yet admiring gaze, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. She stepped forward, her voice cold and crisp, shattering the subtly charged atmosphere in the sick room. Though Mr. Mendez has evaded immediate danger, the situation remains dire. The Free Alliance will not relent. We require a safer plan. The old butler nodded vigorously. Miss Nightingale speaks the truth. We are intensifying security measures, but their forces are vast and insidious. There is a method, Nightingale declared, her gaze sharp as she turned to Yi Chun and Ana, to confuse the enemies and safeguard Mr. Mendez while facilitating Yi Chun's proximity for treatment and observation. We need a plausible cover identity. She paused, sweeping her eyes over Yi Chun and Ana, before proposing an unexpected solution. Mr. Yi, Miss Ana, we shall publicly declare that Mr. Yi is Miss Ana's boyfriend, a wealthy businessman from the Dragon Kingdom, here specifically to visit his ailing father-in-law. This way, Mr. Ye's presence in the manor will be entirely justified, and it will significantly lower the vigilance of hostile forces. Boyfriend? Both Yi Chun and Ana were taken aback. A blush instantly blossomed on Ana's fair cheeks as she furtively glanced at Yi Chun, her heart inexplicably racing. This proposal seemed rather agreeable, did it not? Yi Chun, however, raised an eyebrow, looking at Nightingale. She maintained a stoic expression, her gaze as frigid as ever, as if merely presenting an ordinary tactical plan. Is this appropriate? The old butler hesitated. This is currently the safest and most effective solution, Nightingale asserted, her tone brooking no argument. Mr. Mendez requires rest, Mr. Yi must remain, and Miss Ana needs protection. This identity resolves all issues simultaneously. Watching his daughter's slightly flushed cheeks, and then glancing at the distinguished Yi Chun, Mr. Mendez weakly nodded. Let us proceed, as Miss Nightingale advises. I apologize for putting you in a difficult position, Mr. Yi. Yi Chun regarded Nightingale, then the blushing Ana, ultimately conceding, very well. I initially thought I would return home after treating him, yet it appears I must stay a few more days. Thus, an impromptu couple's identity was established. In the ensuing days, Yi Chun resided in Mendez Manor under the guise of Anna's boyfriend. He attended to Mendez daily with acupuncture, prescribed medications, and helped restore his health. Mendez's recovery was remarkable. Within just 3 days, he was able to walk and his spirits had greatly improved. Anna became Yi Chun's guide and protector, accompanying him on strolls around the estate, enjoying clandestine rendezvous in the garden, and sharing tender moments in the study. Her curiosity about this mysterious man from the East knew no bounds, and she sought various opportunities to engage him. Yi Chun's responses were consistently succinct, imbued with a distant politeness, which only piqued Anna's interest further. She discovered that not only was Yi Chun an extraordinary healer and skilled in combat, but he also possessed profound knowledge and insights into international affairs and financial economics. He was akin to a deep tome, compelling her to turn page after page. Anna's ardor and unabashed affection caused Nightingale's brow to furrow deeper with each passing moment. Each time she witnessed Anna drawing close to Yi Chun or gazing at him with adoration in her cerulean eyes, the chill radiating from Nightingale was palpable enough to freeze one in their tracks. On one occasion, under the pretense of inquiring about traditional Chinese medicine, Anna and Yi Chun spent an extended period in the garden's pavilion. In a moment of intimacy, Anna inadvertently leaned her head against Yi Chun's shoulder. From a distance, Nightingale's icy gaze turned frigid upon witnessing this scene. She strode over, her voice as cutting as the Siberian wind. "Miss Anna, it is time for Mr. Mendez to take his medication. Mr. Yi, the outer security of the manor requires your confirmation." Her tone was rigid, laced with an unyielding command. Startled, Anna shot Nightingale a discontented look, but complied, rising to leave. Yi Chun observed Nightingale's taut profile, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Secretary Nightingale, are you feeling jealous?" Nightingale stiffened, abruptly turning to glare at Yi Chun, her eyes sharp as a blade. "Mr. Yi, please be mindful of your identity and mission. I merely remind you not to let trivial emotions cloud your judgment. This is a battlefield, not a place for romance." With a huff, she pivoted and departed, her back betraying a hint of barely perceptible fluster. Yi Chun regarded her retreating figure, deep in thought. A week swiftly elapsed. Mendez had essentially recovered, commencing clandestine communications with supporters to stabilize the situation. He resolved to attend a small charity gala organized by his confidants in 3 days, formally announcing his return to restore public confidence. On the eve of the gala, in the study of the manor, Mendez, Yi Chun, Nightingale, the Lynx, and several core aides were finalizing security details. Suddenly, the study door swung open with a forceful crash. The old butler, pale as a ghost, stumbled in, breathless and with a quiver in his voice. "Sir, it's terrible. Miss Anna has been kidnapped." "What?" Mendez sprang to his feet, his complexion draining of color, nearly toppling over. Yi Chun reacted swiftly, steadying him. "What transpired?" Nightingale demanded sharply, her gaze sharpening to a lethal edge. Miss Anna had just mentioned going to the garden for some fresh air, but the bodyguards in the garden discovered a subdued guard. "Miss Anna is missing, leaving only this." The old butler trembled as he offered a mobile phone. On the screen displayed a newly received text message. "Want your daughter's life? Cancel attendance at tomorrow's charity gala. Otherwise, prepare for a body bag. Free alliance." A profound silence enveloped the study. The air seemed to solidify. Tears streamed down Mendez's face as he clutched Yi Chun's arm. "Mr. Yi, please save Anna. Save my daughter." All eyes turned to Yi Chun. Ding. Detected critical decision point. Rescue of Anna. Please select. Option 1. Remain uninvolved. Refuse the rescue. Reward. 10,000 cash. Option 2. Join Nightingale to effect the rescue. Reward. Photographic memory skill. Option 3. Request a kiss from Nightingale. Then proceed alone for the rescue. Reward. Immunity to all toxins. Immunity to all toxins. Yi Chun's heart raced with exhilaration. This was undoubtedly a life-saving skill, especially in the toxic South American jungles. Without hesitation, he chose option 3. Yi Chun turned to Nightingale, his gaze profound. "Nightingale, you stay here to protect Mr. Mendez. I will go alone to rescue Anna." "No." Nightingale vehemently refused, her eyes fierce. "They are the Free Alliance, ruthless and merciless. It is far too dangerous for you to go alone. I will accompany you." "You must stay?" Yi Chun's tone was resolute. Mr. Mendez's safety was paramount. Their target was him. The strategy of luring the tiger away from its mountain den. Surely you can see through it. Yet, Nightingale, you still wish to argue. Yi Chun suddenly leaned closer to her, whispering in her ear with a tone intended solely for their ears, tinged with a hint of mockery and an undeniable insistence. "Do you wish to accompany me? It's simple. Give me a kiss, and I shall agree." Chapter 075. The rescue operation for Anna. You. Nightingale's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi Chun, her frosty visage instantly ablaze with embarrassment. What an insufferable cad. At such a moment, he dares to make such a demand. What? Afraid? Or simply unwilling? Yi Chun observed her tumultuous emotions, a wicked smile curving at the corners of his lips. Nightingale trembled with fury. She gazed into Yi Chun's face, mere inches away, noting the resolute gleam in his eyes, before casting a glance at the anxious Mendez and the elderly butler beside them. Ultimately, an overwhelming sense of humiliation and an unwavering commitment to her mission eclipsed all else. She abruptly closed her eyes, rose on her toes, and swiftly pressed her lips against Yi Chun's. The sensation was cool and soft, imbued with a slight tremor. It was a fleeting contact. Nightingale stumbled back a step, her cheeks aflame, her eyes blazing with indignation, nearly spitting fire. She bit her lip, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. Is that sufficient now? Ding. You have successfully received a reward, immunity to all poisons. Your body has been transformed. A peculiar warmth surged through Yi Chun's body, as if every cell within him had become more resilient. His affinity for toxins diminished to its lowest point. He licked his lips, savoring the lingering coolness of that brief touch. Observing Nightingale's nearly murderous gaze, he chuckled with satisfaction. Not bad. However, I have changed my mind. What? Nightingale was taken aback. You stay here. Yi Chun's smile vanished, his gaze sharpening to an icy precision. Protect Mr. Mendez. I shall rescue Anna alone. Yi Chun. You scoundrel. You deceived me. Nightingale trembled with rage, on the verge of drawing her weapon. All's fair in love and war. Yi Chun shrugged, his eyes radiating irrefutable determination. Trust me. Await my return. With that, he turned away from Nightingale, addressing the lynx. Prepare the gear. At the fastest speed. I need to know Anna's last known location and potential hiding spots. The lynx glanced at Yi Chun and then at the seething Nightingale, gulped, and quickly replied, Yes. Mr. Yi. Yi Chun strode out of the study with purpose, leaving Nightingale standing in place, watching his retreating figure, ultimately cursing under her breath with a mix of complicated emotions. You better come back alive. The lynx moved with remarkable speed. 10 minutes later, Yi Chun was fully equipped, standing in the estate's underground operations room, clad in tactical gear, night vision goggles, a silenced pistol, a combat knife, ropes, and a miniature communicator. He resembled a special forces operative. The lynx pointed to a flashing red dot on the electronic map. Miss Anna's last known location was near the greenhouse in the western garden of the estate. The guards were knocked out. There were no traces of blood at the scene, indicating they were well prepared and executed their actions with precision. According to signal tracking, they vanished in the abandoned industrial zone to the north of the city, which is one of the strongholds of the Free Front. Based on thermal scans and scattered intelligence, there are at least 30 armed individuals in the largest foundry, with uncertain firepower, and there may even be traps and hidden explosives. Mr. Yi, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I will send a team with you. Yi Chun's eyes were fixed on the area marked in red on the electronic map, his expression as cold as steel. Provide me with precise coordinates and architectural blueprints. They have been sent to your tactical tablet. The lynx handed over a waterproof military tablet, the screen displaying a three-dimensional layout of the foundry, marked with potential entrances, lookout points, and the location where Anna's signal last disappeared, deep within the workshop near the massive furnace. No reinforcements needed. Yi Chun accepted the tablet, his fingers swiftly gliding across the screen, imprinting the intricate design and marked lookout points into his memory. Too many people will only raise alarm. I will be more mobile alone. He checked his firearm, racking the bolt to produce a crisp click, his demeanor calm, yet resolute. Guard this place. Await my signal. With that, he ceased further discussion, turning toward the secret passage leading to the estate's rear mountains. Nightingale stood at the entrance of the passage, her expression still icy. Yet a tempest of emotions churned within her, anger, worry, and a hint of indignation from feeling deceived. Yi Chun, Nightingale called out, her voice quaking, you must be careful. Anna cannot be harmed. Yi Chun paused, though he did not turn back, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement before his figure vanished into the shadows of the passage. Nightingale stared at the empty entrance, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms. You better come back alive. North of St. Maria, in the abandoned industrial zone, a silence thick with the scent of rust, oil, and decay hung in the air. Yi Chun moved like a specter melded with the night, traversing the ruins soundlessly. Activating ghostly steps, his form became elusive, his footfalls upon the rubble and metal fragments producing no sound. Through the night vision goggles, a green-tinted view revealed everything around him with clarity. He deftly avoided several patrols that were clearly bait, sidestepping 2 concealed tripwire traps. His masterful proficiency with firearms and the danger perception granted by wealth warning, allowed him to command his surroundings with utmost precision. He could even detect the faint lingering scent of Anna's perfume in the air, mingled with a potent aura of hostility. Soon, he approached the enormous, partially collapsed foundry that was his target. According to the Lynx's intelligence and thermal scans, this was the Free Front's primary stronghold within the industrial area. At the entrance of the workshop, 2 armed guards lounged against the doorframe, smoking, their weapons carelessly pointed toward the ground. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, his body adhering to the shadowed wall like a lizard scaling the surface, the rough concrete beneath his feet seeming as level as the ground. He silently ascended to the workshop's rooftop, locating a shattered skylight through which he peered down. The interior of the workshop was vast, with several campfires flickering at its center, their dancing flames casting distorted shadows upon the walls, marred by rust and grease. The air was thick with the stench of cheap tobacco, sweat, alcohol, and a trace of blood. Scattered throughout were dozens of armed militants, some seated, others reclining, cleaning their weapons, drinking, or leering at the depths of the workshop. In the innermost recesses, beside a massive, abandoned furnace, Anna was bound to a metal chair, her mouth secured with thick tape. Her white dress was soiled and stained, her chestnut hair disheveled and matted against her sweat-drenched forehead, her azure eyes filled with tears of fear and helplessness, yet she bore no visible wounds. Beside her stood a brutish bald man clad in camouflage, a vicious scar marring his face, his eyes glinting with malice, casually toying with a gleaming military knife, its blade flashing menacingly in the firelight. Occasionally, he would strike Anna's cheek with the back of the blade, eliciting lewd laughter from the surrounding ruffians. Clearly, he was the leader of this motley crew, the butcher Carlos. Boss, do you really think Mendez would abandon the banquet for his daughter? Chapter 076, willing to give himself to you. A henchman, having taken a swig of inferior rum, belched and remarked, "Humph. He won't give up. Just wait for the moment we collect his daughter's corpse." Carlos grinned maliciously, his rough fingers grazing Anna's delicate chin, causing her to thrash in terror. Such a beautiful girl. What a pity it would be for her to die. Why not let the brothers have their fun first? A lewd glimmer flickered in his eyes as he reached out to tear at Anna's collar. Wide-eyed with fright, Anna let out a desperate whimper, tears streaming forth. Just as Carlos's hand was about to make contact with her collar, bang, bang, 2 almost inaudible gunshots echoed from the skylight. The 2 guards at the entrance jolted violently, each suffering a bloody hole in their foreheads, collapsing to the ground without a sound. An ambush. The armed men in the workshop instantly erupted into chaos. The air was filled with frantic shouts and the metallic sounds of gun bolts being racked, shattering the eerie silence. Yi Chun leapt down through the shattered skylight. In midair, he fired his silenced handgun repeatedly. Pop, pop, pop. Each precise shot fell like the scythe of death. 3 armed men, who had just raised their weapons, fell to the ground in response. Get him. Kill him. Carlos reacted swiftly, shoving Anna aside and drawing his pistol, shooting frantically in the direction where Yi Chun landed. Simultaneously, he bellowed orders to his men. Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrential downpour of bullets rained upon Yi Chun. The muzzle flashes of AK-47s and M4 carbines converged into a fiery net within the dim workshop. The moment Yi Chun touched the ground, his body rolled along the floor like a phantom. The ghostly shadow step, combined with the essence of Tai Chi, reached its zenith. His form twisted, folded, and spun amidst the hail of bullets, resembling a boneless mollusk. Bullets grazed the edges of his clothing, whistled past his scalp, and struck the iron frame behind him, igniting numerous sparks and producing a cacophony of metallic clashes. His gun did not cease fire. Pop, pop, pop. Each shot precisely claimed a life. Every bullet found its mark in the skull. The cries of the wounded and the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground resonated endlessly. Surround him. Don't let him escape. Carlos, hiding behind the furnace, roared in exasperation. He had not anticipated that the enemy would consist of only one individual, yet be so terrifying. Several fearless armed men howled as they surged from the side, attempting to encircle him. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. He tossed his empty handgun behind him and charged forward. The Tai Chi technique delivered a thunderous blow. Bang! The foremost assailant's chest caved in as if struck by a truck, sending him flying and toppling 2 accomplices. With an elbow strike, crack, another's ribs shattered, screaming as he collapsed. The third was met with a devastating strike to the crown of his head. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. He moved like a tiger among sheep, his fists and feet wreaking havoc, bones snapping and tendons tearing. The horrific cries and the sound of breaking bones entwined to form a hellish symphony. Carlos watched in agony. He suddenly pivoted, intent on seizing Anna as a hostage. This was his only chance for survival. Seeking death, Yi Chun scoffed, his body appearing beside Carlos as if teleporting. A single whip-like strike. slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, landed forcefully beneath his ribcage. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed. Carlos let out a wretched scream as his body was hurled, crashing heavily against the cold furnace, blood spilling from his mouth, his spine groaning under the unbearable strain. Unable to rise again, Yi-chun did not spare him a glance as he swiftly approached Anna, tearing off the tape from her mouth. Yi-chun, upon seeing him, Anna felt as though she had found the only light in an endless darkness. All her fears and grievances erupted forth as she threw herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. I knew you would come to save me. I just knew it. I was so scared, so scared. Her warm, soft form nestled against him, trembling with the exhilaration of survival. Yi-chun's body stiffened slightly, yet this was not the time for tender feelings. One arm encircled Anna's slender but taut waist, while the other picked up the AK from the ground, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the remaining armed men. Those individuals, now terrified by Yi-chun's godlike slaughter, recoiled at the sight of his icy stare and the convulsing body of Carlos beneath him, scarcely daring to advance. They stumbled back in fear, with some even discarding their weapons and fleeing. Yi-chun did not pursue. His goal was to rescue. Holding Anna close, he walked steadily toward the workshop's exit. The remaining armed men parted like a tide, none daring to obstruct his path. Inside the workshop, only the crackling of the bonfire and the groans of the injured mingled with the breaths of the terrified remained. Exiting the workshop, the night breeze carried a heavy scent of blood and gunpowder. Anna clung tightly to Yi-chun's neck, burying her face deep in his solid and warm chest, listening to the steady thrum of his heartbeat, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of security and dependence. At that moment, all thoughts of family obligations and dangers faded away. She knew only that this man had rescued her from the depths of hell. She gazed up at Yi-chun's cold yet sharply defined profile illuminated by the moonlight. Her eyes filled with a dreamy ardor, her heart utterly ensnared. Yi-chun did not linger, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the abandoned factory with Anna in his arms. He contacted the links via a miniature communicator. Anna is safe. Target eliminated. Send a vehicle to point B for extraction. When Yi-chun returned to the estate, cradling Anna safely in his arms, the entire manor erupted in jubilation. Mendez, tears streaming down his face, disregarding his frail condition, stumbled forward to embrace his recovered daughter tightly. The old butler and the guards looked at Yi-chun with a mix of awe and gratitude, as if beholding a god of war descending to earth. Nightingale stood at the edge of the crowd, watching Yi-chun unscathed, her heart finally easing. Yet upon seeing Anna in his arms, and the unmistakable affection in Anna's eyes and her tightly clasped arms around him, a pang of inexplicable bitterness and loss surged within her. She forced herself to look away, regaining her icy demeanor, but her clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. The following 2 days were tranquil. The Freedom Front's stronghold in the industrial zone was taken down single-handedly by Yi-chun, and the news of the notorious leader, Butcher Carlos, being captured with a broken spine spread like wildfire. Coupled with Mendez's powerful return at the charity gala, it thoroughly intimidated the restless opposing forces. The situation rapidly stabilized. With the mission complete, Yi-chun prepared to return home. On the eve of his departure, the moonlight poured like water over the tranquil garden of the estate. Anna knocked on Yi-chun's door. Clad in a gossamer silk nightgown, her chestnut hair cascaded like seaweed. Her azure eyes shimmered under the moonlight like the purest sapphires, filled with shyness, resolve, and an unabashed admiration. Her voice trembled slightly, akin to a nightingale's gentle coo. Thank you for saving me, for saving my father. I do not know how to repay you. Summoning the greatest courage of her life, she stepped forward, rose on her toes, her warm breath brushing against Yi-chun's cheek, her lips pressing against his. I am willing to give myself to you. I love you. Chapter 077, The Lin Family's Final Frenzy. Yi-chun took a step back, precisely evading her kiss, his gaze calm and unyielding, akin to an unfathomable cold pool. Miss Anna, you need not carry on in this manner. It is my duty to save you. His refusal was succinct and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, even laced with a hint of aloof indifference. The color drained from Anna's face in an instant, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. The fervor in her eyes was swiftly supplanted by disappointment and embarrassment. Do you think I am frivolous? Or do you harbor a dislike for me? No, Yi-chun interrupted her, his tone gentle yet imbued with an insurmountable sense of distance. You are beautiful and incredibly brave. However, we inhabit different worlds. Take good care of your father. Farewell. With that, he resolutely closed the door, isolating Anna and her heartfelt affections and desolation from his presence. Alone under the moonlight, Anna stood still, tears cascading silently down her cheeks, soaking the silk nightgown that adorned her. The moonlight sculpted her fragile, trembling silhouette, suffused with a haunting beauty. On board the Gulfstream G650 private jet returning to the capital, Nightingale sat opposite Yi Chun, gazing out at the swirling sea of clouds, enveloped in silence. The cabin resonated solely with the low hum of the engines. After a prolonged silence, she turned her head to observe Yi Chun, who had closed his eyes in repose. Her voice remained cool, though it bore less frost and more complexity. Mission report. I shall relay the facts to Elder Qin. Your performance has surpassed everyone's expectations, including mine. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. Your prowess, medical skills, courage, and the decisiveness with which you rejected Anna under such circumstances have left a profound impression on me. Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes, his penetrating gaze fixed upon Nightingale. It is merely a matter of duty, he replied, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Nightingale regarded his calm profile, yet her mind involuntarily conjured images of him in the South American jungle, his agile form amidst a hail of bullets, his composure in the face of chaos, and the ruthless efficiency with which he executed his tasks in the derelict factory. Furthermore, the resolute manner in which he had declined Anna's advances lingered in her thoughts, devoid of any hesitation. This man was powerful, enigmatic, cold, disciplined, yet possessed an indescribable allure. She felt as though a stone had been cast into the tranquil lake of her heart, sending forth subtle, yet undeniable ripples. She forced herself to avert her gaze, redirecting it toward the cloud-laden horizon, though the blush at her ears betrayed her internal turmoil. Upon returning to the capital, Nightingale promptly provided a detailed report to Qin Weigua. She omitted nothing, recounting the extraordinary skills Yi Chun displayed during the airport ambush, his miraculous medical expertise in treating Mendes, the perilous rescue of Anna, and, ultimately, his unwavering refusal. Every detail was laid bare, even the kiss that had been deceitfully taken. After a minute of silence, Qin Weigua finally spoke, his fingers lightly tapping on the mahogany desk. A national treasure. Indeed, a national treasure. Nightingale, you executed this mission exceptionally well. Comrade Yi Chun is a precious asset to our nation. His capabilities must remain strictly confidential and classified at the highest level. His safety is to be prioritized above all else. Maintain contact, observe closely, but do not interfere. Is that understood? Understood. Nightingale stood at attention, saluting with unwavering determination. Though deep within, the notion of maintaining contact stirred a quiet tumult in her heart. Upon his return to the capital, Yi Chun immediately immersed himself in the final phase of dismantling the Lin family empire. Utilizing the vast financial resources and informational advantages afforded by Star Capital and Deep Blue Frontier, alongside the precise predictions of the Wealth Alert system, he launched a decisive strike against Lin Realty. First, he employed the latest market sentiment analysis AI developed by the Deep Blue Matrix to accurately forecast the panic selling points of several core bonds belonging to Lin Realty, strategically positioning himself to short sell, which instantaneously triggered a market stampede. The bond prices of Lin Realty plummeted catastrophically. Next, he leaked information regarding significant safety hazards in several key projects of Lin Realty to authoritative media outlets and regulatory bodies through the channels controlled by Su Qianni, inciting a storm of investigation and a tsunami of public outcry. Negative news flooded the media. Finally, he instructed Star Capital to acquire a substantial amount of Lin Realty's plummeting stocks at a shockingly low price due to the panic. Simultaneously, leveraging the influence of the Su family, he pressured banks closely allied with Lin Realty, hinting that their financial chain was on the verge of collapse. Under this trifecta of assault, Lin Realty, already teetering on the brink, collapsed entirely. The stock price faced consecutive trading halts, with a market value evaporating by over 70%. Banks collectively ceased lending and began demanding repayment. Suppliers blocked the doors, clamoring for debts. Projects halted, and employees clamored for wages. The Lin family plunged overnight from a prestigious dynasty in Jiangqing to the depths of bankruptcy. In Jiangqing, the Lin family villa stood as a stark contrast to its former glory. Once resplendent with lights and brimming with guests, it now lay shrouded in despair, heavy with gloom. Expensive Persian carpets were strewn with court summons, bank demand letters, and supplier legal notices, resembling funeral offerings. Lin Tianxiang and Qin Xiaorong appeared to age 20 years overnight. Their hair flecked with gray, gazes vacant as they sat upon the sofa, the spark of their former selves extinguished. Lin Xiao, resembling a cornered bird, huddled in the shadows. His face pallid, eyes unfocused, mumbling incessantly, "It's all over, all over. It's Yi Chun, that bastard, who has pushed us to the brink. Dad, Mom, what are we to do now?" Suddenly, Lin Xiao leaped up, his voice breaking with distress. "The company is bankrupt. The house is to be seized. What will we do? Are we to sleep on the streets?" "Be quiet." Lin Tianxiang slammed his hand on the coffee table, causing the cups to rattle. With bloodshot eyes, he roared, "Isn't it your own folly that has brought us to this? Had you not insisted on driving Yi Chen away and humiliating him at every turn, how would the Lin family have fallen to such a dire state? What good is it to speak of this now?" Qin Xiaorong cried out, tears streaming down her well-maintained face. "Think of something. Go seek Ruobing, Ruoqing, Ruoyu, Ruojia. They cannot abandon us. They are daughters of the Lin family." Just then, the villa door swung open. Lin Ruobing entered, clad in a well-tailored professional suit, yet her complexion was haggard, with deep shadows beneath her eyes. Her once formidable demeanor as the queen of Jiangqing's business scene, now a distant memory. Following her were Lin Ruoqing, dressed in designer attire, yet bearing a complex expression. Lin Ruoyu in a white coat with a shifty gaze, and Lin Ruojia, wearing AR glasses, her face expressionless. "Ruobing, you're here," Qin Xiaorong exclaimed. Akin to a drowning woman clutching a life raft, staggering forward to grasp her eldest daughter's hand. "Quickly, think of something. Save the Lin family. Save your brother. You cannot let the Lin family come to such an end." Chapter 078, The Grand Finale. Lin Tianxiang looked at Lin Ruobing with urgency, his voice tinged with desperation. "Ruobing, you are the only one who can save the Lin family now. Plead with Yichun. Ask him to show mercy, for the sake of the years we raised him." Lin Ruobing gazed at the aged faces of her parents and their pleading eyes, then glanced at her inept brother cowering in the corner. A wave of desolation and powerlessness washed over her. Taking a deep breath, her voice came out hoarse and weary. "Dad, Mom, it's futile. Yichun will not spare the Lin family. He has awaited this day. What shall we do? Are we to stand by and watch the Lin family crumble? Watch us become destitute?" Lin Tianxiang bellowed, desperation quivering in his voice. "There's one way." Lin Ruobing's voice carried a weight of humiliation and resignation as she retrieved a document from her briefcase, placing it on the table littered with demand letters. "Yichun has given me a contract." Lin Tianxiang and Qin Xiaorong hastily picked up the documents, their expressions growing paler with each passing moment, until they became ashen, resembling the countenance of the deceased. The contents of the contract were starkly simple. Lin Ruobing, representing the Lin family, would unconditionally transfer all remaining shares and assets of Lin Realty to Yichun without any compensation. In exchange, Yichun promised to assume all debts of Lin Realty and to retain Lin Ruobing's position, allowing her to continue managing the company. An additional clause stipulated that Lin Ruobing must unconditionally obey all instructions from Yichun. This effectively meant the complete surrender of the Lin family, body and soul, to Yichun, and Lin Ruobing had essentially signed her own servitude. This was nothing short of a slave contract. Lin Tianxiang trembled with rage, hurling the contract onto the coffee table with great force. "No, absolutely not. I, Lin Tianxiang, would rather die than sign such a humiliating and disgraceful document. Not an option." Lin Ruobing let out a bitter laugh, her eyes reflecting an unfathomable despair. "Father, Mother, do you have any alternatives? If we refuse to sign, the Lin family will face immediate bankruptcy, and our family will be burdened with debts amounting to billions, left to wander the streets, perhaps even driven to death by our creditors. Signing at least allows us to retain a hollow shell, preserving a semblance of dignity. And at least we still have a place to live." Qin Xiaorong, gazing into her daughter's eyes filled with the desolation of a dried-up well, glanced at the scalding contract in her hands and, ultimately, covered her face, releasing a suppressed, despairing wail. Lin Xiao jumped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Ruobing. "Lin Ruobing, have you been enchanted by Yichun? Are you truly going to hand over the Lin family to that bastard and become his slave? Have you no shame? Have you slept with him?" Silence. Lin Ruobing whirled around, her gaze sharp as a blade, laced with unprecedented ferocity and disdain, piercing through Lin Xiao. "If it weren't for your incompetence, the Lin family wouldn't have fallen to such depths. What right do you have to criticize me? Throughout your life, all you've done is stir up trouble, bully others, and bring disgrace to our family. Now that the Lin family is finished, are you satisfied? What face do you have to shout here?" Lin Xiao was taken aback by her contemptuous gaze and icy rebuke, instinctively stepping back, his face reddening. Yet he found himself rendered speechless. Disregarding her parents and brother, Lin Ruobing took up a pen and inscribed her name onto the contract. Each stroke felt as though it drained her of every ounce of strength, laden with profound humiliation and heavy shackles. Once she finished signing, she felt utterly depleted, collapsing onto the sofa, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Lin Tianxiang and Qin Xiaorong beheld the signed contract, feeling as though their very spines had been extracted, leaving them utterly limp. They understood, the Lin family was finished. All they had fought for throughout their lives had now become the property of the foster son they had cast out. Lin Xiao, glancing at the signed contract, then at his sister and their incapacitated parents, suddenly erupted in a frenzy, rushing toward Lin Ruoqing, Lin Ruyu, and Lin Ruojia. What about you? You are also part of the Lin family. Are you just going to watch as eldest sister sells us out? Speak up. Go beg Yi Chun. Plead with him to spare us. Aren't you all on good terms with him? Lin Ruoqing cast a cold glance at Lin Xiao, her voice tinged with detachment and a barely perceptible hint of disdain. Lin Xiao, wake up. The Lin family is no longer the Lin family of the past. I am now Yi Chun S, and Xingyao Entertainment is also his enterprise. I cannot and will not help you. Lin Ruyu lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, yet imbued with an odd sense of resolve. My medical skills were taught by my master. Without my master, I am nothing. I cannot betray him. Lin Ruojia adjusted her AR glasses, the lenses flashing with cold data streams, her tone devoid of emotion. My life and my skills belong to my master. The Lin family is of no concern to me. Boom. Lin Xiao staggered back as though struck by lightning, unable to comprehend the betrayal from his three sisters. He pointed at them, his fingers trembling. You have all gone mad. Have you all become Yi Chun's dogs? What benefits has that bastard given you to make you forsake your family, to abandon your parents? Lin Tianxiang and Qin Xiaorong were utterly dumbfounded. Their 4 daughters, whom they had always been proud of, had all turned to Yi Chun. They referred to him as master. Lin Ruoqing observed the disarray on her parents' and brother's faces, sighed, and spoke in a voice that resonated through the silence of the living room. Father, mother, do you remember what Yi Chun said when he was expelled from the Lin family? Lin Tianxiang and Qin Xiaorong looked at her in confusion. Their memories stirred from a deliberately forgotten corner. Lin Ruoqing gazed at the stark pallor on her parents' faces and her brother's vacant expression, offering a wry smile. Do you understand now? He has succeeded. He not only reclaimed the Lin family, but has also made us willingly submit. Lin Tianxiang and Qin Xiaorong felt as though all their strength had been drained, collapsing onto the sofa, their eyes devoid of light, consumed by boundless regret and fear. They finally recalled the boy they had cast aside like refuse, the cold, resolute gaze and words he had uttered upon leaving. It turned out that it was not mere anger. It was not the arrogance of a youth, but a declaration of war from the abyss. And they had suffered a crushing defeat. Even their daughters had become spoils of war. Lin Xiao, utterly bereft of spirit, sat on the ground, mumbling to himself, his voice filled with despair and absurdity. It's over, all over. He truly achieved it. He is going to openly pursue all 4 of you. He recalled Yi Chun's derisive proclamation when he was cast out, which had now transformed into the cruelest of realities. The heavens over Jiangsheng had irrevocably changed. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Yi Chun watched as Lin Ruoqing completed her signature on the contract, delivered personally by Su Qianyi, a cold and ruthless smile curving his lips. The 4 Lin sisters were now thoroughly ensnared. He picked up his phone and dialed Su Qianyi. Inform Xingqian Capital to take over Lin Realty completely. Also, tell Lin Ruoqing to come to the capital to meet me tomorrow. Understood. Su Qianyi's voice carried a hint of amusement and unabashed possessiveness. My man, congratulations on avenging your grievances. But what are your plans for the 4 sisters of the Lin family? Yi Chun's lips curled into a smirk. What about sharing the same bed? Sounds good, but I must be the eldest.